Prescient by D.S. Murphy. The first time I saw the future, I lost hope. It wasn't just that the future sucked, that civilization had gone and ruined itself, that we'd altered our own DNA and evolved into predatory monsters that fed on the few remaining survivors. That was all awful enough, but it was more than that. I remember being young and thinking, when I grow up, I'll have a nice big house. I'll get an exciting, interesting job. I'll meet the man of my dreams and we'll fall in love and stay together forever. But that all disappeared the first time I tripped 20 years into the future and found the houses burned, the handsome boys dead, and the struggle for survival the only vocation. Nobody asked little girls what they wanted to be when they grew up anymore. Nobody wanted to draw attention to the fact that most of them wouldn't live that long. There was no hope, no peace for anyone. At least I had it better than they did. When my trip was over, I would get to go back to the normalcy of iPhones and Twitter and buying so much food it went bad before you could eat it. Back to laughing over foamy cappuccinos and iced lattes at the mall, window shopping and flirting with hot guys. Not that I ever did that, mind you, but I always wanted to. And I still could. That was the point. For everybody else, this idyllic past was before humanity was destroyed. For me, it was just my reality. At least, it was some of the time. But after seeing the future, after struggling to make it to the end of the day, after my first kill, none of those other things were the least bit enjoyable. All I could think when I got back to the real world is how can I stop what's coming? Chapter 1. How'd you ever talk me into this? I muttered from the passenger seat of Chris's mom's Ford Aerostar, a green van she'd finally gotten access to when she passed her driver's license test a few weeks ago. Butterflies gnawed at my stomach as she pulled up to the curb and turned off the engine. Are you crazy? A party at Brett Peters' house? You know what I had to do to get us invited? She flicked back her dark, curly hair and checked her eyeliner in the rearview mirror. I didn't know, but I could imagine. Chris had always been the more experienced between us. This year she was dating Cody Myers, a hot senior on the soccer team. Chris and I had been inseparable since 3rd grade, so I was considered cool by association. Kind of, in that most of the popular seniors tolerated my sophomoric presence. At least when Chris was around. She knew how to flirt and keep a conversation flying. 10 seconds around me and conversation would usually dry up. Chris said I was like a stone, with moss on it. There will probably be alcohol at this party, Chris said. You don't have to have any, but if you do, drink slowly. She glared at me meaningfully. I'm never going to live this down, am I? I said. Chris had stolen some vodka from her dad's liquor cabinet for her birthday, and we stayed in and made screwdrivers. It was fun until I threw up all over her mom's azaleas. At least I made it outside. I crossed my arms. I don't want to have to babysit you or take you home early. Stay sharp, stay in control. But also, loosen up. Have fun. You need a boyfriend, so we can double date. Chris had been saying that for years. She'd had a boyfriend since I met her in 2nd grade. She'd gone through dozens of them since, but she always seemed to be in a relationship. Unlike me, who was perpetually single. I could see Brett's house down the street. Not that I knew what his house looks like, because I've never, crept around outside like a stalker. I swear. I'd been to parties before, but mostly lame ones, with cake and Doritos and Coke, where we watched movies or played board games. Last year, there had even been a party where the parents weren't home, and we played Spin the Bottle. I made out with 3 different boys, the extent of my interaction with the opposite sex, but I didn't like any of them, so I just viewed it as practice. Practice for Brett Peters. And now I was opening the sliding door, getting out of the van, smoothing down my sweater and my straight blonde hair, and turning red like an apple, something I always did when I was terrified. I'd had a crush on Brett since 6th grade. Then he'd moved up to high school and left me behind. Not that he had any idea who I was. Now I was a sophomore. He was a senior, and next year he'd be going off to college. That meant, if we had any chance of being together, It had to happen this year. At least that's the argument Chris used when she was talking me into this party, even though we'd be 2 years younger than everyone else. You sure he won't mind me crashing? I whispered. I tugged at the sleeves of my sweater, something I did when I was nervous. Somehow covering more skin made me feel less vulnerable. Cody said it was cool, Chris said. Cool if you could bring me? I said. Did you ask him if Alicia could come? Or if you could bring a friend? My heart pounded as Chris knocked on the door. Brett opened the door, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt. Hey, guys, he said, looking right at me and smiling. He had perfect, tan skin, olive green eyes, and golden hair that always looked carefully sculpted in place. His smile was both charming and authentic. He looked like an old-fashioned gentleman, but with a hint of a smirk that said he was no angel. He gestured us inside, but my knees felt wobbly, so I hesitated. Chris gave me a shove, and I stumbled inside. The house was trying to go for rustic charm and had been built to look sort of farmish on the inside and out, but the high ceilings and polished gleam on everything suggested wealth. That wasn't a surprise. Everybody knew that Brett's dad had some kind of corporate job. That's one of the things I always liked about Brett. He didn't flaunt his money, and he wasn't a jerk to poorer students the way some rich kids were. He was just himself, and he got along with everybody. You couldn't help like him after having a conversation with him. Even the teachers adored him. Or so I'd gathered, listening to other girls swoon over him in the restrooms at school. He hadn't said so much as hi to me personally, but that didn't mean I didn't know him. I followed Chris inside towards the music and voices. There were at least 20 kids in the living room, and more in the kitchen and outside on the patio. There was a pool out back, and some people were swimming. We grabbed a hard apple cider and some popcorn and found a place to sit for a while. Then Cody came by and whispered something to Chris. I'll be back in a little while, okay? She said, squeezing my hand. Then she ditched me like a third wheel. An hour later, I was still alone. Well, kind of alone. A senior named Dave had been talking to me for 30 minutes, asking me questions about drama, history, books. David's eyebrows looked like a long, fuzzy caterpillar. I gave terse answers and avoided eye contact, my arms crossed in front of me as I leaned against the wall. I was hoping he'd get the hint and leave me alone, but he kept at it. Sometimes he would tease or make jokes, and I smiled politely, but with that edge that says I'm listening to you, but I'm not enjoying myself. Part of me was pissed at Chris for dragging me to a party and then abandoning me. My eyes kept looking for Brett, but I hadn't seen him in a long time. And then I'd feel bad for a moment, because I wasn't more friendly, or because I should let Chris have a good time. Why couldn't I just relax and enjoy myself? I took a long sip of my cider. So what do your parents do? Dave asked, trying to breathe life into the failing conversation. My mom died when I was 9, I said. Oh, that sucks, he said. I didn't wait for the next question, which experience had told me would inevitably be, how did she die? Not exactly small talk. Dave was confusing intimate conversation with intimacy, and probably thought if he got me to open up to him, he'd have a better shot of getting into my pants. That was unfair, I censored myself. I try not to prejudge or assume things about people. I stop myself if I can, though I find myself doing it a lot. But then Dave proved my first guess right. He leaned in to kiss me, somehow thinking my vulnerability gave him permission. I stumbled backwards, crashing against the wall and spilling cider all over myself. Awesome. Excuse me. I pushed past him. I have to go to the bathroom. Once free, I headed upstairs as if I knew where I was going. I needed some breathing space. I found the bathroom and tried to wash off the cider. I dried my clothes with toilet paper. The sweater was fine, but there were big wet spots on my jeans now. It looked like I'd peed my pants. I tied my sweater around my waist and checked myself out in the mirror. Mascara brings out my round blue eyes, which sometimes hide behind the tips of my bangs. But other than that, I'm pretty plain. My skin is pale and pasty. My face is a little too squarish, instead of the slim and smooth oval shape that models always have, and my mouth is too small for my face. Under the sweater, I was wearing a tight green rock t-shirt, hip-hugging jeans that flared a little at the bottom, and a pair of black Converse All-Stars. I stalled, not at all eager to rejoin the party. I may or may not have smelled the soap and shampoo in the shower to see if I could discover what gave Brett his irresistible smell. I found a bottle of cologne and tried to pick out the individual scents: blackberry, pear, ginger, rosemary, and sandalwood. Then someone started banging on the bathroom door. "Just a minute," I yelled. I gave my reflection a last glance before leaving the bathroom. When I pulled the door open, I almost ran into Courtney Elsweed, captain of the senior volleyball team, and just about the most popular girl in our school. Not to mention Brett's new girlfriend, though I hadn't verified the rumors with my own eyes. She scowled at me. "I've been waiting for 5 minutes. What are you even doing here anyway? This is a senior party," she said, storming past me and slamming the door. Out in the dark hall, alone, I decided to find Chris and tell her I was going home. I crept around upstairs until I heard voices coming from one room. Lots of voices, laughing, so it probably wasn't an orgy. I pushed the door open. The room was dark and filled with smoke. I almost stumbled on the circle of bodies sitting on the ground. Brett and some of his friends sat on the floor, passing a bong. Chris was sitting next to Cody, with a big grin on her face. "You can come in if you want," Brett said, "but can you decide quickly and shut the door?" I was tempted to run away and hide somewhere, but anger at Chris drove me forward. I squeezed into the circle next to her. "Nice of you to tell me where you were," I whispered, crossing my arms and frowning at her. "I didn't think you'd be into this," she shrugged. She had a point. In middle school, I was president of the drug awareness group. We worked with the local police to warn kids away from using drugs. In high school, however, my stance had mellowed. I knew Chris smoked pot sometimes, and most of the other kids I knew had tried harder stuff. They didn't go crazy, or jump out of windows, or steal and lie to their families. I realized that most of the stories I'd been told had been inflated. That didn't mean I was eager to try it myself. I still considered smoking and drinking to be pretty stupid. In my opinion, they made you idiotic, accident-prone, and potentially dead if you used them long enough. The bong had made it around the circle and was passed to me. To my side, Chris reached for it, but I took it into my hands. "You don't have to smoke if you don't want to," Brett said. If anything was going to happen with Brett, it would be tonight. Getting his attention might warrant a bold move. I held out my hand for the lighter and tried to remember what I'd seen everyone else do. I held the flame up to the small bowl of purplish-green dried leaves and watched them begin to glow and burn, tossing out rolls of thick white smoke. Then I sucked in the smoke and tried to hold it in as long as I could, which was only a couple of seconds before I started coughing violently. The others laughed, but before I could feel embarrassed, Brett smiled at me. "That's totally normal. It happens to everyone the first time," he said. "It's good, actually," Cody said. "Coughing will get you higher." I passed the bong to Chris and smiled coyly at Brett, who was nodding his approval. Chris gave me a half hug before preparing the bong for another hit. My lungs burned, and I felt like I had tar on the inside of my throat. But after a few minutes, my anxiety dissolved. Then I started to feel really good. I don't know if it was the weed, or just that I was sitting in a room with my best friend and the coolest seniors at my school, doing something against the rules. In Brett Peters' room, no less. I looked around, soaking it in. He had a bookshelf, with some of the books from English class and then a few others that surprised me. Romantic poets? I looked over and caught his eye and flashed him a wide smile. He gave me a knowing look and smiled back. That's when the room went pink. It started out low, like waves of pink and orange flame moving up the walls from the ground. Then it crept in, closer, wrapping around the furniture, and slowly crawling over the arms and legs of my classmates. By the time it started to wrap around their heads like a thick pink fog, blurring and distorting their features, my smile was gone, and my eyes were open wide. This isn't just pot. Pot wasn't supposed to be hallucinogenic. Maybe they mixed it with something else. Maybe this was a practical joke of some kind. Be cool. Chris wouldn't let anything bad happen to me. I took a deep breath and steeled myself for an adventure. No matter what happens, none of this is real. The bodies and limbs and faces around me disappeared. Then the furniture started moving around. A hole appeared in the ceiling, through which I could see stars. A dark stain spread down the wall. The furniture rusted, fell over, and broke apart. Then a thick layer of dust covered everything in the room, turning it ash gray. When the flames stopped dancing and my vision returned to normal, I was still in Brett's room. I could see the walls in the dim light, and even one of the posters he had hanging, though it was ripped now. Someone had smashed up the desk to remove the drawers, and I was completely alone. So alone that I could hear my heart pounding and feel the hairs on my arms stand on end. I pinched myself, hard, and felt the pain radiating up my arm. Goosebumps covered my body. I cupped my hands over my ears, testing them out. They seemed to be functioning normally, but I couldn't hear Cody joking around or Chris laughing. There was a slight whistling noise from the breeze passing through the layers of ripped insulation from the open section of the ceiling. But the thing that scared me the worst was the smell of earthy moss and cat urine. I don't remember ever smelling things in my dreams. This isn't real. I reached out beside me and tried to find Chris, but my hand came down on bits of broken glass and a layer of dead leaves and dirt. I stood up cautiously, expecting my body to be off balance. I didn't want to make a fool of myself by acting weird. The other kids could probably see me, even if I couldn't see them, but my depth perception and movement seemed fine. I put my arms out to my sides, then brought my index finger in and touched my nose. As far as I could tell, I was totally normal. Nobody cried out as I made my way across the room. 2 of the shelves were broken and had dumped their contents on the floor. The third held a handful of items. A plastic baseball trophy from 2019. The top of it, a golden figurine of a player swinging a bat, had broken off and fallen. I picked it up from the floor. There was a model of a sports car with one door missing. The paint was chipped, and what may have once been red was a patchy orange color. There was also a thick book. I picked it up and blew off the layer of dust. A yearbook. I flipped through it and recognized some faces. Then I checked the cover. Ellisville High School, 2026-2027. That's this school year. This yearbook shouldn't be out for months. I wondered if Brett got an early copy somehow. I opened the book again and looked through more closely. When I got to the full-page photo spread in the middle, I froze. It was me, wearing a formal dress and laughing. Next to me was Brett in a tux, with his arm around me. The caption said, "Prom Queen and King." That would have been more surprising if I hadn't already had dreams of this kind before. But never as vivid as this one. I could feel the canvas texture of the book in my hand. A chilly breeze made me shiver in the darkness. My sweater was still around my waist, so I shrugged it on. I heard the hoot of an owl outside. It was creepy, but not terrifying. I've had lucid dreams before, as well as a few bouts of night terrors when I was younger, but this was new territory. I tried to rationalize it. Obviously, this is some kind of wish fulfillment, my subconscious creating a fiction based on my desires. It was triggered by smoking, but I'm probably fine and safe. Just keep calm. On an impulse, I tore the picture of Brett and me out of the book and stuffed it in my pocket. Then I flipped to the back and looked through the photos of my classmates. Most of them looked like I expected them to. One girl, Brandy Thompson, was wearing braces, though I don't think she really has them. Another, Jennifer Crawford, had a ridiculous bowl cut. I'd always seen her with long brown hair. Weird. I put the book down and opened the door to the room. The hallway was dark and the air so musty I could hardly breathe. It was almost pitch black, except for the faint starlight coming in through the ceiling behind me. The railing down the stairs was broken. The carpet looked like hell. It had been cream originally, but was now patchy and stained. There was a large, dark red stain in the center of the hall that made my skin crawl. The floorboards creaked under my sneakers, even though I was basically tiptoeing around. I noticed again how quiet it was. Westwood was a reasonably peaceful suburb, but it was never totally silent. The hum of modern life, cars driving by, someone with a TV or radio on. There was always something. But not here. I crossed the hall into another bedroom, looking for a window that faced east. I found one and pulled the blinds to the side. We were only about 10 miles outside of St. Louis. I should be able to see the glow of the city lights on the horizon, but there was nothing. Just darkness, as far as the eye could see, apart from the stars, which shone more brightly than I'd ever seen them. This must be Brett's parents' bedroom. There were shards of glass sprinkled throughout the dark carpet, from a standing mirror that had fallen over and smashed. They twinkled like tiny stars, reflecting the night sky. I stepped on something hard and bent over to pick it up. It was a small family photo, in a homemade frame that had been decorated with macaroni. On the back was some childish handwriting. To Mom, love, Brett. Age 5. There was a bit more light downstairs, due to the windows on all sides of the house and the full moon. One of the windows had been smashed in, and vines and shrubs were reaching into the living room like an invading alien species. In the kitchen, most of the cabinet doors were open, the shelves empty. I stumbled against the fridge, which was unplugged and on its side. I tried flicking the light switch on the kitchen wall, but nothing happened. And then I heard the sound of the floorboards creaking under someone's weight. Not my weight. My heart pounded in my chest and my throat tightened. "Hello?" I called softly. It suddenly occurred to me that this was exactly the type of house where you'd find ghosts or an axe murderer. I was breathing as quietly as I could, and the lack of oxygen didn't do anything to calm me down. I felt sweat on my skin, which tingled in the cold air. I thought about all the fairy tales I knew of, seeking a way to wake myself up. I tried clicking my heels together 3 times. I imagined an eat-me cake to restore normalcy, but none appeared. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness, and I thought I could make out a pale shape in the corner, a shape that kind of looked like a naked man. And in the darkness, I thought I could see his shoulders rising up and down with every breath, and large, inhuman eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. There was a flash of movement as the shape threw itself at me out of the darkness. I caught a glimpse of pale skin and large gray eyes, just before I shrieked and turned to run. I'd only gone a step when I heard a sharp thwop. I cried out as the shape sailed past me, crashing into the cupboards with a hideous screeching, like a metal desk being dragged across a stone floor. The creature left spurts of blood on the countertop, then fell into a pile on the floor, one thin wrist twitching before it was completely still. Its blood was black like tar and smelled like copper. My hands were shaking as I yanked open the kitchen drawers, searching frantically for a weapon. I pulled out the best thing I could find, a heavy wooden rolling pin. I brandished it in front of me just as another dark shadow moved towards me. "And just what do you think you're going to do with that?" a voice asked. "Bake off?" Chapter 2. He was wearing all black and gray, but faded, like denim after it's been washed too much. Jean and leather mostly, but I could tell it had been ripped and patched up again. Imperfectly, like he'd done the repairs himself and didn't give a shit about how he looked. His cargo pants were baggy around the crotch, but then tightened at the ankles, stuffed into a pair of black combat boots. There were far more pockets and extra straps than seemed necessary. His belt held a hunting knife on one side and a holster in the other. The gleam of metal told me he was carrying a pistol. His hood kept his face in shadow, but I could tell he was young, less than 20 for sure. I could see the tips of his long dark hair poking out from beneath his chin. His hands and most of his arms were covered by what I suspected was a pair of socks with holes cut into them for his fingers, and he clutched a crossbow loosely at his side. He brushed past me, ignoring my defensive stance and the rolling pin, and grabbed the arrow jutting out from the creature behind me. He twisted it out with a sharp pull and flicked the black blood off before sticking the arrow back in his quiver. I shuddered. Then he headed to the front door, which I could see was open. "We've got to move," he said, gesturing behind him for me to follow. I didn't budge. I was staring at the grotesque body behind me. "What is this thing?" I asked. It was humanoid, but with leathery skin, almost no hair, and fingers like talons, curved and edged with sharp, hard nails. "You've never seen a modified before?" The boy eyed me with surprise, then confusion. "Have you been living in a cave your whole life?" "Who are you?" I asked. "The guy who just saved your life," he said. "Now shut up and stick behind me." He walked to the front door, raising his crossbow in front of him. The long grass and weeds in the front lawn came up to his knees and shimmered like a wheat field in the moonlight as he crossed through them. I hesitated on the front porch. At least the house was familiar. I followed him to the edge of the yard but stopped at the street. What if I was sleepwalking or something? I didn't want to get run over. That's when I saw the cars. Several were parked awkwardly or just sitting in the middle of the street. One had swerved into the curb just in front of Brett's house and crashed into a mailbox, which was bent downwards. The window was smashed in, and the driver's body had been pulled halfway through the window. But all that was left of the driver was a skeleton and some scraps of the clothes he'd been wearing. His left arm had been ripped off. The bones were lying a few feet away from the car. There was another figure in the passenger seat, from the strands of long hair still stuck to her gleaming white skull and the remains of a purple dress. It was all that was left of a little girl. Her jawbone was unhinged and hanging at an awkward angle, and her bony arms were still clutching a doll tightly. I felt vomit rise up in my throat. I stumbled back and fell on my hands and knees, heaving. The boy came up beside me. Past the smell of my own vomit, I could smell his scent. Musk, pine trees, and smoke, like from a campfire. "Are you sick? I've got some meds back at my camp." I looked back at him, my brows knitted together. "There's a dead guy, right there, and a little girl." My words caught in my throat and my eyes burned. "Can't you see them?" "Yeah, but that happened ages ago," he shrugged. "During the modification. Those bodies will have been picked clean by now. Nothing useful on them." The world was spinning and I felt weak. "Don't tell me you haven't seen a remnant before," he said. "They're all over. In the city there are piles of them. Some people use them to make fences." My lip curled in disgust. I couldn't tell if he was kidding. If he was, it was in poor taste. Those were people. I was getting so worked up I almost believed this was all really happening. "It's just a dream," I told myself, sitting on the grass, my arms wrapped around me. He frowned at me, casting looks in both directions. Mods hunt in small groups, usually 4 or 5 at a time. That one wasn't alone, and the others will probably be here any second. So if you don't want to die, come with me. But if you do want to die, or you've gone crazy, I'm not going to risk my neck for you. You've got 5 seconds to make a choice." He reached his hand down, towards me. I didn't know what was going on, but something about the boy made me feel safe. And he had just saved me, right? I reached up tentatively. He grabbed my arm and hoisted me up. "Now, unless you're attached to that rolling pin," he said, pulling out his hunting knife, "this might be more practical." He flipped it in the air and caught it by the blade, holding the handle out towards me. My arm dipped as I took it from him. It was heavier than I expected. It felt so solid. I ran a finger over the edge and cried out as I felt the blade bite into my skin. Blood welled up in the cut. I put my finger in my mouth. The blood was tangy and metallic against my tongue. "This is real," I said. Yeah," he said, frowning. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw several more dark shapes materialize out of the trees and heard another blood-curdling screech, but I also saw the pink flickers again and smiled. Finally. I woke up gasping for breath, my eyes rolling. Everything was white. I thought maybe I'd gone blind, but after blinking a few times, my vision cleared. I was back in Brett's room, but the lights were on. I'd never been happier to see a functioning light bulb. Chris was crying and squeezing me with her arms. Brett's face was white, but he looked relieved. "What happened?" I asked weakly, pulling my hair out of my face. "You passed out," Chris said. "I was just about to get my dad to drive you to the ER or call 911, Brett said. "I told you all, she was fine," Cody said, like he'd made this argument a dozen times. "We checked your pulse," Chris said. "We thought that you might be. Do you feel okay?" I sat up and looked around, suddenly aware of everybody's eyes on me. "Yeah, I'm fine, sorry." "It's not your fault," Brett said, "though we were really worried about you. I mean, if anything happened—" "We would have been busted," Cody interrupted, nodding his head. "Like, for real. We aren't even supposed to have this shit. And we didn't know if... Maybe we were just being paranoid, you know. We're not in the right frame of mind to be making emergency decisions. So I was going to get my dad, even though he would have killed me, but then... Then you woke up," Brett said, running his hands through his hair in the way that I'd always found irresistible. I realized now he did it when he was nervous. I stood up. Chris grabbed my arm, but I wasn't dizzy or shaky. I saw the red model car on the shelf. Had I noticed that when I came in? I must have. I didn't see any yearbook, though. "We even looked it up," Chris said, showing me the laptop on the desk. "We Googled passing out on weed, and it's not unheard of. This guy says it's called pulling a whitey, which means you smoked too much too quickly and it made your blood pressure drop. But it isn't fatal. You're supposed to just stay calm and just ride it out." I nodded, unsure if I should feel glad they looked it up or angry that they hadn't just gone for help. But then I was relieved they didn't. How much more of a loser would I be if I'd gotten everybody in trouble for smoking? "Did you see white?" Brett asked. "That's what happens if your blood pressure drops too fast." I'm not sure." I saw pink, but I didn't say anything. "How long was I out for?" "Just 5 minutes or so, but it was really scary. I couldn't get you to wake up. I even tried slapping you," Chris said. I put one hand up to my cheek. She'd slapped me and I hadn't felt anything? "Well, anyway, I'm fine now. Just a little... weak." "You guys should go home," Brett said. I looked at Chris and she nodded. There were more people than I remembered downstairs. The party was just getting started, and I was already leaving. Courtney was in the living room with her friends. When I passed near them on my way to the door, I heard her fake cough, "Slut." When I glanced up, everybody was looking at me, and her friends were laughing. My cheeks burned. Chris strode up to Courtney and shoved her backwards. She grabbed 2 of her friends and held onto their arms as she tipped over the coffee table and landed hard on the ground, with 6 plastic cups and bottles raining down on top of her. "Run," Chris whispered, grabbing my arm and shoving me out the door. We raced to the car and jumped in, breathless. Chris turned the key and revved the engine. Then we peeled around the corner and took off. After we'd gone a couple blocks, we looked at each other and laughed. "That's totally going to cost me," Chris said. "What do you think is going to happen?" I asked. "I can't see us duking it out in the parking lot," Chris said. "She wouldn't want to break a nail." "I'd rather take a punch than be on her wrong side," I said. "Courtney could make your life miserable." "It was worth it to see the expression on her face when she fell over the table," Chris said, grinning. "And anyway, she's graduating at the end of the year. I don't care what she does." Chris pulled up my driveway and let me out. "Sorry I ruined the party," I said. "Are you kidding? I had a blast," she smiled. "Glad you're okay?" Apart from hating myself for blowing my one shot with Brett, I felt fine. I'd pretty much convinced myself that smoking had given me a crazy, vivid dream. Except for one thing. As the van pulled away, I held up my finger, which had been throbbing since my adventure. In the streetlights, I could see a very clean, but very real, cut on the tip of my finger. Chapter 3. I woke up with a groan as scenes from last night jumbled together in my brain. I must have just cut my finger on something while I was passed out in Brett's room. Then, in the dream, I imagined cutting myself with the knife. That's how dreams worked, right? Anyway, I had more important things to worry about, like how I'd gone from being invisible to notorious in one evening. If I was going to try pot, it should have been in a private, safe environment with just Chris or trusted friends. Not Brett Peters and a bunch of other seniors. They're all going to think I'm a total loser. I basically crashed a party I wasn't even invited to, let myself into a smoking session I'd deliberately been excluded from, and then spazzed out, embarrassing myself in front of everybody I'd been wanting to impress. Which, collectively, didn't totally suck. I mean, until yesterday they didn't know me at all. Now they knew me and didn't like me. It wouldn't actually change my life very much. It's not like we'd been hanging out anyway. But then the thing with Courtney. Had she really called me a slut? What for? I hadn't done anything. For a second, I panicked, thinking something might have happened while I was passed out. I remember a story about a girl who got drunk, and then guys shared pictures of them taking advantage of her while she was unconscious. There could be naked pictures of me out there right now. But Chris had been there the whole time. There's no way she'd have let that happen. I don't know how I got on Courtney's radar, but after what Chris did to her, in front of everybody, Monday was bound to be unpleasant. I comforted myself with waffles. I put a frozen Eggo in the toaster, then covered it in butter, syrup, and whipped cream when it was done, then added blueberries and raspberries. I washed it down with a mug of hot chocolate, until my anxiety faded to a dull ache. I had homework to do, but there was no way I'd be able to focus on math or grammar. Instead, I started sorting out the recycling, tossing cans, bottles, paper, and glass into the right receptacles. Dad did it sometimes, but he always left it until really late Sunday night. A procrastinator, like me. I wheeled the recycling bin down the driveway. It was chilly outside. I could see my breath. I crossed my arms as I headed back to the house. I glanced sideways and saw my neighbor Eric raking leaves next door. He was wearing headphones and pretending he didn't see me. Eric was a year older than me and had curly auburn hair and freckles. As neighbors the same age, our parents had made us play together when we were little, and we were pretty good friends when we were 10. We'd geek out about comic books and pretend we had superpowers. But we've been weird since middle school. We had different circles of friends and had even stopped saying hi when we passed each other in the halls. Back inside the house, I did the dishes and straightened my room. Then my hands ran out of things to do, and I couldn't keep the images of last night out of my head any longer. The dilapidated house, the little girl in the car, the dark gaping holes of her eye sockets, her jaw hanging open in a silent scream, and that monster that had attacked me. His huge, grotesque eyes, his unnaturally long, skinny fingers. I shuddered. I lay on my bed listening to music and looking up smoking plus hallucinations on my phone. I couldn't call it a hallucination, I found out, since I was unconscious. But I was conscious, kind of, just not here in the real world. Dream didn't feel like the right word either. From what I could tell, it seemed more like an acid trip. People often report very brief experiences that can seem like they last forever, a time distortion effect. My trip was like that. Chris said I'd only been out for a few minutes, but it had felt like at least an hour. Plus, it had felt so real. I reached again for my jeans pocket, turning it inside out like I'd already done several times, but I couldn't find the picture I'd torn from the yearbook. Obviously, because of course it hadn't actually happened. Me and Brett, prom king and queen? Yeah, right. It was already November, so we'd have to start dating pretty soon. That's not likely. considering he'll probably never talk to me again. But I couldn't let it go. I put on a coat and a scarf and went back outside. Eric looked up as I approached and took off his headphones. "Keeping warm?" I said. "Yeah, sure," he said, blowing on his hands. But he didn't smile. His expression said, "What do you want?" "I know we haven't talked for a long time, but I've been dealing with something, and I thought you might be able to help me," I said. He raised his eyebrows. "Shoot," he said. But he looked worried, like I was going to ask him a big favor. "What do you know about time travel?" I asked. "For real," he said, looking around. "This isn't a prank? No hidden cameras?" "I wouldn't do that to you," I said quietly. He looked me over, but finally seemed satisfied. "Well, in that case," he said, lifting the corners of his mouth, "I think we need some tea." I hadn't been in Eric's room for 5 years. Most of the toys and action figures were gone, replaced by books and a sprawling computer system with 2 monitors. His room was painted indigo, with a small map of the world in one corner, and the solar system in the other corner. Book littered his floor, along with clothes and video games. He shoved some of the mess in the corner and muttered an apology. "It's okay," I said. "I've seen worse." "Start with this," he said, pulling a book off the shelf and tossing it at me. "The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. A classic. Can't go wrong. Can I ask why you're interested?" "I had this crazy dream," I said. "It was just so real. I can't get it out of my head." I followed him downstairs where he put on an electric kettle. "So in this dream," he said, reaching for a pair of mugs, "you thought you were in the future? How could you tell?" I took a deep breath in relief. I didn't realize how badly I'd needed to talk about this. Chris would have just told me to forget about it. I was in the future, but it was all ruined, like, abandoned, and there were dead people, skeletons, and monsters. "Sounds like your typical post-apocalyptic novel," he grinned. "Maybe you've been reading too much, or waiting for the movies to come out, if that's your thing now." There was a sharpness in his voice, a disapproval that said, "I don't know who you are anymore." But I ignored it. "Yeah, but the details," I continued. "I flipped through a book and I could read it. I picked up something from the ground. I felt chilly. I smelled things. I had conversations. I cut myself with a knife. I pressed my lips together. "Anything different about your diet or habits?" he asked. "Something that would affect your sleep?" Of course, Eric was going to jump straight to the most rational answer. But maybe that's why I was here. "You don't think it's possible to see the future? To have visions?" I don't believe in dreams and prophecies, if that's what you're asking. That stuff usually is just wish fulfillment and seeing patterns where none exist. Usually, fortune tellers just feed you vague bullshit that will probably happen, or at least make you feel good in the present, or else something you'll have to interpret later. So when something happens to you, you'll think back and say, "Aha, so that's what she was talking about." So, skeptic then. Yeah, about that kind of stuff. But real time travel, scientifically, doesn't seem impossible. Maybe time is a dimension that we don't understand yet. We still barely understand space, or normal physics. Time is relative. If you take a long space voyage and come back to Earth, more time will have passed on Earth than you've experienced. So 1 year for you could be 100 years for the people on Earth. I didn't dream about spaceships. I was still on Earth. In Brett Peters' house. But time travel machines might work a similar way. Or maybe you don't even need a machine. Did you ever read Stitches in Time? No, I said, holding my teacup with both hands and enjoying the warmth on my fingers. Missed that one. Classic book. It's about how maybe time and space can be folded up, like a piece of paper, and you can pass through from one point to the other. Maybe you just have to know how to do it, and concentrate. If you did see the future, is there any way to prove whether or not it was real? I asked. Sure, Eric nodded. Did you see anything different about the future that doesn't match with reality? If so, you just need to wait for that thing to happen. Though it isn't likely anybody will believe you after the fact. To be safe, you should write those things down in a sealed envelope and ask someone else to keep it for you. Otherwise, you can't be sure that you aren't just fooling yourself. But also, I was kind of with some other people and they stayed with me. So, it means my body was still here in the present, when I was in the future. Wait, you were sleeping with other people? He asked. I was at a party and I kind of passed out. You passed out? His eyes widened. How much were you drinking? Not a lot, okay? And I'm fine. I had like 1 drink and 1 hit of the bong. Weed? Eric frowned. He looked like he was disappointed in me. The leaf had actually looked more like a purple flower. Did anybody at the party actually say it was weed, or had I just assumed that? Maybe, I said. So this wasn't a dream. I don't know what it was, okay? I don't have anybody else to talk to about this, and you're good with weird. We glared at each other for a second, but then he laughed. Thanks, I think. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Fine, he said, leaning his elbows on the table. Let's figure this out. Could you interact with objects? Yes, I picked up a book and looked through it, and I held other objects. So you were corporeal. What were you wearing? Huh? Did you have clothes on? Were they the same clothes you had on when you had the dream? Maybe it was a duplicate of you, in a different timeline. You traveled, but the you of this timeline was still here. Just an additional version of you entered into a future timeline. You mean I took over future me's body? I don't think so. I was wearing the same clothes. I put something in my pocket too, but it wasn't there when I woke up. I thought that was the smoking gun, that proved I'd made it all up, but it didn't faze Eric. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe the thing in the future didn't exist yet in the past. Maybe you can't bring anything backward with you into the present. Next time you party too hard, see if you can bring anything with you into the future. There won't be a next time, I said. Does this mean you believe me? Not even a little bit, he smiled. He was making fun of me. I pushed off from the counter stool and put the mug back on the counter. Thanks for the tea. I've got some homework to do. Yeah, sure. Eric held the front door open for me. Listen, Alicia, if you have any more weird dreams, it was nice to talk with you again. He looked sad. For a second, I thought he was going to say something mushy like I've missed hanging out with you. I threw my scarf over my shoulder and left before he could. My older sister Tamara showed up that night with Chinese food. She usually brought dinner on Sunday nights. It was our weekly family time. She was a junior at a liberal arts school in St. Louis. We used to have fun together, but she changed after Mom died. I'd been really young, and Tamara had basically raised me on her own while Dad worked. After graduation, she could have gone anywhere in the country, but she stayed nearby, I think, to keep tabs on Dad and me and make sure everything was going okay. Now she used all her energy to save the world. She was always talking about some protest she was organizing, usually about the environment. I pushed the food around on my plate as she launched into another one of her rants. It's insane. They take all these soybeans and they genetically modify them to be stronger and more resistant to bugs and stuff. But then they put pressure on all the farmers to use their strain of soybeans, and if they don't, they get thugs to go in and vandalize the property. That's hard to believe, my dad said, rubbing his chin. Sounds like rumor-mongering to me. I don't suppose anything like that has been proven. If not, then why would anybody else be bothering poor farmers? Who picks on farmers? It's because they are trying to hold out. They just want to work hard and make a decent living. Good people, you know? But these huge corporations come in and say, you have to use our strain of vegetables, and buy directly from us, and pay us a percentage of your earnings. And the ones that say no, they start having accidents until they go out of business. You think that's a coincidence? Bad luck? No way. Zamanta knows exactly what they're doing. They're putting everybody else out of business. And that means soon there won't be any locally produced non-GMO produce available. No organic apples or pears. Just the frankenfruit. Identical. Pest-resistant. I rolled my eyes. I'd heard kids talk about stuff like this at school, but I'd never bought into it. What's so bad about pest-resistant fruit? I asked. Doesn't that mean they can use less pesticides? Isn't that good? I didn't really care one way or another, but something about my sister's certainty always made me want to poke holes in her arguments. That much certainty could be dangerous. She dodged my question with another fact, something she always did that pissed me off. Did you know that we throw away almost 40% of our food before we even eat it? We have such a warped idea about what a peach is these days. If it's not just perfect, farmers let it rot on the ground. What's that got to do with anything? I asked. We're wasting perfectly good food, Tamara snapped, because of some ideal shape we've decided peaches have to be, even though the other ones are just as good. I opened my mouth to tell her that argument didn't make any sense, but Dad interrupted. I'm sure it's complicated, he said, holding up his hands to calm down the fight he could smell brewing. Anyway, Tamara continued, glaring at me, we're organizing a debate with one of the representatives. I think normally they'd turn down this kind of thing, but because he's local and I'm local, they think it'd be a good idea. They really need local support. They've got enough money to buy out anybody else, but if the community in this area is against them, I mean, they've got their main headquarters here. This is where they do most of their research and testing. Did you even know that? This is about the debate. She pulled some flyers out of her bag and slid them across the table. It'll be a city council meeting, open to everybody. See if you can get some friends at your high school to come, or just pass these out. She nodded at the stack of flyers and I picked one up. Sure, I said. My friends wouldn't go, and I probably wouldn't go either, but I could pretend if it meant getting through dinner. The flyer read like a conspiracy theorist's wet dream. Is Zamanta destroying the world? Are genetically modified foods really safe? Find out. We will ask the tough questions and put the world's biggest source of consumable genetic modification on trial for the first time ever in this public debate. My eyes latched onto the word modification and I reread the sentence slowly. But it seemed harmless. My sister's name was listed as well as the Zamanta representative she'd be debating. My fork froze halfway to my mouth, danging chow mein. Kyle Peters? I asked. You know him? Tamara said. I think I go to school with his son, I said. I didn't mention I had psychotic breakdown at his house last night. Could be. He probably lives around here. The company isn't far away. You should come. I think most people don't even know what goes on back there, what they're really researching or working on. We need to put some pressure on them, so they know people care about what they eat. I nodded. Maybe Brett would be there. Suddenly I wondered where Brett had gotten the weed from, if it had really been weed at all. Chapter 4. I was walking my bike out of the garage Monday morning when I saw Brett's black Jeep parked outside my house. My heart pounded as I wheeled over to him. What was he doing here? He rolled down the window and grinned at me like showing up at my house at 7:30 a.m. was totally normal. Hi, I said. Thought you might need a ride, he said. He looked perfect, as always, with khakis and a dark blue button-down. I've got a bike, I said lamely. He can see that, idiot. Yeah, but after what happened Saturday, maybe you should take it easy for a few days, right? I shrugged. Brett Peters wanted to give me a lift to school. Why was I being difficult? Let me just put my bike away, I said quickly. I threw my bike in the garage and locked the door behind me. My palms were sweaty as I opened up the passenger door and climbed in next to Brett. I thought Courtney and her friends were going to pop out from somewhere and prank me, but the back seat was empty. I held my hands up to the heater, blowing warm air on my fingers. Even the seats were heated. I don't think I'd ever been in a car this nice. I calmed down after we'd driven a few blocks, but my mind was still racing. Was this really happening? So, I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Brett said. And let you know, I'm really sorry. And if you need anything or have any problems, you can come talk to me about them. I nodded, unsure what he wanted from me. I just don't want this to turn into a big deal, or become a problem later on, he said. Oh. So that's why he picked me up. He was afraid I'd tell someone, or that our family would sue his family or something. He was doing damage control. My chest ached with disappointment, and then I felt stupid for letting it get to me. What had I expected? This wasn't a fairy tale. Guys like Brett didn't date girls like me. Also, it would be really bad if my dad found out about this. Really, really bad. I kind of stole that stuff from him. It wasn't marijuana? I asked. I thought it was, Brett said. But after what happened to you, I did some research. Now I'm not so sure. But basically, this has to disappear. I don't want the whole school talking about how we smoked at my house. My dad could get in a lot of trouble. So could I. I'm not going to tell anyone, I said, sinking lower into the chair and looking out the window. He thinks I'm a gossip and a snitch. I'd get in trouble too. And it wasn't exactly my most glorious moment. It's not something I'd go bragging about. He smiled. It hit me like a warm ray of sun, even though it was gray and dreary outside. Great, he said. The less anybody knows about what happened, the better. For both of us. He pulled into the parking lot and we got out of the Jeep. Courtney and her friends were waiting near the main doors. She saw us coming and her eyes widened. Part of me felt smug. I knew she was going to freak out about Brett giving me a ride. Another part of me panicked. Even if Courtney had been willing to forget about what happened at the party, she wasn't going to let this slide. Thanks for the ride, I said. See you later. I darted away from Brett, feeling Courtney's eyes burning a hole in my back as I headed around the building to one of the side entrances. No point in provoking Courtney before Brett had a chance to smooth things over. The picture I'd seen in my vision popped into my mind again. Prom king and queen. Even though I was still sure it could never happen, it didn't seem as totally impossible as it had yesterday. I mean, at least he knew my name now, even if he did think I was a tattletale. But then I remembered the skeleton, the dead girl with the doll. If there was even a minuscule chance that what I'd seen in the yearbook was real, did that mean everything else could be as well? I decided to take Eric's advice, even though it seemed crazy. I wrote down a few of the things I'd seen in my vision, things that would be easy to verify. Then I folded up the paper into a crude envelope and sealed it with tape. I handed it to Chris during first period. "What's this? Party invitation?" she said. "It's an experiment. Don't open it. Just keep it. Hide it somewhere. Make sure there's no way I could find it or change anything. Actually, sign your name over the fold on the back so you'll know if it's been opened." "Like a magic trick?" She raised one eyebrow at me. "Aren't you a little old for this kind of stuff?" "Just do it, please," I said. She shrugged, then pulled out a pen and signed her name. She put the sealed paper in her backpack. When she was done, she smiled at me and gave me a knowing look. "I heard a rumor that Brett gave you a ride to school. Please tell me it's true." I couldn't control my mouth as it smiled back at her. She raised her palm to high-five me. The butterflies did celebratory flips and dances in my stomach. "It's not what you think," I said. "He just wanted to make sure I wouldn't tell anyone what happened. He's afraid of getting in trouble." "The ship might have sailed on that one," Chris said. "It's all over school already." My face paled and I grabbed her wrist. "What, exactly?" "A rumor. About you. Want to hear it? I wasn't sure if I should tell you, but it's probably better to know instead of having people talk behind your back. Right?" I gulped, then nodded. This was going to be bad. Courtney is pissed. She hated me already because I'm with Cody, but she just thinks Cody is using me and that it's not serious. She thinks he'll tire of me, so she's been tolerating me because she has her sights on Brett anyway. But then, I was upstairs with the boys at the party, and then you came in too. So now all her friends are saying you and I were letting the boys double team us or something. You know, sophomore skanks. The blood drained from my face, and it was suddenly hard to breathe. People thought I was a skank. I'd barely gotten to second base. But that's not the rumor, she continued. One of the boys in the room is dating one of Courtney's friends, so when he came back down, she was yelling at him, throwing a fit, asking why he'd been gone so long. And he told her that we were all smoking, but that you'd passed out, and everybody was freaking out and trying to revive you until you came to again. I think he needed to lay it on thick to convince her he hadn't cheated on her with one of us. So then I heard this other rumor today about how you faked being passed out at Brett's party to get him to notice you. Wait, what? My eyes went wide in surprise. People think I'm a slut, and also that I faked passing out for attention? I know, right? It doesn't even make sense. The two rumors can't both be true. Nobody who was in that room would have started a rumor like that. That's so totally not what really happened. But if Courtney likes Brett, then she wouldn't have been eager to feel sorry for you, and might have said something mean like, I bet she faked it for attention, and someone might have overheard that. I nodded. You've really got this high school rumor mill thing down to a science. I know, she said, smiling. I'm awesome. People have been talking shit about me for years. It used to stress me out, but it helps to know who started the rumors and why. Courtney is just feeling threatened because a cute sophomore caught Brett's attention. And either she's totally crazy, or Brett actually likes you a little bit. Either way, it's not a big deal. Well, at least it's not negative. Not negative? I was mortified. Christ might be able to shrug it off, but how could I walk around school like everything was normal, knowing people were saying these awful things about me? And why would passing out make Brett like me more? It didn't make any sense. If anything, he felt sorry for me. Or was annoyed. He probably wished Chris hadn't brought me with her. Or maybe he was afraid I'd tell my parents and he'd get in major trouble for offering me drugs. Or maybe he did like me. I fixated on this until lunch, because it made me feel a little better. I may or may not have even started sketching his face from memory and writing his name in my notebook repeatedly, something I hadn't done for a while. I kept my head down in class with my hood up and earphones on. Ignore everybody for a few weeks, and it will all blow over. I just had to stay out of Courtney's way and avoid doing anything that drew more attention to myself. After lunch, I had gym class. I'd like to make the argument that varsity athletes made, that gym was a waste of time because they got plenty of exercise in their extracurricular activities. But I didn't play any sports. The truth is, I hated gym because I hated running, or moving my body quickly, at all. I had the reflexes of a doorstop, which made me inevitably horrible at any and all sports. I could do most of the challenges, rope climb, push-ups, crunchies, but toss me into a team sport and my team would lose. I changed into my gym clothes, shorts and a t-shirt, and followed the other girls out onto the court. We were playing volleyball, not my least favorite, by a long shot. In basketball and soccer, you had to run around constantly, even if you didn't have the ball. The teacher yelled at you to pick up the pace and look alive. In volleyball, you just stood there. I was pretty great at that part. But then there was the other part. What happened when the ball came right at you, and it was obviously yours? You were supposed to yell, I go, and then spike it, set it, or bump it. We'd learned the terms at the beginning of the semester. I did okay if I was just practicing with a partner. Usually, Chris and I could get the ball back and forth between us 5 or 6 times, bumping it with our forearms. But in a game, I panicked. Everything moved too quickly, and I'd hit the ball wrong, and it would shoot off to the side or hit another team member in the head. The other girls in my class had learned to duck, or better yet, to steal the ball from me. But today, when the whistle blew to start the game, something was different. The opposing team served the ball. It came over to our side, and one girl hit it back over the net. Then someone on the other side gave it a hard bump. It went up, high over the net. When my brain figured out it was going to fall straight down towards me, my heart started pounding. But instead of freaking out, like I usually do, I focused. Time seemed to slow down, and a subtle pink glow crept into the edges of my vision. I fixed my stance, clasping my hands and fingers together properly. I turned my wrists to control where the ball would go after I hit it, and then I waited. When the ball arrived a second later, I hit it perfectly. It flew back over the net, just where I'd pictured it going. The gym was completely silent. Everyone was so surprised I'd managed to hit the ball. They just watched it until it hit the ground on the other side, scoring a point. My teammates stared at me with their mouths open. I smiled, but then I saw Jennifer Crawford on the opposing team. I hadn't recognized her at first, with her new haircut. It was chopped short, like a bowl. Chapter 5. The room spun, and I felt nauseous. Jennifer looked exactly the way her photo had looked in the yearbook I saw at Brett's house, when I was in the future. But that was impossible. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. The rest of the game, I was my usual self, stumbling around and knocking the ball in every direction except over the net. When class was finally over, I changed quickly, then waited for Chris outside the locker room. When she came out, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the side. She could read the panic on my face immediately. "What is it?" she asked in a hushed voice. "You won't believe me," I answered. "Hey, you just scored a point. My credibility is seriously enhanced right now." "Did you see Jennifer Crawford's new hairstyle?" "Yeah, she totally looks like a boy. Cute, though. So what?" "I hadn't seen it until just now, but it's the first thing on that piece of paper I gave you." Chris reached into her bag and pulled out the folded paper. "Go ahead. Open it," I said. She tore the paper open, read it, then looked at me skeptically. "Jennifer could have told you she was planning to cut her hair." "I haven't said more than 2 words to Jennifer in years, not since middle school when we were lab partners together." "You could have seen it this morning, then written it down." "I didn't." She had to believe me. "So, you're telling me you can see the future? Seriously?" I could see I was testing her patience. "Look, I don't know what's happening. I'm not trying to convince you of anything, I swear. Something weird is going on with me, and I need you to be an objective witness, okay?" She twirled a strand of hair around her fingers for a moment, giving me a worried look, but finally nodded. She looked down at the note again. "What about the second thing? Brandy has braces?" "I saw her earlier," I said. "No braces." "But you're worried that if she does get braces, it will mean something. It will prove you can see the future, or something." It sounded ridiculous coming from someone else. Chris was eyeing me like she was afraid I was going to lose it and start stripping off my clothes or talking to imaginary friends. "Maybe I shouldn't have told you," I said. Chris linked her arm in mine. "It's fine. Let's just play it like a game, okay? Our own little high school mystery. We'll be the Hardy Boys." "Thanks," I smiled. "That doesn't mean I believe you," she said. "I don't even believe me. This is totally crazy." "Does this sound like me?" "No, actually, but you've been a little weird since Brett's house. I know. There's something else I didn't tell you." She paused, waiting for me to go on. "When I passed out, I had kind of a dream. But it seemed real. I was still in Brett's house, but I think it was the future. Or an alternate reality or something. Everything looked old, dirty, abandoned. And I saw a yearbook. This year's yearbook. I flipped through it, and Brandy and Jennifer's pictures stood out, because they looked different. "The braces and the hair," Chris guessed. I nodded. "Wow," Chris said, her eyes lighting up. "This is potentially awesome, at least in theory. In practice, I hope I don't have to be the one to tell your dad you need to talk with a therapist. So what's our next move? Chris asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Wait for Brandy to get braces? Screw that. It could take years. She had them in time for the yearbook photos, I reminded her. Well, months then. But listen, if you can see the future, even if it's extremely unlikely and probably impossible, then wouldn't you want to know right away? Why? So you can do it again, duh. I stared at her blankly. I hadn't even thought about doing it again. You are so dense sometimes, she said, putting her hands on her hips. You could have the answers to every exam. You could find out which team is going to win the Super Bowl. You could win the motherfucking lottery, bitch. I don't know about any of that. I mean, you said I was out cold. Maybe it's dangerous. We don't even know what we really took. What do you mean? I've never smoked weed before, but, well, Brett's dad works for Zamanta, right? And they do genetic testing on agricultural produce. I was probably just being paranoid. My sister was rubbing off on me. Wait, you think Brett got a hold of some special blended shit? Wow, freaky sci-fi stuff. As we talked, we left the gym through a side door and went around to outside of the building facing the parking lot. Chris leaned against the wall and I sat next to her. Well, I've smoked weed a few times before, Chris said. This felt about the same. Well, not exactly, I guess. I felt light, happy, calm, and euphoric. Did you see any visions? Hallucinations? No, nothing like that. So it was just me then. How come it only affected me and not you guys? I don't know. Why don't we ask Brett? No way. The thought of talking to Brett again terrified me. I can ask Cody then. I'll be subtle about it. Let's talk to Brandy first, I hedged. Maybe this will all be unnecessary. We caught Brandy after school. She had orange hair and freckles, hard to miss. We weren't exactly friends, so this conversation could get weird, but I had a credible excuse. Hey, Brandy. I'm doing a survey for health class. It's extra credit. Have you ever worn braces? I asked, holding up my pen and notebook like I was preparing to write down her answer. No, she said. Do you plan on getting braces anytime soon? She frowned and looked down at the notebook. Who's going to see this? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Nobody. There's no report or anything. Teacher's eyes only, Chris said quickly. Okay, well, I'm actually getting braces in 2 weeks. My parents are totally forcing me into it, but I haven't told anyone yet. I'm afraid of how my boyfriend's going to react, so don't say anything. I swear. Not a soul, I said. Chris was giving me a ride home, so we started walking towards her car. She'd been quiet since we talked to Brandy. Tell me the truth, she said as she pulled out her keys. Are you fucking with me? What? No! You honestly had no idea about Brandy and Jennifer. Not until today. But you saw Jennifer's new haircut and Brandy's braces on Saturday night? I nodded. That wasn't all I saw, but I knew better than to push my luck. Chris unlocked the car and we got inside. She started the engine, then pulled out of the parking lot. We have to tell Cody and Brett, she said finally. That I'm having a psychotic meltdown? No thanks. We don't have to tell them everything, not completely. We just have to get them to invite us over to smoke again. Why would I do that? I said. The thought of returning to that dark world, full of death and decay, made me shiver. Well, because this is going to drive both of us insane until we figure out what's really going on. Plus, it's a chance for you to hang out with Brett again. Maybe make a better impression. I hesitated. I was tempted to tell her everything. Maybe if Chris knew how awful my experience had been, she wouldn't push me to do it again. But then I realized that's exactly why I had to go back. If there was a slim chance what I'd seen was real, I had bigger problems than homework and high school rumors. In the world I'd seen, something very, very bad had happened. Something that took everybody by surprise. Maybe I could figure out what went wrong. Maybe I could stop it. I met Chris's eyes and nodded. It's not going to be easy. After what happened last time, I doubt Brett will let me back into his house. Let me handle it, okay? She said. I can be very persuasive. Chapter 6. No way, Brett said, crossing his arms. It was Wednesday night, and we were crammed into a small booth at a coffee shop on Main Street. Chris asked Cody to bring Brett, but he looked a little peeved when he saw me. It looked like we'd orchestrated a blind date. I didn't blame him for feeling tricked, but then Chris started asking questions about what we'd smoked at the party, hinting that we wanted more. Is that why we're here? Brett said, a look of disgust on his face. He lowered his voice and whispered, You guys want me to sell you drugs? Even if I was a dealer, which I'm not, and even if I had more of it, which I don't, there's no way I would give you any. Look, I don't even smoke that much. I just wanted to share some with Cody at the party, and then it grew into this big thing. He glared at Cody. The waitress interrupted us to take our order. I got a strawberry milkshake and a side of apple pie. The others got coffee. When the waitress had left, Chris nudged me, and I nodded. We'd prepared a story earlier. I know I passed out last time. It was my first time smoking, and I think it affected me differently. But I actually had a really cool dream. Intense. I think I was probably fine, and the dream was amazing. So I just wanted to do a little experiment. Maybe things would be different this time. I feel like it's important to me that I finish what I started. The lies felt ridiculous on my tongue, and Brett wasn't buying it for a second. You want to use drugs at my house and go into a coma. And we're supposed to what? Just wait around for you to come back? So you can have a nice dream? I'm sorry, but that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. He was right, of course. His jaw was clenched, like he expected me to keep arguing. I kept my mouth shut. There was no way I was going to convince him. She saw the future, Chris blurted out. Cody laughed, and Brett looked at her like she was crazy. I blushed, but didn't deny it. The dream she had, we think she may have actually seen something. When she came back, she knew that two things were going to happen, and they both came true. A girl in our class got a haircut, and another one had braces. You think you... Brett paused, rubbing his chin. She's kidding, Cody said. You're kidding, right, babe? Or they're lying because they want to get high again, Brett said. This day was getting worse and worse. It was one thing to have kids at school saying mean things about me, but I never thought I'd hear Brett Peters call me a liar. I hated liars. I'm not lying, I said, clenching my fists under the table. I held Brett's gaze, knowing I'd just crossed the line. From tolerable but annoying younger girl to batshit crazy psycho Brett would never want to be around again. Look, I don't know what I saw, I said. It was probably all in my head. I know how it sounds. The other things are some dumb coincidence, and we're just impressionable young girls who want to believe in magic. I know how it looks, I said, my words faltering. And we totally get it, Chris said, taking over. We shouldn't do it at your house. If you can sell us some of the stuff we took before, we'll do it at my house. We'll never breathe a word to anyone. No matter what happens, it won't get traced back to you. Absolutely not, Brett said again. This is not happening. He slid out of the booth and stood up to leave. When you were little, did you give your mom a framed photograph decorated with macaroni? I asked. The question took him by surprise, but he didn't sit back down. Chris and Cody looked at me, then back at Brett, waiting for his answer. You snuck into my parents' room during the party, Brett said. I didn't, I swear. I saw it in my vision. Cody let out a deep whistle. I'm in, he said. What? Brett and I said at the same time. Look, he said, resting his elbows on the table. She's probably bonkers. There's no way in hell she saw the future. No way. But it's an easy thing to prove, right? Send her back into her dream world, have her find some evidence. Something big, something definitive, that none of us can possibly doubt. If she doesn't find anything, then no big deal. We can just forget about all of this. We'll laugh about it later. But if, by some miracle, she does find something... Holy shitballs. Fuck. He leaned back in the booth, making the mind-blown gesture with his hands. There's just one problem, Brett said, sitting back down at the table and looking at me. You could die. You passed out last time. We don't know what's wrong with you. Maybe you have a heart condition. Even if I sold it to you, if something happened, I'd feel responsible. You can't ask me to do that. My heart fluttered a little. He's protecting me, I thought, even though I knew he was really just protecting himself. Sure, he was being incredibly annoying by rationalizing all this out, but he was just being responsible. I'll monitor her heart, Chris suggested. I'll keep my finger on her pulse, and if it gets weird, then we'll call 911. Are you listening to yourself? Brett asked. If she stopped breathing or her heart stopped, she'd be dead before she got to the hospital. Give me one good reason we'd take that kind of risk. He was right. I decided to play my last card. In my vision, something bad had happened. Something really bad. There was no electricity or water. I was still in your house, but it was all smashed up, and it looked like it had been abandoned for years. And I saw... dead people. Skeletons. People died and were just left there to rot, like nobody was left to bury them. Chris gave me a look. Why didn't you tell me that before? I didn't want to say anything, I said, in case it's not true. Actually, all I want to do is prove that it isn't true, that it's all in my head, that it won't happen. Then I can just go back to my normal life. But don't you see? If there's a tiny chance that it could be true, and I saw it, and I don't do anything to warn people or try to stop it... Brett nodded, his face tense. Then it makes you responsible, he said, finishing my thought. I nodded. Finally, he understood. The mood around the table changed. I took a sip of my milkshake as Brett sat back down and rubbed his hands over his face. I'd never seen him look so serious before. It was adorable. Okay, Brett said after a moment, but we do it at school. Wait, what? Why the school? I asked. Yeah, man, that seems like literally the last place we should be smoking, Cody said. The nurse's office has a pair of paddles, and the staff is trained in CPR. If anything does go wrong, even if her heart stops, we'd be able to get her to the nurse in minutes. Plus, we're only doing this to find proof, right? We need to find out how far exactly into the future you're going. Unless it isn't the same all the time, Chris interrupted. Maybe you can control it by thinking of a specific time period. You should try that. Brett held up his hand for her to be quiet. If my house was still standing and had stuff in it, it couldn't have been too long in the future. But the school is bigger, and it has a library. Of course, I said. Newspapers. They don't get a paper every day. I think they just bring in the Sunday Times. But that should be enough. Find one big story. Maybe a plane crash, a financial scandal, the death of somebody famous. Something big that there's no way you could have guessed or known. That's what you're looking for. You may have to dig. It has to be something that happens soon, maybe in the next week or two. Thanksgiving Day NFL games, Cody said. It's next weekend. That should be easy and specific. Just write down the winning scores and team names. That could work, Brett said, and it's easy to control. We can just put a newspaper with the winning scores in your locker next week. As long as you don't remove it, it should stay there until you graduate. That gives you a couple years. I think it's further than that, I said. Corpses take 15 to 20 years to decompose to skeletons. Chris gave me a funny look and I shrugged. I looked it up. Well, in that case, you still might find something in the library, Brett said. Wait, I thought you said you didn't have any of the marijuana left, Chris said. Brett looked around, then reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a slim aluminum envelope with a plastic window to see inside. I could see small, dried flowers with purple petals and dark green leaves. There was just a little chunk of it left, smaller than my thumbnail. The label on the package read, Philia Z5394A. That's not marijuana, Chris said. No, Brett said. I found it in my dad's office. Sometimes he brings work home with him. My dad usually works on produce, not flowers, stronger fruits and vegetables, resistant to pests and pesticides. He thinks Zamanta is saving humanity by making our food source resistant to climate change or natural disasters. He could be right. I don't know. Anyway, so he had this stuff, and a weird journal, with strange notes in it, and stacks of books and research, scribbles everywhere. There was a page listing side effects, euphoria, feelings of contentment and peace, happiness and laughter, increased creative problem-solving and visualization. It sounded pretty good to me, so I took some and tried it. But what is it? Why would it make me see the future? I asked. I don't know, Brett said. But there's something else. It's probably a coincidence, but it's also the main reason I'm actually agreeing to this. We all looked at him expectantly. Do you know what philia means? He said, pointing to the envelope. We shook our heads. That's what the Oracle of Delphi was called, he said. It felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. My brain scrambled to keep up. Philia was like a title for the high priestess. She'd roll around and spout prophecies. Nobody knows what caused them or why she was special. But people came to the oracle for thousands of years, even kings and stuff. It was an institution. So wait, what are you saying? Cody asked. You think that's where the plant came from? Why would your dad have it? It probably doesn't mean anything. It's common to name new plants after figures from history or mythology. But people went to the Oracle of Delphi to know the future. The chances of Alicia tripping and then seeing something she thought was the future. Pretty slim, I said. It's probably not the real future, Brett said. But maybe in some people this flower makes them believe they're in the future. Maybe that's why it's named Philia, though that's a little hard to believe also. It's far easier to accept that Alicia here is just highly imaginative. That's just a nice way of saying crazy, I said. I'm a nice guy, he countered. There was a twinkle in his eye and the corner of his mouth was raised in a delicious smirk. I blushed. It almost looked like he was flirting with me. Chapter 7. The next day we met at school early to discuss the plan. We needed a place I could trip unnoticed. I also wanted to be somewhere I felt protected. I hadn't told them about the modifieds yet, so I kept my worries vague. Cody suggested out behind the school by the garbage dumpsters. A lot of kids already hid back there to smoke. It was enclosed on 3 sides, and then fenced off. What if the main building is locked? How do I get inside? I asked. Shit. Yeah, that's a problem, Cody said. To be safe, it would be better if you were in the main building, Brett said. Got it, Chris said. Girls' bathroom. They'll catch us. They'll see the smoke, I said. Only if we stay there. Listen, Brett keeps watch outside. We go in, open the windows, and light up. You take a few deep hits, then I toss the pipe and lighter out the window to Cody. I walk Alicia to the library, it's right across the hall, and lay her out in that corner with all the pillows. People take naps there all the time. Damn, my girlfriend is a criminal mastermind, Cody said. Girlfriend, huh? Christ said, raising an eyebrow. Dosage is the main problem, Brett said. Last time you just took 1 hit, right? 1 breath in. You were out for maybe 5 minutes. And you said that felt like about an hour, maybe more. So we should send you for longer this time, but not too much longer. You need time to look around. I think 3 big breaths will do it. That should put you out for maybe 15 minutes. Maybe that will give you 3 hours. Chris will monitor your heart rate. I'll take a seat nearby in case anything goes wrong. If Chris signals me, I'll pull the alarm and run down to get the nurse. From what you said, the future might be dangerous, Brett said. You don't know what happened or what kind of dangers are out there. So stay in the school and be careful. A few hours later, we met by my locker. Brett handed me a brown paper sack and I stuck it in my backpack. Then he gave me a slip of paper folded up. What's this? I asked. A love letter, the little girl inside my head whispered. It's a test, Brett said. Put it in your pocket, somewhere close to your body. Don't look at it. I want to see if, in your dream or vision, you still have that piece of paper, and whether you can tell me what it says. If it's real, you should be able to read the note in the future without actually taking the paper out of your pocket in the present. Right? I shrugged. I had no idea, but it was worth a shot. We waited till there was no one in the bathroom. Cody even stole the cleaning sign from the janitor's closet and put it outside so nobody would come in. In the bathroom, I opened the paper sack Brett gave me. Inside was a small glass pipe, a lighter, and the package of Philia. I took out half of what was left and put it in the pipe. It seemed like enough for one person, and I didn't want to stay too long. I held up the lighter, then lit the flame over the dry leaves. I breathed in, watching the white smoke lift and curl. I took a deep breath in, held it, then let it out. Then I sucked in 2 more. I held the 3rd breath an extra long time, then exhaled slowly. I handed Chris the pipe and lighter. She put everything back in the paper sack and tossed it out the window, then checked to make sure Cody grabbed it. It was also cloak and dagger, I giggled. It's working then? Chris cocked an eyebrow at me. I realized I had a huge, dopey smile on my face. I tried, unsuccessfully, to remove it, so I just bit my lip and nodded. Then we better hurry. She grabbed my arm and tugged me out the door. We crossed the hall and entered the library. The edges of my vision were starting to turn pink and wavy. My legs felt heavy, like I was walking through molasses, and everything started to slow down. I could see Chris saying something, but it was like she was talking in slow motion. I saw her lips move but couldn't figure out the words. She pushed down on my shoulders and got me to kneel against the soft pillows in the reading corner. Then she pulled on my legs to stretch them out. For some reason, I thought about the cut I'd gotten on my first trip. If I died in the future, what would happen to my body? I pictured them racing for the nurse, who couldn't revive me. I pictured them attending my funeral, Chris crying, Brett looking sad and yet still satisfyingly hot in a suit. I still hadn't told them about the monsters. As the thick pink fog covered up my vision, I wondered how much danger I was really getting myself into, and for what. When I could see clearly again, I was sitting in the same corner of the library. Most of the pillows had been removed, a couple torn open. Shelves were knocked over, and the floor looked like a book cemetery, with pages, covers, and spines everywhere. But actually, looking over the empty shelves, most of the books were missing. I marveled at any sort of future economy where books were precious enough to steal. Or maybe they were used for firewood. Focus. I went to the small bathroom at the back of the library to check myself out. The mirror was cracked, but I could see my reflection. I looked the same as I always did, no older or younger. I'd dressed sensibly this time. Dark jeans, sneakers, black socks, and a black hoodie. I looked like I was going hiking, or breaking and entering. Cody told me this morning that black clothes actually stand out in the daytime. I should have worn something gray or light brown. Too late now. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the paper Brett had given me. It was sealed with tape, so I tore it open. First, see if you can find out the year. Then find out the last thing that happened before whatever it was that stopped everything. Then find the earliest thing, closest to the present. Also, this is my locker number, See if you can open it. For $3.49, 12, 53, 68. That was a twist. We'd already discussed my action plan. They were supposed to put things into my locker over the next couple weeks, and I promised to leave them there as long as I could. I'd thought about burying a ring or something outside under some bushes, but that wouldn't really prove anything. Brett was right. I need something unplanned, something that my present-day self didn't know. I reached for my cell phone and pulled it out. No battery. No surprise there. I walked over to the newspaper rack, but it was empty. Damn. But I had another idea looking at all the books. My high school still used the old-fashioned stamps to make checkout cards, even though they had a computerized system. I started opening up books and checking the dates. After going through dozens of books, the latest checkout I found was May 9th, 2027. No freaking way. That was impossible. I assumed the monsters I'd seen, the modifieds, had evolved or something. Although, granted, that was supposed to take thousands of years. But May? 2027? That was less than a year away. If that were true, I wouldn't even get to graduate high school. I combed through the library some more, uneasy about heading into the open halls, but I knew I was wasting time. I should have checked to see if a knife would come with me. Behind the librarian's desk, I saw one of those old-fashioned paper cutters, with the long, sharp blade you pull down. I put it on the ground and stood on it with my foot. With enough leverage, I pulled and snapped off the long arm. I gave it a swing. It was almost as good as a machete. Then I crept into the hall. It smelled dirty, like mildew or mold. Probably asbestos. I covered my nose with the sleeve of my hoodie. Sections of the ceiling had fallen out, revealing rusty pipes and cables. Pieces of the styrofoam panels littered the floor. I decided to head to the main office. On the way, I made a quick detour to look at the display window of school trophies. These, too, ended in 2027. I caught my breath when I saw a familiar face staring back at me. Girls Varsity Volleyball, State Championship, 2027. Behind the trophy was a picture of the whole team. I was standing in the center. Bizarre. That seemed as unlikely as Brett and I going to prom together. In the office, everything was dried up and withered. But at least there was more light here. I'd smoked at nearly 3:30 p.m. It seemed to be about the same time of day. The afternoon light was bright, and the office was well lit. Light enough that I saw the skeleton as soon as I opened the door. I recognized the red coat still hanging on the back of the chair. It had large gold buttons down the front, and looked just a tiny bit too much like a military jacket. The flesh was completely gone, and all the organs, though there were still strips of cloth hanging off the skeleton. Mrs. Neary, our principal. She knew my name and everybody else's from the first day of school. She'd memorized all of our photos. I'd never really talked to her. What was she doing here? Had shit gone south so quickly that she was caught unaware? I searched her desk for clues and found an appointment book. There were some notes in the margins. May 19th, Gov Mass Evac. Ordered, get kids on buses. May 20th, pick up mom, head to cabin. That was the last entry. Why was she still at work? There was an evacuation in 2027. To where? For what reason? If there was a natural disaster or something, kids would have been sent home. They wouldn't evacuate the city unless there was a threat of a nuclear explosion or something, and that seemed unlikely. And what about the modifieds? Where had they come from? If this were a post-apocalyptic movie, they would be zombies. But if it had been a virus, there would be masks. People would have gotten sick at school. They'd have quarantine zones. None of the bodies I'd seen had masks on. May 20th was the last entry, so that was probably when Mrs. Neary died. What did she die of? Her clothes were shredded and stained. There was a splatter on the ground, and it continued up the wall. Even though it was grayish-brown, I knew it was blood. A modified had done this, but it had happened a long time ago. I needed to find out what year it was right now, and what had actually happened. I thought about the boy I'd met last time. He'd called it the modification. Was he alive when it happened? How had he survived? Where was his family? I was about to leave when something else caught my eye: an apple core in a Ziploc bag. It looked like garbage, which is why I hadn't noticed it earlier. But something was written on the Ziploc bag with permanent marker in big block letters. It began with this: I crossed back through the high school, wielding my makeshift machete in front of me. Some of the windows were broken, and vines crept into the hallways, in some cases even curling around the lockers. I heard birds chirping. It sounded like they were inside the building. A pipe had broken in the ceiling, and I walked past a small sprinkle of rusty brown water. Suddenly, I was really thirsty. I found the Coke machine in the cafeteria. It had been turned on its side and busted open. Didn't seem to be anything left inside. Scavengers had picked through this place clean, but they didn't know it like I did. Suddenly, I felt stupid for being so unprepared. We should have left supplies for me, hidden somewhere. In the hall near Brett's locker was another skeleton with a pink backpack. My gut clenched as I got closer. It was small, probably a freshman. The bag had been ripped open, and her books were strewn across the floor. I picked up one that looked like a diary and flipped it to the last entry. Mom and Dad are both sick now. Mom got it first. She felt tired, a headache, weak. Went to bed early. This morning she didn't get up. Dad said she was fine, but he looked worried. He told me to stay out of the room just in case she was sick. The news say it's probably a virus, an epidemic. But then there was this scientist guy who said it wasn't. He said that bodies of the deceased were examined and found nothing unusual, at least nothing organic. Not a virus or bacteria, not spreadable. It was something else, he said. Something in the environment causing rapid genetic mutations. Mom looks horrible. Sunken dark eyes. Her hair is falling out. Her fingers are stretched and thin. Dad wanted to take her to the hospital, but on the news they said the hospitals were full and that nobody knew what it was, so it was better to just keep the sick isolated at home for now. Rest and plenty of water, they said. This morning, when I went to check on her, she didn't recognize me. She grabbed me, snarled at me. I screamed and pulled away. Dad tried to restrain her, but she threw him across the room. I couldn't believe how strong she was. I ran out the front door and slammed it behind me. I didn't know where to go. I thought maybe I'd be safe at school. They told us school was closed too. We got the announcement, just like it was a snow day. Normally, we'd be happy. Henry's excited he gets to stay home and play PS4. On my way to school, I saw a few more infected. But if it's not a virus, they aren't infected. So what are they? What were they, indeed? Genetic mutations? How is that even possible? And why an outbreak? And why all at once? It didn't make any sense. The front doors of the school were locked and secured with big, heavy chains, but the large panel windows next to it had been smashed open. I suddenly realized that the school wasn't actually a very safe place to be. It could have been a haven for those monsters, for all we knew. I felt goosebumps on my arms and shivered. I decided to get my business done quickly and then lock myself in the smallest room I could find. I found Brett's locker and pulled out the paper with the combination. The locker opened on the first try. There was a newspaper inside. A thought hit me in the gut when I reached for it. If Brett knew I was going to be here in the future, wouldn't he have come to meet me? Or Chris? Or Cody? Were all my friends dead? That thought was followed by something even more horrifying. If I've already done all this, then why wasn't my future self here to greet me? I knew I would be here. Where was I? The mysteries of time travel almost sent me into a panic attack. I wanted to go home. Now. The extent of my knowledge was the Back to the Future movies. Maybe it wasn't that simple. I'd have to ask Eric when I got back. As I picked up the newspaper, my fingers brushed against something cold and metal. Underneath the newspaper was a gleaming black pistol. I didn't know what kind. I'm not one of those girls who knows the make and model of every kind of gun ever made. This was the first gun I'd ever seen in real life. Where did Brett get a gun? It was heavier than it looked. It was small, compact. There was an extra clip in the locker, too, full of bullets. It was probably better than my makeshift weapon. Very carefully, keeping the nozzle of the gun pointed away from me, I figured out how to open the bottom of the handle and pull out the clip. It was full. I put it back in and felt it click as it snapped into place. Then I found the safety button. I practiced flipping it on and off. I didn't want to get killed over having the safety on, but I didn't want to blow my face off either. I left the safety on for now and put it in the back of my jeans, like they did in the movies. Then I headed to the cafeteria and folded the newspaper out on one of the large round tables. The front page headline was circled in thick red marker. Bomb explodes during Macy's parade. 23 dead, hundreds injured. I sat down, my knees suddenly weak. I skimmed the article quickly. It was some kind of terrorist attack. When I finished reading the article, I saw something else, something that froze my blood to the core. In the margin of the newspaper was a very small note, easy to miss at first, in my handwriting. Don't trust Brett. Chapter 8. I needed more answers. Even if the news about the bombing was true, there was nothing I could do about it right now. And even though it twisted my stomach, a bomb in New York couldn't have caused all of this. I was in Missouri after all. Something else had happened. Something much worse. And it was going to happen soon. I'd been here less than an hour, which meant I probably had several more. I could search through the whole school, open all the cupboards and drawers, but from the looks of it, nobody at the school had any idea what was happening. I needed answers from someone who'd been there and lived through it. I had to find the survivors. I knew they were around. I'd met one. He would know more about this world, or at least what year it was. Inside the newspaper, I found the list of the Thanksgiving Day scores, also circled in red. I memorized 3 of them, and also wrote them down on another piece of paper. Then I tore out the newspaper articles and stuffed them in my pocket as well. I knew I probably couldn't take them back with me, but it was worth a shot. Swallowing my fear, I climbed outside the broken window at the front of the school. The air outside was fresh, clean almost. It smelled like pine needles, dirt, and rust. It was late afternoon now. I didn't want to think about what would happen when it got dark, but I wouldn't be around for that. Brett's house was a few miles away from school. The boy couldn't live that far away. I needed to get a better look around. The roof. Chris showed me how to climb up last year. Standing on the brick wall behind the dumpsters, I grabbed onto the lower section of the roof and pulled myself up. Then I climbed the different sections until I was up on the top of the school. It wasn't that high, maybe 50 feet off the ground, but I could see further. I scanned the horizon. From this view, it looked so normal. In all the post-apocalyptic movies I'd seen, the future was totally ruined. The streets cracked, the buildings toppled. This was different. It was like everything was still the same, but there were no humans around to fix things. The biggest difference was all the green. Trees and bushes sprawled out into the roads, wrapped around houses, swallowed playgrounds. But it wasn't scary. If anything, it was beautiful, peaceful. I took a deep breath. The sun warmed my skin. I almost felt happy. That's when I saw the smoke. Not a plume of thick black chimney smoke, just grayish-white, ghostly stream rising up beyond the trees. It looked like it was just a few blocks away. I could be there in 5 minutes. I ran to the edge of the building and turned to lower myself back down. That's when I saw them, lying in the sun like a pair of dogs. Tough, leathery skin, big eyes. One of them turned and looked at me lazily. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding out of my chest. If I could get back in the school, I could find a place to hide, or a door to lock. I was too exposed up here. Slowly, I reached around and pulled out the gun. It glinted in the sunlight. The mod snarled and jumped his feet. He knows what this is. I turned and jumped off the roof onto the dumpsters. I hit harder than I meant to, then fell and rolled off the side. I crashed landed on the pavement and the gun slid away from me. I gasped for breath, holding my side. It felt like I'd cracked a rib. Then I heard a thump, and the mod was standing on the dumpster looking down at me. He snarled. I scrambled to the gun as the mod jumped down behind me. When he was just a few paces away from me, reaching out towards me with his razor-sharp claws, I grabbed the gun, flipped off the safety, and pulled the trigger. The gun kicked my hand back into my face. It felt like a punch in the mouth. The bullet hit him in the stomach, and he looked surprised. But then he screamed and slashed towards me. I noticed a pink tinge to my vision as I put another in his chest. He seemed to be falling in slow motion, so I took aim again, concentrating this time, and squeezed the trigger. It was just like the arcade games Chris and I used to play. But instead of points, I was rewarded with a small hole, the size of a dime, that appeared in the center of his forehead. He collapsed next to me, oozing black blood onto my clothes. I looked into its eyes as it died. It was wearing such a human expression of pain, it tore my heart out. I couldn't help whispering, "I'm sorry." I didn't even see the second one coming. I looked up just as he jumped for me, pouncing like a cat. I heard a gunshot, then the beast hit me in the shoulder before sailing over me and collapsing in a pile. I lay still for a few moments, my shoulder throbbing. "Nice shot," a rough voice said. I stumbled to my feet and raised my pistol at the approaching figure. "You won't be needing that gun anymore. Set it down, slide it over here." He was older, maybe 40. Stubble, dark hair, turning gray, brown eyes, big brimmed hat, and a rifle with a large scope on it. He was wearing what looked like a military outfit of some kind. Did that mean there was some sort of government? I looked at the gun in my hand, then back at him. "I'd rather not," I said. "Put down the gun and put your hands over your head. Now." Another voice yelled from my left side. This one had a large automatic rifle pointed at me. Another man came out of the woods with rifle raised. I might be fast enough to catch a volleyball, but probably not a bullet. I wasn't here to get in a gunfight. Besides, these could be good guys. At least they're human. I set the gun down and raised my hands over my head. "There now, see? We can all get along," the leader said casually. The guy on my right picked up my gun and searched me. "She's clean," he said, in a manner of speaking. He wiped his hands off where he'd touched my left side, which was still covered in wet, foul-smelling blood from the modified. "Who are you?" I asked the leader. "You can call me Tom, and this is Kurt and Bruce. What in the hell were you thinking shooting off a gun like that? Every modified in 5 miles must have heard you." He surprised me. Jumped on me. I had to shoot him." "Shoot it, you mean?" His face turned dark. "I know they look human. Hell, they may have even been once. But they are animals, and they'll split you wide open if you hesitate for a second." He drew a hunting knife and pantomimed cutting me with it. "Yeah, I know. Anyway, we need to get far away from here quickly. We made camp a couple miles away. We'll head there first, unless you have any objections." I shrugged. All I had to do was survive for the next few hours. If these guys wanted to kill me, they'd have done it already. Besides, I needed answers. We walked in silence for a few minutes. Tom gestured for me to shut up every time I tried to ask a question, and his men were on high alert, nervously scanning their surroundings. After we got further away from the school and nothing else attacked us, they relaxed. "You're mighty handy with that pistol," Tom said. "But you look all shook up. Suppose even if you're an old hat, a close call like that one has got to freak you out. Where'd you learn to shoot?" "I didn't, really. You guys are soldiers, right? Military?" He cocked an eyebrow at me. "Haven't heard that term in a while. Kurt, you were military, weren't you?" "A long time ago," said one of the other men with dark skin. "I was in Iraq, then Afghanistan, Iran, even North Korea. That was before D-Day." "D-Day?" "De-Evolution Day," Tom said. "Doomsday. End of the world. Shit. How do you not know this stuff? That's what we started calling it. That's what everybody calls it. Yeah, I know, it's just before I was born, I think. Kurt sized me up. How old are you? 15, I said. Yeah, it was almost 20 years ago, Kurt said. 2027, May 14th, when the world went to shit. They deployed me and a bunch of my men here. That was in the early madness of it all. We weren't allowed to shoot the mods then. They were still considered humans. We were supposed to use tranquilizers to bring them down, then cuff them. That was a massacre. It would take 2 or 3 darts to bring them down. If it's 20 years in the future, that would make it 2047. Was that right? I wish I could just ask what year it was, but then I'd have to explain who I really was and how I got there. I wasn't sure what they'd think about a time-traveling teenage girl from the past. More and more were turning, Kurt continued, and nobody knew why or how or anything. There were some announcements. My men got freaked out. Most of them deserted, tried to get home to see their families. God damn it, that was the worst of it. Going back home and finding a wife, a kid who'd turned. What did you do? Shoot it? Or let it kill you? I felt sick to my stomach. Anyway, the flights were all shut down. People could only drive, but driving seemed to attract the mods. So we holed up, hid out, waited, survived. But where did they come from? What started it all? Nobody knows for sure, Tom said. I heard it was a terrorist attack. TV stations were talking Russia, North Korea, Japan, but they didn't know either. I heard it was the 1%, worried about overpopulation, Kurt said. I heard it was us, Bruce said. We did it to ourselves, or our scientists did anyway. Genetic testing, messing around with things nobody should mess around with. That's what my preacher said. A bunch of us holed up together in a church, until they found us. The survivors didn't know what really happened, even after 20 years. How was I supposed to find out the truth? We entered their camp, which was just a couple tents and a campfire pit. I looked around as they started to pack up. That's when I saw it, something pinned to a tree. A small photograph. It looked like a school picture. Of a girl with straight blonde hair and round eyes. I walked up to it and touched it with my fingertips. It was definitely me. I thought I'd gotten a grip on the strangeness of the situation, but this threw me. If I was 20 years in the future, why was my picture just here randomly? It seemed like an anomaly. Something so strange it called everything into question. This is a picture of me, I said, still dazed. Wish you hadn't seen that, Tom said. I should have taken it down earlier. Truth is, we didn't exactly meet by accident. We were there to protect you, to bring you in safely. I think I'll be fine on my own. I'm afraid I insist. He nodded to Kurt, who tied my hands together in front of me with a piece of rope. Sorry about this, but we can't risk you running off. We're almost there. Almost where? Where are we going? Who do you work for? Zamanta. Everybody works for Zamanta. Chapter 9. The ropes were starting to dig into my wrists. Twice I stumbled and hit my knees hard on the ground. Why hadn't I tripped back yet? I didn't want to disappear like this, with so many witnesses. I didn't want to announce myself and what I was. I decided if I started to see pink, I'd run. I pictured the look on their faces if they saw the ropes around my wrists fall to the ground. After walking for almost an hour, I caught a glimpse of our destination through the trees ahead. Zamanta's HQ was a massive rectangular building, and there was something in front I don't remember seeing before. It looked like a giant glass pyramid standing out from jungle. The metal and glass gleamed in the light. Hold up, guys, Tom said. We should think about this. Think about what? Kurt said. Bargaining power. Usually we bring a girl in, we get 10 credits, but this girl, she must be special. They must really want her, or they wouldn't have given us her photo, right? I say we ask for 100 credits, but once we go in, they have all the power. They could take her and pay us the same rate and tell us to get lost. So? So let's leave her out here. Someone goes in to negotiate first. It's almost dark, We should just go in and get paid, Kurt said. Wimp, Bruce said. I'll stay. You two go in and get a good deal. Then give me a signal and I'll bring the girl in. Tom looked like he was going to argue, but then nodded. Kurt and I will go in. I'll send Kurt back out to get her as soon as we've agreed on the terms. Kurt and Tom approached the main gates. There was a large fence all around the perimeter of the building, with coils of barbed wire on the top. It looked like a prison. The front gate had cameras. They must have electricity. I could see now that the pyramid was outside the gate. Tom waved to the camera, and a sliding panel opened in the pyramid. He stepped inside, put his weapons in a receptacle, and went through what looked like the full body scanners they used at the airport. Then another panel opened in the floor, and he walked down inside. So, Cupcake, Bruce said when they were out of sight. Seems like it's just you and me. You've got something really sweet about you. Innocent. I like that. He grabbed my hand and put it down on his crotch. I could feel him hard through his pants. Bile rose up in my throat and I retched in disgust. I pulled my hand away. Touch me again and I'll scream, I said. You'll just attract the mods, he said with a sneer. He smelled sour, like he hadn't bathed in weeks. We could just leave you tied to a tree tonight, a gift for the mods. We've done that before. It's a waste of something so soft, so juicy if you ask me. But instead we're taking you to Zamanta. It's the closest thing left to paradise. Man, I wish I could live in there. Hot showers, good food. You don't know how lucky you are. And I think it's about time you show me some gratitude. I struggled against my bonds as he pushed me back against a tree. I kicked him away from me, but he came back holding a knife under my throat. Now, you're going to be a good little girl and please your daddy, right? Who's your daddy? He pressed his mouth against mine. His bushy mustache scratched my face raw. This couldn't be happening. I willed myself to see pink or tell myself this wasn't real. I tried to go into a safe place in my head, but my whole body was screaming with revulsion as he reached under my shirt and rubbed his calloused palms over my bra. With my hands tied, I reached up and grabbed his hair, then jerked his head down into my knee. When he raised his head, his nose was bleeding. You bitch, you broke my nose. He drew his arm back, and I flinched, waiting for him to strike me. Instead, there was a loud crack, and his head jerked to the side. A trickle of blood ran down his face. Behind him, in the shadows, was the boy I'd met last time, holding a crowbar. His eyes were smoldering in anger. He held up a finger to warn me to be quiet, then took Bruce's knife and cut the ropes around my wrists. Blood from the knife soaked into the rope and stained my palms red. He made a follow motion. Should I trust him? It was getting dark, and I was alone and unprotected. Tom had taken my gun, and even if I had it, I doubt I'd be lucky enough to survive another mod attack. What was I still doing here? It had been several hours already. Something must have gone wrong. I never planned to be stuck here at nighttime. All I had to do was make sure I survived long enough to make it home. This kid seemed safer than whatever Bruce and his friends had planned for me, and he'd protected me last time. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a screeching noise. The sun was setting. I didn't have much choice. I followed him, and we got away from the building quietly, sticking to the shadows. He led me down a few streets, then stopped in front of a manhole. He used the crowbar to pry it open, sliding off the metal cover. Get in, he said. Seriously? I looked down at the dark hole. Suit yourself, he shrugged. He started climbing down into the sewer. I heard the screeching again. It sounded like it was getting closer. The mods were coming. I climbed down after him. Pull the top closed, he said. I reached up and grabbed the metal disc. It was heavy, and the rumbling sounded far too loud as I dragged it back across the hole. For a moment, it was pitch black. Then there was a warm light coming from below. I climbed down the ladder. The boy was lighting candles with a lighter. There were dozens of them, all different colors, melted into the wall, creating a halo of light. There was a walkway, about 5 feet across, and even a mattress. It smelled bad, but not as rank as I expected. The sewage had mostly dried, and the tunnel gave off an earthy smell, like a farm pasture. "What is this place?" I asked. "One of my crash pads. I have a few in the city. The mods rarely get in down here. If you stay in a house, they'll see the light. You have to hide out in the dark, and even then, if they're hungry, they'll find you. They're afraid of fire, like other animals, but then other humans will find you. They'll rob you as you sleep, or worse. It's safest down here. It masks my smell." He set down his gear, then sat on the mattress with his back against the wall. "Okay, my turn," he said. "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing here?" I stared at him blankly. "I thought I'd seen everything," he continued. "I mean, everything. But then, I find a girl in an abandoned house who seems like she's from another planet, and just as she's getting interesting, she disappears, vanishes, no trace. I thought I was going crazy." "Sorry about that," I said. I took off. I'm better on my own." "I've gone over it 1,000 times," he said. "You were standing by the car, then the mods were coming. I shouted for you, but you didn't come. I couldn't see you. I thought one of them had gotten you already. I just barely escaped with my life." He lifted his shirt and showed me an angry red cut across his abdomen. "How did you find me again?" I asked. "I didn't. I went back to that house, stayed there a few days, thinking you might show up again. Then today I heard a gunshot. It happens, but I thought I'd check it out. Most people are smart enough not to fire a gun in the open. I saw those mercs tying you up. My guess is, you just gave me the slip somehow, right? And you've been around this area? That's the only thing that makes sense." I nodded, a little too eagerly. For the moment, I was safe. But I was also exhausted. After all the walking around, and excitement and adrenaline, I felt drained, and I could barely think straight. Still, I couldn't miss this chance to gain more intelligence. "I saw the mods and I just ran. I'm really sorry you got hurt, and thanks for taking care of that creep. That's twice you've saved me." "Yeah, well, not everybody is an asshole." "What's your name?" "Jake. You?" "Alicia. Do you know what they were going to do with me? Where they were taking me?" "They'd trade you, take you to the plant." "Zamanta Corp?" "That's the one. They pay in supplies and money for young kids." "What do they want kids for?" "Nobody really knows. Human experimentation. Mad science. Some say they're looking for a cure. Some say they want to make something worse. Maybe they're trying to breed something new." That didn't explain why they had a picture of me in their camp. It's like they were expecting me, like they knew I was coming. "Were you here when it happened?" I asked. "The modification?" "No, but my parents were." "How did they survive?" "When it happened, they were in Defiance. It's a small town, on a piece of land surrounded by rivers. The water kept most of the mods out. Once they killed the ones inside, they were able to get organized, grow their own crops, build a wall. It's as close to civilization as we have left anymore. At least that's what the commander says. It's still tough, but we survived." Zamanta was quiet, while I was growing up. We didn't even know anybody was still in there, but we'd see lights, sometimes smoke. We left them alone. They left us alone. Then they expanded, took over the airport as well. It's like a little military state in there. Electric fences all the way around. Their own generator. Then kids started to go missing. We'd always lose a few a year to mods, or sickness. But Zamanta was sending out trucks. Collecting. They hit all the cities in the area. Defiance is protected because they can't get their trucks across the river, but the commander is worried it's just a matter of time. "Listen, Jake, I need to find out what really happened back then. Exactly. Is there anybody I can talk to who has more information? Records, newspaper articles, anything?" "I know a guy," Jake said. "He'd have what you're looking for." Can we go talk to him? What, like now? It's already dark outside. In case you hadn't noticed, mods are carnivores, Jake said. I shuddered. You mean they eat people? How do you not know this stuff? Jake gave me an incredulous, apprehensive look, like he didn't believe me. Okay, listen carefully. Mods are more active at night. During the day, they're mostly relaxed. They'll still kill you if you surprise or threaten them, but they probably won't make the first move. They're smart, not like humans, but smart like apes. Only stronger. Crazy strong. I've seen one modified tier through a group of 10 armed soldiers, but shooting them isn't smart, because you'll just attract more and more. So we use arrows, knives, spears, anything quiet. Better yet, don't go out at night, ever, if you can help it. Got it? We'll go first thing in the morning. I looked at the dirty mattress, then back at Jake. The mattress looked like a twin. We'd have to spoon to both fit on it. The thought of it made me blush. It's not like he wasn't cute, behind the scruffy clothes and the dirt. With the dark stubble on his chin, he was pulling off a sexy homeless guy vibe. I didn't want to spend the night, and I needed to make use of every minute I was here. But what else could I do? It probably wasn't worth getting killed for. If I died, I wouldn't be able to help anyone. Plus, I was exhausted, and the philia should be wearing off any minute anyway. If I lay down to sleep, I'd probably wake up back in the library in my own time. That temptation was too great to ignore, so I sank down on the mattress. It was the most comfortable thing I'd ever felt. I woke up in total darkness and felt something cold and slimy on my cheek. I reached for it and felt a hard shell. That woke me up quickly. My heart was pounding as I pulled on it, feeling the snail's sticky body peel off my skin. Yuck! A rough woolen blanket scratched my skin. Jake must have put it over me last night. I was still in the sewer. What the hell was I still doing here? I was panicking. The candles had gone out and it was dark and chilly. I felt claustrophobic and scared. Morning, Jake said, rolling over to look at me. I could barely make out his face in the dim light, but I felt his warm body next to mine. Ready to go? We walked almost an hour, hugging the side of the roads. Despite roots breaking up through the pavement and a thick layer of dirt, the streets were pretty clear of trees. The houses and buildings we passed were abandoned, and most of them had broken windows and doors. We passed dozens of remnants, as Jake called them, the remains of people who had died in the modification. We headed uphill into a residential area, and Jake finally stopped and pointed at a gate. The wall around the property was too high to see over. Jake pressed a button and waved at a camera. The gate swung open with a hum. "This place has electricity?" I asked. "And a whole lot more," Jake said. We walked up a long driveway through the trees. When we got closer, I could see that a building that looked like a giant black cube. It looked absurdly out of place, like something from a video game. When we got close, a door opened and a man came out, dressed in shorts, a bathrobe, and flip-flops. He had long gray hair that was pulled into a ponytail. His eyes widened when he got closer. "I'm Tracy Kettleman," he said. He held up a hand to greet me. I could have sworn it was shaking. "It's a pleasure, an honor, to meet you." I shook his hand warily. He held on to my fingers for too long, and I had to pull away. Then we went inside. It was surreal. After spending the night in the sewer, this seemed like a palace. The kitchen was wide and open, with gleaming white titles and polished metal. Everything looked so clean and modern, I wondered if he had a housekeeper. Tracy put on a pot of hot water. Something was weird about this place. How come it was still standing when everything else had been ruined? "Hot chocolate, right?" Tracy asked. "With marshmallows?" How did he know what my favorite drink was? Jake said you might have answers about what happened during the modification. What really happened? Of course, I've kept everything. Everything is prepared. I can't tell you how excited I am that you're here, Alicia. Did Jake tell him my name or that we were coming? I couldn't see how. It's not like anyone had cell phones. Something about this situation felt wrong. Can I go to the bathroom? Sure, of course, Tracy said. Jake, will you show her where it is? That'll give me the chance to put on something more appropriate. The bathroom was upstairs, the first door on the right. I'd been holding it since I got here yesterday, so I was relieved to find a working toilet. When I was done, I opened the door quietly and tiptoed out into the hall. I needed to explore. I opened the doors to the rooms upstairs one by one. Bedroom, office, then another room that looked like a command center. Bingo. On one wall was a massive bulletin board with news clippings and photos pinned to it, connected by different threads of red string. In the center of the madness was a picture of me. It was almost like some kind of shrine. What the hell? I went downstairs carefully, pausing when I heard voices. Why is she so important? Jake asked. Not your concern, Tracy said. He was making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. What are you going to do with her? Jake asked. What do you care? You'll get your credits? I covered my mouth with my hand. That bastard. Jake was trading me in for some kind of bounty. I can't believe I trusted him. I don't know why everybody in the future was so obsessed with me, but it couldn't be good. I had to get out of here. I crept past them and opened the front door. I pushed the button to open the main gate, then ran. Jake shouted my name. They weren't going to catch me this time. I ran into the woods behind the house. I had to find somewhere to hide and wait this trip out. It couldn't last forever. The trees stopped. I came to a halt next to a deep ravine with a fast river. There was an old pedestrian bridge not far away. I was halfway across when one of the boards broke and I stumbled. Don't move, Jake yelled, standing on the bank behind me. That bridge is rotten. I looked down at the rushing waters and rocks, about 30 feet below me. I got to my feet carefully, but didn't run. Everything you told me was a lie, I said. I've known Tracy a long time. I knew he wouldn't hurt you. So you were just protecting me then? Bullshit, you brought me here for the reward. Tracy's had that picture up for years. He said if I ever saw a girl who looks like you, I should bring her to him right away, for her safety. Trust me, better Tracy than Samantha. But who is he? How does he know who I am? Jake shrugged. Look, I don't know. He doesn't tell me everything. You're right. Tracy promised to give me some credits, more than I could earn in 6 months scavenging. But I wouldn't have brought you here at all if I thought you'd be in danger. Tracy's house is a fortress. If Samantha is after you, it's the safest place you can be. Jake looked worried, but earnest, and running into the wild by myself might not be the best idea. I turned slowly, feeling the rotten wood sift beneath my feet. All I needed to do was find somewhere to wait this out, without getting killed. Why was that so difficult? I started walking carefully back towards Jake. I'd almost reached him when the boards gave way. I saw Jake dashing towards me as I scrambled for a grip on the rotting wood. I tore up clumps of it with my fingertips before Jake caught my wrists. The adrenaline made my hands sweaty. I saw a flash of fear in Jake's eyes as he realized I was slipping. He tightened his grip, trying to pull me up. That's when I saw the pink flames again. Finally. I was so relieved I smiled. It's okay, Jake, I said. I'll be okay. He said something, but I couldn't hear him. My vision was almost completely gone when I let go. Chapter 10. I woke up gasping for air, flailing my arms. I almost screamed, but Chris held a hand over my mouth. Brett and Cody were hovering nearby. I was so relieved my eyes teared up. I was back. I gave Chris a big hug and smiled at the boys. How long was I out? It's almost 6 p.m., Brett said. You've been out for 2.5 hours. We were really worried, Chris said. We weren't sure whether to tell someone. I was there for a full day. I spent the night there, I said. You must have inhaled more this time, Cody said. We got the dosage wrong. That doesn't matter, I said. I tightened my grip on Chris's arm. There's going to be a bomb at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, I said in a hushed voice. I reached for my pockets, but the newspaper clippings were gone. I closed my eyes to remember what I'd read. The bomb blew up one of the floats, a giant mermaid. The police thought it was either dropped in front of the float or somehow hidden inside during construction. 23 people died. Will die. Brett was shaking his head. You were only supposed to bring back proof. We still don't know if whatever you're seeing is real. Of course it's real, I spat at him. Or where do you think I got this? I pointed at my lip, which had a split in it from where I'd punched myself on the recoil. I also had some minor scratches on my body. Yeah, that was crazy, Chris said. It just came out of nowhere. All right, look, I'm not saying I don't believe you. Something weird is clearly going on, but that doesn't mean it's objectively true, or that the things you saw in your vision are actually going to happen. We haven't proved that yet. But the newspaper, it was in your locker. You must have put it there. And I know your locker combination, 125368. I pulled the note he'd given me out of my pocket. It was still folded and sealed with tape. You could have read it and resealed it, Brett said, rubbing his chin. You think I'm lying? About all of this? I asked, crossing my arms. It's just... There are just some things that don't add up, Brett said. So you found a newspaper, right? Did you get the scores of the games? Cody asked. I nodded, my eyes wide in determination. I grabbed a pen and scribbled down the scores I'd memorized. Philadelphia Eagles, Detroit Lions, 51-23. Carolina Panthers, Dallas Cowboys, 24-20. Chicago Bears, Green Bay Packers, 13-9. Cody grabbed the paper. These are for the Thanksgiving Day games? He grinned when I nodded. Yeah, but the problem is we can't verify anything until Thanksgiving, Brett said. So what? You want to wait? I asked. What if there is going to be a bomb? We have to do something, tell someone. Chris nodded. Even if Alicia is going crazy, it can't hurt to warn them. Anonymous tip. I'm not saying we don't warn them, I'm just saying we think it through first. If we warn them, they'll think we're terrorists and hunt us down. If we warn them and nothing happens, we won't know whether we were right or not. And we need to know whether we're right, because we're not just talking about a bombing, we're talking about the end of civilization, right? We can't forget what's really at stake. But we have the game scores. You'll get confirmation after the parade, I said. And there's something else. You don't know how that future of yours came about. Let's say you stop the bombing, and that causes whatever else happened. Maybe by seeing the future and trying to interfere, you made things worse. I shook my head. He was trying to confuse me. The newspaper I saw was about the bombing, so if I had stopped it, it wouldn't have been in that version of the future. I remembered the note I'd written myself about Brett. Is this what it was warning me about? Besides, we can't think like that. Theoretically, anything we do could destroy the world, but we do the best we can. We can save 23 people, and possibly condemn everybody else. My mouth dropped open. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. 23 people might die next week. Even if there's just a tiny chance, you want to just let it happen? Why were we even arguing about this? I'm not saying that either, Brett said, running his hand through his hair. Look, you've had more time to think about all this, but we just found out. We just need a little time, okay? We should think about our next move very carefully and not rush into anything. We still have a week, right? Can we table it until tomorrow at least? I thought of the little girl in the car, the freshman with the pink backpack. Mrs. Neary, her body left to rot at her desk. May 14th, 2027. That's when it happens. That's less than a year away. Every day we do nothing, that day gets closer. But it's not happening tomorrow, right? Chris asked. I mean, we can sleep on it. Fine, I agreed. I gave them a brief summary of my adventures but left out all the interesting stuff. I was still angry at Brett, and I didn't want to tell the boys about seeing a picture of myself in the future. It was just too weird to explain. And I didn't tell them about the mods, because I didn't want them to know how much danger I was in. And I didn't tell them about Jake because I don't know why. It didn't seem important. If it weren't for the bombing, I'd be happy to just wait until Thanksgiving. Then Brett would have his proof and start taking me seriously. But things were different now. People were going to die, and we could save them. We had to save them. When I got home, all I wanted to do was take a shower and sleep. Even though I was actually pretty clean, I felt like I hadn't showered in days. But then I saw a flyer for my sister's debate on the table. Her debate with Brett's dad, Kyle Peters, who worked for Zamanta. If Zamanta was running things in the future, maybe they would know more about what happened. Maybe Mr. Peters would have some answers. I'd seen Mr. Peters before, at school events. I'd even bumped into him once at the supermarket, though of course he didn't know who I was. He was a handsome man, tall, with silver hair, dark eyebrows, and gray-blue eyes. He sat casually, his slacks neatly pressed, with a white shirt and a tie. He had the posture of someone used to being listened to. I wondered again what he actually did at Zamanta. My sister was sitting across from him, wearing a black skirt and gray top. I was used to seeing her in baggy hippie clothes. I gave her a small wave when she saw me, and she smiled at me. The auditorium was half empty. Maybe 30 people were attending, mostly college kids, but I also saw at least one camera. This would probably be on the news. "Thank you all for coming," a woman said with dark skin and a blue pantsuit. "I'll be the moderator for this public debate about the long-term health effects of genetically modified produce. With us, we have Tamara Gordon, president of the MSU's Environmental Club, and Kyle Peters, one of the chief scientists in charge of genetic research at Zamanta." He's a scientist? I would have guessed he was a community liaison or media rep or something. My sister went first. It was a lot of data and research and quotes from people I didn't recognize, but the main point was, we can't know the long-term health effects because humans have only been modifying DNA for a few decades. Then it was Mr. Peters' turn. He was good, calm and polite. He spoke slowly with a warm vibrancy. He pointed out that Tamara had taken a quote out of context and given the wrong citation for another. "But that's okay," he said. "I understand you're still a student. These things happen." Tamara's face went red. "The truth is," Kyle said, "scientific progress has always been met with fear and hostility. Technological advancements always coexist with the public's outright criticism of them. When Graham invented the telephone, they asked him what good it was. When Edison made the light bulb, they thought it was crazy and dangerous, mad science. The same things were said about splitting the atom. Yes, atomic bombs proved to be mankind's most dangerous weapon. But we have 61 nuclear power plants in the United States, which have provided heat and electricity to millions of people for decades. And it's not like we're building nuclear bombs at Zamanta. We're just growing riper tomatoes." The crowd chuckled. Seriously, though, the reason there are no long-term studies of genetically modified produce is that the last 50 years have ushered in an unprecedented form of human civilization. We are surrounded by electricity, our devices and phones. We spend all day on the computer. The food industry is increasingly focused on profit rather than consumer health. There are hundreds of food additives used in the United States that pose greater long-term health risks. There are thousands of novelties in our environment we'd have to factor in before doing a long-term study. So when anyone uses a lack of proper long-term studies in an argument against GMOs, what they're really doing is asking for the impossible, based on a naive understanding of scientific research. Ouch. Did he just call Tamara naive? But here's the main thing I want to stress. I can't say that genetically modified products don't have any effect on humans if you eat them straight for 80 years. But will they kill you? Absolutely not. Will you get cancer or any other diseases? No. not in the way that tobacco or alcohol or even lack of exercise will give you. But now imagine a future. It could be a near future, where our food distribution system is threatened. We have a bad harvest. A freak storm kills all the grain in America, rot or pests. We have no food. Millions starve. I know it's hard to imagine in America, with all our stores of highly processed foods that can last 20 years. But in many countries that depend on fresh local produce, a crop failure will mean starvation. I'm not talking about building radical new inventions and changing how humanity lives their lives. I'm just trying to make better food, so that farmers can lessen the ill effects of catastrophic and unavoidable acts of nature, and also keep the food supply going to feed people. What's so bad about that? He was good at this. He sat there with a smug self-assurance of someone who knew he'd won. Then it was time for questions, but I tuned out. I was still trying to figure out what I was doing here. Why was Zamanta in charge of everything in the future? Did they have anything to do with whatever caused the modification? Tamara thought genetically modified products could damage humans somehow. Was it crazy to think a major food supplier like Zamanta could have ended the world? I raised my hand. Is it at all possible that the GMOs could somehow affect human DNA? I mean, if you're making the vegetables tougher and stronger, more adaptable, more likely to survive, couldn't you do that to humans too, accidentally? Not the slightest chance, Mr. Peters said. I know it seems like it could happen, especially with all the movies about a zombie apocalypse, but it isn't like a virus that can mutate by itself. We do everything in a lab. The genetic code is altered before the product even exists in the plant form. It's one perfect, healthy, perfectly sound plant, fruit or vegetable, just something a little bit new or improved. It's not a monster that can suddenly grow arms and legs and start eating people. But what about cows or sheep? Don't scientists modify them to produce more milk or wool? Someone else asked. Yes, but that's not what we do at Zamanta. Theoretically, yes, you can alter the DNA of a living organism, though again, that's done at the cellular level, usually before the embryo stage. And if you get too many things wrong, you might get something unexpected. But what she's asking is, basically, can you eat something that will change your DNA somehow, and that's impossible? I mean, you'd have to... He paused, then looked at me, quirking an eyebrow. His eyes widened. He muttered something to himself, but then shook his head, waving his hands like the idea was toxic. The moderator took over again, as Mr. Peters seemed too distracted. She thanked everyone for coming and dismissed us. Once people started standing up, I saw Brett. He was sitting at the other side of the auditorium, but he came over to me. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "That's my sister," I said, nodding at Tamara, who was gathering up her notes. "What was up with that question you asked?" he said, his hands in his pockets. "I told you, the future is all messed up. Something happened to all the humans. But I didn't tell you how, because I don't know everything for sure. Here's what I do know. In the future, they have creatures they call modifieds. They used to be human, but are monsters now. They killed everyone who didn't turn into one, and that's why there's almost nobody left." Brett furrowed his brow, and he was about to say something. I took a quick breath and plowed forward. "And in the future, Zamanta is running things. I think whatever happened, maybe Zamanta caused it somehow." Brett's eyes widened, and he looked at me like he'd never seen me before. For a second, I thought he might try to kiss me or something. Then he frowned and pointed his finger at my face. "This was all some kind of twisted prank, wasn't it? An environmental stunt, so your sister and you can convince me that my father is going to destroy the world? My father is a good man. He's trying to save people. You and your protester buddies should be ashamed of yourselves." Chapter 11. I woke up the next morning aching all over. Between the long-distance hiking and all the falling down I did in the future, I felt like I'd run a marathon. Everything hurt. But that wasn't the only reason I was miserable. All I could think about was the look on Brett's face last night. He looked disgusted, like he hated me. It made me feel sick, but also kind of angry. I understood how it looked from his point of view. But how could he think I was just making everything up? I mean, sure, he barely knew me, but still. I was feeling sorry for myself when Chris let herself in with the spare key we keep on the side of the house and came upstairs. "Get up, lazyhead," she said. "It's almost noon." "Do I have to?" I groaned and pulled the covers over my head. "I went to this thing last night. My sister's debate against Samantha. Brett was there." "Yeah, I heard," Chris said. "Cody called me. Said Brett was flipping out, calling you a crazy fanatic, a chronic liar, and some other things. I got an earful. Cody asked if I knew it was all bullshit. I stood up for you. We kind of had a fight about it." "That sucks. I'm so sorry," I said. "You still believe me, right?" She shrugged and started going through the clothes in my closet. "I believe that you believe, but you should have told me about that stuff with Samantha. I mean, it kind of does seem like you're making things up as it suits you." "I just didn't think you'd believe me if I dumped everything on you, and I don't really know anything, just that something big happened to make the modifieds, and then they killed everyone else. And it happens soon, and almost everything is a total wasteland. But somehow Samantha survives. It just seems too convenient." "Okay, but the way I hear it, you basically accused Brett's dad of destroying the world." "That's not exactly how it happened," I said, "but that's kind of the gist of what Tamara said during the debate. So I get why Brett's feeling defensive. But Mr. Peters is a scientist working for Samantha. Even if he's not responsible, he probably knows who is." "And what about the bomb at the parade? Is that still going to happen?" "I told you what I saw, that's all I know. I'm just doing the best I can with all of this. Do I think it's going to happen? Yes. Am I going to warn people about it? Absolutely. Yesterday we said we'd talk about it today, but now Brett isn't talking to you. Let's give the boys a couple days to cool down. Plus, don't forget you brought all of those game scores back with you. On Thanksgiving, shit's going to get real. Either you were right and the guys have to believe you, or you're wrong and you need professional help. In the meantime, it's a beautiful Saturday. Let's go to the mall." "Orange Julius and Cinnabon?" I asked. "You read my mind, but you'll feel better if you spruce up a bit. Put these on, then we'll do your makeup." It had been weeks since we'd been to the mall. We shopped for about an hour, working up an appetite for all the junk food. Chris put me in a miniskirt which left my legs bare, and applied a little too much makeup, but she was right. It did make me feel better, especially when guys our age rubberneck to check me out. It felt good to do regular things again, but I couldn't relax. After spending time in the future, all I could think about was how normal everything seemed now, and how quickly it was all going to disappear. In less than a year, all this would be gone. Somehow mods were created, and then these people would meet violent deaths. I watched teenagers goofing around, parents with young children, even the clerks behind the register. Everybody just going about their lives, enjoying the day, working and saving money to buy stuff. I wanted to scream at them to go home and start preparing for the end of the world, but they'd never believe me. My cinnamon roll felt nauseatingly sweet, and the frozen drink gave me goosebumps. Plus, I almost couldn't handle the plastic cup, utensils, and paper plate our food came in. I had to cram it into the garbage can, which was already overflowing with refuse. I was people-watching when I saw Brett and Courtney, holding hands and walking with Cody. Courtney was wearing a white jumper and jeans. I could see her bright pink fingernails even from this distance. When they saw us, Brett dropped Courtney's hand but then looked away, pretending to be interested by something in a store on the other side of the mall. Cody waved, and I thought he was going to come over and say hello, but he looked back at Brett and changed his mind. He gave Chris a call me sign, and the three of them kept walking. It was tragically and almost comically awkward. My chest tightened, and I don't think I breathed until they were out of sight. "Glad it's not going to be weird now," Chris said. "That was much more painful than all the years he didn't notice me at all," I said. "Chris kept me busy all afternoon. I think she was trying to cheer me up, but I was getting more and more anxious. I didn't care what Brett or Cody thought. The future I'd seen had been so vivid and real. It had to be true. But if it was true, then what the hell was I doing hanging around in the mall, wearing makeup, worrying about boys? I should be doing something. I told Chris I had a lot of homework to do, and she finally let me go home. It was late when I knocked on Eric's door. "You're back," he said, raising an eyebrow. "I don't have many friends I can talk to about time travel," I said. He motioned for me to follow him inside. His mom was home this time. She was cooking something in the kitchen. She looked surprised to see me. "Hi, Mrs. Patton." "Alicia, how are you? It's been years since you've come over to visit." "I know, I'm really sorry. Just been busy," I said lamely. "How's school?" "It's okay. I asked Eric to help me with some math homework. I'm a little behind, and I know he's good with numbers." "Well, I hope I'll be seeing you more often then," she said, giving me a one-armed squeeze. I wondered when the last time Eric had had a friend over. I suddenly felt very guilty for Mrs. Patton. After my mom died, I spent a lot of time at Eric's house doing arts and crafts, baking cookies. Then I just stopped coming. I hadn't thought about her feelings. We went up into Eric's bedroom again, and I sat on his bed. "So? New adventures?" He smirked. I didn't care if he believed me. I just needed someone to talk to. "Yeah, I did what you said. Tried to find some proof. Then I went back." "Back? To the future?" I can't believe I just said that out loud. But listen, when I went back this time, I went into this guy's house and he had a picture of me. Whoa, trippy. Doesn't that just prove it's all in my head? I mean, some random guy in the future has a picture of me in his house, and I just happen to find my way right there? First of all, there's no question that this is all in your head. But let's continue, as a thought experiment. Did you recognize the guy? No, it was a total stranger. A stranger to you now, but that could just mean that you haven't met him yet. Maybe he's your future boyfriend or something. Ew, gross. He was like 30-something. Do you know when you were? I think it's like 20 years in the future. If so, he'd be about your age? Yeah, if I was still around. I thought he was going to ask me why I didn't meet my future self. I was sure the question was on the tip of his tongue, but he must have realized the answer. I wasn't around anymore in the future. Maybe I wouldn't even survive the first wave. Holy shit, what if one of the mods I'd killed was my future self? "Don't look so freaked out," Eric said. "So this guy in the future had a picture of you on his wall. Maybe you met him somewhere. Maybe you told him you were a time traveler. Do you know his name?" "Tracy Kettleman." "And you know where he lives?" I hesitated. The streets in the future were the same as they were now. My eyes widened as I realized what Eric was getting at. "I know where he lives," I said. "Well then, why don't we go pay him a visit?" We went the next day. It had taken Jake and I 3 hours to walk from Zamanta to Tracy's house. We made the drive in less than 10 minutes. I didn't know exactly where we were going, so I just told Eric where to turn. I had him slow down when we reached Wildwood. I realized now we were on the edge of the Rockwoods Reservation. My parents used to take my sister and I hiking there when we were younger. In the future, it was hard to tell where the reservation started, since everything was so overgrown. But now it was a huge wall of green. It also wasn't as flat as most of Missouri. This area was hilly, and there was a bit of a view. "We're looking for a big square building, but I don't see anything like that," I said. "Maybe it hasn't been built yet. Are we in the right place?" he said, slowing the car down. It was hard to tell, but it seemed right. "I think it's that one," I said, pointing at an ordinary-looking one-floor house. It was white with green trim. "Now what?" I asked. "We go knock, I guess." "And say what exactly?" "See if he knows who you are. Maybe he's already stalking you or something." "Great, thanks for that." "Or we sit here, stakeout style." "Let's try that first," I said. Unless you have somewhere else to be? Good thing I brought snacks, Eric said, pulling out a package of chips. We hadn't been there 5 minutes when there was a knock on the window. I jumped and my heart started pounding. Outside was a boy with long blonde hair and a white tank top. He had the beginning of a scraggly beard. Help you with something? He asked. No, we're good, Eric said quickly. I'm just wondering why you're parked out here watching my house. I looked at the kid closely and froze. It was him. I was pretty sure anyway. You're Tracy Kettleman, I said. He masked his surprise well. Who wants to know? He said, eyeing me coolly. Shit. I had no idea what to say next, and now I'd made him suspicious. I looked to Eric for help. We work at a real estate agency. They sent us out to track down leads on possibly home sales, to get a jump on the market. Your name was on the list. Are you looking to sell? Young Tracy scowled, and I thought I saw a sliver of fear. Not that I know of, he said. But if we were, my name wouldn't have been on the list. It would have been my dad's name. He owns it. Must have been a clerical error, Eric said, whipping out a pen. What's your dad's name? Tracy looked us over slowly. Don't suppose you have a card on you? He asked. Eric fake searched his pockets. Sorry, must have left them. We're just there part-time. And which real estate agency do you work for? Eric and I exchanged a desperate glance. That's what I thought. Look, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but you better get the fuck off this street or I'm calling the police. My dad's a lawyer, so whatever kind of con you were planning, try it on someone else. Eric pulled away, started driving back towards my place, but it didn't seem like he was in a rush to get home. Coffee? He asked. I nodded absently. We stopped at a diner. I ordered a hot chocolate and he ordered a plate of onion rings. I don't get it, Eric said once we'd gotten our food. Get what? I asked. You. I thought maybe this was some weird game, or maybe you really did have some kind of dream and are trying to track down the pieces, but it really seemed like you didn't know that guy. I'd never seen him before. Yeah, but you knew his name, and where he lived, so whatever this is, it's not all in your head, right? But it's the not knowing how it got there that confuses me. You don't seem like you're lying, so it seems like you might just be forgetting. Maybe you do know Tracy somehow, but part of you is repressing it. That's not what's happening. So I'm supposed to believe you're really a time traveler? You think that's easy to accept? You didn't have to come with me. That's not the point. I want to be here for you, if you need me to be. I just want to make sure I'm actually helping you, and not encouraging some fantasy. You've put me into a strange position. I should probably tell my mother or your father or something. I mean, Alicia, you might need real help. He furrowed his brow and gave me a worried look. For some reason, it seemed funny to me. He had a point, and sometimes I questioned my sanity too. But we'd know for sure in a few days. I wished I could tell Eric about the bombing and the game scores, but I didn't want to freak him out anymore, and I'm not sure I could trust him not to talk if I started sounding dangerous. Let's say, in one of my visions, that I found out about something big, I said. Big, like a terrorist attack. And then it came true? He asked. Let's say it hasn't yet. Let's say there's still time to stop it. What would you do? He was silent for a few moments, thinking. Is this part of the same future timeline you saw, where everything was destroyed? In the destroyed future I was in, this was something that had already happened. So it might be something necessary, integral to that future timeline. Changing it could mean disrupting that future. Normally, time travelers go backwards, not forwards, so they have to be careful about not changing something that will erase themselves. But you said the future is already messed up. I mean, you already want to change it, right? There's nothing there you don't mind losing? For some reason, I thought of Jake and bit my lip. But I shook my head. He wasn't real. He didn't even exist yet. So then, stop the terrorist attack, save the people involved, possibly change the future. I nodded. I'd come to the same conclusion, but it was a relief to hear someone else say it. The next day, I was a zombie in class. I sat by myself at lunch, picking at my tray. Spaghetti and meatballs with green beans. Not the worst school lunch in the world, but eating anything these days made me feel queasy. Chris was sitting with Cody at one of the senior tables, not far from Brett and Courtney. This was so weird. I felt like I was being ostracized for no reason. It wasn't my fault all this was going on, and I hated knowing Brett thought I was a liar. But screw him. I didn't need permission to do what I thought was the right thing. Just before lunch was over, Chris came and joined me. I convinced Cody that you're right. We need to call and warn someone. What does Brett think? I hated that I cared. He agrees. He was just overthinking it and he still doesn't trust you. Plus, he doesn't want to get in trouble and he thinks if you tell the police about a bomb threat, there will be an investigation, and they might track you down and question you, and then you might tell them about the drugs. I can't believe he's worried about that. People could die. I think he's just protecting his father. You can't blame him for that. Can't I? I always felt like I understood Brett, like we were meant to be together. I was realizing I actually didn't know him that well. Also, Cody was saying we should warn them to see if we can change the future. With the game scores, we can't influence those. Those are going to be whatever they will be. But this is something we can test and try to change, while saving people. So we'd get two answers, whether what you're seeing is objectively true and whether we can influence things. Also, Brett thinks you should wait until the night before. If you called now, there wouldn't be anything to find. I nodded. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone with long blonde hair. My eyes widened and my heart started pounding. Tracy Kettleman. He went to this school? How come I never noticed him before? It seemed like my reality was slipping away from me. Time seemed to slow down. The pink flickers came into my vision, and for a second I panicked, thinking I was going to trip again spontaneously and pass out in the middle of the lunchroom. Instead, my senses heightened. Over the din of conversations, I heard a hushed whisper and a giggle. A silent warning bell went off in my head. It was like getting a text with the phone set on vibrate. A subtle buzz that nobody else notices, but still makes you jump. I felt a buzz like that, and turned around to see an open milk carton spinning through the air towards me. It was headed in my direction, but not directly at me. It looked like it was going to hit Chris. She turned as well. I narrowed my eyes in concentration, watching the milk carton spinning through the pink and orange flames. I analyzed its rotation and the center of axis. I felt like I was doing a math problem. Head swiveled to watch it. I saw Courtney, her eyes lit up with excitement and malice. One of her friends was halfway standing, with her arms still outstretched. Milk was already spilling out of the cartoon as it flew, a few drops here or there. When it hit Chris, the liquid would gush out, drenching her. She'd smell like sour milk by the end of the day. So I reached up and caught it. I snatched the carton in midair, like I was picking an apple off a tree, without spilling another drop. Then came the applause. Chapter 12. My cheeks were burning from the attention, so I sat down quickly. Courtney was giving me dagger eyes, and a lot of students were still clapping. That was seriously awesome, Chris said, her eyes wide. How'd you do it? I don't know, I said. It's like a side effect, a time distortion or something. Sometimes things just seem to be moving really slowly. I was distracted watching Tracy. How come I never noticed him before? How was he involved in all this? Then I saw a familiar red coat as Mrs. Neary cut through the cafeteria. She stopped at Courtney's table. Then Courtney pointed towards us and she headed our way. Mrs. Neary had short, curly brown hair and thin lips. She was attractive for an older woman, but my skin crawled as she approached us. The last time I'd seen her, she didn't have a face, and my brain kept juxtaposing her future self over her current look. Hi, Alicia, Chris. The senior girls are saying you stole their milk. Is that true? Were they expecting us to return it to them? Chris asked. I figured they were done with it since, they threw it at us. Is that what happened? Mrs. Neary asked. Ask anyone. Everyone saw it, I said. It was devastating watching Mrs. Neary trying to assert authority over a meaningless high school issue like this. I wondered if she had any family. Why did she end up all alone at school on D-Day? Was there a way to warn her, to save her? I couldn't think like that, saving everyone one by one. I had to save everybody. I had to stop it from happening. But that meant finding out what really happened, and probably tripping again. I couldn't do that without Brett. I had no way to get Philia on my own. There was nothing to do but wait. Thankfully, the next 3 days passed quickly. On Wednesday night, Tamara came over for dinner. She couldn't make it on Thursday, so we were having our family Thanksgiving a day early. We'd tried keeping up Thanksgiving for the first couple years after Mom died. Dad made a big effort to cook everything. I helped. It was fun at first. Then it just started feeling like too much work. The food wasn't as good, and the empty chair at the head of the table made the whole event feel wrong, especially when we tried to go around and say what we were thankful for. Dad always got choked up searching for something to say, and usually said he was thankful for us. The whole thing became an ordeal, something to dread rather than look forward to, so a few years ago we'd just given up. Now we ordered pizza and kept it casual. How's school? Tamara asked as we were eating. Fine, I said. Thanks for coming to my thing the other night. That was really nice of you. Thing? Dad said. The debate with Samantha? I told you about it last week. Oh, right, he said, looking at me. You went? I didn't think you were interested in that kind of stuff. More than just a little interested. She went for the jugular. What you said about genetically modified products changing human DNA? Brilliant. I'm pretty sure that's impossible, but it'll stick in people's minds anyway. Where'd you come up with that idea? I shrugged. I think it was something I saw on TV once. After dinner, I took my laptop into my room and shut the door. I Googled terror threats and found an anonymous hotline number that had been set up for warnings. My hands were shaking as I dialed the number. Department of Homeland Security. How can I help you? I think there's going to be a bomb at the Macy's Day Parade tomorrow. Where are you getting this information? I heard some guys talking in a bar. They said they were going to hide a bomb in a mermaid float. That's all I know. Did you see their faces? Can you describe them? Ethnicity or race? It was dark, I said. What bar were you in? When was this? I see you're coming from a Missouri number. You're saying you saw these men in Missouri, but they're planning to detonate a bomb in New York tomorrow? Shit. Just check the mermaid float. Warn someone, please. We evaluate every tip based on likelihood of the source information. We'll take your warning seriously and pass it along. Unless there's anything else you can tell me about these men? I shook my head lamely. She thanked me and hung up. I had a knot in the pit of my stomach. Something told me she didn't believe me. When I went downstairs again, the dishes were done and Tamara was cleaning out the fridge. You don't have to do that, I said. It's not like it's your mess. Someone has to, she said, opening a jar and making a face. This is disgusting. Half of this stuff has gone bad. You and Dad never throw anything out. Sorry, I've just got a lot going on. Seriously? It's high school. And you're smart. It can't be that hard for you. You need to step up, be more responsible. I can't take care of you all the time. I wanted to yell back at her. No big deal. I'm just trying to save the world. But go ahead and worry about tidying up. Instead, I helped clean up until Tamara was satisfied, sulking the whole time. We said an awkward goodbye. Then she left. In my room again, I couldn't sleep. Thanksgiving was always a depressing holiday, worse than Christmas. I missed my mom. I got into my closet and began going through a stack of old school papers and projects. until I found the macaroni turkey my mom and I had made just before she died. It was half finished. I remember the night we'd been working on it. It was early November. She'd gotten a phone call and had to go into work late. She was always doing that. She promised we'd finish it together later, but that was the last time I ever saw her alive. I kept that project pinned to my bulletin board for over a year, hoping somehow that she'd fulfill her promise. But eventually, I buried it in the bottom of my closet. I pulled off a piece of macaroni. It was stained orange with marker. I put it on a piece of string and tied it around my neck. Somehow, it seemed appropriate. I'm going to find a way to stop this. I promised the turkey and myself. No matter what. We didn't have school the next day, but I was up at 6 a.m. I knew the parade started at 9 a.m. in New York. That was 8 a.m. in Missouri. I didn't know what time the bomb was supposed to go off. It hadn't said in the article. I was getting frantic imagining it. What if the woman I talked to hadn't believed me? What if nobody got the message? I decided to try again. This time I found the number for the NYPD. There's going to be a bomb at the parade today. Check the mermaid float, I said. Then I hung up. If they asked me more questions I couldn't answer, they'd doubt the message. I prayed they'd take the anonymous threat seriously and send some police to check it out. I fixed myself a bowl of Fruit Loops, then turned on the TV and waited. I switched back and forth between news channels, but they were just talking about the parade preparations. Two announcers, a blonde woman with a red blouse and a dark-haired guy in a jacket, made cheesy jokes and semi-flirted with each other, killing time with their inane comments. At 8 a.m., the parade started. My eyes were glued to the screen, looking for the mermaid float. My chest tightened when I finally saw it. I expected it to explode at any moment. Maybe I hadn't done enough. I should have tried harder, warned them earlier. Maybe I should call again. And then, there it was. We're just now getting news of a bomb scare. Apparently, police received an anonymous tip that led to the discovery of a bomb hidden in one of the floats. For more on that story, we go to Ted Dawson, who is live at the scene. Thanks, Marcia. All the floats were checked the night before the parade, but it looks like in this case someone got underneath one of the floats just minutes before the parade started. I'm here with Officer Todd Bunsen of the NYPD, who discovered the device. Todd, what can you tell us? Well, security during the Thanksgiving Day parade is always a huge priority, and we have a lot of manpower. Like you said, we sweep the floats a day before, but with so many people it's hard to keep track. We got an anonymous tip about a bomb on the mermaid float, but we didn't find anything. This morning I had a nagging feeling about it, so I went under there with a flashlight. That's when I found the device. We're not actually classifying it as a terrorist threat yet. That'll be up to the FBI. Nor are we sure who is behind the attempt, but we'll put our best men on it. I think bottom line, we're all just real thankful we found it and saved lives today. My phone rang. It was Brett. Hello? I answered. Are you watching the news? He asked. Yeah, I said. You saved those people. I don't know how, but I'm sorry I blew you off. We're having a football party, why don't you come over? We can watch the games together and then talk about what to do next. What to do next? I didn't like how he was trying to take control, after shutting me out for several days. You sure you want me there? I asked. Cody and Chris will be here too. I am sorry for the way I've been acting. I didn't want to believe it, but now that we know, I think we need to discuss things, don't you? Sure, I guess so. Need me to pick you up? Nah, I'll call Chris or take my bike. Chris picked me up an hour later. I spent the time worrying about what to wear and feeling stupid for caring. I settled on jeans and a gray hoodie. I stood awkwardly on Brett's doorstep as Chris rang the doorbell. It had only been a week and a half since we were here for the party. So much had changed since then. I felt like a different person. I was expecting there to be a lot of people, but it was just Brett, Cody, and Chris. I was relieved Courtney wasn't there. Brett's parents were in the kitchen. They waved as we came in. Hi there, Mr. Peters said as we came in. This is Alicia and Chris, Brett introduced us. Tamara's sister, right? He was cutting up bread into cubes for stuffing, but he looked up and smiled at me. Yeah, sorry for ambushing your public debate the other day, I said. Nonsense. That's why we have those things. It's natural to have questions. We've ordered some pizzas for lunch. There's snacks and Coke downstairs. I've got some work to do, but I'll be in and out. I'm not exactly a huge football fan. Downstairs, they had a game room with a massive TV screen. A table was filled with snacks and drinks. My dad was actually surprised when I said I wanted to watch the games, Brett said. We used to watch when I was younger, but neither of us are very into them. What's your mom do? I asked. She's a writer and a college professor. Are we going to talk about the bomb? Let's watch the games first, Chris said. Okay. I mean, I just don't want to jinx everything, and we should be sure. I nodded. I pigged out on junk food and tried to get into the games, but it was hard to focus since I didn't care which team won. After each game, Cody took a red marker and crossed out a line. Philadelphia Eagles, our Detroit Lions, 51-23. Carolina Panthers, our Dallas Cowboys, 24-20. Chicago Bears, our Green Bay Packers, 13-9. By the time we were on the third game, we were pretty quiet. I think we were all in a daze, except Cody, who still cheered whenever the Bears scored. It was afternoon when the last game ended, 13-9. I was 3 for 3. That was awesome, Cody said. I just made $1,200. You bet on the game? I asked. $100 on each with 4-1 odds? That was dumb, Brett said. A winning streak like that might call attention to you. Relax. I made 3 bets with 3 different people, and if she can see the future, what's the harm in making some money? What do you mean if she can see the future? Chris said. We aren't still debating that, are we? I mean, come on. Picking the winners would be luck? Knowing the exact score of each game? That's beyond remarkable. Chris is right, Brett said. The bomb was one thing, but seeing the exact scores like that was unnerving. I didn't want to believe it, but I can't doubt it now. Plus, if you were right, you saved 23 people today. So we can change the past, I said. Or the future, Cody said. I mean, you must have already changed things. Maybe. I don't know. You won't know until you go back again, Brett said, nodding. If she's going back at all, Chris said. I mean, she doesn't have to. You said it was dangerous, right? With the modifieds? I think you better tell us everything. I get the feeling we still haven't heard the full story. You didn't exactly give me a chance to explain after the debate, I said, crossing my arms. I'm listening now. You said something about Zamanta? I repeated what I knew. Zamanta was still around in the future, and they had people picking up and bringing in children. I described the modifieds and what I knew about them, and the information I'd pieced together from Jake and the Mercs. I told them about the remnants and seeing Mrs. Neary in her office. I still didn't tell them about Tracy, though. That seemed like it would only add to the confusion. Brett took out a small whiteboard and drew a line on it. He made a small line on the far left and wrote the date. You said it's about 20 years in the future? I think so. That's what the guys said anyway, that it happened 20 years ago, de-evolution day, May 14th, 2027, but the note on Mrs. Neary's desk said an evacuation was scheduled for May 19th. Maybe they never made it that far. I mean, by then it was too late, right? Brett made another line on the far right and marked it May 14th, 2027. Then he labeled it D-Day with a question mark. Okay, so what do we do about it? Cody asked. I mean, with the bomb, we just called in an anonymous tip. Wait, you did? I asked. Brett looked sheepish and ran his hand through his hair. Yeah, since we hadn't talked, and I wasn't sure if you were going to. You were right. I couldn't know that it might happen without doing something about it. We called this morning. He gave me a small smile, and all the anger and frustration I'd been feeling for the last few days melted away. So you're asking, How do we warn people? Chris said, turning back to Cody. Right, he said. With the bomb threat, we just needed to tell them where to look and they found the bomb. Easy. But we can't do that this time. Who do you call about the end of the world? CIA? FBI? And what are we dealing with? Was it a terror threat? Some kind of virus? I mean, a species doesn't just evolve overnight. Anybody we tried to warn wouldn't believe us without proof. But what kind of proof would it take? I asked. Tamara's been saying it's the end of the world for years. Global warming, climate change, overpopulation, rising sea levels. There's a dozen likely scenarios for the end of the world. Scientists are telling us it's happening, that it might be too late already. Everybody knows the world is ending, but nobody is doing anything about it. Because those things are slow. This thing is going to happen fast, it sounds like, Brett said. Maybe we don't have to warn everybody, Chris said. Like you said, they wouldn't believe us anyway. Maybe we just have to find out exactly what happens and be there to stop it. We're just a bunch of kids, I said. What can we do against something this big? So that's one of the things we need to change first, Brett said. We need people to take us seriously, so they listen. If we just announced the end of the world, they'd dismiss us. But what if we made a bunch of micro-predictions? Very specific things and a lot of them. We build up a reputation for telling the truth, for predicting the future and being right. We keep doing it until people believe us. Then we tell them about the bigger stuff. I thought you wanted to stay anonymous, Chris said. It sounds like you're volunteering Alicia to be a public prophetess. I frowned. I don't want that. Can we keep our names out of it? Maybe make a website? Maybe, Brett said. Whatever works. I also think we should talk to your dad. Brett's face darkened. I'm not saying he's involved, I'm sure he isn't. But if he works at Zamanta, he might have answers. Maybe something they are working on goes wrong somehow. It's worth checking up on, right? Also, we need to know what that stuff really is, Philia. We need to know where it came from and why it affects me. I'd really rather not tell my dad we stole his stuff, Brett said. We don't have to, I said. We can just poke around, ask some questions. Can you get into his office again? I did that already, Brett said. After what you said at the debate, I was curious, so I looked through his home office. I didn't find anything. What about his work office at Zamanta? Chris asked. That place is a fortress, Brett said. I've gone to work with my dad before, but there were a dozen security checkpoints to get through. Chris grabbed the pen and started making a list. Find out exactly what happens and when. Find a bunch of hard proof to demonstrate we can really see the future. So it sounds like I'm going back again. We only have a tiny bit of Philia left, Chris said. What you didn't smoke last time. It's enough, I said. Last time I took too much anyway. I don't want to be gone that long. You'll have to be super careful, Brett said. It's dangerous. We can send you with some supplies this time. I thought about the gun in Brett's locker. Would it still be there this time? Who put it there? I had no idea where to get a gun from. Want a trip from school again? Chris asked. I shuddered, thinking about the mods I'd run into. There weren't any answers there, I said. Suddenly I knew just where I needed to go. The only place I could go. Tracy's house. I didn't know who he was or how he was involved, but after seeing his crazy stalker bulletin board, I was pretty sure he had the answers I needed. We didn't have school the next day, so we decided to do it then, so we'd have the weekend still to do whatever else we needed to do. It was afternoon. Cody and Chris had to get home and eat dinner with their families. Home for Thanksgiving dinner, huh? Mr. Peters said when we came upstairs. No, not really. My sister came over last night for a family dinner. Tonight it's just my dad and I. Why don't you stay and eat with us? He asked. I looked at Brett. He didn't seem horrified by the idea. I don't know. Isn't it kind of family time? Staying seemed like it would be weird. Brett shrugged. We have lots of food. You're welcome to stay. I wondered if he was just being nice to me because he'd been a jerk for the past few days. Even so, it felt nice. And the food smelled amazing. I could smell the turkey cooking in the oven. "Okay," I said finally, "but only if I can help." I helped Brett's mom make a salad, then helped set the table. Brett was an only child, but his mom had 2 sisters, who each had several kids. They were younger than us. We kept them entertained downstairs until dinner was ready, roughhousing and playing video games. We came up when the food was ready. Brett and I sat at the kids' table. Brett mostly ignored me, but sometimes I'd catch him watching me. It made my heart flutter, and then I'd have to remind myself that he was with Courtney. I may be able to see the future, but Courtney had boobs. At least that's the only redeeming quality I could see in her. If there was more Brett found attractive about her, I don't know what it was. Still, free food. I stuffed myself on turkey, mashed potatoes, peas and carrots, and pie. It was the first real Thanksgiving I'd had since my mom died, and it just could be my last. I wasn't going to waste it. I joked around with the kids. Brett's cousins were adorable. I even read a story to Susie, the youngest. Reading, with Susie on my lap, and Brett pretending not to listen from across the living room, was a moment to remember. Brett gave me a ride home. "Thanks for dinner," I said when we pulled up to my house. "It was nice to have you there," he said. "Usually it's just me with all the kids." He leaned across from me to open the car door. I could smell his warm skin. I'd forgotten how small my house was. Compared to Brett's house, mine was a hovel. Or maybe it just seemed cold and empty after being around so many people. Dad was watching TV, and there was a plate on the table with saran wrap over it. "What's that?" I asked. "Thanksgiving leftovers," he said. "Mrs. Patton dropped them off. I thought we could eat together." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were waiting for me. I ate at Brett's. You should eat. I'll fix you a plate." I microwaved a plate for him. It was nice of Mrs. Patton to bring food over. Did she do it every year, or was this the first? I sat with Dad and watched TV for a while. It was nice to be distracted by bad sitcoms. Tomorrow I'd trip again, and instead of feeling terrified, like I should, I found myself feeling excited, almost looking forward to it. Which was crazy. Was my own life so boring that I looked forward to putting myself in danger? Or was it just that I'd been given the chance to make an impact, to do something that really mattered? "Happy Thanksgiving, Dad," I said, giving him a hug and a kiss on the forehead. "See you tomorrow." Or maybe I wouldn't. Chapter 13. We planned to do it at the Rockwoods Reservation this time. I told the others I saw a house I wanted to check out nearby. Rockwoods was a public hiking area, so there were lots of picnic tables and benches. Plus, it was near the St. Louis Community College. Nobody would think it was weird for a group of kids to hang out during the day. We parked, and Brett pulled out a backpack and a shovel. "I did some shopping," he said, opening the backpack. Inside was a 12-inch hunting knife, some granola bars and a couple bottles of water, a first aid kit and some other emergency gear. He dug a hole big enough for the backpack and placed it inside. Then he covered it back up with dirt. Cody picked up a large rock and hauled it over. "That should keep the animals out," he said. Brett took out the package of Philia with the tiny bit I hadn't used last time. "Last time you took in 3 big breaths, right? I guess you breathed deeper than you should have, and held it in too long. The less time you spend there, the better. It's too risky. Just find some answers and stay safe. Also, find out as much as you can. This is the last we have. You might not be able to make another trip." I nodded. Chris gave me a hug. Then Cody handed me the pipe and lighter. I held the flame over the Philia and sucked in smoke as it lit up. I watched the leaves burn. I was beginning to appreciate the taste, slightly floral and sweet, like honeysuckle. This time, I only took 2 breaths, and I was going earlier in the day. It was just before 11 a.m. I didn't want to spend the night there again. Brett put out a blanket, and they lay me down on it with a pillow. Soon the world swirled with pink and orange lights. Then it faded and changed. Grass grew up all around me. Sometimes there was snow, but then it was sunny again. The changes happened so quickly I couldn't really feel it, though I could watch the trees and plants around me growing. When it finally stopped, things looked pretty much the same, just overgrown and dense. I couldn't even see the path anymore, and I had to push through the bushes to reach the spot Brett had buried the backpack. I pushed away the rock and dug into the dirt with my fingers. I only had to go a few inches before finding the backpack. Some kind of animal had chewed through it to get at the granola bars. I pulled out the knife, feeling instantly safer with it in my hand. Then I slung the backpack over my shoulder. I heard a sound behind me and spun, my heart pounding. It was just a deer. It watched me for a few moments, then ducked its head to nibble on the grass. I headed towards Tracy's house, wondering if I was still in the same future I'd seen before. Or had preventing the bombing changed it? Were there even mods in this timeline? Would Tracy's house still be there? I exited the reservation. Tracy's house was just a couple blocks away. All the houses were deserted, some boarded up with smashed windows. I moved as quietly as I could. The sound of my sneakers against the pavement carried in the near silence. Far above me, I saw a hawk circling. Then the black cube came into view. I could see now it was built higher than Tracy's house had been. They must have torn that down and built a new one higher up on the hill. The fence surrounding the property was twice my height, and when I approached it, I felt the hairs on my arms rise. I'm pretty sure it was electric. I pressed the button on the intercom that Jake had used last time, looking up into the camera so he'd see my face. There was a low buzz, and the gate slid open just enough for me to enter. It shut behind me. The front door opened, and Tracy came out. He'd cut his hair and shaved since I'd seen him, and was wearing business casual attire, jeans and a jacket, but no tie. He eyed the knife and put his hands up in defense. "I screwed up when we met last," he said. "I was terrified I'd ruined it. I kept expecting to disappear. I'm so glad you're giving me another shot." "How do you know me?" I asked. "Why do you have a picture of me in your house? When are you from? Do you recognize me?" "Should I?" "I've always considered us close friends," Tracy said. "Though I guess you haven't met me yet. How much time do you have?" "I'm not sure." "Then we better get started." He led me inside and cracked open a bottle of sparkling water. He poured me a glass and added ice cubes. I felt stupid carrying 2 bottles of water with me. The house was modern and gleaming, with high ceilings and excellent furniture. It looked like it should be in an Architectural Digest magazine. "This is so freaking amazing," he said, pulling out a plate of Oreos and putting them in front of me. "I mean, we've talked about this moment 100 times. You used to drill me on what I needed to tell you, but I've never actually seen you, like this. I mean, until a few days ago. You look so young, it's crazy." "How do you still have Oreos when the world has gone to shit?" I asked. "It's kind of funny, actually. All those post-apocalyptic movies used to show survivors foraging for food, but you can't imagine how much surplus actually exists. After D-Day, there were probably 10 survivors in this area. We each had our own grocery store. The produce went bad fast, but everything else, enough for one person to live on for decades. That is, until you factor in the mods and the risk of actually going into stores scavenging. I'm the only one in the area now, as far as I know. The others weren't as prepared." "And you were?" I asked. "Yes, because of you." "I warned you." "You did more than warn me." He gave me a crooked smile. "You told me to build this place. A big black cube behind my dad's house. A place with a view of the whole city. How'd I do?" He gestured towards the corner of the living room, to what looked like a pipe hanging from the ceiling. He swiveled it around, and I could see it was a periscope, like what you'd find in a submarine. "You can see everything from here. The city, the school, the airport, and Zamanta, even Defiance." Where'd you get the money? That was you also. Look, I saved it, he said, pulling a frame off the wall. This is how you got my attention. You gave me this Powerball ticket and told me to watch the results. I won $50,000. That got my attention, but that was just the beginning. Why would I do that? Why you? You helped me get rich so I could build this place for you. Somewhere off the radar. A base to survive what was coming. I'm supposed to show you this first so you can memorize the numbers. The drawing is December 1st. What's the date here now? November 27th, 2047. So 20 years in the future? Exactly. Yeah, that's what you always told me. You gave me the dates of when to expect you, but for me that was a long time ago. And I think my calculations were off. I wasn't expecting you for a few more days. My chest tightened. He was acting like he hadn't seen me since before D-Day. Why wasn't I still around? What happened to me? I need to know exactly what happened. Where did the mods come from? Who created them? Well, we still don't know exactly. Everything happened quickly, even though we knew it was going to. I barely made it back here with my life. Then things got really quiet. I didn't see another human for months. Then they started coming out, looking for supplies. Eventually you got in touch. Wait, after D-Day? I was still alive? What happened to me? Where am I now? He held up his hands and shook his head. You told me not to get distracted by your questions. We have to do the important stuff first, okay? Start with this. He pulled out a folder and opened a yellowed newspaper article. May 16th, 2027. GMOs linked to massive genome mutation. As I started reading, Tracy used a remote to turn on the flat-screen TV to a news program. A man in a suit with white hair was reporting. This is OBC with continuing coverage of the crisis that is overwhelming America and the world. A few days ago, we reported on what we suspected was a new strain of bird flu. But despite the flu-like symptoms, no viruses were found. Instead, scientists analyzing the victims and the deceased have found unexplainable genetic alterations. DNA mutations happening so fast, it defies our understanding of genetic coding. From dozens of cases, it became thousands, then millions. FEMA and emergency crews have been sent to the sites worst hit, but so far we've found no way to reverse the effects or contain the pandemic. With me, I have Dr. Chase Goodwin, with more. Chase, can you tell me what's happening out there? What should people watch out for? Dr. Goodwin was sweating. His skin looked pasty, and he had dark circles under his eyes. People started getting sick last week. Then they'd pass out, into a deep coma with a reduced heart rate, and they began changing. Thickening of the epidermis, dilating of pupils, hair loss, enhanced muscle mass, loss of body fat. The fingernails became elongated and sharp, like claws or talons. They became, essentially, golems. This process, it's almost like what a butterfly goes through during chrysalis, a metamorphosis, which is remarkable, because, this shouldn't happen at all. We're human beings, not insects. But in the last few days, some of them started waking up. They can't remember who they were. They can't remember their families or loved ones. And they are violent, full of rage, like animals. It's unlike anything I've seen. It's like, these aren't humans anymore. It could have happened, after 1,000,000 years. But not like this. Not in 48 hours. This is insane. It's like, something is deliberately getting into their DNA, their genetic code, and editing it. For what purpose? Who would do something like that? I don't know. Some crazy new kind of Russian attack? Aliens? This is light years ahead of what I would have said was possible. The troubling thing is, it doesn't seem to be making us weaker. It seems to be making us stronger. Too strong. Tracy turned off the TV and I finished reading the article. Something towards the bottom caught my eye. According to Tamara Gordon of Green Growth, an environmental protection organization in Missouri, the current crisis is a result of unregulated genetic modification of produce. Scientists have begun investigating Ms. Gordon's claims to see if they can explain what's happening. However, initial online reports on social media do seem to indicate that people whose diets avoid GMOs are unlikely to be affected by the genetic breakdown. I shook my head. I don't understand. Tamara is already warning them about this stuff. She knew. I mean, she didn't know what was going to happen, but she was right anyway. Why didn't anyone listen to her? Couldn't they just have stopped eating GMOs? It was too late. The modifieds are fast and strong. It's like everything human was stripped out of them. Love, compassion, understanding. They still have some functional intelligence. They aren't zombies. They don't appear to have bloodlust, but they are carnivores. Like lions. They eat raw meat, and they see other humans as prey. And remember, even though Tamara was right, people weren't listening to her until shit hit the fan. According to the research, less than 1% of the public deliberately avoided GMOs before D-Day, and they'd probably never heard of Tamara or green growth until that article brought her national attention. By then, it was too late. Okay, so we make her more famous. We give her a voice. Tracy gave me a bittersweet smile. What is it? I asked. It's just, I heard you say that before, a long time ago, and still. He gestured around him vaguely. This. I failed. I nodded, trying to make sense of the timeline. So tell me something new. Tell me how to stop it. Was it really GMOs? Did they come from Zamanta? And why? Were they trying to destroy the world? Or was it an accident? Tracy shrugged. The answers you're looking for aren't here, in the future. They're in the past. But also, it doesn't matter what actually happened. You don't need to understand it to stop it. What's that supposed to mean? What do I do? Blow up Zamanta? Tracy paused and folded his hands in his lap. I'm just here to give you information. I can't tell you what to do. But there's something else you need to consider. I've had a lot of time to think about this conversation. It's a mindfuck. There's no way of knowing that I won't say something that makes you do something you wouldn't have. If you do change the past and save the world, I wouldn't exist anymore. Or at least, a different me would exist. And I'm okay with that. I've had enough of this life. I willingly sacrifice myself so another version of me can live it up. Do you have any idea how much it sucks to be filthy rich and have nothing to spend it on? But there are others in this timeline that don't want to be erased, and some of them probably know you're here right now. What? My fingers tightened around my glass. In your time, right now, you aren't alone, right? People know you're here, you're friends. If they know what you're capable of, they know you're the most powerful weapon in the world. But you can't be coerced, only manipulated. What does that mean? Let's say someone from here wants you to change something in the past. Let's say they put a gun to your head or threaten you. When you do go back, you can do whatever you want. Those people don't even exist yet. They don't know what's coming. So you can't be forced to go back and change things, no matter how badly they want you to. If people don't want me to change anything, why not just kill me? Because they can't be sure what will happen. Maybe you are responsible for the way things are, because of something you haven't done yet. If you die before you go back, maybe everything changes. Obviously, in your time, it makes the most sense to stop the end of the world, save the human race and all that. And that's what I want to help you do. I'm tired and lonely and bored out of my mind. So if you go back and change things and erase me, I'm okay with that. Getting rich as a kid was awesome, until the world ended and money was basically rendered useless. If survivors are willing to risk it, we can go get anything we want now. Live in the nicest mansions, drive the nicest cars, until we get killed by the mods. I've been lucky because of you, but I can imagine a better life. What if you make me rich and then also stop the end of the world? I'd actually get to enjoy my wealth. That's why I'm helping you. But there are others who don't feel that way. Others who don't want to be erased. They'll try to stop you. You can't trust anyone, not from your time, but also not from mine. You need to be careful. But you know everything I did, right? Can you walk me through it? Why did I need you anyway? My dad was a lawyer. He dealt with some shady people. You needed someone to help you set things up, money, supplies. That couldn't be traced back to you. Someone you could trust. You also needed someone to get you supplies, weapons, bombs. Seriously? I'm not a terrorist. And anyway, if you really gave me those things, and I used them, the future would have changed, right? I would have stopped Samantha. Maybe you didn't use them. Maybe you didn't get the chance, or you decided to try something else instead. I can't tell you exactly what to do. But right now, in your time, you need to be taken seriously, right? You need to be listened to. You need some power. That's why you're here. That's what this trip is about. Those are the things I can help you with. Remember Cassandra? He asked. I shook my head no, and his eyes widened. That's crazy. You're the one who told me about her. Okay, so Cassandra was given foresight to see the future, but cursed so that nobody would believe her. I imagine that's how you're feeling now. That's what you told me anyway. You saw this. I mean, holy shit. The end of the world. You lived through it, and you tried to warn people and they laughed it off. I don't know how you didn't go insane. I almost did, and I hadn't seen it yet. I only knew what you were telling me back then. I didn't even really believe you, not really, even after the money and the wealth. I still didn't really believe you. Not until the mods came, and I watched them kill my dad. The house was just finished in time, fence, supplies, everything. I don't know why me. I think it just kind of happened. We fell into each other. And I don't think you ever told me everything, actually. You just told me enough. You wrote out a big checklist for me to follow, and made me swear I'd do it right. He pulled out another piece of paper. It had about 100 specific pieces of information. Predictions? I asked. Very specific things that nobody could have guessed, but you can predict. Also, there's this. He pulled out a sealed envelope and handed me a letter opener. Inside was a letter, in my handwriting. Hey there, younger me. I'm giving this note to Tracy to give you in the future. It's a note I've already seen with my own 2 eyes, and you're seeing now. Memorize it, because you're going to have to rewrite it again, later, for yourself to discover. I know how crazy that sounds. Everything about this is crazy. I wasn't sure about Tracy before, and I'm not really sure about him now. But we survived. We failed to stop D-Day, but it wasn't his fault, and he's done everything I've asked of him. Now it's your turn. I don't know if you can do any better, but I trust you can, somehow. I trust that we can. Find a way to stop it. I believe in you. I know you have more questions, but first, this is what you came for, right? He said, holding up the list of predictions. So I'll make some coffee, and you sit there and memorize as much as you can. I was on my 2nd cup of coffee, going through the list for the 9th time, when the buzzer rang. Someone else was here. My eyes widened and my heart started racing. For some reason, the doorbell ringing in a dystopian wasteland was about the most ominous sound I could imagine. Don't worry, that's just Jake, Tracy said. How does he know I'm here? I asked. He doesn't. He's been coming back every day about the same time. I think he's been doing a loop from the school and back again, looking for you. He's a good kid, and that's saying something. Remember, he didn't grow up in the lap of luxury like we did, with internet, hot water, Netflix, etc. The locals view me as a wizard, just because I still have power and all these cool devices. It's like Clark's Law. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So go easy on him. You really freaked him out last time. He doesn't know who I am? I haven't told him anything, but he's going to need some answers. What you tell him is up to you. Tracy opened the door and Jake came in. His face lit up in relief when he saw me. He took a few steps towards me. I thought he was going to hug me, but then he hesitated and ran his hand through his hair. What the hell? I thought you were dead. I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm sorry, I said. That doesn't cut it. Not by a long shot. You disappeared right in front of me, hanging off a ruined bridge. I went down and searched for your body. I thought maybe I'd blinked or passed out. I thought I was hallucinating. What are you? How do you disappear like that? And where do you go?" He clenched his fists together tightly. I bit my lip. I needed time to think. On second thought, what did it matter what I told people now? Wasn't I trying to change this future? If I told him, maybe he could help me get back and change things. Then I remembered what Tracy said. People from this time aren't going to want to be erased. They'll resist. Instead, I went on offense. "I don't have to explain myself to you," I said. "You lied to me. You brought me to Tracy's house just so you could get some credit. I heard you. I didn't bring you here for the reward. I brought you here for your own protection. You're safe here. But you must have figured that out already, or you wouldn't have come back." He had me there. What could I tell him? Any advanced technology seems like magic. "You won't believe me, even if I tell you the truth, so can we just move on for now? I'm here for a mission, a very important mission. I disappeared because I have some next-level tech that lets me travel anywhere instantly." I held my breath, hoping that was enough. It sounded ridiculous to me, but Jake seemed to buy it. He took a breath and sighed. "Okay." He nodded. "What do you need me to do?" Chapter 14. I was grateful to have Jake with me. He was a survivor, used to being out in the wild, used to fighting off mods. I felt bad for lying to him, but what else could I do? He was still looking at me expectantly. He looked out of place in Tracy's house, with his dark, rugged clothes. I glanced at Tracy and shrugged. I'd already gotten what I'd come here for. Now what? "I think you should probably go check out Defiance and talk to the commander. I kind of promised if I found you I'd send you over." "I don't know how much time I have left," I said. "And isn't Defiance like 10 miles away?" Tracy's face lit up and he smiled. "I have something special I've been saving for you. A surprise. I've had it for years." He led us downstairs to his garage and flicked on the fluorescent lights. Inside were a dozen luxury cars and a Hummer that almost looked like a tank. He passed them all and came to a strange-looking black motorcycle. "These are amazing," Jake said, "but everyone knows you can't drive. The sound attracts the mods, and then you're stuck." "This is different," Tracy said, pointing to the black bike. "It's a hovercraft, solar-powered turbines. It doesn't make nearly as much noise as a car, and you don't need gas. You just charge it up in the sun." I ran my hand over the sleek metal body. Instead of tires, it had large flat discs, like giant fans pointed downward. "Where did you find this?" I asked. It was in the early developmental stages, a prototype. They'd have been ready for mass production in a few more years, if, the world hadn't ended. They thought I was crazy for the amount of money I offered, but I knew I had to get one. "It's for you." I straddled the bike. "Come with me if you want to live," I said in a foreign accent. Jake looked confused, but Tracy grinned. "I haven't heard a good Terminator reference in about 20 years. He handed us a pair of motorcycle goggles and helmets. "Oh, one more thing," he said. He pressed a button and the side wall of the garage flipped out, showing an arsenal of guns and weapons. "Whoa," Jake and I said together. Tracy grabbed something that looked like an Uzi and handed it to me. "Safety. On, off. Reload the clip here. And don't kill yourself. It's easier than you'd think it would be." "I didn't think you traded in weapons," Jake said. "I usually don't. I trade juice for food." "Juice?" I asked. "Energy, electricity. That's the most popular form of currency. It can recharge batteries, devices, stuff like that. I have my own generator. I'm not an arms dealer, and I don't want to have to pick sides in some war." He put a hand on Jake's shoulder. "But Alicia is important, more than you realize. So you take this bike and this gun, and you get her to Defiance to talk to the commander. I know it's confusing and frustrating. You might learn what's going on later, that's not my call. Right now, you keep her safe." Jake nodded solemnly. "Is it really that dangerous?" I asked. "It shouldn't be. It's a straight shot on the roads. With cars, the mods will hear you coming and block your path. With this baby, they shouldn't hear you until you're passing them, and if you drive fast, they won't catch up. Though if you drive slowly, they could follow you. So drive fast." "My pleasure," said Jake, strapping on the helmet. He pushed his dark long hair out of his eyes and adjusted the round motorcycle goggles. It made him look like a steampunk aviator. "On second thought," Tracy said, eyeing Jake, who was trying to figure out how to turn the vehicle on, "maybe you better drive." "I don't have a license," I said. "That's cute, kid," he smiled. "You have more experience operating vehicles than he does, and he's got more experience with weaponry. It's just like riding a bike, a flying bike. Jake will tell you where to go." Tracy opened the garage door and pulled the craft out into the driveway. I straddled the seat and Jake slipped on behind me. I could feel his warm body pressed against my back, and I blushed as he wrapped his arms around me. Tracy raised one eyebrow at us, which made my cheeks turn even redder. I was glad Jake was behind me and couldn't see my face. "Don't use the guns unless you have to. They'll draw more attention. The trick is not to stick around in one spot making noise. You'll be safe once you get to Defiance." He tapped the back of the machine. I twisted the handle to accelerate down the driveway. The craft kicked up dust behind us, but was remarkably silent, like the hum of a vacuum cleaner. I turned left on Manchester Street, then headed west until I hit Wild Horse Creek Road. This area used to be mostly orchards and farmland. Under the heavy foliage, I could see the remains of a white picket fence along the road. It was a relief not to be walking, and driving the bike was exhilarating. My blonde hair was flying behind me. I realized suddenly if I disappeared, Jake would be on the back of a speeding vehicle with nobody steering. My knuckles turned white as I squeezed the handlebars. The bike hummed and blew up leaves and branches as we flew down the road, but it was so quiet I could still hear bird calls. But I'd only been here a couple hours. I should have several more hours left. Once I'd convinced myself I wasn't going to disappear on the journey, I found myself enjoying the drive. It was quiet, peaceful. The weather was clear and bright, and the roads were lined with trees and wildflowers. But then we came to an intersection crossing the highway. There were dozens of cars. Some looked like they'd crashed together and blocked traffic. Others were merely abandoned, their doors hanging open like an invitation. Remnants lay scattered around the wreckage. Several were laying side by side, as if someone had tried to move the bodies. Others were still in their vehicles, their bony hands on the wheel like they were late to work. I felt ashamed for enjoying myself, even a little bit. I couldn't let myself forget that this quiet future was the result of the downfall of civilization, that the remaining humans had to hide and fight for survival, facing the very real threat of being violently and savagely attacked all the time. And if the mods didn't get you, Zamanta's crew would pick you up and use you for a science experiment. This wasn't an idyllic utopia. This was a post-apocalyptic nightmare. We crossed a set of railroad tracks, and then I saw the river through the thinning trees. Jake pointed to an exit, which led down to the waterfront. My heart started racing when I saw men with rifles blocking the road, but Jake waved to them and they motioned me forward. When I parked the craft and took off my helmet and goggles, I could see there were snipers in the trees as well. More men with guns made a trail all the way down to the river, where I could see a loading ramp and several rowboats. The Missouri River was wide and deeper than I remembered it. "What's all this?" I asked. "River crossing? We're taking a boat?" "Yeah, end of the line for this beast, I'm sorry to say," Jake said, pulling off his helmet and shaking out his hair. "Where did you get that thing?" a boy our age said, walking up. "I've never seen anything like it." "It's not mine," he said. "It's hers." The boy looked me up and down, then back at Jake and raised an eyebrow. "And where'd she come from?" he asked. "Alicia, this is my friend Sam," he said. "Sam, meet Alicia. As for where she came from or where she's going, you'll need to ask her yourself. I'm just her guide. But we're kind of in a hurry, so maybe over drinks tonight? Your treat, Sam grinned. All right, you know the drill. Check the weapons, get a pat down, pay the toll for passage. I gave up my Uzi with reluctance. I hadn't even had a chance to use it. Don't worry, Jake whispered. We can come back and get it later. These aren't mercs or scavengers. Nobody steals from Defiance. If you need to, take off, again. I'll keep your stuff safe for until you come back. Same with your hoverbike. The guards patted us down and checked my backpack. They pulled out my hunting knife and tossed it into a pile of guns, swords, and other weaponry. Keep an eye on the bike for me and I might take you for a ride later, Jake yelled to Sam. He waved us off, then we walked down to the water. Jake fished into his pockets and pulled out a handful of batteries. He stepped into a rowboat and handed them to the guide, an older man with gray hair, tanned skin, and bright blue eyes. The man touched wires to both ends of each battery, using a small device that hung around his neck. All of Jake's batteries produced a green light. Jake gave me a hand into the boat, then we pushed off and started rowing across. As we approached the far bank on the other side of the river, I couldn't see over the solid wall surrounding the city. The structure looked medieval, pine trees stripped bare and sharpened at one end. They'd stuck these into the ground tight all along the edge of the river. It went as far as I could see. The mods can't get in? I asked. The river goes all the way around the city, Jake said. Mods can't swim. Water freaks them out. And Zamanta leaves you alone? They have so far. Defiance is like a fortress. Even if they launched 100 boats, we'd shoot them with fire arrows on the crossing. We're safe. Have been all my life. You grew up here? Born and raised. How many people live here? I asked in awe. About 10,000. We're one of the biggest communities left that I know of. There are other pockets of civilization left, fortified farmhouses or strongholds, each a nation unto its own, usually led by a tyrant. But Defiance is different. You'll see. I've traveled more than most, at least 100 miles in every direction. Defiance is the only place I'd call home. There was a dock on the other side, and we got off the boat. We had to check in by the main gate and give our names, which were written down. My eyes widened as we entered the gates. The buildings closest to the wall were being eaten alive by the sprawling foliage and wildlife, but the center was a time capsule. It hadn't changed at all. If anything, it looked better, like some kind of million-dollar gentrified urban reclamation project. There was a waterfall in the middle of the city, divided into streams of water that fanned out through the streets, watering dozens of well-planned gardens. Kids were playing with puppies, butterflies drifted among the flower beds, and there was some kind of public market happening, with music and food stalls. It was a goddamn Garden of Eden. My eyes watered up. It was the first sign I'd seen of civilization, of normalcy. If there were other cities like this, maybe humanity would be okay. If they could do it here, they could do it in other places too. I saw a flash of color as a shape cut through the crowd towards us. A young girl in a red dress threw herself at Jake, wrapping herself around him and knocking him over on the grass. I win, she smirked, holding a small blade against his neck. You're losing your edge. I wasn't ready, he said. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Always be ready, she said, her dark eyes momentarily solemn. You taught me that. Bring me anything? Alicia, Jake said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a package of Skittles. This is my sister, Annabelle. Nice to meet you, she curtsied, stuffing the Skittles into her pocket. I've got to take Alicia to meet the commander. It's kind of urgent. You seen her? She's in the chapel. And Meredith? Jake asked. Annabelle shrugged. Can you find her and give her these? Jake asked, pulling out a large pack of batteries from his bag. Annabelle nodded, then ran off with the batteries. Is that what you do for a living? I asked. Collect Skittles and batteries? I'm a scavenger, it's what I do. I find tech or supplies, take it to Tracy or other traders, get paid with juice. Something might be worthless to one person and valuable to another. There's a lot of profit to be made just shifting things around, if you're brave enough to face the wilds. Tracy, for example, loves Pop-Tarts and Diet Coke, but he wouldn't risk his own life for them. Who owns all of this? I asked. The commander, mostly. There's a council, but she calls the shots. People can rent out space for their family garden, but they can't hoard. Everybody in Defiance gets fed. It's one of the rules. What do they do in return? They provide a skill or a service. A lot of us are scavengers. We go out looking for things that improve the city, fix things that get broken. We have a library, we have a music store, we have shops with appliances. Most people don't have big houses. Not everyone needs their very own radio. iPhones take a lot of energy, so those old-fashioned, simple MP3 players are more popular. They can run for a month on a good battery. There are stores with computers where you can add music to your device. You guys still use iPhones? I asked. When I was a kid, we used to skip them across the river, or build towers with them. Jake smirked. Most common phone in America. There are thousands of them. We entered an older section of the city with cobblestone streets and colonial architecture. At the end of the street was a church. Part of the roof had collapsed, letting in a beam of light inside. My jaw dropped at the scene inside. Most of the floor was covered in dirt, and a rose garden extended through the interior, nourished by trickles of water that were running down the walls. The pews had been removed, as well as the large crucifix that would normally be in the front. The stained glass windows were intact and sent splashes of color on the pink and red petals. In the front of the church, trimming a rose bush with a pair of garden shears, was a woman with her back to us. I froze in disbelief as she turned to face us. She smiled at me, and it was a smile I knew and recognized. My sister's smile. Tamara's face lit up, and she pulled me into a tight hug. Oh my God, finally. You can't tell how excited I am to see you. Jake, please excuse Alicia and me. We have catching up to do. Jake frowned, but nodded and backed out of the chapel, leaving me alone with my sister. She was older, but it was undoubtedly her. You haven't changed a bit, she said. How old are you? Almost 16. Sophomore in high school? She asked. I nodded. When are you from exactly? You just came over for dinner. Thanksgiving. She reached up and stroked my cheek. I really can't believe this. Then why don't you seem surprised? You told me about all this. You told me you would travel into the future. You told me what was going to happen, D-Day, the modifieds. You told me everything. So you built this place? I asked. Defiance? You did this. It was your idea. This place is incredible, but I haven't done anything, like at all, so it's kind of crazy. I know this must be one of your first trips, right? I can't imagine how it must have been the first time out there. Next time you come, just jump from anywhere inside the city, inside Defiance. You'll be safe here. No mods. How did you manage it? How much time do you have? She asked. I'm not sure. An hour or two, probably, though last time it lasted much longer than I expected. There's so much I want to tell you and show you. Let's take a walk. She linked her arm in mine and led me towards the entrance. I knew you'd be coming, of course. I mean, you told me when you'd come, but I wasn't totally sure. That was years ago. And a lot has happened. Still, I planned a welcome banquet for you. I hope you can stay. We stopped a couple blocks away outside a tall apartment building in the center of the city. It was almost twice the size of the other buildings in Defiance. So I even have a room made up for you so you can spend the night. You told me you get more time here, right? Like a few hours in your time is worth more here? Yeah, it's hard to predict. I think it's like 10 to 1, but I'm not sure yet. Well, while you're here, you might as well be comfortable, she said, leading me into the building. No elevator, unfortunately. Way too much energy. and the stairs keep us in shape. I put you on the 3rd floor. A good view, but not all the stairs. The room was like a penthouse suite, clean and modern, with gray slate walls and a fluffy white bed. There's no running water or electricity? Not really. Pipes don't work, so you can't use the toilet. We made our own sewer system and have public bathhouses using portable water heaters, but you'll have to go downstairs for those. It's amazing, I said. You own this apartment? I own the building, she smirked. Though ownership has a looser meaning these days. Possession is like 10/10ths of the law now. How did you know it would be safe here? I didn't know anything. Defiance was your plan. You were always so sure of yourself, so confident. I didn't want to believe you, but you were right about everything, so I started trusting you. Listen, you have to tell me what happened. You have to tell me what to do. I mean, I'm still just figuring this out. I have no idea what I'm doing. Tell me what you remember about D-Day. What happened first? What happened to Dad? Oh, honey. She stroked my hair. He didn't make it. So few people did. I turned towards the large glass windows to wipe the tears from my eyes. From here, I could see most of the town, and even across the river. But why didn't you save him? Why didn't I? Tamara frowned and crossed her arms. Even though you knew what was coming and when, you still couldn't predict everything. I mean, you couldn't be everywhere at once. Everyone only remembers what happened to them. No, I thought. It doesn't have to happen that way. I can change it. The men standing on top of the fence were holding bows and arrows. It's so weird. It's like, part of it looks medieval, and part of it is modern. I mean, archers? Saves bullets, Tamara said. And it's quieter. Guns draw the mods. Swords? Same thing, for close combat. Guns are a last resort, and they do far more harm than good. We have them, of course, but we've never needed them. Mods aren't smart enough to organize into a real attack. Any that come close, we kill. Where do you even get swords anymore? Stocked up before shit hit the fan, like solar panels and seeds and everything else I needed to build this place. Let me guess, I gave you money? Lottery tickets? Dad never knew. You had everything set up under a business account for me, around my blog. You were using that to try and warn people. But, I bit my lip. I don't understand. That's what we're planning to do now. If we did that stuff, why didn't anybody listen? Why did this still happen? Why couldn't we stop it? Tamara squeezed my shoulders. Listen, there's something I have to tell you. Something I'm supposed to tell you. But I don't know if the time is right, or if it's too early. Tracy told me about that, about how he wasn't sure whether saying something would affect my decisions or change history. You know Tracy, right? Jake said you did. She smiled, but there was a funny look in her eyes. There was something there, something she wasn't telling me. We all got to know each other pretty well once you brought us in. I think it's probably better to hear everything I need to, the most important stuff. You said warning people wouldn't work. We'll do it anyway. It might save some people. But you've lived through it. You must know what went wrong. You must know how to make it right, what we have to do to stop it from happening. I do. It's what you told me to do. You made me promise to tell you. What is it? The only way to stop D-Day is to kill Kyle Peters. Mr. Peters is involved? I asked. Are you kidding? Kyle is everything. D-Day wasn't an accident. He did it deliberately. He modified a shipment of Zamanta tomato seeds that got distributed to farmers around the world. That's what caused all this. And he's still up there now, kidnapping children, a mad scientist experimenting with human genetics. I held my hand up to cut her off. I couldn't believe what she was asking me to do. I'm pretty sure murder doesn't fit in with those Save the Planet morals, I said, crossing my arms. I've grown up, she said. Look, you tried warning people and you failed. We've done pretty well for ourselves here, and the kids who grew up in defiance are almost normal. But they can't ever leave the city, because we are completely surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters. You don't know what that's like, to know that's out there, to never get a good night's sleep, to know that this is all we get. Kyle Peters has to die. And don't think this is my idea. This is your realization. You convinced me it had to be this way, after we lost Dad, and everyone else. You regretted it, blamed yourself, wished you could go back and stop him. But I couldn't travel backwards, so you had to wait, until now. What happened to me? Why aren't I here? Where are Cody and Brett and Chris? Cody and Chris didn't make it. Brett and you got split up on D-Day. Everything happened so quickly I was already in Defiance setting up. I'd moved here. But none of you were. You came in weeks later, stayed for a while, but then said you had to leave. I never saw you again. I shivered. If I survived D-Day, why wasn't I here with Tamara? Why didn't I come greet myself? Don't worry. It doesn't have to be that way, Tamara said, giving me a hug. Not for you. Your future is whatever you decide to make it. If you're willing to do what has to be done. I wanted to talk to Tamara more, but she wasn't interested in answering my questions. There's nothing you can do here now, nothing that matters. So relax. Wait till you go back. That's where you can make a difference. There was a BBQ cooking outside, and we helped ourselves to ribs and corn on the cob. I saw Jake, sitting with a guitar and singing something. Annabelle was sitting next to him on the grass, and there was another girl with them. She had choppy dark hair and a black tank top. She was hot, in a dangerous-looking way, and she looked a little too comfortable with Jake. I noticed for the first time Jake had a tattoo on his arm, going from his thumb to his elbow. It looked like a whole bunch of simple black dots. Together, they looked almost like stars. Then I noticed the girl had a similar design on her left arm. WTF? Matching tattoos? Annabelle saw us first. She ran over and took my hand, leading us back to Jake and the girl. Meredith, this is Alicia. Jake introduced us. You been living in one of the other towns? She asked, her eyes raking over my appearance. Something like that, I said. After dinner, they rolled out a giant screen and played a movie for the whole town. Annabelle went up close with all the other kids to watch. It was something about dragons, but I couldn't focus. Jake was sitting between Meredith and I, and it felt awkward, like I was the third wheel on a date or something. I got up halfway through the movie and took a walk. I went back to the church. It was cool and damp inside. The moonlight shone down through the ruined structure, bathing the roses in the blue light. It smelled heavenly. The heavy fragrance of the flowers hung in the air like mist. I heard footsteps behind me. Someone followed me here. So, are you going to tell me? Jake said, coming down the aisle towards me. What? I asked. Who you really are. What you're doing here. I've never seen you before, but Tamara acts like you're old friends. Is that what she told you? She told me I should let it go, that there are some things she couldn't explain and I wouldn't understand, but I don't trust it. You could be a spy, an assassin, something. All I know is, you're not what you seem. And what do I seem? I've never met anybody like you. It's like you've never gone hungry a day in your life. You've never had to fight to protect those you love. You have an innocence that cannot be real, unless you've lived locked up somewhere. Maybe you're a new breed of evil, something Zamanta cooked up, a temptation. Do I tempt you? I said, leaning down to smell a rose. Its soft petals caressed my cheek. Yes, and that scares me. Are you really even here? How long until you aren't? And what do I do when you're gone again? I looked up and met his dark eyes, smoldering eyes. I wished Brett looked at me that way. I'm real. I'm here. But I can't stay. As if on cue, I saw the pink creeping into my vision. He was right. I couldn't be with him. He needed someone real, someone like Meredith. I put my fingertips up in the air and he caught them in his palm, Then I was gone. Chapter 15. My eyes blinked open and I put my palm on my chest, feeling the flutter of my heartbeat. I could still see Jake's eyes as he watched me disappear. I wasn't sure what to do with the feeling creeping up inside me. It was both excitement and loss, like waking from a beautiful dream and being disappointed that it never really happened. Fingers curled around my arm and I flinched. My eyes met with Brett's. I focused on the gold flecks in his olive-green gaze that sparkled in the late afternoon light. He smiled reassuringly, but I couldn't bring myself to mirror his response. My crush, looking straight at me, seeing me. But somehow it felt less real than the future I'd just returned from. A future that didn't exist yet. A future I was trying to stop. "Find out anything useful?" Brett asked. My lips parted, but no words came out. My brain was a mess of too much information, and no information at all. Not to mention everything Tracy told me about knowing who to trust. Brett's eyebrow arched slowly, anticipating my words. I glanced around, catching Chris and Cody's hopeful eyes. What had I learned? That Chris and Cody wouldn't even survive the event. That future me went AWOL after I failed to save the world. That my future sister had told me to murder Brett's father. And that nobody from the future really even knew what happened for certain. My throat felt dry. I just need a minute. I stood up too fast and my weight shifted suddenly, my body swaying. Brett grabbed my arm and held me up. "Whoa," he said softly. "You okay?" His fingers on my skin sent a tremor up my spine. "Yeah," I said, pulling my arm away. "Just give me a second. My brain is fried." I grabbed the bottle of water and took a few deep gulps. The sun was setting and the mosquitoes were hungry. I slapped one against my arm and stared at the spot of blood it left. I breathed in the fresh, woodsy air as my brain tried to unscramble all the new information I'd uncovered. Apparently, our current plan of posting prophecies to get more attention and credibility didn't work out so well. But the alternative that Tamara offered seemed far too extreme. I wasn't ready for that yet. A smile played on my lips at the memory of zooming down the abandoned roads on the hovercraft, with Jake clutching on behind me. "Hey," Chris said, interrupting my thoughts. "Not to ruin your moment or anything, but we're kind of losing our minds back here." I glanced over at the boys and saw Cody pacing and Brett rubbing his neck. "I'm sorry," I said, rejoining the group. "It's hard to tell what's important and what's not." "Just tell us everything," Brett said. His eyes were so piercing and honest, I wanted to tell him the truth. But last time I suggested Zamanta was responsible for the end of the world, he'd gotten angry. This time I was going to hold my cards a little tighter. "I found my sister," I said finally, squaring my shoulders. "Found her?" Chris's eyes widened. "Like older her?" I nodded, and Cody blew out an enthusiastic breath. "That's great. Your sister survived at least. Did she tell you anything about what happened?" My sister had seemed wholly invested in a single plan: kill Kyle Peters. But how could I be a part of that? There had to be another way. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but I found some old news coverage from just before the worst of it. They said GMOs were linked to a massive genome mutation, and they quoted Tamara. When D-Day happened, she'd already been talking about this stuff for months, but nobody listened to her until it was too late. "So we make them listen," Chris said. "Did you find some information? Predictions we can publish?" I nodded, and Cody passed me a pencil and a notebook. I jotted down a dozen of the things I'd memorized, but only the ones I was sure of. It was hard to keep track of so many different dates and events. "What should we do with it?" Brett asked. "Tamara gets famous for this stuff," I said. "We set her up with a business, and we make money. They might ignore the prophecies, but they'll pay attention once she wins the lottery a few times." "Yes, finally," Cody said. "It's not for us. She uses it to buy property, to start stockpiling resources. In the future, she owns the whole town of Defiance. but it's flanked by rivers on both sides to keep out the mods. About 10,000 people live there. It's a real town. Those people are depending on us, on me. Hold on, Brett said. I thought we wanted to stop this from happening, not prepare for it. Expect the best, prepare for the worst, Cody said. Right? Getting rich and buying some security, just in case, sounds like a good plan. Plus, if we do stop the apocalypse, we'll still be rich, so… bonus. He smirked, and Chris rolled her eyes at him. Brett furrowed his brow and chewed on his lower lip. It was kind of adorable, except I'm pretty sure he was thinking about Tamara's comments on GMOs. It was pretty much what I said to his dad at the Zamanta meeting. I avoided bringing it up this time, but the topic was almost conspicuously absent. I wondered if part of him still thought I was just some hippie, inventing this stuff to vilify a major food corporation. But I didn't want to argue with him about it. Not now. So that's it? Brett said finally. We post the stuff you found on your sister's blog, and also make sure people pay attention by making her win a few lotto drawings. You think that'll be enough? It has to be, I said without conviction. What if it's not? He pressed, folding his arms over his chest. Then I go back, I get more info, we try harder. You're already planning your next trip? How many times do you have to go? I thought you said the future was dangerous. Was he worried about me? You know how important this is, I said softly. I'll keep going back until we stop it from happening. I mean, I have to, right? What choice do I have? I had to save Chris and Cody. I had to save my dad. But what if Tamara's blog wasn't enough? She'd already told me it hadn't been. I was willing to put myself at risk if it meant saving the world. But was I really willing to do whatever it takes? Even if it meant killing Mr. Peters? Did you meet anyone else? Cody asked. Anyone important? Jake's face flashed in my mind. Mentioning him to the others wouldn't help anybody. Tracy was the biggest lead I had. Without him in his cubed fortress, his depository of knowledge and junk food, I'd be completely lost. But in the present, he still thought I was crazy. I had to win him over first, and I wasn't ready to tell the others about him yet. I felt a twinge of guilt for sharing it with Eric, and not the others. I should have invited him to join us, but for some reason, I felt like that might get awkward. I was already kind of amazed that I was hanging out with two hot seniors. The four of us felt almost perfect, like if Chris and Cody were together, then maybe Brett and I belonged together as well. Maybe we'd repopulate the world after it went to shit. Eric would be a fifth wheel. But I no longer felt the giddy excitement of socializing with upperclassmen. And even though Brett was still gorgeous, my feelings for him were even more confused after what Tamara had told me. I felt like I was lying just by being around him. Kill Kyle Peters. Tamara said he did it deliberately, but why would anyone do that? Mr. Peters didn't seem like a monster. He was just a scientist. I looked up and realized they were all still waiting for me to answer the question, waiting for any other morsel of hope. I had none. Did I meet anyone? No, not really. I glanced down at my phone. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Sorry, but I have to go. My dad's expecting me to be home by now. We'll strategize later, okay? I turned my back before they had a chance to respond. Their voices followed me as I made my way through the trees and exited the reservation. Even though Tracy's house wasn't far, I felt like time was running out. Like I could feel the grains of sand slipping through an hourglass. Each second that passed could be the precise moment I'd failed. A single wrong decision could cost billions of lives. I glanced over my shoulder, making sure none of the others had followed me. Then I ran the last few blocks to Tracy's house. I paused by the steps to catch my breath. This was crazy on so many levels, but it was my only hope. Plus, this had already happened. Future Tracy existed, which meant present Tracy had to listen to me. I knocked on the front door before I could change my mind. It opened a few seconds later. Hello. Tracy froze, his eyes wide and his mouth open. Then his eyes narrowed and he started closing the door. "Wait," I said, slamming my hand against the door to keep it from closing. "I'm about 2 seconds away from calling the cops," he said. From the look on his face, he was serious. "Look, I'm sorry about before. My friend and I shook my head. This had to come out right. "Just hear me out, please." He rolled his eyes. "You have exactly 60 seconds, he said. He gestured for me to get on with it, but I didn't know where to start. Should I talk about meeting him in the future first, or the impending doom that awaited us all? 50 seconds, he said, crossing his arms over his chest. I blew out a quick breath of air to calm my nerves. "My name is Alicia," I said, starting with the basics. "And you're Tracy Kettleman. I know this because we've already met. In the future." He barked out a laugh and shook his head. "Holy shit, I knew it. You're crazy." "I'm not. This is real. I've been having visions of the future. Zamanta somehow genetically modified food and people got sick and turned into these horrible creatures. Everyone is dead. Except you. Because I saved you. Because I told you it was going to happen. So now I'm here. Telling you. But I need your help to stop it." "Go to hell," he said. He tried to close the door again, but I pushed forward. "You've had a crush on a girl named Maya since preschool," I blurted. The door halted, inches from my face. "How do you know that?" he asked, peering through the slit in the door. "The same way I know that you have exactly 3 shirts, all a different shade of blue, and you still sleep with your stuffed elephant named Moose." He crossed the threshold in an instant, standing so close I could feel his breath on my face. He looked like he was about to strangle me. "Get the fuck off my property," he said softly, through clenched teeth. I had to remind myself that he was younger than me, and that the fate of the world depended on this conversation. "I know things about you because I know you. You may not believe me now, but you will. And I can prove it." "Prove what? That you belong in a mental facility? Because I'm convinced." I fumbled in my pocket for a pen, but couldn't find anything to write on. "Do you have a piece of paper?" He didn't respond, so I grabbed his arm suddenly. He flinched, but I held on to him firmly. "What are you doing?" he asked, as I started writing numbers on his arm. "These are the numbers for the Powerball draw happening in a few days." My hand lingered on his arm, and his face contorted slightly. "It's only for 50 grand, but there's more where that came from. A lot more." He frowned, and I could tell he still didn't believe me. "Please, Tracy, I know you don't know me yet, but just trust me. If these numbers don't win, I swear I'll back off. You'll never see me again. Just watch the drawing." I backed away and watched his muscles relax when I stepped off his porch. He watched me cautiously, but the anger was gone. "You clearly need help," he said finally, reaching up and brushing his long blonde hair behind his ear. "But not the kind you're asking for." He closed the door before I could react and left me standing there, more unsure than when I arrived. I glanced back once I reached the street and saw a light flash on in the upstairs window. A silhouette appeared behind the curtains. The shadow seemed to stay with me as I finally turned to walk away. It was already dark, and I shuddered, imagining mods ready to jump out and rip me to pieces. Chapter 16. The next day I stayed in bed until noon. When I was little, my parents made my sister and me get up and go to church on Sundays. We had to dress up in scratchy dresses and comb our hair. I don't remember much of it except the tray of cookies in the reception area, playing with other kids in the backyard, and a few craft projects based on Bible stories. The weekend after Mom died, Dad didn't seem to even know what day it was. I got up on my own, put on my best yellow dress, combed my hair, and waited downstairs. When Tamara finally came down, she fixed herself some cereal and said, "We're not going to church today, stupid." We never went again. Church was more Mom's thing anyway. Tamara focused her passion on saving the world with things that actually matter, like protecting the environment. I grew to appreciate lazy Sundays at home. Recently, Dad and I had fallen into the habit of having a late brunch together. I'd do homework while he worked on Sunday crosswords from the newspaper. But this Sunday, things felt different. Maybe it was because I knew our time together was finite. I wondered how many Sundays we had left, of quiet companionship and taking things for granted. Then I frowned and pushed the blankets off. It doesn't have to happen that way. It won't. I'll find a way to stop it. I got dressed and splashed some water on my face, just when the doorbell rang. I peeked out the window and saw Chris's green van parked outside. She waved up at me. "Mall trip," she shouted when I opened the door. "Seriously?" I said. "Come on, it's tradition. And you've got to help me pick out a dress for winter formal." "Cody asked you already?" "Not exactly, but he will. You might want to look for a dress of your own while we're there." "For what?" I scoffed. "Come on, it would be so much better if the four of us went together. Do I have to spell it out for you? Go with Brett. 1, he's taken. 2, what makes you think he'd ever ask me? You've been saying for years that Courtney doesn't deserve him, and now we're like, all hanging out together and stuff. Doesn't that seem like a sign?" "I don't even know if he's interested in me," I said, biting my lip. I visualized the photo in the yearbook I'd found in Brett's room on my first trip. Prom queen and king. It had seemed like total fantasy before, but this time the thought made my stomach do somersaults. I almost believed it could actually happen. And Chris rolled her eyes and put an arm around my shoulders, pulling me towards the car. "He's probably thinking the exact same thing about you," she said. "Sometimes you have to take a chance and go after what you want. Plus, you don't want to be a virgin when the world goes to shit, do you?" Thought experiment. Between finding a boyfriend and saving the world, which one seems most important to you? Duh. They're not mutually exclusive. Do both. The world is ending. You may never get the chance again. For the record, I'm completely behind you overthrowing the rule of Queen Courtney and stealing her man. But I can't actually do everything myself. You have to take some initiative. Dress a little sexier. Wear more makeup. Flirt and touch his arm sometimes. "I don't know how to do any of that stuff," I grumbled from the passenger seat. Even before the visions, I couldn't act normal in front of Brett Peters. He always made my palms sweat and my words turn into a jigsaw puzzle in my brain. And now, I might have convinced him I could see the future, but I could feel his skepticism. If he found out what future Tamara told me about his father, I'm pretty sure he'd never speak to me again. At the mall, we hit all our favorite stores. We got milkshakes, gooey cinnamon rolls, browsed the music shop and the novelty store. It felt indulgent, and all the sugar rushing into my blood made me anxious. We were trying to reclaim the simplicity of childhood by repeating our routine, but all I could think of was how much stuff would go to waste. Tracy told me once the dust settled, each person had their own personal store, if they were brave enough to claim it. Most of the clothes were impractical, and in some stores the prices seemed outrageous. I found myself drawn to utilitarian, functional clothes. A dark, waterproof jacket with a hood and lots of zippers. Long black jeans with rips and tears in them like they'd been used. "You don't go all emo on me," Chris said, when she caught me looking. I realized I'd unconsciously been picking out clothes like what I'd seen Jake and Meredith wearing in the future. Clothes that projected toughness, but were loose enough to move quickly. Natural colors that blended in. I smiled when I remembered what Jake said about me, that I could be a spy or an assassin. "Try this," Chris said, grabbing a white dress with embroidery in the sleeves. She held it up against me and pushed me in front of a mirror. "Perfect," she said. "Brett will love it." "It's almost a mini skirt," I said. "Doesn't that seem a bit desperate for November?" "Nonsense. Wear some boots and a jean jacket." I sighed, but took the dress from her. Dresses weren't really my thing, but there was an amazing pair of brown mid-calf trooper boots I was crushing on. I'd been saving up for college for years, but still had barely enough for a year at state university. And if the world was ending anyway, what difference did it make? I bought the boots and dress, as well as a few other items that caught my eye: a pair of black fingerless gloves, some tight jeans, and a long gray sweater. I grabbed a pair of wool socks also, and a black scarf. It was going to get cold soon. Chris picked out half a dozen frilly dresses and pulled me into the dressing rooms so she could change. After showing me the third one, a pale yellow dress that went down to her ankles, she turned so I could help her with the zipper. "So are you going to tell me what's really going on?" she asked, meeting my eyes in the mirror. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "You've been acting weird since your last trip. I know you're holding something back. You found out something else, and you don't want to tell us." "Why would you think that?" I asked. She laughed, stepping out of the dress and kicking it aside. "Because I'm your best friend and I know you," she said. "Whatever it is, I can handle it. I swear." I knew she wouldn't give up until I gave her something believable. But what could I tell her? That Tamara told me to kill Brett's father? That she and Cody wouldn't even survive the breakout? I didn't know how to tell her those things. I couldn't. But that didn't mean I had nothing to share. "I'm sorry," I said, leaning back against the door of the dressing room. "You're right. I haven't been totally honest with you. I met someone else in the future. It was really weird, like he'd been waiting for me." "Really? Who?" Chris grabbed the next dress and pulled it up over her waist. "His name is Tracy. Apparently, I helped him win a lot of money in our time, and that's why he's helping me in the future. I don't know how I found him the first time. It's all still really confusing, but future Tracy helped me approach present Tracy and—" "Wait," Chris said, cutting in. "You found him in the present?" "Yeah," I smiled. "He's kind of a jerk, but he gets better in the future." Chris looked impressed. "Did you tell him about everything?" "I told him enough," I said. "He thinks I'm crazy, but I don't blame him. I gave him a winning Powerball ticket to convince him. The draw is in 3 days. When he wins, I'll tell him everything he needs to know." "Is he cute?" she asked. "Oh my God, no. I mean, I don't know. He's younger than us in the present, and way older than us in the future. Is that all you think about?" "Just trying to figure out why you were hiding him from the boys." Chris shrugged. "Because he's not even on board yet. I mean, he's supposed to do all this stuff for me, stockpile supplies, collect information. He even had a letter I wrote to myself." "Okay," she said slowly. "That's creepy." "Now you know why I didn't tell you," I said. "It's too confusing. And all this stuff has to happen, because if I can't convince present Tracy that I'm telling the truth, then future Tracy won't be there to give me the information we need to stop things from happening. It's like I'm on a carnival ride, and I want to get off, but it's going too fast and I can't tell where the exit is. I don't want to keep things from you, but I'm also not sure what I can tell you. I mean, what if something I do now screws things up in the future? I have to consider every tiny decision I make, because it could be the one that ruins everything." "I get it," Chris said. "And Tamara?" "I'll talk to her tonight and try to get her to post the predictions. The problem is, even if Tracy and Tamara are in, that only means I'm repeating what I've already done, which wasn't enough. I still have to find a way to actually stop it." "You got this," Chris said, pulling me into a tight hug. "Just remember, you don't have to do everything on your own. I'm here for you." "That's comforting," I smirked, sizing her up in the pale blue princess gown she was wearing. "Are you kidding? I'd rock the apocalypse in this dress. I'll just keep my sneakers on so I can kick zombie ass. You sure you don't want one?" She nodded at her reject pile of dresses. Buying a dress in the hopes that someone would ask me to a dance seemed pathetic, even for me. Besides, how could I get excited about a dance with everything that was going on? Even if Brett did ask me, which seemed unlikely, I'd be paranoid the whole time. We collected our purchases and headed back out into the main mall. I stopped at a candy store to buy some Skittles for Annabelle. I wanted to buy something for Jake, too, but I couldn't think of anything to get him. "Let's go in here," I said, nodding to the sporting goods store. "Why?" Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. "I might need supplies," I said. "If I need something in the future, it's not like I can just run to the store and stock up." We passed through aisles of emergency survival gear, fishing rods, and camping supplies. Most of it seemed like junk to me, especially compared to Tracy's well-stocked future home. He probably had a warehouse full of this stuff somewhere. I slowed down when we reached the gun section, pausing in front of the glass case full of handguns. I took a sharp breath when I saw a black pistol that looked exactly like the one I'd found in Brett's locker. I wondered if it could actually be the same gun. I'd assumed Brett left it there for me, but I hadn't asked him. Maybe I'd left it there for myself. How could I be sure? If I didn't buy a gun and put it in his locker, would I already be dead right now? At least it didn't have to happen soon. I remembered the feel of the gun in my hand when I'd shot the mod in the future. I couldn't count on Jake to save me all the time. I needed to learn to take care of myself. I promised, next time I tripped, I'd make him teach me. After all, if I got killed in the future, I wouldn't be able to come back and save the present. But guns attracted mods. Maybe I needed something quieter. I picked up a compound bow from a rack and lifted it to feel the weight. "You're not serious?" Chris asked. "Your dad would never let you buy that." "I was just thinking, I should learn some things." "Is it really that dangerous?" Chris said, putting her hand on my arm. "I mean, you mentioned the mods, but just how bad is it?" "I'll be careful," I said, "but I should also be prepared. Guns are too noisy, they draw attention. A bow like this, it would just be nice to learn." I couldn't buy it now, though. My dad would freak out, and I was probably too young to buy weapons anyway. And I didn't want to get Jake something practical. I wanted to get him something he'd never even seen before, a new experience. Something that didn't exist in the future. I dragged Chris into the bookstore at the other end of the mall. I was looking for a novelty book, but then I got distracted in the section on prepper guides. I flipping through a book when the pages started burning. What the fuck? I dropped the book and turned around slowly, as the orange and pink flames retreated to the edges of my vision. The bookstore was in ruins. Torn books and loose pages made a carpet across the floor. In the center of the store, someone had arranged piles of books into a labyrinth of walls and arches. I heard movement and felt a shadow crossing over me. My heart pounded. A flash of light caught my eye, and I saw one half of a heart-shaped locket hanging from the ceiling at eye level. Then someone touched my arm, and I screamed. "Relax," Chris said, picking up the book and shelving it. "It's just me." I spun around, but the bookstore was normal again. Bright, clean, modern, and full of shoppers. I crossed my arms to keep from shaking. What the hell had just happened? It was like a brief glimpse into the future, but I hadn't even smoked anything. Chris was rubbing my back and staring at me with a concerned expression. "Sorry," I said finally. "Too much stress, I guess. Can you drop me off at home? I think I'm done for the day." Dad was in the kitchen when I got home. He was eating Lucky Charms, which he did pretty much every day. He never ate it for breakfast, though. He was weird like that. He smiled up at me and jutted his chin out. I kissed his cheek and sat down across from him. "How was the mall?" he asked. I shrugged. "Same as always," I said. "Nothing new." He nodded, and I started to wonder what he would do if I told him the truth, that his teenage daughter was in the process of saving the world. Would he think I'm crazy too? "Your sister's in the living room," he said through a yawn. "She's watching one of those food documentaries again. Dinner in an hour." Tamara was sitting on the floor with her legs crossed under her, clenching the remote in her hand as she stared up at the TV. "Dad's eating cereal again," she said without looking away from the screen. "I thought you said you were going to start cooking." I rolled my eyes. "Well, I've been kind of busy." She laughed softly. "You're 15. I have homework and, she asked, though I could tell she wasn't really listening to me.
No.
And I've been traveling through time trying to figure out how to stop the world from ending, I said in one breath. She didn't even bat an eyelash. Tamara, I said, waiting for her to look at me. Still nothing. I moved in front of the TV, blocking her view. Earth to Tamara, I shouted, waving my hands in front of her face. Her face grew serious and she stood up. You're too old to be doing stuff like that. Well, maybe if you would listen? She put her hands on her hips and sighed. What is it then? She had so much contempt in her gaze I couldn't think straight. Even though I'd been rehearsing this conversation all day, organizing my thoughts into a cohesive, reasonable explanation wasn't easy. Tamara was the kind of person you had to be smart with. She hated people who refused to research their facts and think critically about their opinions. She wasn't as open to other people's opinions as she liked to think, so getting her to listen without jumping into debate mode would be difficult. After all that fuss, nothing? She asked, raising an eyebrow at me. This documentary is profound and inspiring. You're ruining my intellectual high, not to mention wasting quality education. I laughed at that last part. I knew she was just using big words to make herself seem impressive and shut me down. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Alicia? Okay, I said, holding up my palms. Please just listen. This is going to sound crazy, but I really need your help. The whole world needs your help. I sat on the sofa and patted the cushion until she sat facing me. I could see she was skeptical, but at least she muted the TV. Remember what I asked Mr. Peters about whether GMOs in produce could alter human DNA? Yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, probably far-fetched, but it hit a nerve. I posted something on my blog about it, and it's actually the most popular article on my site. Where do you come up with this stuff? The thing is, it's all real. Really real. It's actually going to happen, and we need help getting the word out. With a shaky voice, I told her everything. About Brett's party, about the Philia, about the future, Zamanta, and the mods. I told her as much as I needed to until she was convinced. At first, she thought I was kidding, but when she saw how serious I was, she looked at me like I was an alien with 2 heads and 3 eyes. When I finished explaining, I had to catch my breath. Tamara's mouth hung open. There was about 60 seconds of silence before she smiled and jumped out of the chair. Oh my God, Alicia, oh my God. Her eyes widened with a frantic energy, but she didn't look scared. This is incredible. I just told you the world is ending. Try not to look quite so happy about it. Of course, she said, dropping her smile. Sorry, it's just, this confirms everything I've been saying, that I was right. Unfortunately, being right isn't enough. We need to find a way to stop it, to warn people, but nobody would believe me. And you think they'd believe me? She scoffed. I run a university newspaper and have an environmental blog that gets 1,000 visitors a month, on a good month. I've been campaigning against big corporations like Zamanta for years. Honestly, I don't think I've actually changed anything. You will, I promised. In the future, people take you seriously, but by then it's too late. We need people to listen to you, to trust you. So when you warn them about the big stuff, they'll listen. And how do you expect to do that? She asked. I pulled out the folded piece of notebook paper and opened it up on the table. My eyes trailed every word, hoping I'd gotten everything right, that I remembered them correctly. Tamara's face lit up as I handed her the predictions Tracy gave me. Her eyes moved across the dates, places, and figures. She blew out a breath and looked up at me. Whoa, she whispered. Right now, this is the only thing I have. Can you publish it to your blog? We thought, if people see that you're right about this stuff, exactly right, they'll pay attention to the other things you say. She squeezed my shoulder and looked me in the eyes. The excitement was gone, and now they were unnervingly serious. You really believe these things are going to happen? You're not just pretending? I've been there. I said quietly. I've seen it. It's indescribable. Because I'd be putting my neck on the line, my reputation. I don't want to dilute my core message with fantasy or make-believe. I don't know how it's possible either, I said. But we've tested it. If you don't believe me, wait for the first one to come true, I said, pointing at the list. Then publish the rest. But keep in mind, every day you wait, we could be losing our one and only chance to make a real difference. She squeezed my shoulder and clutched the paper to her chest before grabbing her laptop. She frowned for a minute, biting her lip, then began typing away. It's cool, she said. I'm just creating a character called the Green Lady. I'll say she tells me things in my dreams. My followers will think it's just some quirky game. Until it comes true, I said. Until it comes true, she repeated. I left her bent over the glowing monitor of her laptop in the living room. I was filled with nostalgia and gratitude. We used to work on projects all the time together when we were little, but it had been so long, I'd forgotten how much fun it could be. I'd been afraid she wasn't going to believe me. No matter how our lives had changed, she was my sister, and if the world was ending, at least we would fight it together. Chapter 17. I was finishing breakfast the next morning when I heard 3 short beeps outside. I peeked through the living room curtains and saw Brett's Jeep outside. What is he doing here? He didn't even text first. Thankfully, Dad wasn't awake yet, or he would have asked a million questions. He's cute, Tamara said, peering out the window beside me. She'd slept over and was about to head back to school. Who is he? That's Brett Peters, I said, pulling the curtains shut. I frowned at my clothes. I was wearing my new outfit. I thought it looked pretty good upstairs, but now I felt like I was trying too hard. I don't think my knees had seen daylight for months. Kyle Peters' son? Tamara asked, raising an eyebrow. When I nodded, she whistled. If only he knew his dad was the Antichrist of produce. As I backed away from the window and stuffed books in my backpack. Tamara eyed me suspiciously. Wait, does he know? What you told me last night? I cringed. Possibly. Alicia, she said sternly. She sounded like Mom used to. Okay, yes, he knows, but you don't understand, I said. He's the reason I got to travel in the first place. He gave you drugs? She asked, her eyes widening. Shit. I forgot I told her about the philia last night. I didn't tell her how I got it. Okay, listen. I know you're mad right now, but I'm going to be late for school, so can we talk about this later? She looked like she was ready to argue, but instead she handed me an apple and motioned to the door for me to leave. Please, go learn something, but keep me updated. Brett's eyes raked over my body as I approached his car. Maybe this outfit wasn't so bad after all. Get in, he said. He was wearing a sly grin, like he was daring me to disobey. Is this a thing now? I asked. Picking me up for school in the morning? You better be careful. People might get the wrong idea. And what idea would that be? He said with a teasing smile. His hand moved to the gear shift, dangerously close to my bare thigh. My cheeks burned red as he backed out of the drive-away. What the hell is happening? So, how did it go with your sister? He asked. Oh, of course, this was about the blog. I sighed quietly and typed her website into my phone. I showed him the post she'd put up last night, with the list of predictions. Wow, he murmured. That was fast. How did she... My sister's pretty resourceful, I shrugged. She wrote it after I told her everything, created a fake persona and everything. How did she take it? He asked. Surprisingly well, I said. I'm about 60% sure she believes me, or wants to at least. I mean, I basically just confirmed everything she already believes in. I guess people can accept anything if it's in line with their own views. Even time travel? Truth is stranger than fiction, I replied. Well, this is great, he said. We have to show Chris and Cody. Meet at lunch? I nodded. My mouth was too dry to answer. Brett Peters wanted to have lunch with me? Like, in front of everyone? I tried to tame the smile on my face, but it was out of control, until Courtney blocked my path. "Nice look," she said with a smirk. "Garbage pail chic, right? Too bad you couldn't get something to cover those chicken legs of yours." I pushed past her without answering. She must have seen Brett drop me off. That wasn't my problem. They'd have to sort out their own drama. "Damn, Alicia, smoking hot," Chris said when I saw her in second period. She handed me some pink lip gloss and I smeared it on with my finger. I'd always tried not to stand out in high school, but I enjoyed the looks of appreciation more than I wanted to admit. We found the others at lunch and sat at a table in the far corner of the cafeteria. It was technically the reject table, a place people were resigned to when there was nowhere else to sit. But today we made it our own. We needed a place to talk without anyone overhearing us. I pulled out my phone and brought up Tamara's blog page to check the site visits. 17 hits? Cody's incredulous tone did not go unnoticed. Chris elbowed him in the side and he clamped his lips shut, looking off in a different direction. "It's only been a few hours," Brett said. "And these predictions haven't even come true yet." I frowned. Tracy said that even with Tamara's help, we couldn't stop what happened. "No, Cody's right," I said. "This plan is too slow. And in the future, we'd already done this, I think. We can't just follow the path I've already taken. We need to do more." The table fell silent. I stared at the blog, willing the counter to move. Then I sighed and put my phone away. "Well, that's why we're here," Brett said, looking intensely at Chris and Cody. "We can't afford to take the safe route. I mean, this is potentially the end of civilization as we know it, right? We can't sit around and wait for the grown-ups to believe us." "So what do you suggest?" Chris asked, but her eyes were on me, not Brett. Tracy and Tamara had both told me there was nothing else I could do in the future, that everything important was in the past. But what could I do from here? "The blog isn't enough," I said, "because people won't find out about it until after, and they'll just think it's a scam or a trick. Like she published the things after they happened. People won't believe it until it's too late." "So we get her booked on live TV," Chris said suddenly. "Something big that a lot of people will see. If she makes a prediction on camera and it comes true, people will have to believe her." "Nobody is going to book a medium or fortune teller on TV, not on any serious show, not unless she gets famous first by winning several lotteries in a row or predicting a bunch of game scores or something," Cody finished, grinning. "Teamwork for the win." "The predictions she's already published on the blog aren't good enough. They're a start, but these have to be fresh ones, and I need to memorize more lottery tickets." "More?" Brett asked. "Shit, I forgot I hadn't told them about Tracy yet." "She means more than one winning number," Chris cut in. I gave her a grateful look. "I'll need to go back," I said, "to get more information." "Okay," Cody says slowly. "So, when should we do it? The sooner the better, right?" Chris looked at Brett. "You should get as much philia as you got yesterday." Brett crossed his arms and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Can't," he said. "Why not?" I asked. My voice sounded a bit whiny, but I couldn't help it. "I told you, that was the last of it. I don't have any more. I mean, my dad doesn't have any more. I checked last night. There isn't any in his office at home. He probably moved it back to his office at work." "Why would he do that?" Chris asked. He shrugged. "Maybe he realized some was missing." "Or maybe he's hiding something," Chris muttered. "What? We're all thinking it." Cody put his hands up in defense. "That's definitely not what I was thinking." Brett's jaw clenched. "My dad is not involved." Chris straightened, ready with a retort, but I kicked her leg under the table. "Maybe he isn't," I said, "but I'm pretty sure Zamanta is connected somehow. I didn't mention this earlier, but I kind of got kidnapped by some thugs in the future. I got away, but I heard them say they were working for Zamanta. Maybe your dad knows what they're working on in there. It seems like a lead we should follow up on. And we do need more philia. If nothing else, there's no way to see whether we've actually changed things unless I can check. Look, I don't know what to tell you, Brett said. His voice sounded irritated. It's all gone. His phone beeped and he glanced at the message that popped up on the screen. Then he looked across the cafeteria. Courtney was waiting for him by the door. I gotta go, he said, picking up his bag. We can talk about this later. I watched him join Courtney. She smiled up at him and placed a hand on his arm, then leaned in to kiss him. My stomach tightened in knots. Seeing them together had always made me a little nauseous, but it had evolved from wistful melancholy to raging jealousy. Courtney glanced over her shoulder on the way out and saw me watching them. She smirked and grabbed his hand. I quickly looked away and met Chris's eyes. She had a spark in her eye, which I knew meant she was plotting something I wasn't going to like. Hey, babe, she said, turning to Chris. Do you mind giving Alicia and me some privacy? Why? He asked, polishing off his French fries. Girl talk, she said. Periods, tampons. Need I say more? See you after school, he said, grabbing his tray and practically running for the door. When he was gone, Chris glanced dramatically around her, then leaned across the table and grabbed my arm. We have to get that philia, she said. There's no way we can do this without it, and I'm not sure Brett's going to help us. We need to get it ourselves. If there's none left at Brett's house, how the hell? Think about it, she said excitedly, squeezing my arm. Where else can we get some? My eyes widened. Zamanta, are you insane? This is about the end of the freaking world, she said, punctuating each word. Brett was right about one thing. We can't take the safe way out. You're sure Zamanta is involved, and you think Brett's dad has the answers we need, right? Yes, but Brett will always try and protect his father. He's too close to this, so we shouldn't count on him to help us. We need to take matters into our own hands. I know you like him, but you can't let your feelings get in the way of doing what needs to be done. What exactly are you proposing? I asked. Recon mission. Get invited over. Ambush him. Make him see reason, but don't push him too hard. In the meantime, sneak around, find a way into Zamanta. Nothing in that plan sounded like a good idea to me. But Chris was right. We had to do something. For the first time in a month, I was standing awkwardly outside of Brett Peters's house without being invited. We weren't leaving anything to chance, so Chris had Cody invite himself over. Then she tagged along. Once they were in, she texted me to join them. Brett looked slightly surprised when he opened the door, but recovered quickly. Chris texted you? He guessed. Yeah, I said. Is that a problem? He shrugged and walked back into the house, leaving the door open. I followed him inside and closed the door gently behind me. Brett grabbed a couple of glasses from the cupboard in the kitchen and opened the fridge. Want a drink? He asked, opening a bottle of soda. Sure, I said. I could hear Chris and Cody in the other room laughing. I think they were playing a video game. Listen, I'm sorry about earlier, Brett said. I was just frustrated. I didn't mean to blow you off, and I understand this isn't something we can ignore. I just don't know what else I can do to help. He handed me a glass and we joined the others in the living room. Chris winked at me as we sat on the overly comfy couches. We went over our plan a few times, but it seemed like we were spinning in circles. Without getting more philia or digging into Zamanta, there wasn't much we could do. Eventually, Cody put on a movie, and Brett excused himself to do some homework in his room. Chris looked at me and nudged her head toward the hallway. I nodded and stood up. Cody glanced at me. Bathroom break? I said. I crept upstairs on my tiptoes. Brett's parents weren't home yet, so I had a little bit of time to look around. My heart raced when I heard a voice talking, but then I realized it was just Brett. He must be on the phone. I paused outside of his door, my heart pounding. I told you, babe. We're just studying. Cody invited Chris over and Alicia tagged along. She's acting like a psycho, always trying to be close to me. I didn't even want to hang out with them, but my dad's helping them with some science project or something I don't even know. Asshole. Chris was right. I'd been too careful not to do anything that Brett wouldn't like. I cared too much what he thought about me. Well, now that I knew how he really felt about me, I didn't care anymore about pissing him off. I walked down the hallway, passing the bathroom and peeking my head indoors until I found Mr. Peters' office. If anyone knew what was really going on at Zamanta, it would be the chief scientist in charge of genetic research. The room was bigger than my bedroom and smelled like wood polish and old paper. Shelves of books lined the walls like wallpaper. I expected them to be all about science, but there was a large collection of books on mythology. One of them caught my eye. The title was embossed in gold foil, The Temple of Delphi. Inside were old photographs of some kind of pagan ritual, along with illustrations of the ruins of Delphi, a circle of broken pillars on a mountain platform. Only 3 of the pillars were still intact, capped by an enormous stone. Frantic notes were scribbled into the margins of the book. Most were indecipherable, but one phrase was printed clearly enough to read. I count the grains of sand on the beach and measure the sea. A huge desk sat at the end of the room. There was a laptop, a stack of papers, and a framed photo on it. I searched the desk for any important files or documents, but came up empty-handed. Then I saw the shelf behind the desk, labeled Zamanta. There were books on the science of food and a few documents that seemed like gibberish when I tried to read them, full of equations and geometrical diagrams. I kept sifting through the papers until I found a folded map of the Zamanta building. When I opened it up, an index card file to the floor. Someone had written on the front of it, key code 259158, jackpot. I shoved the map in my back pocket and quickly exited the room. I was moving so quickly I nearly ran into someone coming the other way up the stairs. Mr. Peters. His head tilted slightly, and at first he looked confused, but then he smiled. "You're Alicia, right?" he asked. "You came to Thanksgiving dinner." I nodded, unable to form a single word. "I see you and my son are getting along really well. It's nice that you all can focus on the books. I know when I was your age, that was the last thing on my mind." He laughed softly and shook his head. "I probably shouldn't admit that to you if I want to be a good parent, right?" I blinked, once, twice, then shrugged. If I wasn't still frozen in place, I would cringe at how awkward I was. His smile grew as he looked at me. "I should get back," I muttered, sidestepping him. He sucked in a small breath and said, "You remind me of someone." "What?" I turned around. "Who?" He shrugged, which seemed uncharacteristic for someone like him. "Someone I knew a long time ago," he responded. He flashed a quick smile and walked into his office without another word. A chill went down my spine. I made my way back to the living room and Chris looked up at me. I could see the question in her eyes. I squatted next to her and whispered into her ear. "We've got to go. Now." Chapter 18. It took us 20 minutes to drive to Zamanta. Chris parked on a discreet side of the building and turned off her lights. We huddled together and looked at the map. The building was enormous, 6 floors and dozens of intersecting hallways. The rooms weren't labeled, so we'd have to explore until we found Mr. Peters' office. If they're growing philia here, it has to be in one of these rooms on the basement level. See, it says organic research facilities. Chris pointed at one of the rooms and drew an invisible cross with her fingertip. "X marks the spot," she said, almost gleefully. "You seem pretty confident," I observed. She shrugged. "Light B&E, a little late-night larceny. What's not to like?" I chewed my lower lip. What if it's not there? She rolled her eyes. "Then we look somewhere else." I opened my mouth to release another doubt, but she shushed me. It'll be fine. Let's just do this before we talk ourselves out of it. She pulled a black scarf out of her bag and wrapped it around her face, covering her mouth and nose. I laughed. Is that supposed to be you blending in? Duh, she said, her voice muffled by the scarf. She handed me a spare scarf, but I shook my head. I pulled up the hood of my jacket to hide my face. I shouldered my backpack and took a deep breath. Then we walked up to the gate, stopping briefly to ogle the building. It looked nearly the same as I remembered it from my last visit in the future, but with better landscaping around the massive rectangular building. Our footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as we got closer. We avoided the spotlights beaming down from the building, illuminating the perimeter. Through the all-glass front of the building, we could see the main lobby and a night security guard sitting behind the desk watching TV. Chris nudged me and pointed to a side entrance around the corner. We crouched down as we made our way to the door. It was locked, but there was a keypad next to it. I pulled out the index card and typed in the numbers. 259158. The light turned green. I grabbed the handle, but it still wouldn't budge. Damn, Chris murmured, staring at the keypad. It says swipe keycard. I didn't find any keycard, I said. Just the key code. Let's just try a bunch of numbers, she said. What's the worst that can happen? The alarm goes off and we get arrested? Not helpful, she frowned. She turned back to the keypad and punched in a random set of 6 numbers. A red light beeped on the keypad. She tried another set of 4 numbers. No luck. Another set. Still no luck. This is hopeless, I said. We need another way in. What are you doing? A voice spoke from behind us. We both jumped. Shit. The panic showed in my eyes as I looked at Chris. Her hands shook as they hovered over the keypad. Turn around, the voice said. Chris turned around first, and her expression changed from fear to surprise. I turned around and gasped when I saw Brett glaring at us. His arms were crossed, and he looked pissed. My mouth hung open as I searched for words. Brett. I cleared my throat. What are you doing here? He laughed, but there was no amusement in it. What am I doing here? He said, his voice clipped. I thought we were just... I cursed myself for sounding so small and weak. What were you two thinking? He took a step closer. You know what you're doing right now is crazy, right? I wrapped my arms around myself and shrunk inwardly. How did you find us? He paused and then glanced at Chris. Cody told me. The blood drained from my face. You told him? She flinched. Not exactly. I told him to keep Brett busy for a while because we had to take care of something. Real smooth, I glared at her. That's not suspicious at all. I'm sorry, she said. It just sort of came out. The anger rose in my voice. You don't have to share everything with your boyfriend. Her expression changed from apologetic to hurt. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, I said, the frustration oozing through my clenched teeth. Forget it. No, she said, crossing her arms. Go ahead. Say whatever it is you clearly want to say to me. There was a pause. I should have chosen my words carefully, but I was so angry and frustrated, the words poured out unfiltered. You always do shit like this, I blurted. Take big risks, but then be reckless about it. You talked me into this, remember? It's like you wanted us to get caught. Whatever. I can't expect you to understand what it's like being in a relationship. After all, you've been pining over Brett for years, wishing you had half the chemistry Cody and I have. He still wouldn't even know who you were if it wasn't for me. You'd never have had the guts to talk to him. My mouth dropped open and my eyes immediately went to Brett. He cleared his throat and looked away. My cheeks burned red. Damn it. I don't need you to take care of me, I said through clenched teeth. We'd fought before, but I never would have guessed she was capable of humiliating me like that in front of Brett. "If you say so," she laughed, walking back to her car. "I'm sure Brett can give you a ride home, and don't bother calling me tonight." Brett and I watched as her car purred to life and screeched off. Silence descended like a blanket around us. I couldn't even look at him after what Chris said. Brett cleared his throat and spoke first. "I was going to lecture you some more about what a stupid idea this was, but—" He met my eyes. That was intense. My eyes fell to the ground. I was mortified he knew I'd liked him for years. He probably didn't even know who I was a few weeks ago. Brett stepped closer to me, and I almost thought he was going to put an arm around me, but he reached into his pocket instead and pulled something out. "You'll need this," he said, holding up a keycard. When he flipped it around, it had a picture of his dad and his dad's name, under the word, visitor. I froze. "Is that—" "It's our way in," he smiled. I looked up at him. "You're giving me your dad's keycard?" No," he laughed. "I'm coming with you." I blinked slowly. "You're coming?" "If it's this important to you, I'll help. I just wished you'd been honest with me instead of going behind my back." He moved past me and swiped the card near the keypad. The light flashed green and the lock released with a click. Brett opened the door and grabbed my hand. My body went rigid, but he didn't notice. He pulled me inside the building and didn't let go even after we were inside. I stared at our entwined hands. His soft fingers squeezed mine gently. I liked the feel of his skin on mine. An electric current flowed through his fingers and trailed up my arm. I wondered if he noticed. I looked up at him and caught him watching me. He released my hand and shoved his hands in his pockets. He didn't say anything about it, but there was something different about the way he looked at me. I averted my eyes and took out the map. "So, I sighed when I thought about Chris. "I thought that this was the best place to start." I pointed to the spot on the map. Brett cocked an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah?" He smiled, and there was amusement in his eyes. "Well, we could go there, but that's the basement. Mostly grain storage." "Oh," I said. He chuckled softly. "Come on," he said, nodding forward again. "Dad's office is this way." We turned down 2 intersecting hallways. Brett used his keycard on a few more doors. "Come here often?" I asked, grinning at my own lame joke. "More often than you'd think," he said. "My dad wants me to learn the ways of the company. At least that's what he tells me." He shrugged, and we continued to walk down more hallways until we reached the end, a double door. Brett swiped the keycard right before I saw the name on the bronze plaque. Kyle Peters, his dad's office. He was about to open the door when I grabbed his arm. He looked at my hand with a questioning expression. "What do you think is in there?" I whispered. "Relax, it's just paperwork, not some evil villain's laboratory." I blew out a small breath of air and followed him inside. His dad's office was bigger than his office at home. There were wall-to-wall shelves with countless files. It was orderly and seemed to be arranged by subject. There was a red leather couch at one end of the office and an enormous black desk at the other. Brett went to his dad's desk and opened one of the filing cabinets next to it. I wondered if he often snooped through his dad's things, or if it meant he was beginning to have doubts about his father. In the corner was a large standing cabinet with glass doors, full of small plastic containers with white labels on them. My eyes lit up when I saw one marked Philia. "Got it," I said, holding up a handful of containers. "You think you'll need all that?" Brett said, looking up from behind the desk. He'd pulled out a few manila folders and was fanning the papers out to get a better look at them. I shrugged. "We don't want to have to come back, right?" "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were addicted." I snorted, then blushed. Smooth Alicia. I stuffed the containers in my bag, then zipped it up. "Objective 1, complete," I said. "What are you looking for?" "I don't know," Brett said, running a hand through his hair. I just thought, since we're here, we should look into the open case studies, stuff that hasn't been made public yet. There's a whole file on philia, but I don't understand a lot of it. Other than that, they're working on making tomato skin stronger and bananas ripen faster. Nothing about human testing or zombies. You thought there would be? No, not really. But it's still a relief not to find anything. I told you my dad wasn't involved. Or he just keeps the good stuff hidden. What's this number, B1593? I asked, pointing to a red stamp on the front of one of the documents. One of the basement storage rooms, probably full of boxes or failed experiments or something. You want to go check it out? He asked. Might as well, I said. Brett tucked the papers back into the folders, then opened up the file cabinet. I started passing him folders so he could file them back where they came from. We were almost done when my eyes froze on a folder that had been buried in the pile. I gasped and clasped a hand over my mouth. Brett looked up at me, confused, but it was like the world had blurred out and was on mute. It was just me and the folder in an empty room, as my brain scrambled to figure out why I recognized the familiar name written across the front in Kyle Peters' handwriting. Clara Gordon. My mother. The folder slipped out of my trembling fingers, and I watched the papers scatter across the floor. Watch it, Alicia, Brett snapped. That's my dad's stuff. If he finds out I was in here, I'd be grounded for life. Brett looked so serious. I giggled, then covered my mouth. Grounded. As if that meant anything anymore. As if it mattered. My body swayed to the side and Brett grabbed my arm, looking at me with a questioning expression. Like he was worried about me. Like I was something fragile that broke easily. A psycho. Sorry I'm such an inconvenience, I snapped, stooping to pick up the folder. What's that supposed to mean? Brett asked. I heard what you said to Courtney, how I'm practically stalking you, how you wished you didn't have to hang out with me. Oh, that... Sorry, it's just, she gets jealous and freaks out. I almost laughed again, but the sound died in my throat when I saw his earnest expression. What does she have to be jealous about? I asked, organizing the papers together. Brett's eyes widened and he crouched down next to me. He stroked the back of my hand with his, then curled his fingers into mine. You, he said quietly. She's jealous of how I feel about you. A million questions raced through my mind, but the words didn't organize themselves into a coherent statement. His gaze was too intense, so I focused on his lips instead. My mouth opened involuntarily, but then I remembered the folder and pulled my hand away. What did my mother have to do with Samantha? Why was her name on a folder in Kyle Peters' private office? The fact that I was now here with Kyle's son, years after her death, it just seemed so perfectly accidental, like we were playing out roles that had been scripted for us already. It made me suspicious. Was Brett really starting to doubt his own father, or was he just here to make sure the story was contained? The room suddenly felt far too warm, and I tugged at the collar of my shirt. I was sure my cheeks were bright red. I quickly gathered up the papers, scanning them for any detail that could help me figure out what my mother had to do with Kyle Peters. I felt something smooth and realized it was a small photo, a portrait of my mother. I slipped it into my pocket without Brett seeing and put the rest of the papers back into the folder. Brett's hand grazed my shoulder and I jumped. I'll put this one away, I said, somehow keeping my voice steady and calm. Brett's admission still hung in the air like a cloud, but I didn't want to address it. Not now. I stood up and cleared my throat, then tucked the folder back into the file cabinet. We got what we came for, I said. Let's check out B1593 before we go. Brett nodded and checked his watch, then glanced around the room, probably making sure everything was in the right spot. We took the stairs down 2 levels, emerging into a cavernous hallway. It was nearly pitch black, but I followed the sound of Brett's footsteps on the polished tiles as we moved forward in the darkness. He used the light from his phone to read the numbers on the doors until we found the right one. The door unlocked with a swipe of Brett's keycard and we stepped inside. What the? Brett stopped suddenly and I bumped into him, pushing him deeper into the room. The ceiling and walls had been brought in close, using a mix of concrete panels and plaster. The transition was jarring, to say the least. Brett had to duck under the narrow entranceway to reach the central chamber. Symbols were etched on the rough walls like cave paintings. In the center of the room stood a tall stool with 3 legs that ended in decoratively sculptured lion heads. A bright red robe was draped across the stool, and on top of it, a tiara made of golden leaves. A crystal clear pool of water surrounded the stool, reflecting the bizarre scene and making the space appear larger. The smell of stale smoke and spices tickled my nostrils. The air felt several degrees cooler in the artificial cave, and I shivered. Brett picked up a bronze bowl full of powdered ash and sniffed it. Then he raised his eyes and found mine. They're smoking it, the philia. Why would they do that? And this? He asked, raising his hands towards the domed roof. This is just crazy. I've seen this before, I said. In the future? Brett asked, his eyes widening. Earlier tonight, I confessed. In your dad's office. He had books about this stuff. Delphi, the priestess. I thought it was just a weird fascination of something. Obsession is more like it, Brett said. I can't believe Zamanta would even allow something like this. I mean, my dad's a scientist, not a cult leader. Maybe they found out about the philia on accident somehow during routine tests. That kind of side effect would be tough to ignore. Maybe your dad found out about what's going to happen in the future and is trying to stop it somehow. But it doesn't work on everybody, Brett said, frowning. We all smoked at the party. You were the only one to have some kind of adventure into the future. The picture of my mother burned in my pocket. Could she see visions too? Is that why Kyle Peters had a folder on her in his office? I opened my mouth to say something, but for some reason I wasn't ready to share my discovery with Brett. It felt incriminating somehow, like my mother was in on the secret we were trying to solve. I wanted to ask my dad first, at least, and give him a chance to explain. There was a flash of light from the hall outside. Brett pushed me against the wall with a hand over my mouth. My heart pounded as we listened to the guard's footsteps approach, and then pass the door. My skin prickled with sweat. When the guard's footsteps had faded, I looked up at Brent. He was staring at me, and I realized how close we were. I could feel his heart beating through his shirt. He smelled like vanilla and cinnamon, with a slight scent of lemon. From the detergent his shirt was washed in, I guessed. It was the stuff dreams were made of. He took a deep breath and stepped away from me slowly, almost like it was difficult for him to increase the distance between us. Then he opened the door and poked his head outside. All clear, he whispered. I followed him out into the hall. We'd only taken a few steps when I heard a voice behind us. You two, what are you doing in here? Brett grabbed my hand and we ran. The hallways blurred past as we retraced our steps to the side exit. We jumped in Brett's Jeep and he peeled out of the lot, just as the guard burst out of the exit. There was a sharp crack, and the side mirror of Brett's Jeep shattered into pieces. Brett swerved but then stepped on the gas. His eyes stayed glued to the road until we were several miles away. Finally, I heard him take a deep breath and blow it out, but still he didn't say anything. His brows were furrowed and he seemed lost in thought. We were halfway home before I broke the silence. Are you okay? I asked, the nerves wrapping around my vocal cords. He glanced at me with surprise, like he'd forgotten I was with him. Yeah, sure, why? I paused before answering. It just seems like there's something on your mind. He stared straight ahead, but his lips curled up in a smile. You mean other than finding out your father might destroy the world? Yes, I said with a laugh. Other than that. I thought maybe, we should talk about it. I need some time, he said. That guard shot at us. If I'd thought it was that dangerous, I'd never have let you inside. Whatever is in there, They don't want anyone finding out about it. Can't you just ask your dad? Maybe he'll tell you the truth. Maybe? Brett frowned. I'll think about it. Part of me wanted to push the issue, but I pursed my lips and looked out the window. Brett put on the radio, and a song I hadn't heard before started playing. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, to the rhythm of the song. I watched him out of the corner of my eye and could see him mouthing along to the lyrics. He glanced at me and smiled. My heart fluttered in response. Brett pulled up to my house and turned down the radio. I opened the car door, but he grabbed my arm. The air seemed hot between us as he leaned forward. I closed my eyes and parted my lips, hoping he was making a move. I opened them again when I heard him clear his throat. I think I should probably keep the Philia, since it's not safe for you to travel alone. We can plan out the next trip in a few days, once we've made a plan. I cringed in response. Even though he was right, something about the way he said it hurt my feelings. He didn't think I could handle it, or he was still trying to control everything, so he'd be in the loop. It was responsible of him, actually, but it still pissed me off a little that he didn't trust me. I reached into my bag and pulled out 2 containers. He nodded when I handed them over, but didn't say anything else. The silence was awkward, so I jumped out and waved goodbye. I stood in the doorway and watched him pull out of the driveway. Once his car was out of view, I pulled the 3rd container of Philia from my bag. I wasn't going to let Brett dictate when I could travel. I had questions of my own, and I needed answers now. Chapter 19. I was buzzing with adrenaline when I reached my room, and my head was swirling with unanswered questions. What did a food corporation have to do with the priestess of Delphi? And how was my mother connected to Zamanta? I lay on my bed, staring at the photo of my mother. She was smiling slightly like she had a secret. Her long, curly blonde hair took up nearly half the photo. I almost laughed at the sight of it. I'd forgotten how wild it was. One time Tamara called her Rapunzel, and I thought it was so hilarious I almost peed myself. I clutched the photo as the memories flooded in. One afternoon, she spent nearly 3 hours curling my hair, because I wanted to look just like hers. But the next morning, my hair was as flat and straight as ever. I was so crushed she took me out for ice cream. I blinked away the tears and forced myself to stand up. I couldn't let myself get all worked up. I had to do something. I thought about calling Chris, but she was probably still pissed at me from earlier. Besides, she wouldn't know anything, and I needed more than a sympathetic ear right now. I needed information. Dad was passed out on the couch. I'd passed him on the way in. And I wasn't sure I wanted to ask him anyway. He always tensed up when I talked about Mom, like just hearing her name brought him physical pain. Tamara had already gone back to school, but I wasn't completely out of options. I grabbed the container of Philia and held it up to the light. The flat green leaves erupted into little clusters of purple flowers. That's when I realized I didn't have anything to smoke it with. I'd always used the little glass pipe, and it's not like Dad would have something like that lying around the house. Shit. And that wasn't my only problem. Traveling into the future from my house would be reckless. I almost got torn apart by mods on my first trip. I could ride my bike to Defiance, but didn't love the idea of leaving my body passed out somewhere while I was in the future. Frustration made me bold. I grabbed my backpack and stuffed it full of things I might need, including the Skittles I'd bought for Annabelle. I only felt a little bit guilty as I snuck out the front door and cut across the grass to Eric's house. The light on his bedroom was still on. I grabbed a handful of gravel from the driveway and tossed pebbles at the glass one by one until the window opened up and Eric stuck his head out. His eyes bulged when he saw me. I waved and he held up one finger to tell me to wait. A minute later, the front door opened. Eric's hair was messed up and he was wearing pajama pants. "Sorry, did I wake you?" I asked. It wasn't even 11 yet, but I knew not everyone was a night owl like me. I was up. "What are you doing here?" I peered past him and saw his mom washing dishes in the kitchen. Needed some help studying, I said. He looked skeptical, but let me in anyway. Mrs. Patton waved from the kitchen, but there was a coldness to her expression I hadn't seen before, probably due to the lateness of my visit. I followed Eric into his room and watched him shut the door behind me. Suddenly, I felt embarrassed. Inviting myself over to a guy's house in the middle of the night? This was not normal behavior. Is it okay that we're in here? I asked. Yeah, he said. My mom isn't strict about this kind of stuff. So you have girls in your room every night then? I said. He coughed and shook his head. Believe it or not, you're the first. Relax, I smirked. I'm kidding. He motioned for me to sit on his bed, then sat on the chair next to his computer and turned it around to face me. So, what are you studying for? Actually, I said, I'm not here to study. Why am I not surprised? He grinned. I need your help, I said. And it's going to sound crazy, but it has to do with the future. He blinked at me. I just need you to watch me while I travel. He looked thoughtful for a minute, then frowned. You mean you want to smoke? Here, and you want me to babysit you while you get high. Here is too dangerous, I said, shaking my head. It's late. This area could be swarming with mods, the monsters I told you about. Actually, I'm hoping you can drive me to Defiance so I can do it there. I'll be safe within the city, it's protected. Eric smiled uncomfortably at first, thinking that I was joking. The look in his eyes turned to panic when he realized I was serious, like he was afraid to be trapped in a room with me. Oh boy, he said, rubbing his palms on his jeans. I know what you're thinking, but I really need you to do this for me, without asking questions. Nothing I say could make it sound less weird, but trust me, it's important. So, what if the cops show up and you're passed out in the back of my car? Or worse, what if you never wake up and I'm driving around with a dead girl in the back seat? Now it was my turn to look shocked. That's not going to happen, I said with conviction. I don't know that, he said. You haven't spoken to me in years, now suddenly you start showing up to my house late at night, asking for favors so you can use drugs. A real friend wouldn't help you, they'd stop you. Never mind, I said. Forget I said anything. Coming here was obviously a mistake. I had my hand on the door to leave, but Eric jumped up and pushed it closed again. He stood there for a minute, his arm on the door behind me, and looked at me like he was trying to see under my skin. You're going to do it anyway, aren't you? He asked. Definitely, I shot back. But it would be safer for you to be with someone and you don't want to be alone. Pretty much, I said. And you're not just setting me up to take the fall for something stupid. I told you I'd never do something like that. I wouldn't lie to you. I already told you the truth. I need to trip into the future, to learn things that will help me save the world in this timeline. Whether or not you believe me, that's up to you. Eric closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, but finally sighed and nodded his head. Let me grab my keys, he said. There's one more thing, I said, pulling the filia out of my bag. I don't have a pipe of anything to smoke this with. That should convince you I'm not the stoner you think I am. Any ideas? Eric smirked and cracked his knuckles, then turned to his computer and did a quick internet search. He grabbed his keys and an empty soda from the bin under his desk, then used a key to puncture a hole in the top of the can. He took a lighter from the drawer and handed it to me with the can. Here you go, he said. Okay, MacGyver, I said, looking at the can dubiously. But how does it work? Let's just get there first. I followed him downstairs, where he scribbled a note on the counter and left it under a mug. Then we went outside and got into his car. 20 minutes later, we were driving through the streets of Defiance, looking for a place to park. Things looked so different, I didn't recognize anything that I'd seen in the future. In this time, Defiance was kind of a seedy area. There, I said, recognizing the church Tamara had converted into an indoor garden. Eric pulled up to the curb across from the church and turned off the car. There were streetlights further up the street, but we were shrouded in darkness. Eric held up the can, and I handed him a small amount of philia. He pushed it into the puncture hole on the top of the can, then showed me how to suck in air through the pull tab opening. I climbed into the back seat and discovered some pillows and blankets. Eric must have thrown them in before we left. "I might be gone a few hours," I said. "It's fine," he said. "I brought a book." As I leaned back and held the lighter and the can up towards my mouth. "Hey," Eric said suddenly, putting out a hand to stop my arm. My eyes traveled to the spot where he touched me, and he quickly removed his hand. His cheeks turned pink. "Before you go under the influence, I want to ask you something." I nodded, tapping down the philia so it wouldn't fall out when I lit the leaves. "Shoot," I said. I pulled the lighter out and held it over the leaves, waiting for whatever it is he wanted to say. I was impatient, thinking he wanted to ask me something about time travel. "Do you want to be my date to the winter formal?" My stunned expression threw him off, and he looked away from me out the window. "Or, if you don't want to..." He backpedaled. "No," I said. His shoulders sagged immediately. "Sorry, I don't mean no, I just mean, it's not that I don't want to." He met my eyes with a glimmer of hope. Winter formal had completely slipped my mind. It wasn't exactly a priority. I wasn't planning to go to the dance at all, but if Eric wanted to take me, that wouldn't be so bad. I assumed Brett would be going with Courtney, but then I remembered what he'd told me today. "She's jealous of how I feel about you." If there was still the slightest chance Brett could ask me, I didn't want to be spoken for. "Can I think about it?" I asked. He nodded. "Of course," he said. "Take your time. But I have to buy the tickets soon, if you decide the answer is yes." I nodded. I could go with Eric if Brett didn't ask me. I didn't feel anything for him, but I also didn't want to hurt his feelings by turning him down for no reason. It was just a dance. It's not like it actually mattered. I pressed the lighter and held it against the dried leaves and petals, watching the organic material burst into flame, then unleash a thick puff of smoke. I breathed it in through the mouth of the can, inhaling the philia and holding it for a count of 3. Then I let it out and leaned back against the pillows in Eric's back seat. When I entered Defiance again, the streets were deserted. I actually heard the wind, whispering through the empty alleyways like it was searching for someone to play with. For a minute, I thought this must be a different future, and that we'd already changed things. Then I heard the voices. Murmurs at first, so faint I thought I was imagining it, but as I followed the sound it became a rumble, and then a roar. Finally, I turned a corner and found them. Several thousand people, gathered in what must have been a central park. The wide patch of grass was completely covered by blankets and families, holding each other close as they focused their rapt attention forward towards a wooden stage at one end of the area. Stage lights had been set up for the occasion, and even from this distance, I recognized my sister. A microphone boosted her voice out to the crowd. "Our next little storyteller is none other than Annabelle Merkins. Please give her your warmest welcome." The crowd cheered, and I clapped along with them, moving closer around the edges of the gathering. Annabelle skipped to the front of the crowd and climbed the steps up to the stage. She was wearing a yellow dress a few sizes too big for her. It was so long she had to be careful not to trip over it. She waved down at the front row, and I saw Jake in the audience. He winked at her, and she smiled back, and then closed her eyes. She took 3 deep breaths, then opened her eyes suddenly and launched into her story. A fairy tale about a dragon, a princess, and a golden egg. It reminded me of a story my mom read to me when I was younger. The thought sent a pang to my heart. The photo I found in the file at Zamanta flashed in my memory. I blinked away the image, but a hollow feeling washed over me. My eyes burned as I remembered her tucking Tamara and me in. She read us a new story every night. I had no idea there were so many stories to tell, but she never ran out nor missed a single night of storytelling. Until the day she died. That night, nothing was the same. I wondered whether the same memories had inspired Tamara to put this public storytelling event together. It felt like a tribute of some kind to my mother. Defiance wasn't just a place, I realized. It was a community. And I was here to destroy it. I moved closer to the stage and spotted Tamara talking to a man in the shadows of one of the large oak trees that framed the park. His hands were animated, but she seemed calm and collected. Before I could reach them, Jake moved into my path. His smile fell when he saw my face. "What is it?" he asked. "What's wrong?" "Besides everything?" "I'm fine," I said. "It's nothing." "It's not nothing," he said, taking a step closer. He reached up and tucked my hair behind my ear, and his fingers strayed towards the base of my neck, sending a tingling sensation down my spine. It was like he could read me better than I could read myself. But how could that be? I still barely knew him. "Whatever it is, you can tell me," he said. I laughed, even as tears filled my eyes. There's no way he would believe the truth. And even if he did, why would he help me unmake the reality he lived in? No matter how bad it seemed, would he want to be erased? Who was I to decide his fate for him? When I failed to respond, Jake pulled me into a hug. My body froze as he wrapped his arms around me. His scent washed over me, fir trees and a musky smell like burning wood. At first, I resisted, but then I relaxed into his arms and let his warmth seep into me. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in weeks, I felt safe and at peace. Even though I knew Jake and I could never be together, for the moment, he was real, and I was here, and time seemed to stand still around us. I smiled and opened my eyes, looking at the crowd over Jake's shoulder. All the faces were turned up to the stage, listening to Annabelle's story, except for one. Meredith was watching us intently with a frown on her face. Neither of us broke eye contact until we heard the woman scream. Heads turned toward the sound and Jake let go of me suddenly. A man approached Tamara, his arm around a woman who was crying and shaking. Jake and I cut towards them. Tamara's eyes widened when she saw me, but she turned first to the distraught woman. Tears streaked her face and silent sobs racked her body. She stood with her arms wrapped around herself. Tamara reached out to her and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Another one?" Tamara asked, looking up at the man. "Two," the man said, "playing by the river after dinner." "Men in a boat grabbed them," the man said. He had a thick beard and smelled like fish. "Just after dark. I saw them put something in their boats. It looked suspicious. Was going to report it, but I didn't recognize them." "From Zamanta, no doubt," Tamara said. "They can't have gone far," Jake said. "If we go after them now, we might still catch them." "It's too dangerous to send out scouts now," Tamara said. "We'll track them at first light." "That's not good enough," Jake argued. "Once they get to Zamanta, they'll be gone for good. Nobody's ever returned." The woman let out a loud sob and Tamara flashed Jake an angry glare. "I'm not sending anybody out into the darkness to get torn apart by mods," Tamara said coldly. "We go in the morning, and that's final. We'll do everything we can to bring them back." Jake opened his mouth again to protest, but Tamara raised her hand and cut him off. "Nobody leaves tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a minute in private with Alicia." Several of the men bowed their heads, actually bowed, and backed away. She whispered something to the man with the beard. He nodded and guided the woman away from us. Jake looked past Tamara, and I saw Meredith standing on the outside of our small circle. She jerked her head, and I saw Jake give a slight nod. He looked at me with longing, and I could tell he wanted to say something, but he bit his lip, then faded into the shadows to join Meredith. I glanced up at Annabelle. She'd continued this whole time with her story, even though she'd lost the crowd's attention. Heads were turned towards us, and I could feel fear radiating off of them as the news of the missing girls spread through the crowd. Annabelle looked confused and noticeably hurt by everyone's lack of interest. Then her eyes met mine, and she stopped mid-sentence. Tamara walked briskly to the stage and bent down to give her a hug. "Thank you, Annabelle," she said. "That was excellent. Unfortunately, as some of you may have heard, we had a security break tonight and 2 more girls have been taken. Tracy and Jasmine, the daughters of Megan and Peter. Apparently, they were taken from the shore near the river by men in a boat." Annabelle's eyes went wide. The crowd rose to their feet, and some men start shouting. Tamara held up a hand, and they quieted down to hear her. "I understand how you're feeling. With these 2, that makes 8 missing children this month. Apparently, Zamanta is getting brazen. Defiance has always been a haven for us, a place our children can feel safe. We can no longer avoid the truth that our way of life is under attack. Do not think this will be forgotten. We will take steps to increase our security, and we will find a way to get the children back, even if we have to tear down the walls of Zamanta and reclaim them ourselves." The crowd responded with cheers. Some of the men brandished sticks or hunting knives into the air. "Tonight," Tamara continued, "go home, be with your families, treasure what we have here, and remember how precious and rare it is. We may have to fight to protect it." Tamara came down from the stage and locked eyes with me. She gave me a grim smile, then led me to the side of the park where we could talk privately. "Sorry about the welcome," she said. "I think you would have enjoyed story night, actually, under normal circumstances. What can I help you with?" I froze, unsure what to say next. A few hours ago, finding out how my mom was connected with Zamanta seemed like an emergency, but now it felt like ancient history. "What happened?" I asked. "I thought you were safe here. I thought Zamanta left you alone." "They have so far," Tamara said. "Children went missing if they strayed too far beyond the river, but when the world is infested with monsters, parents learn how to deal with loss. We've heard stories about Zamanta abducting children, but they've never done this before, sneaking into our town at night, grabbing them from our shores. It's the first real proof that Zamanta is our enemy." "But why now?" I asked. "Why take the risk?" "Because," Tamara said, her eyes fixed on me, "something has changed. You're here now. They know they're short on time." My brows furrowed. "But why take children? What do they want them for?" She pursed her lips. "We don't know for sure. Probably using them for experiments. Mr. Peters could be cutting them up and feeding them to his private army of mods for all I know. My guess is he's trying to find you, and if he can't find you, then maybe he can find someone like you who can control time for him." "What?" I sputtered. "But that's crazy." "He is crazy, Alicia, and he will stop at nothing to find the kind of power you have. No one knows how it works. You're the only one to experience time travel so far. But what if you're not the only one? He needs your power. And if he can't get it from you, he'll take them all until he finds what he's looking for." My eyes slid closed. I couldn't believe this. When she mentioned the kidnapping before, I thought she was just being dramatic. But how could I have ignored it? Tamara pulled me into a hug. It felt strange, hugging this version of her. She was my sister, but she wasn't at the same time. Her body felt leaner and harder than I was used to. "What can I do to help?" I asked finally. "Are you kidding?" she asked, pulling away and holding my shoulders tightly. "This isn't your problem. You shouldn't even be here. I told you before, there's nothing for you here, in this time. So why don't you just tell me what was so important that you had to trip in the middle of the night?" I frowned and looked at my feet. "I broke into Zamanta today," I said. "I found a file on Mom in Kyle Peters' office." Tamara sucked in a quick breath, like she'd been stung, then gazed at me with intense focus. I wondered which part of my sentence had surprised her. "What exactly are you asking?" "Did she work for Zamanta? Was she working with Mr. Peters?" "You sure you want to hear about this?" Tamara asked. I'm not a child anymore, I said. You don't have to protect me. She looked at me for a moment, then sighed. You're right. You're not a child, so I won't treat you like one. When you were 9, Mom wanted to go back to work. We needed money, but Dad didn't want her getting a full-time job. Then she saw an ad in the paper for a medical trial. It was good money, and just a few hours a day. At first, she was excited about it, but then she started coming home later and later, and she seemed tired all the time. One day, she didn't come home. We don't know what happened exactly, what they did to her. They sent Dad a settlement check and an NDA agreement, and that was it. We never even got the body back. Remember the funeral? Closed casket. Samantha had the body incinerated. They said it was to protect proprietary information. Tamara scowled, and I could see the hatred in her eyes. My eyes widened at the new information. Is that what started all of this? I asked. Your campaigns against GMOs? Your fight against Samantha? It was all because of Mom? She laughed, but there was a darkness in it. You still don't get it, do you? This is bigger than me or you. Mom died ages before Samantha unleashed the genetic mutation that destroyed the human race. And even if she hadn't, what's one life compared to the billions of people who suffered? This is your fault. You knew it was coming. You were the only one who actually saw how terrible the future was, and you failed to stop it. Because you were too weak to do what has to be done. You're worried about 2 missing girls? You could have saved everyone. You still can. I was surprised by her sudden hostility and pulled away from her grasp. You're talking about murder, I said. Worse than that, you want me to kill him for what he hasn't even done yet. Even now that you know Samantha killed Mom? Kyle Peters was in charge of that project. Did you know that? He was the one who signed the check that paid for Dad's silence. The same thing is happening now, but instead of paying for willing volunteers, they're just kidnapping girls. How do you think this plays out? You told me to create this place. And we did. We've had a decade of growth and peace. But if Samantha keeps taking our children, there will be a war between us. A war to see who will inherit what's left of the earth. Everyone you saw here tonight could be dead in a few weeks. They'll kill hundreds of Samantha's mercenaries, and hundreds of ours will die as well. It will be bloody and completely wasteful. But you could stop all of that. None of this needs to happen, she whispered, stroking my cheek with her hand. I can't, I said, pulling away. Her face turned to stone, her eyes pierced into mine. You must. Her voice was a command, but there was an edge to her voice that sent tremors through me. I shook my head stubbornly. She might have gotten used to being in charge here, but she couldn't tell me what to do. Then there's nothing else for us to talk about, she said finally. She snapped her fingers at a pair of guards near us, and they grabbed my arms and pulled me away. Chapter 20. Minutes later, I was back in the luxury apartment Tamara had prepared for me, but this time I was a prisoner. Tamara's goons had escorted me inside, where according to Tamara, I'd be safe until Eithophilia wore off and I returned to my time. But I didn't travel into the future just to be grounded by my older sister. I didn't know how much time I had left, but I had to make it count. I also needed information from Tracy. I'd been hoping Jake could take me in the morning if I even stayed that long, but now it seemed like he'd be in the search party looking for the girls who'd been taken. What if Tamara was right? What if it was dangerous? What if this was the last chance I'd get to see him? I poked my head out the window, plotting my escape. There was a set of metal stairs to the left, but they looked rusted through, and they were out of my reach, connected to the apartment next to mine. But there was a ledge under my window. I might be able to walk along it to reach the stairs, then climb down from there. My thoughts were interrupted by 2 shadows moving through the streets. When they got closer, I could see it was Jake and Meredith. They were definitely sneaking. They'd changed into dark clothes, with hoods hiding most of their faces. Jake had his crossbow with him, and Meredith had a long pair of knives tucked into her belt. What were they up to? I almost called out to them as they passed below me, but I didn't want to get them in trouble. Instead, I climbed out the window, clinging to the wall as I scooted inch by inch across the narrow ledge. I finally reached the metal railing of the emergency stairs. It let out a loud metallic creak under my weight, but it held. The hinges were rusted shut, though. I couldn't lower the ladder all the way, so I climbed down as far as I could and dropped softly, rolling as I hit the ground. I smiled, brushing off the dirt, then chased after Meredith and Jake. I caught them at the shore, pushing a wooden boat into the water. They turned when I was close. Jake had raised his crossbow halfway to his shoulder before he recognized me. He relaxed, but then frowned. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Story of my life," I said lamely. I needed to see you. You're going after the girls, aren't you? Isn't that dangerous? To be out there at night with the mods, not to mention the mercs that took them." "We can take care of ourselves," Meredith said, her palm resting loosely on the handle of her knife. "Do you have to go?" I asked. Jake took a few steps towards me until he was close enough to take my hand and raise it up to his chest. "Trust me," he said softly. "I'd rather stay here with you. I've been counting the minutes, waiting for you to come back. I thought I'd go crazy if I couldn't see you again, but nobody else is going to defy Tamara and save those girls, and I can't look after both you and them at the same time." "She's just trying to keep everyone safe," I said, defending my sister. "It's dangerous out there. Plus, how are you even going to find them?" "We don't need to find them," Jake said with a sparkle in his eye. "We know where they're going, and they're on foot. All we need to do is drive your hovercraft and get there first. Then we can ambush them. It's a 3-hour walk, and the girls will probably slow them down. They'll need to be silent, without lights, or they'll attract the mods. Zamanta must have upped the bounty for captives, or they wouldn't have risked it." "Why does it have to be you?" I pleaded. "If we do nothing, they'll just keep coming back. What if that was Annabelle out there?" "So let me help," I said, summoning my courage. I didn't actually want to go, but I felt like something bad would happen if I let Jake out of my sight. "You can't fight," Jake said, "and we can't use guns. It would be suicide to shoot at night." "Exactly," I smiled. "So I'll drive. You two can do the ass-kicking, and we'll make a speedy exit. 4 arms are better than 2, right?" "Girl has a point," Meredith muttered, raising an eyebrow at me. "Plus, we're wasting time." Jake looked like he was going to argue, but then he grunted and nodded me towards the boat. I was exhilarated crossing the river at night, watching Jake's strong arms row the boat across the glass-like water. It was so still it reflected the stars. It might have been romantic, if I didn't feel like the third wheel to their rescue mission. The dread set in once my feet were back on solid ground. Jake went straight to one of the tall trees edging the river and tapped softly against it. My eyes widened when I noticed the wooden steps nailed into the tree and followed them with my eyes upwards until they connected with a treehouse. It was built like a small cube with narrow windows like on a castle. Jake whistled, and I heard the sound of chains moving. Then the heavy door swung open and a head poked out. It was Sam, Jake's friend I'd met on the last river crossing. He looked surprised to see us. He climbed down quickly and joined us. "Well, this is a treat. Risking your lives just to come over and keep me company?" "2 girls got kidnapped tonight," Jake said. "We're going to bring them back." Sam's smile dropped instantly. "Are you insane? You let him talk you into this?" Sam asked Meredith. "How do you know it wasn't my idea?" She tossed back. "You live up there?" I interrupted, nodding at the tree fort. "On and off. It's where the guards sleep. Tamara has them posted all around the river. Shit. I'll bet she's going to be pissed at all of us tomorrow." "It wasn't your fault," Jake said quickly. "I'm sure they crossed somewhere they wouldn't be seen. We're short on time. Where did you park Alicia's bike?" Sam grinned and nodded his head. We followed quietly behind him, through the trees. The hovercraft was covered with a tarp and then hidden with leaves and branches. It would have been invisible if we didn't know it was there. "I might have taken it out for a spin," Sam said sheepishly, handing me the keys. "Your weapon is under the seat. So, how are we going to fit 4 people on one bike?" Jake's eyebrows shot upwards. "You're not coming," he said. "You're supposed to be on guard duty." "Not likely we'll get more visitors tonight. And you're going up against mercs. Do you even know how many of them you'll be facing?" "Thought not." I looked over the hovercraft. It was larger than a motorcycle. The leather seat looked like it could easily fit 3 people. 4 shouldn't be that much harder. "We'll fit," I said. "Though if we get the girls back, that might be a problem. There's a chance I might not even need a ride back, though." Sam's eyes widened and Meredith choked back a laugh. I ignored them. "Head to Zamanta, save the girls. Jake, you and me can crash at the place we stayed last time, then head to Tracy's in the morning. I need to talk to him anyway." "Last time?" Meredith said, crossing her arms and raising one eyebrow. I would have sworn Jake was blushing, but it was too dark to tell. Sam nodded, catching on. "Meredith and me drive the girls back here, cross the river. Everybody's safe. Great plan," he said, winking at me. "Fine," Jake said. Sam ran back to grab his crossbow. I climbed on the bike. Jake scooted in and held on behind me. Then Meredith pushed him forward even more until his body pressed against my back. I held my breath and I turned the ignition key. The hoverboard purred like a kitten. It was so quiet I wouldn't have been able to tell it was on, other than the vibration under my thighs. Sam squeezed in, holding onto the luggage rack at the back of the vehicle. "Just don't make any sudden turns," he joked. I eased the bike forward slowly through the trees until we were back on pavement. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and the half-moon cast enough light on the road to see, but I still drove slowly. It took about 20 minutes to get near Zamanta. I saw the crystal pyramid first, rising through the trees and glimmering like a beacon in the moonlight. "Pull over," Jake said, tapping me on the shoulder after we'd crossed a small bridge over a creek. If they take the shortest path back to Zamanta, they'd have to cross here. It would be a mile out of the way to go any other direction. I pulled into the trees on the side of the road, and the others jumped off and stretched their legs. "Now what?" I asked. "Now we wait," Jake said. He pulled the Uzi out of the bike and handed it to me. "Safety is on," he said. "Leave it that way. You probably won't need it, but it should be enough to deter anyone from coming after you." He pointed out locations for Sam and Meredith to hide, then walked me further away behind a large boulder. "Stay here until I call for you," he said. He turned to go, but I grabbed his hand. He searched my face, then leaned forward quickly and kissed me. I pulled him closer to me, and kiss deepened. His lips on mine ignited a fire through my whole body. When he pulled away again, we were both smiling. "To be continued," I said. Jake grinned and hurried back to his hiding spot. As I waited in the darkness, I couldn't help smiling. In a little while, Jake and I would be alone in his underground sanctuary. My whole body buzzed with anticipation. After a few minutes, however, the warm glow faded and the darkness and quiet crept in. Somewhere an owl hooted. The moon stretched the shadows of the pine trees into long, grasping arms. I heard the snap of twigs behind me and spun around, searching for the cause. I couldn't see anything, but a chill ran down my spine. I was trying to shrug away the feeling of being watched when I heard the voices. Men, getting closer. They came into view as they approached the bridge. I scanned their faces in the moonlight, surprised that they looked familiar. It was the men who'd abducted me last time. Bruce, Kurt, and their leader Tom. Bastards. 2 blonde girls in cotton dresses were stumbling along behind them. Their bloody knees indicated several falls as they were pulled forward like dogs on a leash. Tears had left streaks down their faces, and their mouths were gagged by strips of fabric. "Stop right there," I heard Jake call out. The men ducked behind the girls, raising their weapons. "That's the guy who knocked me out," Bruce said under his breath. Tom raised his eyebrows. "Looks like you cost us 100 credits, son. Normally, for that kind of offense, we'd take your hands. But since we're otherwise occupied, we'll make you an offer. Let us through and we won't come looking for you. Or your family." He emphasized the last word to make the full implications of his threat clear. "There's just one of him," Kurt said, pointing his pistol at Jake. "Just let me shoot him." Jake whistled, and Meredith and Sam emerged from their hiding places, weapons trained on their targets. "You can't shoot your guns out here," Jake said, "but I can put this bolt in your forehead without a whisper." "You wouldn't risk the girls," Tom said with a smile. "And actually, this close to Zamanta, we could probably get inside before any mods show up." Bruce flashed a smile, raising his rifle. Before I could shout a warning, a flash of light darted from Meredith's outstretched hand. The knife embedded itself in Bruce's neck. His eyes widened, and he reached up to grab the handle. "Bad idea," Meredith said. "You'd bleed out in minutes." "Let go of the girls and you can still save your friend," Jake said. Tom looked thoughtful for a minute and shared a look with Tom. "Or we can let him die and collect more credits for ourselves," Tom mused. "That's assuming we let the rest of you live. If you don't let go of those girls, things are going to get messy." "Think we're afraid of you?" Kurt said. "You're just a bunch of kids." "I'll give you to the count of 3, Jake said, raising his crossbow to his shoulder. It was going to be a bloodbath. I held my breath, my heart racing. And that's when I heard it. A low rumbling behind me, not quite a growl, more like a loud purr. The mod snarled at me when I turned around, baring its teeth. It was so close I could feel the hot stench of its breath on my cheek. Then it pounced. Pink flames flared in my vision as time slowed down. My fingers fumbled at the safety on my gun as the modified launched itself at me. Its claws were inches from my face when I pulled the trigger. Yellow flames burst from the muzzle of the gun, and 7 rounds filled the mod with holes. It screeched, an unnatural sound like fingernails against a chalkboard. I released pressure on the trigger, and a curl of white smoke rose from the barrel of the gun. My eyes were nearly blinded from the flash of the gun. I tried to blink away the spots of light in the dark forest around me, until they started moving. Not lights. Mods. We were surrounded by them. I dove out from behind the rock, sprinting toward the others. "Run!" I shouted. "They're coming!" The words barely left my throat before one of the mods leapt out of the trees and landed on Bruce, ripping off his head like he was uncorking a bottle of champagne. Then it crouched over the body and sipped the blood from the base of the skull like a coconut. The fingers of Bruce's decapitated corpse twitched on the trigger of his gun, sending a spray of bullets. Jake dove to the side as they kicked up dirt near his feet. One of the girls screamed. Tom picked her up and charged past Jaka towards Zamanta. Kurt grabbed the other girl by the arm, but she struggled against him. He tried to fire at the mods with one hand and pick her up, but she bit his hand. He pushed her away, just as another mod jumped out at him. He fired at it in midair and it landed heavily against him, knocking him over. "Cover, Alicia!" Jake shouted, running for the girl. Meredith grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the hovercraft. I ducked as a mod swiped its claws at us. Meredith lashed at it with her knife and 3 gnarled fingers fell to the ground. The creature's scream was cut off as she put another knife through its chest. Black blood sprayed over my clothes, and I shuddered in disgust. "Move!" Meredith shouted into my face, forcing me on the bike. I fumbled the keys towards the ignition, trying to keep my fingers from trembling. Jake and Sam stood on either side of the girl, protecting her and firing into the horde of oncoming mods. Jake's crossbow was too slow to reload, so he grabbed Bruce's semi-automatic rifle. Meredith grabbed my Uzi and fired off shots behind us. Once I felt her weight on the bike behind me, I peeled into the road and pulled up beside the boys. Jake jumped on behind Meredith, then helped Sam lift the girl into his lap. Sam squeezed onto the edge of the vehicle as I sped forward. There was only one place I could think to go. We'd be safe at Tracy's, as long as we could get there. I turned the lights on, figuring that speed was more important than stealth at this point. I raced down the road, swerving around cars that had been sitting there for 20 years. When the bike flew over the remnants, the remains of the people who didn't survive modification, it kicked up clouds of dust that smelled like death and decay, and I knew I was breathing in human skin. I felt them inside me, the people I'd let down, the ones I'd killed, and it felt like they were tearing me apart from the inside. But I had to keep steering. The gunfire behind me was deafening, and Jack and Sam continued to fire their weapons. I could see the mods on the edge of my vision, white shapes that flew through the darkness, keeping up with us even as I pushed the hovercraft as fast as it would go. My heart leapt when I saw Tracy's house up ahead, its square exterior dimly lit by accent lights. "We're almost there," I shouted. My words were ripped away by the wind. Then suddenly, one of the mods appeared in front of me, right in the middle of the road. I swerved and the bike leaned dangerously to the side. The mod swiped its claws at us and sparks erupted as bone hit metal, and then a scream as its claws sank into flesh. Sam tumbled off the side of the bike but rolled to his feet. He killed the mod that had attacked us, but two more slashed at him, tearing a cut in his stomach so deep I could see his intestines. "Run!" he shouted. Blood gurgled from his mouth. Meredith grabbed the girl and started pounding on the gate in front of Tracy's compound. Jake switched to pistols, wielding one in each hand. The mods moved so fast his bullets only found their mark half the time. One of them took 2 bullets and still got close enough to swipe at Jake. "No!" I shouted. There was a crack and a bullet hole appeared in the creature's forehead. The gate slid open, and Meredith pushed the girl through the crack, then ran for Jake. We both reached him at the same time. He was clutching his chest with one hand, and Meredith put the other around my shoulder. We stumbled towards the gate, with Meredith firing the Uzi behind us until we were inside the property. The gate closed firmly, and spotlights from the house flooded the area with light. The mod screamed outside the fence. "Get him inside!" Tracy yelled from the doorway, holding a sniper rifle in one hand. We carried him inside and lifted him onto the counter in the kitchen. Tracy grabbed a medical kit and used a pair of scissors to cut away Jake's shirt. My eyes went wide at the sight of blood. Jake's face was so pale. Too pale. "What can I do to help?" I asked, my eyes filling with tears. "Get the fuck away from him," Meredith said, sticking a finger into my face. "This is all your fault. What the hell were you even thinking? Shooting like that. Sam's dead because of you, and the rest of us barely escaped with our lives. This never would have happened if you hadn't forced us to bring you along. You're useless," she finished. "Not her fault," Jake muttered, gritting his teeth. There was sweat on his brow as Tracy poured alcohol over the wound. Meredith turned her back on me, threading a needle and leaning over Jake. That's when I finally noticed the girl. She'd shrunk into a corner when we came in, and was crying quietly, her hands still bound. I grabbed a knife and she whimpered as I approached her. "I'm just going to untie you, sweetheart. What's your name?" "Laura," she said, looking up at me with wide eyes. "Well, Laura, you're safe now, I promise." I cut through the ropes, freeing her hands, and she threw her arms around my neck. I picked her up and took her into the other room. I found a towel in the bathroom and cleaned her up a little, then returned to the kitchen to grab some milk and cookies. Tracy was in the kitchen alone, putting the last strip of tape on a piece of white gauze over Jake's wound. "Where's Meredith?" I asked quietly. "Outside," he said. I gave her a pack of cigarettes and sent her to check the perimeter. She'll be back when she cools down. Our boy here will be fine. I gave him something for the pain. He'll be out for a while. I was so relieved I was shaking. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. My heart was still racing from the encounter, as adrenaline pumped through my veins. "No thanks to me," I muttered, mostly to myself. "She shouldn't have blown up at you like that," Tracy said. "But seriously, what are you doing here? Running around out there at night? Are you insane?" You know, when we were younger, I looked up to you. You always had all the answers. I thought you knew exactly what you were doing, but I just realized tonight for the first time that you're just a kid. Irresponsible. Immature. It's not your fault. I mean, you haven't had to deal with any of this shit. But still. You can't do anyone any good if you trip into the future and get yourself killed. In this time, every decision matters. You can't afford to make mistakes. There are no second chances. You're right, I said. I didn't get it before. I couldn't imagine a world where you can't go out after dark because you might get eaten. To watch your friends die in front of you. To always be hiding, always be afraid. It's horrible. It doesn't have to be, Tracy said, switching topics. How are things going in your time? Not super, I said. You're still an asshole. I gave you the lotto ticket, but you still don't believe me. I'm stubborn like that, he smiled. Wait till after the drawing. I'll come around eventually. You'd better, I said. I can't do this without you. Isn't Tamara helping? She published some stuff on her blog, but it's not enough. She needs money, too. Influence. We have to make her famous so people take her seriously. Say no more, Tracy said, heading up to his office. He returned with 2 more Powerball tickets. Don't spend it all in one place. One for you? One for Tamara? I asked. I've been thinking about that, Tracy said. That's what you told me to do. You needed Tamara to start buying property in Defiance, but you also wanted me to build this architectural marvel, he said, raising his hands. And you had my dad set up other accounts for you and your friends. But Tamara needs more than money, right? I mean, people didn't listen to her. They thought she was crazy until it was too late. So maybe let her win both of these for the publicity. Just make sure she doesn't get to keep all the money. I nodded, then scrutinized the tickets, trying to commit them to memory. My brain felt like it was moving through jello. All I could see was Sam, the gaping wound in his stomach, the blood on his lips. I doubled over the sink, expecting to throw up. His body was still out there, in the middle of the street. How can I concentrate right now, after what just happened? You do it because you have to, Tracy said, pouring me a glass of Diet Coke to settle my stomach. He took out a pad of paper and a pen and started drawing shapes and numbers. Look, each number gets an image. 1, sun, 2, poo, 3, tree. Then just arrange the images into a scene. You're on a path, a journey, walking past the items. He fixed himself a cup of espresso from an expensive-looking machine and then set an extra steaming mug on the counter. I took a sip and let the rich bitterness soothe my nerves. I grabbed the pen and rewrote the numbers a few dozen times, drawing pictures like Tracy told me to, until I could recite them from memory. Then I had him get me some more predictions for Tamara's blog. I memorized as many as I could, until my eyelids were so heavy I couldn't keep them open. Get some sleep, Tracy said. There's nothing else you can do here tonight. I stumbled upstairs. The house was large and had several bedrooms. One was Tracy's, and the first guest bedroom was full. Meredith and Laura were curled up together. I found Jake in the next bed. I didn't want to disturb him, but I'd probably be gone soon anyway. I just needed a place to rest my eyes until the philia wore off. I lay down next to him gently and watched the rise and fall of his chest until I fell asleep. In my dreams, I was in the future again, but this time, everything was different. There were so many bodies lining the streets that I could barely wade through them. I stumbled on corpses and felt hot tears roll down my cheeks as I tried to find someone to help me. I searched and searched, but everywhere I went, I only found bodies and death. There was no other living person. I was alone. I dropped to my knees and started to cry out loud when I heard a strange noise. I turned around and saw the bodies come to life. Only they weren't alive. Not really. They all turned into moths. I started to panic as they moved toward me. My legs felt heavy and I couldn't stand. I was stuck. They moved faster and rushed at me. I covered my face with my hands and waited for what I knew was coming. I heard a scream and sat up quickly to find a shadow leaning over me. "Relax," Jake whispered, brushing the hair out of my face. "You're safe." "I'm okay," I said, even though I was still shaken from the dream. "How long did I sleep?" There was light outside the window, but not much. "A few hours," he said. "Sun's not up yet. Bad dream?" My mouth felt suddenly dry. I looked away from him and pulled my knees up to my chest. "Not just a dream," I sniffed. "A nightmare. And it was real. I got Sam killed. It could have been you. It almost was you. I thought, by coming here, I could save you. But I failed." "Is that what Meredith told you?" Jake said. "She was upset, but you didn't do anything wrong. None of this is your fault." "All of this is my fault," I said, frustrated. If I hadn't shot that mod and attracted the others, Sam would still be alive. Jake cupped my chin with his hand and lifted my face to meet his eyes. "Those mods had probably been following the mercs for miles," he said, enunciating each word slowly. "If you hadn't shot that mod and warned us, we could all be dead right now." "Meredith has a different version of events," I sniffed. "Meredith is a fighter. She's angry at herself and she's lashing out at you. We all deal with grief in our own way. Tamara said something once, years ago, that stuck with me. None of this is our responsibility. We didn't fuck up the world. We didn't create the mods. No one can change the past. All we can do is live each day the best we can and take pleasure in the precious moments of beauty." I felt a tear drip down my cheek. He leaned in and put an arm around me. My heart pounded as I felt the warmth of his skin against mine. My eyes drank in his dark, tousled hair, the contours of his sculpted, shirtless body. He was wearing a pair of pajama bottoms, but they settled dangerously low on his hips. But I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Not again. Not after what happened. "You're wrong," I said, placing my palm on his chest and pushing him away gently. "I don't understand," he said, looking sincerely mesmerized. I shrugged slightly as the pink and orange flames began licking the side of my vision. "You don't have to," I said with a sad smile. I gazed at Jake's face, trying to remember everything about him before he was consumed in the fire. Chapter 21. Eric drove me home in silence. I could tell he was curious, but he gave me space, and I didn't feel like talking. The truth was, despite last night's tragedy, I still felt a crushing disappointment to return to my own time. Sam was dead, and it was my fault. Jake was right. My naivete was dangerous. I'd thought going into the future was some big adventure, an escape from my ordinary life. But those people were real. They had lives that mattered to them. I couldn't treat it like my own personal amusement park. I understood now how bad it really was. How dangerous. But at least in the future, everyone understood how much it sucked, and they were in it together. When I woke up in my room the next morning, I felt more alone than I ever had before. I'd lived through something traumatic. I felt like my soul had been scarred, and I'd returned unwhole, fractured somehow. But nobody else could understand how I was feeling. My eyes drifted to a familiar red mark on the ceiling. Years ago, Chris and I were fighting over a new lipstick shade that she wanted. I jumped on the bed, holding the lipstick up out of her reach, and ended up smudging the ceiling. I wanted to get a cloth and wipe it off, but Chris told me to leave it as a testament of our friendship. It had always made me smile, but now it just reminded me of the gash in Sam's stomach when he was disemboweled. It also reminded me that I hadn't spoken to Chris since the break-in. There was so much I wanted to tell her, but she was probably still pissed at me. I dragged myself out of bed when the alarm clock went off and grabbed a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt from the floor. I didn't care if they were crumpled or dirty. It all seemed so frustratingly stupid, I wanted to scream. The only reason I even bothered going to school was to find Tracy. Today was the day of the lotto drawing, and I desperately needed an ally. I walked through the halls as if pulled by an invisible string. I had a newfound sense of purpose, a mission. I needed to set things in motion. I needed to change last night's outcome. Sam didn't have to die. Nobody did. I could save them all. But to do that, I needed Tracy on my side. After the drawing, we could start planning. He said to give Tamara both tickets this time, but I still needed his father's help setting up all the accounts and buying property in Defiance. I roamed the halls between classes, looking for him. I checked my phone every few minutes, waiting for the Powerball numbers to be announced. I wanted to be with him when it happened. I wanted to see his face when he realized I was right. At lunch, I scanned the stampeding herd of students, pushing between the bodies. I spotted him and Chris at the same time. I decided I could talk with her later, and chased after Tracy as he pushed through the front doors. He was with a couple friends. They looked like rejects from a wannabe grunge band. One of them was carrying a skateboard. I pulled back, not wanting to interrupt. Until that time in the cafeteria, I didn't even know Tracy went to my school. I hadn't had a reason to talk with the freshmen before. They paused outside by a group of trees, and I walked up to them and stood there awkwardly. They ignored me for a few moments, so I cleared my throat to get their attention. All four heads swiveled in my direction. Tracy looked immediately annoyed, but the other boys seemed intrigued. One even smiled at me. "Hey guys," I said, slightly louder than I'd planned. "Do you mind if I talk to Tracy for a second? Alone?" They stared at me for a beat too long, then grinned and backed off. One of them slapped Tracy on the back and whispered something, then sauntered away. "Hey," I said when we were alone. How's it going?" He cocked an eyebrow. "Seriously? That's what you want to say to me right now?" "Well, no, but I thought—" He gave me an exasperated look. "What do you want?" "The numbers," I said. "Did you use them?" He laughed. "You mean the numbers you gave me when you stalked me and showed up at my house to tell me you could time travel, and that the world was ending?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, those." His eyes narrowed and it looked like he was about to say something, but instead, his eyes flicked to the right. Then he took off running. Seriously? Chasing him might not have been the smartest idea, but what other choice did I have? "Tracy!" I called out, sprinting after him across the parking lot. I must have looked insane, but I didn't care. My heart was pounding, and my breathing slowed as the familiar pink aura heightened my senses. The world seemed to slow down, and I quickly closed the gap between us. When I got close enough to grab him, I lunged. He shouted as we tumbled to the ground. "Get off me, bitch!" "You really need to work on your attitude," I said, pinning him down. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted, spit flying from his mouth. "You just jumped me." "I just need to talk to you," I said. "Why'd you run?" "All you do is talk," he responded. "And all I hear is batshit crazy." He continued to squirm, but I held him down, trying to think of something to say that would convince him. But I had nothing. I was about to let him up when my phone buzzed. I quickly took it out of my pocket and nearly cried when I saw the screen. The Powerball numbers. I turned my screen to Tracy with a beaming smile. "Congrats," I said, with a smug smile. "You just won 50 grand. Maybe you can use it to buy some manners, so you can stop being such a jerk." His mouth dropped open when he saw the numbers on my screen. He started to say something, but instead clamped his mouth shut. It looked like he was grinding his teeth. "Get off me." His voice was so quiet, I almost didn't hear what he said. "Excuse me? How about a thank you?" I said, "Get the fuck off me." He took a swipe at my phone, knocking it out of my hand. The screen cracked against the pavement. I released my hold on him and leaned back against my heels, stunned. Tracy stood up and brushed himself off. I thought he was going to yell at me, but I must have looked so pitiful kneeling on the pavement with my busted phone. His face softened. Sorry, he mumbled, shrugging his backpack onto his shoulder. Then he left me, alone and speechless. The single thread of hope I'd been holding on to snapped, and my earlier optimism faded. He'd seen the proof. The numbers on the winning ticket were exactly the same ones I'd written on his arm. He just didn't give a shit. My body felt like it weighed an extra 50 pounds the next morning. I'd hardly slept, worrying that I'd screwed something up by pushing too hard. If Tracy wasn't on my side, did that mean there'd be no defiance? The same zombie-infested hellhole, but without the safe haven I'd helped Tamara create? At least I could still give Tamara the lottery tickets. Maybe Tracy didn't believe me, but that didn't mean nobody else would. We just had to get the word out. There were dark rings under my eyes, so I put on some foundation and went downstairs. My dad stood at the toaster, staring at the bread. I yawned and he turned around. "Hey, kiddo," he said. "You want toast?" I shook my head and grabbed a mug, heading for the coffee maker. "Whoa there," he said with a laugh. He pointed to the water faucet instead. "But I need coffee," I pleaded. He took a carton of orange juice out of the fridge and poured me a glass, then shoved a banana in my hand. "You need vitamins, an actual food." "Studies have proven the many benefits of coffee," I grumbled. "Write me a 30-page report and I'll consider it," he said, smirking. I rolled my eyes and turned to leave, but he stopped me. "Alicia, wait. Can I talk to you for a minute?" I was anxious to get to school, but I nodded anyway. "I can't help but notice." He cleared his throat. "You've been a little distracted lately. I don't know what's going on at school, but if there's something wrong or anything that's troubling you, you can tell me. I promise I won't judge." As relieving as it would be to tell him the truth, I knew I couldn't. What if he thought I was crazy? What if he sent me to get help? I shook the thought out of my head and smiled at him. "Thanks, Dad, but I'm fine. Normal teenage girl stuff. Boys and pop quizzes. Nothing I can't handle." "I don't want to hear about you handling any boys," he said seriously. "Don't worry," I said, smiling. I'd have to get one to look at me first. I was about to leave, but turned back on impulse. "Did Mom ever work at Zamanta?" Dad's eyebrows arched up, but he tried to hide his surprise. "Why do you ask?" He opened his paper casually. "So I was at Brett Peters' house and I heard his dad mention something." A flash of anger crossed my dad's face, a look I'd never seen before. It scared me. "She never worked there," he said shortly. "Really? But—" "She never worked there," he repeated. His hands clutched the paper so tightly his knuckles were turning white. "Why don't you get going?" he said. "You don't want to be late." What was he not telling me? Why keep it a secret? I tossed the banana back on the table and only took a small sip of the orange juice before rushing out the door. A small part of me was disappointed not to find Brett's Jeep parked on the curb waiting for me, but I grabbed my bike and pedaled towards school. I stopped at a convenience store on the way for a spiced mocha and 2 Powerball tickets. I wrote out the numbers clearly, filling in the grids. "You 18? The cashier asked. "Buying them for my mom," I lied. He shrugged and fed the form to a small machine that spit out the lottery ticket with my numbers on them. The winning numbers. Getting 2 winning tickets from the same exact place should have been a mathematical impossibility. They wouldn't be able to ignore Tamara now. It was almost exciting enough to forget that my own father had just lied to my face. I got to school with a few minutes to spare. On the way to my locker, I passed the spirit wall, a bulletin board that school clubs and teams used to promote school activities. I had no interest in extracurriculars, but a poster for varsity volleyball tryouts caught my eye. My eyes zeroed in on the words, "New members welcome." In the future of my visions, I'd been on the volleyball team. I wondered if just refraining from playing volleyball could be enough to defy what was coming somehow, but that seemed silly. And at the moment, I was more worried about losing the future that did exist, as terrible as it was. I'd always sucked at sports, but in gym class I'd actually managed to score a point. Maybe things were different now. A shadow crossed the wall, and I turned to see Courtney with her entourage. "What are you doing?" she asked, crossing her arms. "You're not seriously considering signing up, are you? You suck at sports. You suck at everything." I clenched my fists together. A few weeks ago, I'd been terrified of Courtney, but she didn't scare me anymore. I'd face down mods and mercs in the future. Fuck it. I grabbed the pen and wrote my name on the sign-up sheet, just to see the look on her face. I wasn't disappointed. I felt a tinge of satisfaction from the expression of horror on her face. I couldn't believe her identity was so fragile that it could be undermined with the simple gesture of writing my name on a piece of paper. Courtney narrowed her eyes and shook her head in disbelief, but I stood my ground. I folded my arms and stared right back at her, almost daring her to escalate things. I was ready for a fight. Courtney muttered something to her friends before walking over to me. She looked at my name on the flyer and then leaned in close. "You are bold," she whispered. "I'll give you that." I forced my body to relax under her scrutiny. "I just want to try out," she chuckled. "I've seen you try, and you should know that's not what we're looking for." My fingers curled into fists, but my face remained neutral. "What is your problem with me?" I asked suddenly. She paused for a moment. "What are you talking about?" I rolled my eyes. "Don't act like you haven't been extra bitchy to me lately," I said. Her eyelids were so narrow I could barely see her eyes. "Don't act like I don't know about you and Brett." All the air left my chest and my eyes widened. "What are you even talking about?" Courtney gave me a warning glare. "Oh, please. I know you guys have been spending all your time together. Every time I ask him, he's super vague about it. Says he's helping you with some assignment. But I'm not stupid, you know." "Are you sure about that?" "Courtney, I don't know what you think is going on, but whatever it is, I can guarantee you're wrong." "Whatever," she said coldly. "Just stay away from my boyfriend." She turned away from me, but looked back over her shoulder and snarled, "And don't even think about showing up tryouts." She sauntered back to her friends, whipping her hair back and forth as she walked. I caught a glimpse of Brett down the hall and turned away before I could see Courtney kiss him hello. Someone grabbed my arm and I practically jumped. "I hope you know what you're doing," Chris whispered. I pulled my arm away. "Don't worry about me," I said. I wanted to say I was sorry and pull her into a hug, but I didn't. I was tired of her treating me like an infant. I may not be as tough as she was, but I could get through one day without leaning on her for emotional support. Her eyes narrowed and she crossed her arms. Then she shrugged and left me alone. The rest of the day was miserable. Brett had retreated into his shell. I passed him in the halls, and he actually pretended not to see me. Cody waved at least, but was acting weird. Chris had probably told them to stay away from me because I was being moody. It was high school as usual, like we were all forgetting what we'd been through, what was at risk. In class, I drew pictures on the fresh pages of my notebook, trying to tune out the mind-numbing lessons. I had 2 teachers warn me about missing assignments. I promised I'd catch up, but wasn't sure I believed myself. My mind was going around in circles, trying to think of some way to get Tracy to believe me. If I couldn't convince him, we didn't have a shot in hell about convincing the rest of the world, which meant our days were literally numbered. Every student, every teacher, they'd either become food for mods or mods themselves, depending on where they bought their groceries. And Courtney's challenge was still getting under my skin. I knew how inconsequential it was in the grand scheme of things, which is maybe why it bothered me so much. What did it matter if I showed up to tryouts or not? Why did I even want to be on the team? But when the last bell of the day rang, I headed straight for the gym without overthinking it. I'd always run away from conflict. Maybe it was time to start embracing it. Hopeful girls, mostly juniors and seniors, packed the gym with excitement and nervous energy. I slowly walked inside, watching girls stretch, getting ready for a chance to prove their skill. I sat on one of the benches, isolated from everyone else. I recognized some of the girls from the halls, but I'd never spoken to any of them. I felt like some of them had their eyes on me, like they were talking about me before I came in, but I could have just been paranoid. A sign-in sheet floated through the crowd. When it was my turn to get the sheet, one of the girls purposely skipped me and handed it to someone else. I frowned. Perfect. I sighed heavily and stood up, patiently waiting until the girl closest to me finished writing her name. Then I gently tugged the paper out of her hand and wrote my own name down. I passed the paper to the next girl, who looked at me like I had a contagious disease. I rolled my eyes and dropped the paper in her lap. A whistle blew at the front of the gym. Courtney stood there with the rest of the volleyball team. She looked intimidating with her whistle, her short shorts, and her attitude, but I refused to let her get to me. Not today. Today I would focus on not totally sucking. I wasn't even sure that I could do it, but I felt like I needed to try. Maybe this was the one thing in my life I could actually control. Part of me wanted to show Courtney a thing or two, even though I knew proving myself to her wouldn't actually change anything. Another part of me was curious. The way I'd caught that milk carton in the lunchroom, my sudden improvement in gym class. If I was developing some kind of superpowers from the philia, I should lean in and figure out what else I was capable of. Courtney smiled at the group of jittery girls. Her smile seemed genuine, but I knew better than to fall for her charm. "What a great turnout this year," she shouted so everyone could hear her. "I know you're all eager to show me what you got, so I won't go on with any pep talks or unnecessary coddling." Her smile slowly faded as she regarded everyone. "If you don't already know what I expect from you, you probably shouldn't be here right now. This team is ranked 3rd in the region, so of course we only take the best. Coach Whitman here can attest to that." She gestured to the volleyball coach standing a few feet away. With a round build and fiery red hair, she looked even more intimidating than Courtney. My skin prickled at the thought of being yelled at by them during practices, if I even make the cut. What I did that day in gym class could have been a fluke, or a temporary side effect of the philia. "Okay," Courtney boomed. "Get your asses on the line. We're going to run some drills." I was surprised that she could talk to us like that, but Coach Whitman barely blinked. We all shuffled into place in the middle of gym. I looked down the line at all the girls. Courtney had a lot of options. Then I noticed Chris, standing close to the end of the line. I didn't even know she wanted to join. I felt a flash of anger that she hadn't told me, followed by guilt that I'd never asked. Maybe she would have told me this morning if I hadn't pushed her away. I held my chin up as Courtney scrutinized each girl in the line. She threw the ball to random girls, and they did their best attempt to volley the ball back to her. Most of the girls made it look relatively easy. When everyone in the line had a chance to volley, Courtney finally walked toward me. I prepared myself, fixing my stance and holding up my hands to receive the ball. I tried to focus, but when she threw the ball at me, it was too low to reach. The ball hit my knuckle and fell pathetically to the ground. Courtney smiled innocently, and I glared back at her. Most of the girls snickered at my attempt. We had to find a partner for the next drill. I looked around the gym, but everyone paired up so quickly I didn't have time to find anyone. Courtney smirked and folded her arms. "I guess you're mine then." She tossed the ball at me without warning, and I missed it. I sighed but tried to keep calm. "You can do this," I told myself. I tossed the ball at her, and she knocked it back several feet to the side. I dove for it awkwardly, banging my knee. "Come on, Courtney," I said. "Can you just pass it properly?" "You think the other teams will make it easy for you? This is varsity. It's supposed to be hard." "You're the one who said I wasn't good enough. What are you so afraid of?" I asked. She rolled her eyes and quickly tossed the ball again. It was a good throw this time. I should have been able to get it, but it bounced off my hand. Courtney smiled in triumph. I closed my eyes and cursed under my breath. When I opened them, Courtney was making her way to the front of the group. "That's enough," she said. "Now show me your spikes." We shuffled into a line in front of the volleyball net. One after the other, the girls jumped up for their spikes. Some of them couldn't even jump high enough to touch the ball. Courtney shook her head, unimpressed. When it was Chris's turn, she waited for the ball to be thrown, then jumped and spiked it with a force I didn't know she was capable of. She was never horrible at volleyball, but I hadn't seen her put much effort into it in gym class. Courtney smiled at her, and there was a moment when it looked like she wanted to smile back. But then she looked at me, and her face fell. She was dating a senior, and now it looked like she was cozying up to Courtney. The only thing holding her back was her friendship with a loser like me. I walked up to the line and bent my legs, preparing to jump. I cleared my mind and watched the girl who stood at the net with the ball in her hand. She tossed the ball too far to my left. I ran for it but couldn't reach it in time. I passed the ball back to her and she threw it again, this time too high for me to get the timing right. The ball hit me in the face and I nearly fell as I landed. Courtney winked at the girl, her seal of approval. I kicked the ball back at the girl and glared at Courtney. She raised an eyebrow, challenging me. I cursed myself for letting her get under my skin. Why did I even want to be on the team? It was an invitation for abuse. But I wasn't ready to give Courtney the satisfaction of quitting. I just needed to get a fair chance. I looked at the crowd of girls and pointed to a tall girl with long blonde hair. "Could you throw the ball for me, please?" The girl didn't budge. Everyone was too afraid of Courtney. Nobody wanted to go down with a sinking ship. My lip trembled. After everything I'd been through, the guilt of Sam's death, my father's secrets, I felt ridiculous to let a little bullying affect me this deeply. But it was the last straw. I was about to give up when Chris stepped forward. She didn't even glance at Courtney as she took the ball from the other girl. I threw her a grateful look and got ready. Courtney moved to stop her, but before she could, Chris tossed the ball in the air, a perfect toss. I zeroed in on the ball and focused on the energy stirring inside me. All the pain, anger, and frustration bubbled up inside me. A feeling of power wrapped around me, and my peripheral vision blurred until I could only see the ball, the net, and the other side of the court. Orange and pink flames crackled, and I could hear a subtle roar. Pink sparks floated around me as I jumped for the ball, which seemed to hover right above the net. I smashed my open palm down on the ball, and it shot to the other side of the court and slapped the ground with a deafening thud. The entire gym went silent. I turned to the group of girls. A mix of stunned, impressed, and confused looks crossed their faces. I can't believe I did that. I caught a look of pride on Chris's face and lowered my head to hide my smile. Someone cleared their throat. I turned to see Courtney's seething expression. "Give me another ball," she said, marching up to the coach, who stood beside a rack of volleyballs. The coach handed her a ball and she tossed it up for me to spike. It was easier this time. Time slowed down at the perfect moment, and I knew exactly when to jump and where the ball was going to be. It flew so fast over the net that Courtney had to do a double take. It landed just within the lines, a perfect hit. I landed softly on my feet and gave her a challenging look. She quickly grabbed another ball and threw it. As my feet left the floor, my vision blurred again, but this time the fire consumed everything. I was still in the gym, but it was a barren place. Dust caked the floor and the bleachers. Deflated balls and gym equipment littered the ground. I managed to spike the ball into the far corner, but I was so distracted I landed awkwardly on my ankle. A sharp pain shot up my leg and I cried out. When I tried to stand up, the pain heightened. My ankle could not support my weight. I fell to one knee, hoping for the vision to pass quickly like it had in the bookstore. But when I looked up again, all the girls were gone, and the gym was still a wreck. I heard voices and noticed a group of men standing in the far corner of the gym. Mercs. Tom and Kurt were at the front of a group of what looked like about 20 men. They were heavily armed with rifles, shotguns, and pistols. I stumbled closer so I could hear what Tom was saying. We go in hard, take all the girls we can find. Peters is paying double this time. Apparently Defiance thinks it's okay to attack Zamanta directly. You all know what happened to Bruce a couple days ago. This is our chance at payback." "No," I shouted. Tom cocked his head, like he could actually hear me. I limped towards them, pushing through the pain, but then I hit something hard and fell backwards again. The panic rose in my chest and my breath hitched, but suddenly I was back in the present. The floor was so polished it reflected the fluorescent lights above, and I blinked against the brightness. When I could see again, I was surrounded by high school girls with shocked faces. Chapter 22. Chris ran to me and helped me to my feet. I pushed her off, wiping my tears with the back of my hand. "Alicia, are you okay?" she asked. There was genuine concern in her voice. "I'm fine, I just landed on my foot wrong. I guess I got a little confused for a minute." "You look like you're in serious pain. You should see a doctor." "Can't," I grunted, limping towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Chris asked, catching my elbow. I reached the edge of the gym and waited until the other girls had gone back to tryouts. "I have to go back," I whispered. "Back where?" she said, but then her eyes widened. "To the future?" I nodded and she reached for me. "I thought we were out of Philia." "Brett and I found more in Zamanta. I might have kept some." "Shit, Alicia, you're traveling by yourself? That's too dangerous." I snorted. "Thanks for noticing. But you, Brett, and Cody haven't given a damn about me all week. Why start now?" "We didn't know you were tripping on your own," Chris said, raising her voice. "We all thought we were waiting till the weekend." Some of us can't afford to wait and play high school when the future of civilization is at risk. Go back to your new friends while I focus on more important things. I hope you make the team. There was more snide in my voice than I intended, but I was tired of feeling isolated, and the pain in my ankle was affecting my filter. If nobody wanted to help me, I'd do it all myself. Part of me was hoping Chris would run after me and offer to help. When she didn't, I realized I didn't have a good plan for getting to Defiance. I needed to warn them before Tom and his goons showed up. The pain in my foot made it difficult to navigate my way through the halls. I tried to hide the limp, but there was no use. Any pressure on my foot sent an intense burning sensation through my leg. It took me nearly an hour to reach Defiance by bike, cursing myself for all the time I was wasting, pushing through the pain that was screaming up my entire leg. I almost cried with relief when I hit the river and crossed the bridge into the city. The sun was already low when I ditched my bike in some bushes and lay down in a patch of grass behind a fence. I pulled out a small amount of Philia and a lighter. I'd stashed it in my backpack because I was afraid of hiding it at home where Dad could accidentally find it. I lit the makeshift pipe so fast I nearly burned my fingers. My hands shook as I inhaled the smoke and closed my eyes. My surroundings blurred and warped. I fidgeted with nervous energy as the wave of pink took over. Paint peeled from the walls of the buildings near me and the fence rotted, leaving broken boards and rusty nails. When it was over, I stood up and rushed into the city to warn the others. But I was too late. Defiance was in smoke and ruin. The streets were crowded with people, running with buckets of water to put out the lingering flames from burning houses, or lifting the bodies of the wounded. I asked a woman if she'd seen Tamara, and she pointed towards the square. It was empty this time, but I could see a crowd gathered outside the doors of a wide, square building with 2 floors. I pushed through them and made my way inside. Tamara was sitting in the center of a large table in front of what looked like a town hall meeting, except most of the people were standing up and shouting. A burly man with dark hair and tattoos on his arms pounded his fist on the table, and the room quieted down. Most of the men sat back down, except one. Jake stood in the front of the room with his arms crossed defiantly, until finally Tamara sighed and nodded to him. "We have to go after them," he said. "We mount an attack. We can stop them before they reach Zamanta." Tamara held up her hand and he stopped talking. First of all, you're still healing. You barely survived your last encounter with Zamanta's troops. But more than that, when you disobeyed me before, not only did you get a young guard killed, but you also escalated the conflict. You killed a merc on Zamanta's front doorstep. You stole from them. You didn't think they'd come back, wanting revenge? You're saying we should have let them keep the girls? We let them get away with it? Jake scowled. Of course not, Tamara snapped. Zamanta has to pay. They will answer for what they've done. But we need to be smart. We need to plan. Running off into another conflict would leave Defiance defenseless. We've just lost half a dozen guards and dozens more are wounded. We need time to regroup and plan a proper attack. We need a way into Zamanta. Otherwise, they'll just wait us out until dark, and we'll be sitting ducks for the mods. I can't just do nothing, Jake said, clenching his fists. There were murmurs of agreement from the crowd. I was afraid that would be the case, and since you already lost my trust last time you disobeyed a direct order, this time I'm going to have to take more serious measures. She snapped her fingers and two of her guards grabbed Jake by the arms. His eyes widened, but he didn't pull away. Meredith jumped up, her hand on the handle of the knife in her belt. Jake shook his head at her. Come now, Tamara said, standing up. We can't afford to be divided. Not right now. I'm only looking out for the safety of the whole community. I'm asking that you trust me for a few days, while our injured heal and we rebuild our defenses. Then we'll plan our attack. Don't forget, Defiance is one of the last communities of humans in the entire world. If we make a wrong move and are wiped out, we jeopardize the future of the human race. The crowd nodded in agreement, though I saw some younger men in the back shifting uncomfortably as the guards led Jake through the crowd. I whispered his name when he was near me. His head snapped up at the sound of my voice. His cheeks were red and blotchy like he'd been crying. I reached out to him and he took my hand in his. Jake, what happened? I asked. He lowered his chin to his chest and let out a sigh. I looked up at the faces around me and found Meredith. I gave her a questioning look, but she just shook her head. The silence concerned me. Just tell me. Please. His voice cracked as he finally whispered, They took her. What are you talking about? I asked, squeezing his hands. Who did they take? Annabelle, he mumbled, barely audible. They took Annabelle. The look in his eyes sent shivers down my spine. My mouth went dry. I started to say something comforting, but he pulled me into a tight hug. The warmth of Jake's tears dripping onto my shoulder made my heart feel like it was ripping apart. I gently pulled away, and the guards led him through the park, towards the apartment building where Tamara had tried to lock me in before. I looked up towards the center of the room. Tamara was staring at me with a calculating expression. She motioned to meet outside, then dismissed the others. I waited by the door as the gathering spilled out of the building. Tamara led me towards a grove of trees at the edge of the park before speaking. Back so soon? She said. Didn't you do enough damage last time? I came to warn you, I said. I saw a vision at school. I knew they were planning to attack, so I rode my bike here. Tamara laughed out loud, a cruel laugh. I remember that day. Boy, are you in trouble when you get back. Well, it was a nice thought, but as you can see, you're too late and we've got things under control. Sure you do, I said. Locking Jake up because he doesn't agree with you? He's just trying to help. He lost someone he cares about. I'm sorry, Alicia, but this is none of your business. I've been running Defiance for 20 years without you. I've given my life to this community because you asked me to. And I've had to make difficult decisions, choices that you will never understand. You think we haven't all lost someone? I've watched hundreds of friends die, usually because they run off on some stupid mission. I'm responsible for every life here, and I won't see it all far apart now. You may be a time traveler, but you're still just a teenage girl. So keep out of the way and go back to your own time, where you can actually do something about it. I'm trying, I said. I'm about to give you the lottery tickets so you can start building all of this. That's not enough, Tamara said. You shouldn't be focused on saving Defiance. You should be focused on saving the world. You know what needs to be done. Not this again. Please. She grabbed my shoulders tightly, her fingers digging into my skin. Warning them wasn't enough. Zamanta needs to be stopped in your time. Cut off the head and the body will die. Stop, I snapped. Just stop, please. Alicia, wake up, she yelled. Have you even tried to do anything? Of course I have. She laughed a humorless laugh. What exactly? She said. Go ahead. Tell me your master plan for fixing the fucking world. My eyes grew 10 sizes. I'd never heard my sister sound so harsh before. She was a modern-day hippie who hated conflict and negativity. A stretch of silence followed her words, and she regarded me with stone-cold severity. Then her gaze softened. I'm sorry, Alicia. It's just, you coming here, it's too risky. Don't you see? You're the only one who can actually do anything to stop all of this, and it's frustrating watching you throw it all away and rush into danger. If anything happens to you, that's it. Game over. So take care of yourself, please. We're all counting on you. She pulled me in for a hug and squeezed me tightly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. I wandered around Defiance, looking for someone to help. A large section of the outer wall, a stretch of sharpened timber and piles of stone, had been destroyed by some kind of explosion. Pieces of the smoldering wood lay scattered in the streets, and a few houses had caught fire, but the embers were mostly cold now. I helped clear some of the wreckage, staining my hands black with coal. Finally, I saw Meredith, sitting in what looked like a blacksmith shop. She was sharpening her knives against a wet stone. She nodded at me when I approached, but didn't say anything. How's Jake? I asked. Miserable, thanks to you, she mumbled. You think I wanted Zamanta to kidnap girls, for Sam to die? I said. I know I screwed up, but I didn't cause any of this. Meredith pointed the knife at me. You're a distraction. Jake loses focus around you. He knows, with me, I've got his back. We've been fighting mods together for years. But with you around, it's like he forgets who he is. And you can't even fight. Having you around is bad luck. So teach me, I said. Her eyes widened at the suggestion. Seriously, I get it. I'm a liability, and I hate it. I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. So teach me how to defend myself. She shrugged and motioned for me to follow her outside. A row of thick logs had been buried deep in the ground, with branches tied at right angles to form makeshift arms. Monstrous faces were painted on the top of the logs. Those are mods, she said. They're stronger and faster than us. You don't want to let them near you. The best thing to do is run. Duck under their claws until you get enough distance to use a gun or bow. If all else fails, a knife to the heart or brain will usually take them out. Though if they're that close, you're probably already dead. She handed me a knife so long it was practically a sword and let me whack at the wood for a while, before correcting my posture. Harder, she said. You're too soft. You've got to mean it. I struck the wood so hard the vibration coursed up my whole arm. I kept going until my arm was shaking. My ankle was throbbing as well. It still hurt to put pressure on it. Good, Meredith said finally. You're tired. Now we can start for real. You need to be ready for anything, and you need to be strong enough to fight off mods. But you also need to learn some basic combat. She took the knife from me and handed me a short stick instead. A human will strike like this, or this, she said, swiping at me with her stick, then stabbing it straight towards my abdomen. You need to block, then thrust. She showed me a few moves and made me practice them over and over. Each time she hit me with the stick, it left a bruise. After the 20th time or so, I was able to read her stance and see which attack she was going to use so I could block it in time. The harder we practiced, the more focused I became. I even started anticipating her moves. Finally, when I saw her attack coming, I swung hard at her wrist. She cried out and dropped her stick. I smiled in triumph. Then she punched me. The world spun as pain exploded behind my eye. I felt the hard ground against my back, then wait as Meredith straddled my waist and wrapped her fingers around my throat. I tried to push her off, but my arms felt like jelly after all the practice. Instead, my eyes focused in on the row of stars that climbed up her arms and shoulders. She saw me staring and loosened her grip, then sighed and rolled over beside me. You've got to be ready for anything, even what you don't expect. And the fight's not over when you land a single blow. Sorry, I mumbled. My whole body was thrumming in pain. I didn't want to get back up, so I changed the subject. I've been meaning to ask, what are the stars for? I turned to look at her, meeting her eyes through the grass between us. She looked up at the darkening sky and smiled. Jake and I used to compete. We'd always brag about how many mods we'd killed that day, but we didn't believe each other. So we started collecting proof. A finger, usually. My mom found out and was livid. The fingers were pretty gross and they smelled, so we started trading them in for stars. I trailed my fingers over the marks on her arm. There were dozens. She breathed in sharply and stared back at me in confusion, then got to her feet and held a hand out to me. I've known Annabelle all her life, she said quietly. She's like a sister to me. She'll be okay, I said, unconvincingly. How would you know? The commander isn't even trying to help them. She just sits there on her throne. She has no right to tell Jake what to do, or lock him up. I agree, but he is injured. You really think it would be smart to go out alone again, after what happened last time? Meredith shook her head and sighed. Part of me is relieved, she confessed. But still, we have to do something. And if I know Jake, he's not going to just give up easily. Can you show me where they're keeping him? I asked, suddenly nervous. If Jake escaped and ran off to save Annabelle, he could make things worse. I had to convince him wait. We picked up some food and medical supplies, then headed towards the same apartment building I'd been in before. They'd put Jake on the 5th floor. Attempting to escape from that height would be lethal. 2 guards were posted outside the room. Food and bandages, Meredith said. The guards narrowed their eyes at the sharp knives glinting on Meredith's belt. No visitors, one said gruffly. Seriously, Meredith asked. He's got to eat. Or did Tamara explicitly tell you to let him starve to death? He's hurt, I said. I just want to clean his wounds and give him some food. Please? The guards exchanged looks, then one of them nodded to me. 5 minutes, but just you. Jake's eyebrows rose when he saw me. He glanced at the bowl of soup I'd brought, like he was searching for a concealed weapon. Is this a rescue attempt? He asked. It's just me, I said. Even better. The edges of his lips curled into a smile, but there was sadness in his eyes. The room was in shadows, but I could see by the glowing light of some thick white candles and the moon outside the window. I watched Jake eat in silence, then had him lift his shirt so I could replace his bandages. The wound still looked terrible, but I didn't think it was infected. I poured some hydrogen peroxide from the travel med kit on it anyway, then wrapped him up in fresh bandages and tapped the ends against his abdomen. How's that? I asked. Perfect, he said. Almost like you'd done it before. He leaned back against some pillows, grunting in pain as he shifted his weight. Maybe Tamara is right, I said gently, putting my palm over his hand. You need to take it easy and rest for a few days. Annabelle may not have a few days, Jake said darkly. We don't know what even happens in there. What he could be doing to her. He curled his fists, then buried his face in his hands. I have to get out of here. Tell Meredith. She'll think of something. Charging into Zamanta alone will get you both killed. Let me find out what Tamara's plan is first. We'll figure something out. In the meantime, try to get some sleep tonight." Jake reached up and stroked my cheek. "See you tomorrow?" he asked. I frowned and he pulled his hand away. "You'll be gone again," he guessed. "Off on some mysterious mission you can't tell me about. My whole world is falling apart. All I have left is you, and you're not real." Before I could argue, there was a knock on the door. "Time's up," one of the guards shouted. I squeezed Jake's hand, then let it drop back on the bed. I turned and wiped away the tear that was forming. I was real, just not in his time. But that didn't mean I couldn't do anything. Tamara wasn't in the park, so I walked down the street to the council building. She stood outside with a woman I hadn't seen before. They talked in hushed voices until another man joined them and they headed inside. I followed them, not sure what I would find. The building was quiet. No one stood at the reception desk and Tamara was nowhere in sight. I looked for the stairs and started to climb, cautious of my sore ankle. I stopped on a first floor, but it was just as deserted as the lobby. I made my way downstairs again, but instead of going back through the lobby, I followed the stairs to the basement. It wasn't long before I heard voices. I crept down the rest of the steps and slowly opened the door. A group of people stood in the center of the room, huddled in a conversation. I inched my head forward to get a better look and scanned the room. Crates lined the walls, stacked as high as they could go. I glanced at the group, but they were too far away and too engrossed in their conversation to see me. I moved to the first stack of crates and peered into one. I clasped a hand over my mouth to stifle my gasp of shock. Each crate was filled with what looked like explosives. There was enough here to take out an entire city. I moved closer until I could hear Tamara speaking. "Once we get in, we'll plant the charges in 6 different locations. Set the timer for 15 minutes, then get the hell out. Save as many of the girls as you can, but remember our primary mission. Bring Zamanta down, no matter the cost. This is the excuse we've been waiting for." It was at that moment I realized I had no idea who my sister was anymore. The woman in front of me was terrifying. I backed away slowly, in the direction of the door, but accidentally bumped one of the crates with my hip. It let out a creaking noise and several heads turned in my direction. I ducked down and squeezed my eyes shut. There was no way I could leave without them seeing me. Panic rose in my chest as I heard the sound of a pistol being cocked and saw Tamara head in my direction. She turned her head in my direction. Just as our eyes made contact, I felt my body lighten. A pink haze surrounded me as my body slipped away. Chapter 23. I woke up in a tiny room with 2 people holding me down. I felt sick to my stomach, like I was on a roller coaster ride and everything was moving. Sirens pierced my eardrums. I blinked, but the noise didn't go away. That's when I realized I was in an ambulance. My eyes widened and I tried to sit up. "Just relax," the woman said. Her smile was grim. "We've already called your father." "What? No, I'm fine, let me up." "Someone found you passed out in the bushes," the woman frowned, "covered in bruises. They called 911. Can you tell me what happened? Did someone hurt you?" "No, I tried out for volleyball at school today. It was rough. Then I went to Defiance after. I just needed some space. It's a pretty bike ride, you know. But I was tired, so I took a nap. I'm totally fine now." She raised an eyebrow, letting me know how weak my excuse sounded. "We'll let the doctor decide once we get to the hospital," she said, putting down her clipboard. "Wait, what?" I said. "Hospital?" "That's usually what happens when kids get injured," she said. "Is there a reason you don't want to see the doctor? Did you take something? If you did, we'll find out anyway. Might as well tell me now so we can help you." I bit my lip, but shook my head. They'd never understand about the philia. And it wasn't harmful. Not really. I tried to move again and felt a sharp pain in my ankle. It was worse in the present, and my ankle had nearly double in size. I'd probably made it worse, but I needed to warn them, or try to at least. The nurse handed me a white pill and a glass of water. She nodded her approval when I swallowed it, then watched me silently until we reached the hospital. 2 paramedics showed up with a gurney, but I waved them off. "Let me walk, please? I'm fine, I promise." They made room and I got out slowly. I winced when I stood on my bad ankle but tried to hide the pain. It was nothing compared to the disappointment on my dad's face when he saw me. Relief, sure, and he tried to smile reassuringly. But beneath that was a look I'd never seen before, one of total fear. He gave me an awkward hug and kissed the top of my head, then helped me hobble into a room in the emergency center. I tried to convince Dad that I was fine and that we should just go home, but the doctors recommended I should do a full toxicology. They took my blood and hooked me up to an IV. We had to wait 3 hours until the results came in. At the least, the drugs were working. Whatever the nurse had given me made my skin feel tingly, and my body felt like it was floating in a magical bubble. The throbbing in my ankle and eye disappeared, and for the first time in weeks, my stomach and shoulders weren't clenched with tension. When Chris came in the room, I actually smiled at her. I kind of remembered we'd been fighting, but I couldn't think why. Her eyes were wet as she grabbed my hand and squeezed it. "You're a moron, you know that?" she said, her voice cracking. "And you look like shit." "I got in a fight," I grinned. "Needed to learn how to protect myself." "Yeah, I can see how well you protect yourself. It's written all over your face." Her fingers touched my cheek under my swollen eye. "Alicia, I'm so sorry," she whispered. Her eyes filled with tears. "For what?" I asked, looking up at her. "For what I said at Zamanta, in front of Brett, and for being seduced by the lure of senior popularity and caring what Courtney thinks of me, and for leaving you alone this week, with all you've been going through. But mostly because I didn't follow you out of the gym earlier. I wanted to stay and finish tryouts, and I just let you walk away, knowing what you were going to do." I didn't realize I was crying too until I felt the warm salt water on my cheeks and tasted it on my tongue. I pulled Chris into a hug. "I'm sorry too," I said. When the doctor finally came in with the test results, it was almost midnight. He wanted to keep me overnight for observation, but I convinced Dad I was fine. The toxicology report came back clean from the list of commonly abused substances, and my ankle had a mild sprain. Everyone was still concerned about the black eye and bruises, but I convinced them the volleyball tryouts had just been really rough, and that I left school on my own because I was disappointed with my performance. It was a flimsy excuse, but adults seemed ready to believe teenagers did irresponsible things for stupid reasons. The doctor recommended ice and patience, but also scheduled a mandatory meeting with a counselor before he signed me out. Chris wheeled me out of the hospital in a wheelchair, and my dad helped me into the car. "I'll pick you up for school tomorrow," she said, giving me a hug. "No more bike riding. Deal?" "Is school really a good idea?" Dad interrupted. "I was thinking of taking the day off tomorrow, so I could stay home with you." Part of me did just want to eat cereal and watch daytime soaps, but I knew I wouldn't be able to relax and enjoy it. I hadn't gotten a chance to talk with Chris about everything that had happened, and I knew I had to plan my next step. "I'm fine, Dad, really. They shouldn't have even picked me up. I was just taking a nap. I was tired after the tryouts." His face looked angry for a second, but he masked it well. We said goodnight to Chris and went inside. Dad went straight to the basement and brought up a pair of old crutches. He handed them to me and went to the kitchen to heat up some TV dinners. He hadn't said much at the hospital, but now I could tell he was itching to speak his mind. The silence felt amplified at home. After half an hour of awkward tension, I couldn't take it anymore. "Dad, are you okay?" I asked. He laughed softly. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" "I'm fine," I said, scratching the back of my neck. "I mean, my foot feels like it has its own heartbeat, but otherwise, good as new." He looked at me for another minute, then stood up abruptly and walked out to the car. I sat in confusion until he returned to the living room holding my backpack. He reached into my backpack and pulled out the container with the philia inside, then held out the lighter and the tin can I'd been using as a bong. "Dad, you don't understand." "No, I don't," he said, fixing me with a stern stare. "Where did you even get this stuff? And what the hell happened today? Have you even looked in the mirror? You have bruises all over your body and a black eye. Don't tell me that's all from volleyball." My mouth parted, but no words came out. How could I even begin to tell him the truth? I started to explain myself, to come up with a lie that didn't sound lame, but he shook his head. "And it's not just this," he said. "It's the way you've been acting recently. The late nights. The dazed looks. How long has this been going on?" "Is this an intervention or something?" I asked, anger rising. "I'm just concerned about you, honey. You don't know what it's like to be a parent, to watch your daughter slowly slip away from you. I haven't said much to you these past few days because I've been watching and hoping that what I'm seeing isn't what I think. I know you kids feel like you have to try all of these new things when you're young and do what everyone else is doing." The look in his eyes stung. "Dad, please," I interrupted. "Listen to me," he said firmly. "This may not be important for you, but I need to say this, or else I'll feel like I failed you somehow." He cleared his throat. "I know it hasn't been easy for you since—" He looked away. I knew what he was going to say, so I looked away too. "Since your mother died," he whispered, "and I know it hasn't been fair to you to have to grow up without the love and guidance of a mother, but—" His eyes were wet with incoming tears, and a lump rose in my throat. "I want to think that I can be the kind of father that fills both shoes, because I have to be that for you. I want you to be able to tell me anything, to trust me with anything. That's all. If there's anything you want or need to tell me, I'm here to listen." He moved closer to me and patted my shoulder. His last words nearly tore me from the inside. I swallowed and fought to keep the tears from my eyes. "Dad," I said. My voice cracked. "It's not what you think. I promise." He sighed. "Then what is it, Alicia?" he asked. "What have you been doing these past few days that's made you so distant?" I tried to control my breathing. I couldn't tell him the truth, but I also couldn't keep lying to him. I had to distract him with something. I closed my eyes and thought about everything that had happened to me since Brett's party. Then I remembered what Tamara had told me in the future. "It's Mom," I whispered suddenly. "What?" Dad said, his eyes widening. I wrung my fingers until my skin reddened. "It's just, we never talk about her anymore, and certain events have me wondering." Dad looked surprised. He didn't speak for nearly a minute. "Wondering what?" he asked cautiously. "Did she really die in a car accident?" Dad's expression seemed to darken. "Why would you ask that?" I sighed. "Brett and I have this project at school, and we thought it would be a good idea to do research on the company his dad works at. While I was there, I saw Mom's picture and her bio." I looked up at my dad. "Why didn't you tell us she worked at Zamanta?" Dad turned his back to me and shook his head. "We're not going to talk about this." "What happened there?" I prodded. "Why can't you talk about it?" "This conversation is over," he said, looking around him as if the walls might be listening. "Do you hear me, Alicia?" I folded my arms over my chest and blew out an exasperated breath. After he'd just told me to share my feelings with him, I couldn't believe he was shutting me out like this. I watched him grab the canister of philia and head towards the bathroom. "Dad, no, stop!" I yelled, running after him and grabbing his arm. "This is for your own good," he said, dumping the rest of the philia in the toilet and flushing the handle. A single tear rolled down my cheek as I saw the philia swirl around the bowl and then disappear. Chris rang the doorbell in the morning. When I answered the door, she was standing on the porch, holding a bouquet of flowers. "Ah, you shouldn't have," I said, taking them and sniffing in the floral scent. These were on the porch when I got here. A secret admirer, perhaps? I glanced across the lawn towards Eric's house and thought I saw movement in the window. Maybe. I shrugged. I was silent on the ride to school, trying to organize my thoughts. There was so much to say, I didn't know where to begin. Chris pulled into the parking lot and gave me a quick hug. "I told Cody and Brett to meet us at lunch. Then we can sort everything out." I nodded and followed here into the building. It felt different today. Changed somehow, though maybe it was me who had changed. Every time there was a loud noise or shriek of laughter, I flinched. I felt naked without a weapon of some kind, exposed. But there was no danger here. Not yet. After first period, I ran into Eric. He was loitering near my locker. I'd been juggling one crutch and a pile of books. I didn't realize how awkward I looked until he offered to help carry them to class for me. "You should have texted me," he said when we'd reached my next class. "I would have skipped school to take you." "Yeah, I probably should have," I said. "I'm glad you're okay. Want to meet at lunch and discuss?" "Thanks, Eric, but I'm meeting friends for lunch." His face darkened, but he nodded. I wondered if he'd left the flowers on my porch. Then I remembered I still owed him an answer about the dance. It all seemed so far away right now. My brain was full of time travel and genetic modification. I didn't have room for corsages and limos. "Yeah, sure. See you later." I felt a small twinge of guilt at dismissing Eric, but we'd never really hung out at school anyway. And I had bigger problems. I couldn't worry about everyone else's feelings all the time. I hurried towards the lunchroom and found the others waiting in the table in the back. It was comforting at first. Just the four of us, sharing a secret this large. I felt like it bound us together. But the feeling died when I got close enough to see the look on Brett's face. I sat down and there was a moment of silence before Chris cleared her throat and took the lead. "Let's start with the elephant in the room. Alicia is sorry for stealing the Philia and traveling by herself. It was reckless and dangerous. The rest of us are sorry for making Alicia feel so isolated that she thought she couldn't ask us for help. We all need to work on our communication, right?" Brett opened his mouth like he was going to argue, but then he crossed his arms and clenched his jaw. He nodded and met my eyes for the first time. I hated that he was mad at me, but I also noticed the hurt in his eyes when he saw my face and bruises. "By the way, as far as anyone else is concerned, you ran off after practice because Courtney was picking on you, and you had a nervous breakdown or something and got taken to the hospital." "What? That's not what happened." Chris held her hand up. "Forget about it. What I want to know is what actually happened at tryouts. It's like you were talking to someone who wasn't there. It was freaky as shit. And you hadn't been smoking Philia, you were awake." "It's only happened twice," I confessed. "It's like an after effect or something. I don't actually travel to the future, but I get a glimpse of it." Cody's eyes widened. Like an afterglow. People who take LSD talk about having flashbacks, even when there are no drugs in their system. He grabbed his phone and searched for something. Here it is. Hallucinogen persisting perception disorder. Brett looked interested. "So you can have flash forwards in this case, even without smoking." "What did you see?" Chris asked. "The first time at the mall when we were in the bookstore. I didn't see anything. I mean, it was the future and the books were all torn up. It looked like someone had built a book cave and was living in there. But then, at the volleyball tryouts..." I shuddered. "I saw some guys from Zamanta. They were planning an attack on Defiance. I had to warn them." "That's why you left school," Chris breathed. I nodded. "So what happened?" "I was too late," I said. "But that doesn't make any sense," Brett said, pushing a hand through his hair. "Zamanta is a research facility. Why would they attack the only other survivors?" "It's my fault," I said. First, it was just a couple of girls. Zamanta had been collecting them. I don't know why. Tamara thinks it's so they can keep doing research on them, but I helped rescue them. At least I helped rescue one. The other gotten taken. My eyes watered and I sniffed to try and keep my voice steady. That's why they attacked Defiance directly. You don't understand how bad it is. People died, are dying. And now Tamara is preparing something big. It's like they're going to war, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. You care about them, Brett said, his eyes widening. Yes, I said quickly. It's not like they're just visions or something. They're real people. One of them, a girl named Meredith, I asked her to teach me to fight. She's the one who gave me this. I gestured at my black eye. So, humanity lasted an extra 20 years after the fall of civilization, and now they're going to destroy themselves, Cody said. Super. Basically, I said. It was a relief to share all of this, but that didn't actually solve anything. The pit of dread in my stomach only got heavier with the realization that my friends had nothing new to offer. I still don't understand how Zamanta is involved in any of this. Maybe somebody else just took over the building after everything went to shit. Some bandits or something. I bit my lip and he frowned at me. What is it? He asked slowly. When I had the vision in the gym, they mentioned Peters by name. They said Peters is paying double this time. Brett leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. So what's the plan? Cody said. Chris pulled up Tamara's website on her phone. Check this out. Half the stuff on the list Tamara posted has come true already. She's got almost 100 comments, though most of them think it's a hoax. Did you get more information for her to post at least? My eyes widened and I dug my hands into my pockets. Let me borrow your phone, I asked, holding my hand out to Chris. What happened to yours? She asked. I showed her my busted screen. Don't ask, I said as she handed me her phone. My fingers were shaking as I pulled up the Powerball website and looked for the winning numbers. I'd been so distracted over the last few days I'd forgotten to check the tickets. Holy shit, I said, after double-checking the numbers several times. What is it? Chris asked. I think I just became a multimillionaire. Coming to tryouts after class? Chris asked. We were in Mr. Harry's Spanish class, our last class of the day. His lessons always ended early, and he let the class do whatever they wanted for the last 20 minutes. Are you kidding? I asked, nodding to the brace on my ankle. Your spikes were amazing. I heard some of the other girls talking about it. Besides, if Courtney didn't have a stick up her ass, she wouldn't have sabotaged your tryout and you would have smoked us all. Chris sighed and moved closer to me. Plus, with everything going on, you deserve a break. And you get to piss off Courtney. Automatic bonus. She winked, and I laughed. I'm not even sure I want to be on the team, I said. Though I hate letting Courtney think I'm too scared of her to continue tryouts. Speaking of Courtney, Chris smiled wickedly. Her and Brett are over. What? I nearly choked in surprise. She nodded and gazed at her fingertips, as if this information wasn't a big deal. Yup, she said. It's all over school. Apparently she was bragging to everyone that she gave you that black eye in tryouts. He told her to shut up, in front of all of her friends. Why are you just telling me this now? She lifted one shoulder in an innocent shrug. You've already got so much on your mind, she said. Saving the world and all. Wasn't sure if you were still interested in high school gossip. I didn't say anything for a moment. Brett broke up with Courtney? This was big news. For a moment, the dark cloud of inevitability shifted, and I felt a thin glimmer of hope. Think he'll ask you to winter formal now? Chris asked, bouncing with excitement. Just because he broke up with Courtney doesn't mean he's going to ask me. She rolled her eyes. Why do you keep acting like it's impossible for a guy like Brett to ask you out? I'm not exactly his type, I said. I thought about the way he'd touched my hand at Zamanta, and my cheeks burned. But that was before I lied to him about the philia and tripped on my own. He seemed pretty pissed at me during lunch. And what exactly is his type? Chris said, crossing her arms. Mean-spirited bitches that torture other girls just so they feel some semblance of power and popularity? It doesn't matter, I said, shutting down the conversation. Besides, the dance is on Friday. I doubt he'd ask so last minute. The bell rang, and I slung my bag over my shoulder. Can we just go? Chris sighed dramatically and followed me out of the room. Going to Triute's was the last thing I wanted to do, but the news about Brett had me buzzing with energy, and I didn't feel like going home yet. All eyes turned on us as we entered the gym. Courtney sneered, but I stood my ground as well as I could, leaning on one crutch for support. One of the girls asked how I was feeling, but Courtney jumped in before I could answer. I was beginning to think we wouldn't meet our quota of lesbian members this year. Let me guess, you need at least one, right? Chris asked. Don't you fill that spot every year? A few girls smiled, suppressing laughter. Courtney rolled her eyes. Everyone knows I'm with Brett. You were with Brett, Chris said. Past tense. Courtney opened her mouth to rebut, but the co-caption, Melanie Lynch, stepped in. Okay, girls, she shouted. That's enough chit-chat. Let's get to work. She looked at me. You can take it easy, Alicia. Just do some passing, whatever you can manage. The second day of tryouts went by faster than the first. Courtney partnered up with me and refused to give me a fair chance again, but I wasn't as stressed or nervous as I had been yesterday. Even with my sprained ankle, I managed to do fairly well. Melanie swooped in at the last minute and gave me a few proper volleys. Courtney dismissed the team early to have a meeting with her co-captain, probably to chew her out for being somewhat nice to me. Afterwards, Chris and I headed for the parking lot. I laughed at something she said, but stopped short when I saw Brett waiting at the end of the parking lot. He was leaning against Chris's green van with his hands shoved in his pocket. He ducked his head sheepishly when we approached. He was trying to be casual, but he must have been waiting for hours. Hey, he said. Got a minute? His smile lit me up like sunshine. Chris whistled under her breath. Your night awaits, she whispered. She got in the van and closed the door. The engine hummed to life, and I gaped at her through the window. What are you doing? I asked. She leaned out the window and looked at Brett. Do you mind taking her home? Brett nodded quickly. Of course. Chris winked at me and sped out of the parking lot. I laughed and glanced up at Brett. He just smiled and shrugged. He led the way to his Jeep and opened the door for me. He put my crutches in the back and got in, but didn't start the car right away. He fidgeted with his keys and cleared his throat, like he had something important to say. But then he started the ignition and drove out of the lot. I figure this way you can't run away, he said. I sucked in a breath and looked out of the front window with a slight sense of caution. I could see him looking at me from the corner of my eye. Don't worry, he said. I'm not kidnapping you or anything. I laughed nervously. I didn't think you were, I said unconvincingly. I owe you an apology, he said finally. I looked at him in surprise. I'm the one who stole the filia and traveled behind your back. Shouldn't I be apologizing to you? I didn't give you any choice. After I found out my dad was involved, I didn't know what to do. I mean, the more I help you, the more I could get my dad in trouble. Plus, if you get caught with drugs from Zamanta, it won't take long for my dad to figure it out I gave them to you. But I can't ignore what's happening, what you're going through, how hard it must be. I can't stand seeing you like this, and knowing it's my fault. He reached up and stroked my cheek under my black eye. I sucked in a sharp breath at his touch. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? I mean, is that why you waited for me? Brett's fingers drummed on the steering wheel. I watched him curiously. He bit his lower lip, and I had to resist leaning over to kiss him while he was driving. Brett? I prompted when we were almost at my house. He gave me a sidelong glance. Was there anything else you wanted to tell me? It's not so much something I want to tell you, he said, keeping his eyes on the road in front of him. It's something I need to ask you. Alicia. His eyes flicked between the me and the road. I'm sure you've heard about Courtney and me by the now. I shrugged too quickly. Not really, I lied. Well, we broke up, he said. Or, I broke up with her. Though that doesn't really matter. Why? I asked, not sure if I wanted to know the answer. He sighed. The funny thing is, I don't even know why I was with her, he said thoughtfully. She really wasn't a nice person. I mean, she wasn't all bad. She had her good moments, when it was just us and no audience, but mostly... He shook his head. She wasn't nice to you, was she? I breathed in slowly. It's no big deal. It is, he said firmly. Well, it is to me, at least. My heart picked up its pace. I suddenly found it hard to breathe. What's happening right now? He turned onto my street, but slowed his speed so the car barely moved. I never liked the way she treated you, he said. And whenever I was with her, I couldn't stop thinking about you. He looked at me so intensely I had to look away. It wasn't fair to her, and I also knew that's the reason she acted that way toward you. She somehow knew that He cleared his throat. That I liked you. He pulled over outside my house, finally turning to look at me. The look of admiration in his eyes surprised me. I forgot how to breathe. My lungs felt like they were about to burst. I struggled to meet his eyes. You broke up with her. Because of me. He shook his head. There were a million reasons why, he said. You're just one of those reasons. I just feel so isolated lately. You're the only one who can really understand me, what I'm going through. To go with anyone else, I feel like I'd just be pretending to be who I was before all this, before you. I took a deep breath and held it, waiting for him to continue. I know going to a dance might seem stupid with everything going on. On the other hand, if the world is falling apart, don't we owe it to ourselves to make the best of the time we have left? The thought of picking you up in a limo, buying you flowers, dancing with you, it makes me happy. It's one of the only things that does. When I'm not thinking about you, I'm thinking about my father and what's going on at Zamanta. I'd just like one night where we can pretend to be normal. Wait, what exactly are you asking? I said, thinking I must be confused somehow. The car stopped and I looked up to see my house. I put my hand on the door handle, but made no move to leave. My heart was pounding as I searched Brett's face for answers. Winter formal, he said, a smile creeping up on his face. Will you go with me? Chapter 24. I was surprised to find Tamara's car in the driveway after Brett dropped me off. It was only Friday. She was home earlier than usual. I heard voices in the kitchen when I stepped inside. What's the big deal? Tamara asked. It's a gateway drug, my dad said. That's Reagan propaganda. Weed isn't nearly as bad for you as alcohol, and it's legal in some states. Plus, it's way better for you than all the prescription opiates that's caused an epidemic of addiction. Did you know that? Besides, I thought the drug test came up negative. As long as she lives under this roof, there will be no smoking of any kind. I will not have drugs in this house. Hello? I called. Tamara was unloading groceries from brown shopping bags, and Dad was nursing a cup of coffee. The air was heavy after my interruption, but I didn't care. Tamara knew what was really going on. I was actually glad she came back early this weekend. I'd have more time to fill her in and give her the winning lottery tickets. People were starting to notice her blog, but it wasn't enough. We needed something they couldn't ignore. I started to help unload the groceries, and Dad excused himself and went upstairs. When we were alone, Tamara smiled at me and pulled me into a hug. I looked at her strangely. What? She laughed. Can't I hug my sister? It's just a little weird, that's all. What are you doing here? Dad called. Jesus, Alicia, what were you thinking? He's worried sick about you. I know, I said. I feel terrible, but trust me. It was important. You went to the future again? She whispered. Yes. I nodded and pulled out my list of notes. Her eyes lit up when she saw them, but I pulled the paper away when she grabbed for them. Wait, I said. There's something else. I pulled out the 2 lottery tickets and handed them to her. Lotto tickets? She breathed. Winning lotto tickets? I corrected. The drawing was today. Winning once would already be a local news story. Winning twice from 2 tickets bought in the same location should raise more eyebrows, but it's still not enough. What do you mean? She asked. In the future, we already had enough money to buy up the property in Defiance to get things ready. But you still couldn't get anyone to take you seriously, not until it was too late. So, first you call and claim both tickets. They'll ask you if you want to get paid in long-term intervals. You don't. Take as much as you can. As fast as you can. You're going to give some to my friend Tracy. At least half, I think. His dad is a lawyer and can help us. And I'm going to need some in a private account that I can access. Tamara whipped out her phone and pulled up a screen. Prizes have to be claimed at the State Powerball office. It's in St. Louis. It's open till 8 p.m. I'll go right after dinner. I frowned at her and she laughed. Surely it can wait a few hours. It's not like the world is ending today, is it? Her eyes suddenly widened at my frozen expression. Shit. How bad is it? It's bad, I said. It will be. The things I've seen. You can't even imagine. I shuddered, and Tamara grabbed my hand and squeezed it. It'll be okay, Alicia. Yeah, sure. Whatever. What are we going to tell Dad? About the money? Let me worry about it, she said. I'll just tell him I'm internet famous and getting donations. You know how he is with tech, she smirked. Also, in case you haven't figured it out, he's staging an intervention of sorts, so try and be contrite this evening. Dinner was more fun than I expected. Tamara kept the conversation flowing, with Dad butting in to make dumb jokes and comments. At one point, I actually snorted into my glass and blew a milk bubble out of my nose. It was the most fun we'd had together in years. And even though I knew it was mostly for show, Dad and Tamara trying to keep it light and show me how much I had to live for, or something, it was still a welcome distraction. It wasn't until Dad brought out the dessert apple pie with vanilla ice cream that the mood turned somber again. I could tell he wanted to say something. Finally, he pulled a folded envelope out of his pocket and put it on the table. My eyes widened when I saw the Zamanta logo on the front. Tamara snatched at the envelope and opened it. What is this? She asked, her fingers shaking. The truth, Dad said. You're both old enough to know. I'm sorry I've been keeping it from you. When you were both in school, your mom started looking for a job. Income was tight and she wanted to help out. She found an ad in the paper for a research project. Good money, only a couple hours a day. Zamanta, I guessed. Dad nodded. His eyes were misting up, but he clenched his fist and continued. Then one day she didn't come home. I got a visit from their lawyers. They offered a settlement check for $25,000 and an NDA agreement. I signed it but never cashed the check. Tamara pulled it out of the envelope along with the signed document and handed them to me. Future Tamara had been right. The name on the check was Kyle Peters. Tamara looked visibly shaken. I wondered how much of this she already knew, or how much she was learning for the first time. I thought about donating it, but that seemed wasteful. I thought about putting it towards your college tuition. The truth is, I've mostly been avoiding it. It's too painful. I can't help feeling like I signed your mother's life away, and I still don't even know what really happened. They said it was a heart attack, but they wouldn't let me see her. They wouldn't even let me say goodbye. Dad choked back a sob, and Tamara jumped up and wrapped her arms around him. I joined awkwardly, patting his shoulder. Seeing my dad cry was the worst thing ever. We helped clear the table, then Tamara excused herself, saying she needed to run an errand. She winked at me on her way out. I tried to do homework in my room, but I was too excited to concentrate. Finally, hours later, I saw the flash of headlights in the driveway and ran downstairs. Tamara was wearing a stunned expression, and I thought something was wrong at first. "How'd it go?" I asked. She sat on the couch, staring at the TV. Then she pulled some documents out of her bag and passed them towards me. She muttered something, but I couldn't make it out. "What?" I asked. $52 million, she said, looking at me this time. "It would have been more if we waited. That's all they would give me on short notice. $10 million a month for 5 months. At first, they thought it was a fake ticket or something. You were right. One person winning both tickets, it's more than unusual. It's impossible." "But we did it anyway," I grinned. "You did it," she said, looking up at me like she was seeing me for the first time. You knew the exact numbers, which means everything you've been saying, it's all true. The mods, Zamanta. How long do we have?" "May 14th, I said, sitting down next to her. "I won't even graduate college," she sighed. "You can still make a difference," I said. "Dad gave me an idea earlier. Remember what he said? He was thinking about donating the check. I think you should donate some money to environmental organizations. Get them on your side early. Get them to take you seriously. Plus, it's a better story. Winning the lottery twice is impressive, but immediately making huge donations to save the planet, you'll come off as some kind of savior. Right now, we need attention more than money. The money, building Defiance, that was always the fallback plan. The main focus needs to be actually stopping Zamanta. Whatever they're researching is going to go wrong in a few months and have irreversible consequences. We need to shut it down. You need to shift public opinion and get everyone on your side, and you need to do it fast." Tamara nodded and signed into her online banking account. We both stared at all the zeros for a few moments. "I can't even believe this is real," she said. "Who should I give it to?" "It's up to you. Choose a few organizations with credibility and political clout. Give them $1 million each. Like I said, the money doesn't matter. What we want is attention. Ideally, someone will call and want to interview you. Hold out for something national. Then take the new list of predictions and make them live on camera. And you also mention Zamanta. When your predictions start coming true, people will remember the interview. That's not something you could fake." She nodded and made herself a cup of coffee. I waited until I heard her fingers clicking away at her laptop. I yawned, but she didn't even notice I was there anymore, and it had been a long day. I dragged my feet upstairs and climbed into bed. The doorbell jolted me awake the next morning. I jumped up, my heart pounding, thinking it was Chris or Brett picking me up for school. Then I remembered it was Saturday. I checked my alarm clock. It was only 7 a.m. What kind of asshole rings the doorbell that early on a weekend? I peeked out my window and was momentarily blinded by the flash of cameras. When my vision cleared, I saw the news trucks, the microphones. 6 camera crews were standing in our driveway. I ran downstairs and found Tamara, passed out on the couch with a pen still in her hand from writing notes. Her laptop was sitting innocently on the table. I shook her awake. She saw the panic in my eyes and grabbed my arm. "What is it?" she asked, a flash of terror on her face. "Reporters, cameras, they're all over. What did you do?" Tamara's smile lit up the living room. "Relax, this was the plan, right? I donated $6 million to the largest environmental protection agencies. Then I updated my blog, announcing my win and the contributions. Then I sent out a press release. I can't believe it's happening so fast." You told me we needed to hurry. This was your idea, remember?" She got up and brushed herself off, then went into the bathroom to splash water on her face and fix her hair. "How do I look?" she asked, spinning around like a fashion model. She looked the same as she always did, casual, urban hippie, baggy clothes made of natural fibers and organic dyes, unkempt hair and the distracted look of an overworked grad student. I was surprised she had the confidence to go out and face the cameras in the clothes she'd slept in, but it would probably play in her favor. She wasn't trying to be anybody else. She wasn't dressing to impress. With my mother's dark eyes and delicate features, she had a natural beauty that I'd never really seen before. Perfect, I said. What are you going to say? Anything that will get them to put me on the news, she said. I shrank into the background as she put her hand on the door and swung it open. She spent 10 minutes answering questions, as reporters scribbled down her every word. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Why did you give so much money away? What are you going to do now? What I've always done. She smiled a disarming smile, her eyes bright. Wake up every day and try to save the planet, in any way I can. Once the reporters got their soundbite, most of them left to cover other news. A few stuck around to ask follow-up questions. The cameras were still rolling when Dad came downstairs in his bathroom, rubbing his eyes groggily. I grabbed his arm and shepherded him into the kitchen. What's going on? He asked. Tamara has some school thing. I lied. Something she wrote on her blog is getting a lot of play. There's been press this morning wanting to talk with her about it. To Tamara? Dad said, looking both proud and skeptical at the same time. Just then, my phone buzzed. It was Chris. Hello? Dude, I just saw Tamara on TV. Is it crazy over there? Not as crazy now. Are you in serious trouble? Cody and Brett want to meet up later. I'm not sure, I said. And it kind of feels like I should be here right now. I'll let you know in a few hours. I didn't have anything else to do, so I plugged in the waffle machine and mixed up some batter. Then I put out the syrup, peanut butter, applesauce, cream, and blueberries, the way Mom used to. I fixed Dad a plate and we sat together at the table, him with a newspaper, me trying to get into a fantasy novel. Tamara came in and grabbed a waffle, scarfing it down in between phone calls. The ringing had been near constant for the last 2 hours. Tamara answered each call, fielding questions efficiently and then getting off the line as quickly as possible. Finally, she left the phone off the hook and came in with a huge grin. Glad to see you're still with us, Dad said. Mind telling me what's going on? Something I wrote on my blog hit a nerve. Well, at least it seems to be dying down. Actually, Tamara looked at me and grinned. I just got booked on the CST 8 p.m. news, national TV, live. We're doing the interview in St. Louis. My eyes widened and I jumped up and hugged her. That's amazing, I said. Want me to go with you? Maybe you and Dad should watch from here. I can text if I have any last-minute questions. I nodded. I'd already given Tamara the list of predictions. All she had to do was mention a few of them on the show. When they came true, people would believe anything she said about the future. Tamara went to get ready, and I texted Chris. Tamara is on news tonight. It's happening. Come over and watch with us. An hour after Tamara left, I opened the door and found Chris with Cody and Brett. Then my eyes widened, as I saw a white speck land on Brett's cheek. It's snowing, I said, watching the slow descent of ice crystals in the yard. Yeah, and it's cold out here, so let us in, Cody said. Brett smirked and looked up at me through his dark lashes. Hope it was okay to bring the gang, Chris said. I don't know. I didn't ask. Hey, Dad? I called upstairs. Dad looked surprised but didn't comment, and it's not like he'd officially grounded me or anything. They came to watch Tamara on the news with us, since, I thought you might not want me going out after dark. Yeah? I guess that's fine. As long as all your parents know where you are. I'll make some popcorn. I followed him into the kitchen and helped him prepare some snacks and drinks. Through the kitchen window, I could see the snow getting heavier and starting to stick. When I returned to the living room, the others were putting their jackets back on. Leaving so soon? I asked. There's like an inch of snow out there, Chris said. It would be a shame to waste it. We're going to make you a snowman, Brett said, to keep an eye on you. A carrot and a couple pieces of coal would be nice, Cody said. I went back into the house and collected some things for the snowman. By the time I came outside, they'd already rolled 3 balls together and were stacking them up. The combined height of the project barely made it to my waist. That's my protector? I asked, crossing my arms and leaning against the porch. He may look scrawny, Cody said, but he knows karate. And he's a weapons expert, can't you tell? Look at those muscles, Chris added. She took the carrot and coal from me and made a face, looking away from the street and up towards my window. That's a little creepier than I intended, she said. He looks like a stalker. She screamed suddenly, as Cody tucked a handful of snow under her jacket at the base of her neck. She chased him around the yard and tackled him. Then she straddled his waist and stuffed snow in his face. I surrender, he yelled through a mouthful of snow. I laughed and looked at Brent. He smiled and winked at me, like we were sharing a secret. My heart sung in response. Chris caught the exchange and jumped up. She walked over to us and crossed her arms. What's this I see? Brett and I glanced at each other with guilty expressions. Nothing, I smiled sweetly, grabbing her arm. Is there something going on between you two? She glanced back and forth between us so fast I thought her neck would pop off. There is, isn't there? As BFF, you're obligated to tell me. Brett burst out laughing. I asked her to. Winter formal, Chris finished, barely giving him time to speak. Oh my God, you asked her to winter formal. What did you say? She asked, turning to me. You said yes, right? Of course you said yes. She really wasn't giving us a chance to speak. Cody, do you hear this? They're going to winter formal together. I know, he said. No. She whipped her head around and narrowed her eyes at him. Excuse me, she asked, putting her hands on her hip. You knew and didn't tell me? I was going to tell you, Cody said lamely. Brett told Cody? I felt tingly with that information. It's almost 8, Brett interrupted. Tamara will be on soon. I'm not done with you, Chris said to Cody. Expect to be punished later. I turned to kick the snow off my shoes and caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, in the direction of Eric's house. The curtains in the upstairs window were moving. Was someone up there? It took me about 0.5 seconds to say yes to Brett. I hadn't even thought about what I would say to Eric, but it wasn't fair to leave him hanging. Brett looked back at me and smiled, and all thoughts of Eric disappeared. It didn't matter how guilty I felt. Brett was in my house, and he liked me. Despite the chill in the air, warmth spread through my cheeks. Inside, I fixed hot chocolate and marshmallows, and we gathered around the TV. I couldn't believe all this is actually happening, that life had changed so much since my first trip. Deep in my stomach, I felt hope bubbling up inside me. Maybe this was the moment when everything would change. Maybe we could really stop what was about to happen. If so, I'd just be a regular teenager again, getting ready to go to a school dance with the most handsome senior in school. There she is, Chris said, turning up the volume. I held my breath as a blonde woman in the blue pantsuit began asking Tamara questions. We're back with Tamara Gordon, junior at Prescott University and founder of Green Growth, an environmental group for students. You've probably seen Tamara's name in your local paper, but if you haven't yet, you will soon. Just to sum up, you won the Powerball Grand Prize this week, not once but twice. 2 winning tickets to the same person, sold from the same location. We've checked with every national lottery, and that's never happened before. It's like lightning hitting the same person twice. What do you think makes you so lucky? Well, I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason. Tamara smiled, leaning back and crossing her legs. Maybe something up there is looking out for us, and they thought I could do some good with the money. And you have, immediately after winning, you donated $6 million to environmental protection agencies and nonprofits. Is that right? Most people would have bought a big house or a fancy car, yet you gave it away. Why? What good is a house or a car when humanity is on the brink of extinction? Scientists all agree that we are dangerously near a point of no return. For too long, the most important decisions about the way we interact with the natural world have been decided by special interests and large corporations. I just wanted to even the playing field a little. Unfortunately, 6 million is a drop in the bucket. Oil and gas companies, among others, make billions in profit and can spend hundreds of millions of dollars influencing policies. So you see yourself as a Robin Hood figure, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor? Tamara laughed. Not at all. I'm not stealing anything from anyone. I didn't make all those people buy lottery tickets. But since they did, at least I can put the money to good use. Some people are saying it's more than just luck, the interviewer said. A few weeks ago, you posted something on your blog, which looks like a list of predictions from a character called the Green Lady. Nearly all of these predictions have since come true. Are you the Green Lady? Do you believe you can see the future? And if so, do you have anything to tell our audience today? I leaned forward, holding my breath. Tamara had to answer this just right, or she'd lose credibility. But Tamara was as poised and charming as ever. The Green Lady is a persona I made up. I know how it sounds, it's so far out there. And I didn't want to distract anyone from my main message. I mean, global warming is real. Pollution is real. We don't need dire prophecies or magic or anything woo-woo confusing people or making them think all liberals are quacks. This is science. However, I did start having these dreams recently. They were so vivid. Maybe it's just my vegan lifestyle. I don't know where it comes from, really. I'm just a vessel. But when I meditate, these images come to me. And lottery ticket numbers? Yes, those too. On your blog, you also have precise dates and numbers, though. Things scientists couldn't have predicted. Doesn't that mean you believe in something greater speaking through you? What's belief got to do with it? Tamara asked. Like you said, the things I wrote about, they've come true. Exactly. I wasn't wrong once. I know that's confusing and scary for some people, but if their beliefs can't adapt to the available data at hand, it's the beliefs that need to change. Do you have anything else to say to viewers at home? Anything they should know about? Yes. Tamara looked straight into the camera and it zoomed in. I actually have something very, very important to say. But I need to make sure people will believe me, so let me begin with this. On Thursday, it's going to snow in Miami for the first time since 1977. They'll get 2 inches. On Friday, lightning is going to hit a tree in the town of Charleston, South Carolina. A branch will fall on the power lines and there will be a blackout over half the city. Those are bold claims, the reporter smirked, eyeing the camera. Tamara raised her hand to continue. It's just a little taste. There's lots more on my blog. Nothing important, but it's necessary to get your attention, because what I have to say next must be heard. Go ahead. We're all ears, the reporter said, smiling. We don't have decades, Tamara said, fixing the camera with an intense gaze. We have months, and the thing that's going to destroy us isn't global warming. It's our food. The Zamanta Corporation is working on something dangerous. Their scientists are experimenting with modifying genetics, and in less than a year, this research will reduce humans to animals. Civilization will be decimated. Billions of people will die. The man behind it is Kyle Peters, and he must be stopped at all costs. Stop Kyle Peters. Save the world. Chapter 25. The room was so quiet we could have heard a pin drop. I didn't know she was going to say that, I said, turning towards Brett. But you told her, Brett said quietly. You told her it was my dad, that he was the one responsible. The look on his face was one of personal betrayal. I didn't tell her to name him directly, I said, reaching my hand towards his arm. You didn't tell her not to, Brett said, pulling away. Can we focus on the positive for a second? Chris interrupted. She did it. National TV. Everyone knows now. This is great, right? I nodded, but I didn't feel happy. If people believe her, I said. And even if they do, it might not change anything. I mean, you heard what she said. Corporations like Zamanta are worth billions. They don't care what the public thinks of them. Whatever, I'm celebrating, Chris said. And it's easy to check, right? Cody asked. You just take some more philia and see what's changed. If it worked, no mods. We all looked at Brett. Not tonight, he said finally, rubbing his jaw. It's dangerous at night, so you can go tomorrow. Rockwood's reservation again? I nodded, even though I wasn't sure. Tracy was still avoiding me, and I hadn't visited him last time I'd tripped. What if the house was gone? I didn't know whether I was hoping Tracy would still be there, or whether I was afraid that he wouldn't be. But if Tamara's warning had changed the future, maybe it wouldn't be so dangerous. On the other hand, if the future hadn't changed yet, I needed to warn Jake about the explosives I'd seen, and find out exactly what Tamara was planning. I walked my friends to the door. I wanted to say something to Brett, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. It was so hard to read him sometimes. Text you tomorrow, Chris said, giving me a hug. Then she whispered in my ear, He'll get over it. Try and be happy about this. It's a good thing. I was still up when Tamara came home. That was amazing, she said. Yeah, it was perfect. Only, you didn't have to call Mr. Peters out like that. She grinned at me like I was crazy, but then she sombered as she read my expression. Seriously? She asked, going into the kitchen to heat up some leftovers. He is still the bad guy, right? He's the one responsible for everything? Yeah, I think so, I sighed. It was just really awkward watching the interview with Brett, seeing his face. Look, I know you're sweet on him, but you can't have everything you want. I mean, if his father is going to end the world, he's going to have to choose. And he'd be an idiot not to choose you. All you can do is wait for him to come around. But you can't let how one guy feels about you influence the decisions you make concerning the future of the human race. Right? I know, it's just in the future we were kind of together. Prom queen and king. I smiled bitterly at the memory. I didn't believe it could be real at first. Now I'm not sure if I want it to be. So you think it worked? Tamara asked. I'll check tomorrow, I said. I've got to get up early and go back to the city, Tamara said. Phone has been ringing off the hook. It's going to be crazy for a while. Just let me know what's up and what you need me to do next. I climbed into bed but couldn't fall asleep, worrying about what I'd find when I tripped tomorrow. Defiance was the last piece of civilization, and it was falling apart. Annabelle and the other girls were still kidnapped. Jake would risk his life trying to save them. And I didn't even want to think about what Tamara was planning to do with all those explosives. I had to warn Jake about what I'd seen and heard Tamara say, if Jake even existed anymore, if any of them did. Chris picked me up the next morning. We stopped for drive-through sausage McMuffins and coffee, then headed to the reservation. Brett and Cody were already waiting for us when we got there. Have you been online today? Cody asked, handing Chris his phone. Tamara made the front page of all the major search engines. Chris frowned and passed the phone to me. Lottery winner predicts end of world. Catchy headline, I said. Most of the comments are bad, Brett said. Calling her crazy, a scam, a hoax. I get it, thanks. Not all, though. I mean, she did win the lottery twice. And the fact that she gave so much money away helps. People want to believe her. The organizations she donated to made statements. Reporters have been asking them to comment on whether they believe the same things she does. They said basically they admire her zeal and enthusiasm, but all her views are her own, and she doesn't speak for them. Of course not, I said. She speaks for us, for me. At least people can hear her, and when the other stuff she predicted comes true, it'll be hard to discredit her. At least she's trending. #GreenLady. So can we do this? Brett said. I mean, I don't know about all of you, but I'm anxious to see whether or not we've had any effect. Whether anything we do even matters. I looked at him in shock and he gave me a grim smile. Sorry, that sounded a lot darker than I meant it to. I didn't sleep much. I nodded. Cody lifted the rock we used last time and I reburied my backpack full of provisions. The knife, a water bottle, and a few other small items. I included the Skittles I'd bought for Annabelle, even though I probably wouldn't have a chance to give them to her. They still reminded me of what was at stake. Brett took out the filia and prepared it for me, tapping it down into the glass pipe. Cody tossed him a lighter, and I rested on the purple blanket we'd brought with us. Brett put a second blanket around me to shield me from the chilly air. It wasn't snowing, but I could see my breath. He held the lighter up to the pipe and waited as I inhaled a puff of smoke. He tucked me in, then looked directly at me. His gaze was full of emotion, like he wanted to say something, like he didn't want to let me go. Be safe, he said, squeezing my hand. No risks. Just find out what you can and hole up until the filia wears off. I nodded and squeezed his hand, then smiled one last time as the pink waves floated around me. My friends vanished immediately. The scenery change was more subtle. Years' worth of rustling leaves and growing grass. Sunrises and sunsets rotating so quickly I couldn't tell when it was light and dark, like the flickering of a fluorescent light. The imperceptible buzz of instability. When it stopped, I stood up and looked around at the empty reservation. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the dark glass cube sticking out of the foliage. When I reached the gate, it immediately opened for me. I stood in surprise and looked up at the house. If it was still here, did that mean we'd failed? I let out an excited squeal when the front door opened to reveal a smiling Tracy. I rushed to hug him and he nearly fell over. You're still here? I said, both relieved and disappointed. Why wouldn't I be? He asked. Because younger you is still a dipshit. He laughed, then patted me on the back until he had to pry my fingers away from him. I followed him inside and shut the door. I don't understand. When I showed you the Powerball ticket, you still didn't believe me. Oh, that, he said nonchalantly. Of course, I didn't play. What? He raised both eyebrows, surprised by the rage in my voice. Did you really think a kid like me would have taken that bait? He snorted. Not a chance. I don't understand, I said, shaking my head. So how? You had to earn my trust, he said. Seeing those numbers on the winning ticket was the first step. I suddenly wanted to hit him. Why didn't you just tell me that? I said. Instead of making me worry so much, I thought you wouldn't be here. I thought I lost you. He laughed softly. Don't be so dramatic, he said. That's hardly an effort. If you want to get rid of me, you're going to have to try harder than that. I rolled my eyes and pushed past him. I went straight to his fridge and took out a jar of peanut butter. Please, help yourself, he said sarcastically. I ignored him and searched for the Oreos. They were in one of the highest cupboards, hidden behind a bunch of other snacks. I dipped the Oreos in the peanut butter and ate them as fast as I could. When I finished, Tracy looked at me with mild disgust. I laughed and put away the peanut butter. I didn't have time to sit around and relax, but I needed to fuel myself. Who knows what would happen when I got to Defiance? So, how goes the crusade? Tracy asked, as I gulped down a glass of water. In my time, Tamara just got on national news, called out Kyle Peters by name, and she won the lottery twice. And that didn't work? Tracy asked, raising his eyebrows. Apparently not, if you're still here. Are there still mods out there too? As far as I know, Tracy said. So what's next? I asked. Tracy looked confused, then frowned. This is weird. You always told me what to do. It looks like we've reached a place where we're about even. But kid, I have no idea what to do in your time. Okay, let's talk about your time. Zamanta attacked Defiance a couple days ago, and I'm worried about my sister. I think she's planning to do something dangerous. He looked thoughtful. That sounds like Tamara. No, it doesn't, I said. Tamara isn't a dangerous person. She believes in peace and harmony and kombucha. Tracy snorted. Tamara is many things, but a peaceful and harmonious person is not one of them. But she's the leader of Defiance. That place is a paradise. It's practically utopian. Isn't she responsible for it? Tracy sighed. She isn't responsible for any of this. You are. You created Defiance and decided to put her in charge. Are you saying my sister isn't a good person? He shook his head but paused before speaking. I'm saying your sister is under a lot of pressure and will do any means necessary to save her people. She's not... Listen, kid, Tracy said, his expression serious. You need to stop comparing your life here with your life back then. It isn't the same and it never will be. It's a different time, a different world. Everyone is different here because the world changed them. It changed me and it changed your sister. His expression changed to sympathy. And it'll change you too. That's basically the same speech Tamara gave me. I frowned. He looked out the window. The one thing that will not change is Tamara's hatred for Zamanta, he said. She will destroy that place. Make no mistake about that, no matter what it costs. It suddenly dawned on me what Tamara would need the bombs for. Like Tracy said, she wanted to destroy Zamanta. The only question is whether we'd be able to rescue all the kidnapped girls first. There has to be something else you haven't tried, Tracy said. There is, I said. Tamara told me I needed to kill Kyle Peters. Oh, Tracy said. Well, that makes sense. Seriously? I'm a sophomore in high school. Murder isn't exactly in my repertoire. I just meant it makes sense that she'd say that. With her, it's always been more than just saving the world. It's personal. I mean, after your mom. You know about that? I asked. I literally just found out about that stuff. We've had a lot of time to talk, Tracy said. Before and after. Tamara and I were close as well. You built a tight little community, you know. It was even fun sometimes. Working together to try and save the world. Until it wasn't. So, we try harder. More lottery tickets, more predictions, right? Tracy shrugged, but this time he didn't look convinced. There might be another solution you haven't considered, he said. What's that? I asked. Buy him out. Take over the company as majority stakeholder. Get the board to vote to stop him or shut down his research. That would take too long, I said, and cost a fortune. In that case, Tamara's solution isn't the worst in the world. Kill one man, save billions. I can't believe I'm hearing this, I said. Or you could do it Tamara's way. Blow up the company, plant a bomb. Just do it before, when it matters. Again, sophomore in high school, I said, raising my hand. You guys act like I'm some kind of skilled assassin. I can barely play volleyball. You're far more capable than you think, Tracy said quietly. The things I've seen you do, you were basically a superhero. Sorry to disappoint, I said sharply. There's still time, Tracy said. Anyhow, if you want to visit Defiance, we should get going before it's dark. Wait, what? You're coming with me? He smiled and pointed out the windows to the front yard, then touched a button on the control panel near the door. Outside, a large panel slid back and a platform began to raise. No way, I said. You gave me all that money and told me to prepare for the worst. I was a teenage boy. Did you honestly believe I wouldn't buy a helicopter? Plus, it's been a few years since I visited Defiance. Sounds like they could use some support right now. You can memorize these on the way, he said, handing me a new list of predictions and 2 more lottery tickets. I held my breath as the chopper lifted off, sending a whirlwind of dust up around Tracy's front yard. Seeing things from air gave a different viewpoint. The empty, forgotten houses looked like they were being eaten by the yards around them. When we got closer to Defiance, I could see the destroyed pieces of the bridges, like open wounds on the landscape. Then I saw the smoke. Something was burning. Down there! I shouted. Tracy brought us lower, until I could make out the wooden pyres floating in the river. Each was covered in flowers and herbs, and a body wrapped in white fabric. Men and women gathered on both sides of the bank. Tamara was in the center in a green jacket, standing at the edge of a pier. She lifted a sword, and archers raised their bows. The arrows were lit with candles, and when Tamara brought down the blade, they fired into the air. The smoking arrows hit the funeral pyres, which burst into flames. It was so perfect, the whole event looked almost staged, as if it were being filmed. I realized half of what Tamara did was pageantry. She was creating a living mythos about defiance, and about herself as its keeper. I wished Sam could have had a ceremony like this. He should have had one. Instead, he was torn apart by moths, and his body left for wild animals. Then I noticed Jake, standing a little way behind my sister. My heart leaped to see him again. Had nothing changed? Tracy circled around the island and then set the chopper down in the large square in the middle. Children came running up to greet us as we landed. Tracy took a box of cookies and chips from the back and tossed them out like confetti. He looked so happy. I realized for the first time how lonely he must be in his high-tech house. Was he just there for me? A sentinel of hope, lit for me alone. "Tracy," I said, "I've got to go find Jake." He nodded. "If I don't see you again this trip, I programmed the gates at my place with facial recognition software. So when you show up unannounced, you can still get in safely." The adults were starting to trickle back into town from the river. The ceremony must be over. Meredith was the first one I recognized. "Back for some more, eh?" she said, smirking at me. "Maybe later," I said. "Have you seen Jake?" "Tamara let him out after he promised to behave," she said, jerking her thumb behind her. I ran to Jake when I saw him, but then stopped and hesitated when I reached him. He pulled me into a hug and squeezed me. He smelled like burning wood and basil. I melted into his arms. Part of me felt relieved that we'd failed, but it was tinged with guilt. "Meredith said you disappeared again," he said. "I know," I said. "I'm sorry. With everything that's happened, I thought this time you'd finally stay." "I know how hard this must be for you," I said, "but we can talk about that later." "If you're still around," he said with a bitter grin. There was a dark edge in his voice, and I realized what the last few days must have cost him. To lose his best friend, and then Annabelle. "There are reasons why I can never stay," I sighed. "I think I deserve to know those reasons," he said. "You do? Absolutely. But we have bigger problems right now." He opened his mouth to say something, but I didn't give him the chance. "Tamara's planning something big. Something dangerous. Did you know she has a whole room of explosives? She's not thinking straight. I think she wants to bomb Zamanta." He stepped closer to me and there was fire in his eyes. "What about Annabelle?" "I don't know," I said. "If she goes through with this, everyone in that building dies." He clenched his fists. "There are dozens of girls in there, that we know of." "I don't think she'll do it without getting them out first," I said. "You don't know that," Jake said. "She promised to let me lead the rescue mission. She's got everyone training and preparing. Maybe it was just to keep us busy while she makes her own plans." His eyes were panicking. I put a hand on his arm and he jumped. There was so much he didn't know. I wasn't sure how fair it was to keep him in the dark. "It's my fault," I blurted out. His brows inched up. "What?" "This whole thing," I said, gesturing around us. He shook his head, not understanding. "I wanted to tell you before, but I didn't think you'd believe me." "You didn't give me a chance to. I'm listening now." "Well," I swallowed. "You know how clueless I was the first time you found me?" He nodded. "Yeah, it was like you were from a different planet." "Not a different planet," I said. "A different time." He blinked at me. I traveled here from the past. Every time I disappear, it's because the substance that I use to travel wears off. You're a time traveler and you're from the past? Before de-evolution? Yes, I said slowly. The look of surprise in his eyes mirrored my anticipations. Then he frowned, and his eyebrows furrowed together. I pretended not to catch the clench of his fists. I took a step closer to him, but he pulled away. I blinked rapidly, puzzled. I knew it was hard to hear, but the anger that I saw surprised me. He laughed suddenly, harshly. I can't believe this, he said quietly. This has to be a joke. I shook my head violently. It's not, I said. I promise. Just stop, please. He placed both hands on his hips and took a deep breath. I understand if you can't tell me the truth, but I don't know how you can make up a story like that. I mean, not now, with everything that's going on. My jaw dropped. I'm not lying. I couldn't tell you before because I wasn't sure how dangerous it would be for you to know. So what changed? Why would you tell me now? Because I'm worried about you, I said, grabbing his arm. If Tamara is planning something without telling you, it could put you in danger. Tamara practically raised me, Jake said, crossing his arms. And I just met you. What makes you think you know her better than I do? She's my sister, I said. You're too young to be her sister, he said, but with less conviction. She's only a couple years older than me, I said. At least in my time. He rubbed his hands over his face. When he looked at me again, it was with pity, like he'd just found out what a mental case I was. I pulled on the edge of his sweatshirt until he was close enough to wrap my arms around. My arms tentatively pulled him in. After a few seconds, I felt his arm around me. My heart pounded, but not with fear. We held each other for a moment, but without warning, he pushed me away. I looked up at his face, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. That's when I heard the footsteps behind us. The commander would like a word, one of the guards said. There were 4 of them this time, and their palms were resting on their swords, as if they thought I was going to resist. Jake grabbed my hand. We'll be right there, he said. The girl only, the man said. I turned and pulled Jake into one last hug. You don't have to believe me, I said, but I'll always tell you the truth. Jake let me walk away, and I felt a thread snap between us as the distance grew. As much as I acted like I could do everything on my own, I didn't want to. It scared me how much I needed him. The sky darkened as we made our way to the council building. I tried to pry myself away, but the hands on my shoulders tightened as we got closer. We entered the same room I came to before, where Tamara waited. She stood alone, no circle of council members by her side this time. She frowned as the men dragged me towards her. That's enough, Ellis, she said to one of the guards. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was frozen in place. You left so suddenly last time, Tamara said. I didn't get a chance to talk to you. A shiver ran down my spine, but I swallowed back the fear. She was still my sister. I had nothing to be afraid of. I saw the explosives, I said shakily. What are you going to do with them? She clasped her hands behind her back. Retaliation. So, I was right? I said, shaking me head. You're planning to blow up Zamanta? She pursed her lips. I wanted to reveal that to you in a more strategic way, but I should have known you would figure it out. I would have told you anyway. But the way you keep sneaking around, dropping in and out, sometimes makes it difficult to get a hold of you. This is crazy, Tamara, I said. You're not some government spy in a video game. You're talking about real people's lives here. I'm not crazy, she said, glaring at me. These are the measures we must take in order to move forward with this world we've created. I shook my head. We didn't create this world, I said. Zamanta did. She tilted her head to one side. You really believe that, don't you? Alicia, We let this happen. We let Samantha carry on when we could have prevented all of this. We tried to do the right thing, to be good people. But instead, we let everyone die, because we were too selfish to do what needed to be done. We were doing the right thing, and where did that get us? She sighed and grasped both of my hands in hers. I ripped my hands away from her. "You're terrorists," I whispered, astonished. Tamara didn't even flinch. "We're the resistance," she said calmly. "If not us, who?" I took several deep breaths, but I felt suffocated in her presence. The resolute conviction in her eyes burned like fire. This woman was a stranger to me. Tamara eyed me cautiously. I glanced around the room, trying to decide what to do. I mentally noted where the man, Ellis, stood, and suddenly pivoted and maneuvered my way around him. I ran for the exit, but Ellis was too close. Tamara rushed after me, but Ellis got to me first. He grabbed me by the waist and grunted as I elbowed him in the face. He raised his arm to strike me, but Tamara cleared her throat and shook her head, so he lowered his arm and snarled at me. She nodded at him, and he released me. "Why do you keep fighting this?" I breathed heavily and spoke through clenched teeth. "Because no matter how you try to spin it, this is wrong. What are you going to do about the girls?" "Save them, of course," she said without missing a beat. She smiled at me. "You didn't think I'd just let them die?" "Well, no, but—" I closed my eyes. This was all too much. "Of course, there will always be casualties, and the mission, bringing down Zamanta, is more important than any one soldier." Tamara beamed at me, and I knew somehow that she was making a veiled threat against Jake. Frustration coursed through me. "It doesn't have to be that way," Tamara said. "With your help." "What could I do?" "You told me before you'd gotten into Zamanta. How did you do it?" "Brett has a visitor's pass," I said. "And you know your way around in there, right?" I shrugged. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Come with us. Help us plant the bombs. If we go in quietly, we can get everyone out safely, including the girls. You might be our only chance of getting this right." "And you think all of this—" I pointed at the crates. "Is right?" Tamara sighed. "What's right is stopping more destruction at the hands of that man. This plan will be executed with or without you. So what is your decision? Will you help us?" "It just seems so final," I said. "Isn't there any other way?" She laughed. "Of course there is. There's still time. For you. It would have been better to save the whole human race, but I no longer have that option, so at least we'll save what's left of it by wiping Zamanta off the fucking map. It's what should have been done a long time ago." It dawned on me that Tamara had to live half of her life in this new world. She'd witnessed the death and destruction, but been powerless to stop it. She didn't have the ability to travel back and fix things, so she pushed it all on me. I looked away, but she grabbed my chin. "You don't have to decide right now, but we won't wait long. We can't count on you any longer, so we have to take matters into our own hands. But there's something else I need to tell you." "What is it?" I asked, dread rising in my chest. "You're getting too close to Jake. Maybe that's why you've been so reluctant. You're developing feelings for him. Well, let me tell you about Jake." "Please don't," I said. "I was trying to protect you," she said. "But maybe you need to know the truth. His parents were Chris and Cody. I raised him after they died." The room spun as my brain struggled to make space for this new piece of information. A few things snapped into focus. The way Jake's smile reminded me of Chris. The relaxed posture he got from Cody. I shook my head and crossed my arms. "What happened to them?" I asked, my lip trembling. "You killed them. They trusted you, and you let them down. You made Jake an orphan." Chapter 26. I gasped in panic, and my fingers clutched the air, catching someone's shirt in the process. Brett grabbed me and stroked my back. Are you okay? He asked, concern filling his eyes. He ran his eyes across my arms, and I saw the bruises had returned with a vengeance. After leaving Tamara, I ran into Meredith, who dragged me to the training area so she could use me as a human punching bag again. If nothing else, I was getting better about tolerating pain, and my blocking abilities may have improved slightly. I ached all over, but it wasn't just cosmetic. There was a deep pain in my chest that threatened to consume me. I breathed deeply and held onto Brett's arm, pretending I needed the support. "I'm fine," I said. He helped me stand, and his hand lingered a moment longer at the small of my back. A shiver slid down my spine. Chris appeared on the other side of me. "Please tell me you got more information," she said. Hearing her voice made my eyes water, and I spun to hold on to her. "Whoa, want to buy me a drink first?" I laughed as a tear slid down my cheek. "Not good news, then," Cody said, moving the rock and pulling out my bag again. My mind sifted through the conversation between Tamara and me. How much could I tell them without making them hate me? Tamara said she'd been protecting me. From what, myself? From the things I'd done? She said I'd killed Chris and Cody, but how was that even possible? I couldn't imagine myself doing that. I felt sick to my stomach and bent over. "It's all the same," I said. "Worse?" Chris cocked her head to the side. "Can you be a little more specific?" I closed my eyes. "It's Tamara." I cleared my throat, trying to think of the best way to relay the information. "She's lost all hope and is determined to go out in a fire of glory. She seems to think the only way to stop what's happening, at least in the future, is to destroy Zamanta." Chris looked confused. "We already knew Zamanta was responsible. That's why Tamara exposed them." I wrapped my arms around myself and avoided Brett's eyes. "She's planning to blow up the Zamanta building to end it for good. She thinks it's the only way to save whatever future we have left." Brett shook his head. "Are you kidding me?" "You don't understand," I said quickly. "You should see the future. It's broken, Brett. No one knows how to fix it." "How long have you known about this?" he asked. The tiniest of veins showed through his neck. "Well, I suspected it the last time I traveled, but—" He grunted. "And you're just bringing this up?" "It's not like I was lying," I said. "I didn't know what she had planned." Brett's eyes darkened. "It just seems so drastic. Did either of you think Zamanta could hold the key to humanity's survival? I mean, science created the problem. Maybe only science can fix it." His harsh reaction was getting on my nerves. It was my sister's plan, not mine. I glanced up at Cry and Cody, looking in their features for signs of Jake, wondering how long they had left to live. "What difference does it make?" I said sharply. "That future doesn't even have to happen. We can still change it. We have to change it." "At least now the witch hunt against my dad can stop," Brett said, pushing his hair back. "I mean, your sister just publicly accused my father of something sinister, and nothing changed." "Just because the future's the same doesn't mean he's not involved," I said. "But you still don't have any proof, though, right? I mean, some weird stuff in his office. And if he was involved and the future didn't change, it's either because nobody took your sister seriously, or it's because he had nothing to do with whatever actually happened. You said yourself, even in the future, nobody knew for certain what happened. Maybe this genetically modified humans bullshit is all just your sister's fantasy. Maybe the mods came from something else entirely." My jaw dropped open. Brett was so infuriatingly handsome, with his tousled hair, crossed arms, and defiant chin. But right now I wanted to punch him. Instead, I shrugged and mirrored his posture. "Yeah, I could have been wrong. I'm doing the best I can, with the knowledge I have." "It isn't enough," he said. Chris gave me a ride home. She was quiet, but she kept looking over at me. I pretended not to notice. Yesterday, things had been perfect. How had things gone so wrong, so quickly? "I understand he's just defending his father," I said finally. But this is about the end of the world. It's bigger than all of us, right? Chris nodded, but she looked at me like I was a bird trying to fly with a broken wing. I turned away from her and stared out the window until we reached my house. I thanked her and ran inside before she could grill me about the future. What difference did any of it make? The house was quiet the next morning. Dad had already left for work by the time I woke up. My brain was half numb from exhaustion when I went to bed last night, but now things came flooding back. Tamara told me I killed Chris and Cody. That couldn't have really happened. She was probably just trying to goad me into action. Or maybe she meant indirectly, like they'd died during the chaos because I couldn't stop Kyle Peters. But that didn't make her warning less chilling. If I didn't do something drastic, and soon, things were going to get much worse. I knew something was different when I walked into school. People were staring at me. Conversations froze when I walked past, like someone hit the pause button. I thought it was just me at first. I stopped in the bathroom to check. I'd put on light foundation to cover most of the bruises, but the black eye hadn't fully healed. And my clothes weren't exactly fashionable. Dark jeans, black shoes, a collared plaid shirt that clashed with the baggy mustard yellow sweater I was wearing. But that was the least of my problems. I'd be so embarrassed, I heard voices say, as someone opened the door to the restroom. I mean, having a freak like that for a sister, talking about the end of the world. Courtney says crazy must run in her family, another voice said. The bathroom filled up with laughter, but it cut out suddenly when they saw me. I shoved past them and nearly ran into Courtney, standing just outside the door. "What's the rush, Chicken Little?" she asked. She was standing with a few of the seniors. Brett's locker was just down the hall, and I locked eyes with him. I don't know what I was hoping for, but when he grabbed his books and headed the other direction, I felt a crushing disappointment. Coward. "Cat got your tongue?" Courtney pushed, getting in my face again. "Believe what you want," I said. "At least if the world does end, I won't have to put up with your bullshit anymore." Her voice carried after me down the hall. "Whatever, psycho, have fun in your imaginary apocalypse." I hurried to my locker and found Tracy waiting for me, leaning against the wall. "If you're going to be an asshole again, save it," I said. "I can't deal right now." "I saw your sister on the news, checked out her website. What she's saying about Zamanta, the predictions, the lottery tickets. It's you, right? It's all you." I nodded, tentatively. "I'm in," he said. My face lit up with relief and I hugged him. "Easy," he said, pushing me away and looking down the hallway. "Wouldn't want to give people the wrong idea. This is high school, remember?" I grinned at him and then grabbed his arm. I pulled him outside to an area between the buildings where I knew we'd be alone. "You believe me?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "They didn't even mention the third lottery ticket on TV, the numbers you gave me. Winning 3 times in a row is beyond impossible. So what's the play? Your sister said we needed to stop Kyle Peters." "Yeah, she's a little obsessed with that. Future Tamara wants me to take him out." "What, like?" Tracy made a slashing motion over his neck. I nodded and his eyes widened. "That seems a bit extreme," Tracy said. "Has anyone tried just talking to him?" I gaped at him. I mean, if I was going to make a huge mistake and accidentally destroy the world, I'd want someone to tell me, so I could, not. "I don't think he'd listen to me," I said. "Maybe if Brett talked to him, though I don't think he's keen on the idea. He still thinks his father is innocent." I pulled a notebook out of my backpack. I'd scribbled down the numbers and predictions as soon as I got home yesterday. I circled one and then tore out the page and handed it to Tracy. "Play these numbers," I said. "Get your dad to claim them. Tell him he can keep a portion, whatever is reasonable for his help. I need a private account I can access, and we need to start buying property in Defiance." "How much?" Tracy asked. "All of it," I grinned. It was a small triumph, but it felt good to have Tracy on my side at last. Anything else? He asked. Yes. You're going to start building the coolest house in the world on your dad's property, with a garage full of guns and a helicopter. I like this plan, Tracy said, his eyes lighting up. I'll make you a shopping list. Basically, you need to be prepared for everything. Underground hangars full of supplies and food. Defiance is the main plan. But I don't know what's going to happen. You're the failsafe. I went to lunch with a newfound confidence. I found Chris first. Tracy's in, I said, grabbing her arm. We found Brett and Cody and headed to what I was beginning to think of our table. We checked Tamara's website, Cody said, pulling up his phone. It's gotten over 100,000 visits since the news report on Saturday, and articles with her picture are everywhere. Cody flicked through a few of them. I scoffed at one of the titles, Does Being Vegan Let You See the Future? Okay, I said, so we got their attention. A lot of people still think it's BS, but it's hard to argue with the facts. This week, the other prophecies she mentioned on air will come true, then the rest of the things listed on her website. Now that people are watching closely, they'll be able to see that she was right. I brought back more lottery tickets, I said. I'm going to set up accounts for each of you. We'll start with $100,000 each. So you can buy your own supplies, protect your families, prepare for the worst. You don't sound optimistic, Chris frowned. Maybe we can still stop things. I don't know anymore. But just in case we don't, you should have some emergency funds. Brett actually scowled this time, but he didn't argue. He was uncharacteristically quiet, actually. Brooding, almost. I thought he was still pissed at me from yesterday, though I don't know why. It's not my fault that Tamara named his father on national TV. And it's not like I was making any of this up. Brett would just have to deal with it. When the bell rang, Brett grabbed my arm and held me back. I've got to tell you something, he said. He looked so miserable I actually felt sorry for him. Had he changed his mind about the dance? Did he regret asking me? I didn't know how to tell the others, but I overheard my dad talking with his lawyer last night. They're planning to sue for slander and defamation, for what Tamara said on the show. I gave him a blank look, and he continued. They'll go after the lottery winnings. How much of it? I asked. All of it, he said. Chris dropped me off at home after school, and the door opened to the wonderful aroma of melting cheese, which was weird. Cooking wasn't exactly a thing at our house. I walked into the kitchen and saw my dad wearing an apron and humming some type of bluesy song. I tapped him on the shoulder. He jumped slightly, startled to see me. Then he smiled and wiped his hand on his apron. I raised my eyebrows at the apron, but he ignored my amused expression. I'm making pizza rolls, he said, and trying to get less sauce on my clothes. Deal with it. He poured me a glass of water and motioned for me to sit down. I fidgeted with the glass while he took the rolls out of the oven. They really did smell amazing. My mouth watered just looking at them. He plated the rolls and put them at the center of the table. Steam rose out of every roll. He looked aged under the kitchen light. I could see every wrinkle. His scruff grayed slightly, and light shadows formed under his eyes. He sighed and sat down beside me and blew on a pizza roll, then handed it to me. He used to do that when I was younger, when my mother was alive. My breath caught in my throat, and I abruptly stood up and wrapped my arms around his neck, holding back tears. He patted me on the back. What's wrong, honey? We'd made so much progress, and it was all being taken away from us. If Kyle got his hands on the lottery money, then we couldn't build Defiance. If we couldn't build Defiance, and Zamanta's epic screw-up happened anyway, none of us would survive. On the other hand, even with Defiance, Cody and Chris hadn't made it. Not to mention my dad. Tamara hadn't told me what had actually happened to him. A tear slid down my cheek, but I couldn't tell my dad what was really going on, so I told him a half-truth. I miss Mom, I said. My dad loosened his hold and looked at me. Honey, I wiped the tear from my face. I'm sorry. I've just been thinking about her a lot lately, and I realized how much I miss her." He breathed out slowly. "Don't ever apologize for missing your mom," he said sadly. "I miss her too, kiddo." Another tear fell, and he reached up and brushed it away. "I know it's been hard for both of you. I wish I could do more for you." "You've already done enough, Dad," I said, choking up. "You've done everything." He smiled at me, and I smiled back. He held up the roll again, and I laughed. I popped the roll in my mouth, and the cheese melted on my tongue. My eyes widened as I chewed slowly, savoring every bite. "Dad, this is delicious. I didn't know you could cook." He looked offended. "You're exaggerating." I shrugged. "You should cook more often." "Maybe I will," he said, grabbing a roll for himself. After we devoured the rolls in minutes, I sat back, feeling a little happier after the starch overload. "I'm going to change into sweats," I said. "Check your closet," Dad said. "Tamara left something for you. We went out and got it this morning." In my closet, I found a garment bag with a note from Tamara. "Just in case you get asked." Inside was an light gray sleeveless dress. I held it up against me in the mirror. It was elegant and understated. Colorless, but with a handful of dark sequins and a small bow in the front. Like it was too cool to try and be pretty. I loved it. I wasn't sure if Brett even wanted to go to the dance with me anymore, but picturing us showing up to the dance together flooded my stomach with a wave of butterflies. It couldn't hurt to try it on. The dress hugged my waist and revealed my bare shoulders. I smiled, pulling up my hair into a bun, but then saw the panic in my own eyes as the pink and orange flames crept into my vision. The mirror shattered, spreading pieces of jagged glass across the floor of my room. The carpet under my feet sagged and wilted until I could feel the hard wood of the floorboards. I moved to the broken window and looked at the darkness outside, listening to the rustling leaves. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the shards of glass and felt stupid in my dress. It was ridiculously impractical. I thought of Meredith and Annabelle, which made me think of all the girls at Defiance who would never have a chance to get taken to a school dance or kiss their crush. Or the romance I'd seen, the tiny skeleton in the purple dress outside of Brett's house on my first trip. Or the girl at school with the pink backpack. I felt warm, and a crushing wave of guilt washed over me. I was responsible for all of it, and I was playing dress-up and thinking about boys. The walls felt like they were closing in, so I hurried downstairs, wincing as the broken glass cut into my bare feet. The dark shape on the sofa in the living room startled me, and I froze on the last step. Then gently put my feet down and held my breath as I crept towards the seated figure. "Dad?" I asked, my voice breaking, because I knew. Even before I reached out and touched his shoulder, and his skull rolled to an unnatural angle. Chapter 27. "Beautiful," Dad said. "Turn around so I can see." The vision passed, and I was standing in the living room next to the couch. Dad was in the kitchen finishing the dishes. I turned slowly, trying to keep the horrified expression off my face before fleeing up the stairs. I choked back a sob once I'd reached my bedroom. Then I tore off the dress and stuffed it back into the bag. I had to do something. How could my dad's body just be left to rot like that? I'd been too focused on warning people, or on defiance. Maybe future Tamara was right. It wasn't enough. But that didn't mean I had to kill Kyle. Why couldn't we just tell him the truth, like Tracy said today? Brett was too much of a chicken to stand up to his own father, but I wasn't. Maybe someone just needed to talk with him. Had my feelings for Brett made me hesitate? Was I not trying as hard as I could to change things because I wanted him to like me? The thought made me sick to my stomach. I'd been seduced by Defiance, the city that was almost too beautiful to be real. And Jake and Annabelle. Maybe part of me hadn't really wanted to change the future. But Tamara was right. There was nothing worth saving. The future was just pain and suffering waiting to happen. Thunder rolled in the distance, but I knew I couldn't wait any longer. If I didn't do something right now, Tamara was going to kill Kyle in the future. She said she'd get the girls out first, but what if something went wrong? What if Jake or Meredith got hurt? None of it had to happen. I convinced Tracy. Maybe I could convince Mr. Peters. I just had to make him understand what was at stake and prove it with undeniable evidence. He was a scientist. He'd have to believe me if I showed him enough hard data. But we were running out of time. I couldn't just play dress-up and go to high school dances. I needed to act now. I changed into jeans and a black sweater, then piled pillows under my blanket in a roughly humanoid shape before climbing out the window. I didn't exactly have a plan, but the fire in my stomach forced me forward. I couldn't sit back and do nothing, not anymore. I grabbed my bike and pedaled through the quiet, dark streets. The air was cold and charged with static electricity. When I reached Zamanta, I caught my breath in the parking lot. A flash of lightning lit up the building. A few moments later, thunder rumbled a warning. I tried the door we'd entered the first time, but it was locked. Without Brett's keycard, there was no way I could get inside, but I didn't need to sneak in this time. I headed to the front door and stood in full view of the cameras, willing the doors to open. After 5 minutes, my own sweat was freezing on my body and I started to shiver. Still, I waited. Then, finally, I heard the lock click open. I pushed through the doors into the lobby. The front desk was empty. The guard must be on his rounds. Suddenly, I realized Mr. Peters might not even be here. It was late, after all. Most of the other employees had already gone home for the day. I entered the empty hall and navigated my way to Mr. Peters' office. I had no idea where he was, but his office would be the best place to start. I knocked on the door twice, but no one answered. I opened the door and poked my head in first, then closed the door behind me. His office was messier than the first time. Papers littered his desk. I sifted through them and saw an open planner. My eyes scanned the page until I found his scheduled location. Philia testing. Sublevel is 008. I assumed 008 indicated a floor and room number. I made my way to the door, but turned around and opened the desk drawer and grabbed my mother's file. There had to be information about her involvement with Zamanta. If Tamara and my dad refused to tell me the truth, I'd just find out on my own. I tucked the file under my arm and ran out the door. A woman approached from the end of the hall, but her eyes were glued to her phone. I darted the other way before she could see me. I took the stairs to avoid running into anyone else. When I got to the lowest level, there were no signs to direct me, so I made a few wrong turns. The hallway ended in a set of massive double doors. They were locked, so I turned around to retrace my steps. But then I heard the click of a door and saw a green light. The door had just unlocked by itself. I shivered. I felt like a sheep being driven towards the slaughterhouse, but I wasn't ready to give up. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? I'd get arrested for trespassing? The number 0008 appeared on a small, almost unnoticeable panel on the other side of the doors. At least I was in the right place. Enormous metal containers filled the room. Electrical boards lined the walls and wires dipped into the containers. I walked further and noticed that the room had 2 more levels, one below and one above, all connected by ladders and metal bridges over the vats. It looked like an M.C. Escher illustration. I moved to take a closer look, but my heart jumped when someone grabbed me from behind. I looked up at a tall, bulky guard. "What are you doing in here?" he growled. I swallowed, unsure of what to say. I just... The guard tightened his grip on my arm. "Answer the question," he said roughly. "Roger," a voice called out from above. "It's fine. I'll handle it." My eyes flicked up, and there he was. Kyle Peters descended the metal staircase from the floor above us. He weaved through the metal containers until he stood about a dozen paces from us. "You can let her go now," he said, his eyes meeting mine. The guard dropped my arm and took a step back. Mr. Peters gave me a warm smile, but it missed the mark. He looked like he was trying to be casual, but it was obvious he was just humoring me. Alicia, he said, to what do I owe this visit? I glanced at the guard nervously. I'd wanted a private audience with Mr. Peters. He saw my glance and nodded at the guard. Roger grunted and left us alone. You must be here for a reason, Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. Or else you wouldn't have broken into this building. His smile disappeared when he saw the folder under my arm. Ah, of course. This is about Clara. What do you know about my mom? I asked, my voice wavering. As you can tell by that folder you're holding, she worked for me. We got very close. You're probably wondering what really happened to her. I held my breath. This wasn't what I came for, but I nodded anyway. In that case, let me start at the beginning. I was first interested in Lauraceae, because of its high concentrations of essential oils, some of which are valued for spices and perfumes. Laurel has components of toxic sap and irritant tissues that repel or poison herbivorous parasitic organisms. So I thought I could make a more natural pesticide, or perhaps splice the genes so that fruits and vegetables could self-produce some of these essential oils. I collected samples from all over the world, but couldn't find what I was looking for. Then I saw a news story one day. A team of archaeologists in Greece found plant residue deep inside an ancient cave that once housed the oracle at Delphi. They didn't know what it was, but the article speculated that the plant may have been what caused the high priestess to fall into trance-like states before spouting prophecy. My jaw nearly fell open with surprise. He knew about the visions? It's fascinating, actually. Carved into the rock near the entrance were the two phrases, "Know thyself and nothing in excess." The oracle then descended into the Adyton, Greek for inaccessible, and mounted her tripod seat, holding laurel leaves and a dish of Cassotis spring water into which she gazed. I didn't come here for a history lesson, I said. What's the connection, you ask? Peters continued, ignoring me. I'd come across the oracle at Delphi a few times in my research because the laurel was sacred to Apollo. The high priestess was usually depicted holding laurel leaves. Since the first operation of the oracle of Delphi Temple, it was believed that the god lived within a laurel, his holy plant, and gave oracles for the future with the rustling of the leaves. Mr. Peters took a few steps forward. He was taller than I remembered, and his dark suit contrasted with the white plaster and steel containers behind him. Now I'm a scientist. I didn't believe any of the prophecy stuff at first, but I thought to myself, here I am looking for laurel. What is the likelihood that the plant matter they found in the Adyton was some special breed of the laurel plant? What if a younger strain of the plant was more potent? Zamanta gives me basically a carte blanche for my research, so I flew to Greece and made them an offer they couldn't refuse for a bit of their plant matter. In our lab, we resurrected it from extinction. I found a mediocre pesticide, but it was the other properties of the plant that captivated me. The relationship between certain plants and the human brain is nothing less than astounding. Did you know, for example, that the active chemicals in the poppy plant are attuned to the human brain in ways that defy all attempts at logic? What does any of this have to do with my mother? I interrupted. Mr. Peters' words washed over me like rain, tempering the fire in my belly. I'd come here to confront him, to make him understand what was at risk. At least he hadn't thrown me out right away. I'm getting there, I promise, Kyle said, before launching back into his lecture. The discovery of endorphins began in 1971 in research laboratories at Stanford University and the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, where researchers exposed pieces of brain tissue from experimental mammals to morphine. They found that the morphine bound to receptors on the membranes of certain nerve cells, particularly in the neurons that transmit pain. Why, the investigators wondered, would an animal's brain contain receptors for a chemical made by a poppy? Could a mammal's body manufacture its own opiates? The opiate receptor, then, would normally bind the body's own opiates, the endorphins, but would also be able to bind the chemically similar compounds made by the poppy. In the last 4 decades, Researchers identified several types of endorphins in the human brain and associated their release with situations involving pain relief, such as acupuncture and analgesia to mother and child during childbirth. At Zamanta, we focus mostly on food production, but I couldn't overlook a potential new source for a pain medication. After all, I had the only living version of this particular plant. If a new drug was developed, it could literally be worth billions of dollars. After a year of testing, we were ready for human trials, so I ran an ad in the paper, offering cash for human subjects. No way. Some of the subjects felt euphoria, even bliss. As a pain reliever, it seemed to work on everyone except your mother. She came back raving about the end of the world. She told me that humanity had been wiped out by a plague. The cities were empty. Survivors fought over supplies. I believed her. But what was I supposed to do? How could you prevent a virus, a disease, without studying it? She couldn't bring back samples. I was fighting blind. All I could do was make the human race stronger. That's when I stopped trying to make produce more resistant and focused on my efforts on human beings instead. I gasped as the realization hit me. The modifieds, you created them on purpose. Well, not exactly. You know how it goes. Fix one thing and another thing breaks. Your mother would check in on the future and see whether my research had taken effect and saved the human race. One day she came back and said she'd seen a different future. The plague didn't destroy humanity. Something in my calculations was off. The rapid genetic mutation I'd introduced through the food source was off. I'd created monsters, she said. What happened to my mother? I asked, dreading the response. The room was warm and low on oxygen. I could feel sweat prickling on my brow. She came here one night, demanding that I stop my research, babbling about zombies and the apocalypse. She called me Dr. Frankenstein and threatened to expose the research we were doing. She also refused to continue working with me. She left me no choice, really. What did you do to her? I asked, clenching my fists. It was easy, actually. One day she didn't wake up. We labeled it an accidental overdose due to an extreme sensitivity to the philia. Tragic, but unavoidable. I've been testing blind since then. I can't see which of my experiments work. But now that you're here, we can fine-tune things and ensure the survival of the human race. We can make them faster, stronger, smarter, able to survive whatever is coming. His eyes shone, almost feverish with excitement. My hand shook with anger. He'd just admitted to murdering my mother and offered me a job in the same breath. I've seen what your food does to people. I've seen what it will do to the future. I can't let that happen. I won't. His brows rose. Is that right? He asked, almost amused. Yes. I don't know where you went wrong or where you will go wrong, but you're about to kill billions of innocent people. Don't you see? Peters interrupted. It's no use. Humanity is doomed no matter what. With the plague, no one survives. The modifieds are glorious creatures, strong, resilient. They just need a little fine-tuning. With your help, we can get it right this time. It won't work, I said. You'll destroy civilization. In just a few months, we're on the brink of extinction. You have to stop. Your mother tried to stop me as well, you know. It didn't work out so well for her. His expression stayed the same despite his threat. You killed Mother, I snarled. Do you really think I'll agree to help you? His lips twitched when I asked the last question. Oh, I think so, with the right motivation. Why don't we ask your friend? I blinked, confused. My friend? Come on out, kid, I know you're here. There was nothing for a long, silent moment. Then, movement to the left, and a figure emerged. Eric. My eyes bulged. What the hell? I started. I followed you, he said, looking at the ground. I was worried. Thought you were going off to smoke alone again. So it's all true then? Eric asked, glaring at Mr. Peters. Everything on the news. What Tamara has been saying. This bastard is going to destroy the world. Eric took a menacing step forward. "Careful, son," Mr. Peters said, whipping a small pistol out from behind his back. "You're trespassing on private property. I'd be within rights to shoot you. Roger would take the blame, but he'd get off with a slap on the wrist, and of course a ludicrous Christmas bonus." Eric raised his hands at the sight of the gun. "I should call the cops and let your parents deal with you, but I'm willing to let you two go if you promise not to talk about this insane theory of yours." "That's it?" I asked. "Well, and you come work for me. Think about it. Unlimited philia. Riches beyond your wildest dreams. All that, and you'd actually be helping us improve the world." "I'm not trying to improve the world," I said. "I like it just the way it is, and I will never stop trying to warn people about you," I said, pointing my finger at him. "I won't let anyone die because of your selfishness." The blood running through me sizzled with energy. His eyes closed, narrowed, and he looked annoyed. Then he smiled suddenly. "Funny choice of words," he said with a sigh. "I tried to be nice. You only have yourself to blame for this." Then he pointed the gun and pulled the trigger. Time slowed down as I was wrapped in pink fire. A loud bang echoed in the room, and I focused in on the bullet. I could see it moving closer to us, but I was too slow to stop it. There was a puncturing sound, and then Eric let out a gasp. He turned to look at me with wide eyes, then sunk to his knees as blood pumped out of his chest. "No!" I screamed, reaching for him. I caught him just before his head hit the ground and cradled him in my lap. I placed my palm over the wound in his chest, trying to stop the blood. He looked up at me and his eyes focused on my face. He smiled and his lips moved. I leaned closer to hear him whisper. "It's always been you," he said. A single tear rolled down his cheek and fell on the back of my blood-stained hand. Then his limbs relaxed, and I knew he was gone. My vision blurred with the familiar pink haze, but this time I welcomed it. I stood up to face Mr. Peters, and a flood of fury coursed through my body. Every inch of me burned with an energy that begged to be released. I stared into his murderous eyes. He did not deserve mercy. My sister was right. He had to die. Pink flames surrounded him as I focused my energy. He looked around in horror and confusion as his body froze. He tried to move, but he was stuck in place. Time stood still for him. The pressure forced blood to spill from his nose. I watched him struggle to get oxygen to his lungs. He looked at me with pleading eyes, begging me to help him, but I felt nothing. I was beyond pity. I focused on his body, wanting him to be powerless. His eyes became expressionless, then paled. His face sagged and his skin wrinkled and spotted. His body thinned. He was aging right before my eyes. He cried out in a low moan as he shriveled up and flailed around. The gun fell from his gnarled fingers, clattering to the ground. Then his skin blew away like peeling wallpaper, leaving bone and sinew. I gasped, but the flood of energy continued pouring out of me. I didn't even know how I was doing it. I couldn't stop it if I'd tried. Soon, Kyle Peters was nothing but a skeleton on the metal grates in front of me, and then even that turned to dust. Chapter 28. I cried at Eric's funeral. Not polite sniffling either. Shoulder-racking sobs that burst out of me. I was so loud it was embarrassing. Even worse, the curious eyes felt like hot brands, scorching my skin with accusations. After the tears dried up, the guilt settled deep into my bones. I crossed my arms and wrapped the black shawl around my shoulders. I'd found it in my mother's closet. Somehow I thought wrapping myself up in it would protect me. I wished it was raining, like it always was in the movies, so I could hide under a black umbrella. But the sky was almost cheerfully blue, like it was mocking our grief. The preacher's words hummed in my mind, but I couldn't pull meaning from the sounds. My own thoughts were too loud. This is what it felt like to be a murderer. This is what it feels like to save the world. If no Kyle Peters, there will be no mods. But I never imagined it would happen this way. and I couldn't escape the feeling that I'd missed something. If I killed Kyle Peters earlier, would Eric still be alive? I looked up and locked eyes with Eric's mother, Mrs. Patton. She was glaring at me with a look that felt like a punch in the gut. It was like she knew. But that was impossible. After what happened with Mr. Peters, I snuck out of Zamanta. I hated leaving Eric's body behind, but I didn't know what else to do. I was trespassing, and how could I ever explain what happened to Mr. Peters? I had no idea how I'd even done that I was even capable of something like that. It wasn't until I was home, scrubbing the blood off my hands, that I realized I'd been seen. That security guard, Roger, knew I'd been there. Had he seen Eric as well? Even if he hadn't, the complex must be riddled with security cameras. For days, I watched the street through the living room windows, waiting for the sirens. They'd arrest me. They'd lock me up forever, or run tests on me like a lab rat until they figured out all of my secrets. And then, it was on the news. A mentally instable high school student killed Kyle Peters and was shot and killed in the process. Zamanta issued a press release calling it a terrible tragedy. Without naming Tamara directly, they implied that Eric had been motivated by unfounded apocalyptic rumors he'd seen on TV. The next day, the cameras were back, but this time they swarmed our house like red ants around a piece of meat, shouting questions through the walls. I put my headphones on and tried to tune them out with music. My brain felt frozen, sluggish. I had trouble staying focused on one thing at a time. I had the feeling I was stuck in a cycle, like a hamster in a wheel, running as fast as it could but still stuck in a cage. Then it died down. I went to school a few times, but I don't remember anything. Chris peppered me with questions, but I brushed her off. I didn't see Brett, which wasn't a big surprise. His father had just died, after all. I was a stone, a piece of wood, until I saw Eric's body at the funeral, and then I fell apart completely. I remembered playing Legos in his backyard and seeing who could spit watermelon seeds the farthest. Sometimes my mom would walk us to the park so we could climb the jungle gym. Now they were both dead. The news cycle attacked Tamara for inciting violence, replaying her TV appearance along with a grim photo of Eric, frowning and wearing a dark hoodie. Civilization will be decimated. Billions of people will die. The man behind it is Kyle Peters, and he must be stopped at all costs. Stop Kyle Peters. Save the world. Everyone believed that Eric got his hands on some powerful acid, snuck into Zamanta on his own, and killed Peters in the misguided belief that he was protecting humanity. Tamara's reputation, meanwhile, was shattered. She was spending less time at home, sorting through her own problems. At least we still had the lottery money. We hadn't heard anything about a lawsuit since Kyle's death. When things died down, Tamara could try and appease her conscience with more donations. I didn't care what she did with it. It didn't matter now. The day of winter formal arrived with a halo of uncertainty. I'd left my gray dress hanging out all week, a reminder of what could have been. Sometimes I ran my fingers over the smooth fabric, imagining a gorgeous boy with a heart-melting smile, holding me in his arms as we danced around a finely decorated room with our closest friends. It would be nice to feel beautiful. Not for Brett or anyone else, but for me. Someone to be admired, even loved. But that was a fairy tale. I'd have to get used to being ordinary again. I sighed and tucked the dress into my closet. Even if Brett didn't blame me directly, he knew the truth about Tamara's prophecies. He knew that I was the villain behind his father's death, even if he didn't know I killed him personally. That vision I had of us ending up together, that was before. In the alternate future, the one with mods and the destruction of the human race. It was gone now. I'd given up my own happiness and saved everybody. I hadn't done it on purpose, but it had to count for something. I'd just nuked a TV dinner when I heard the honking. It started down the street but sounded like it was getting closer. A lot closer. I went to the window just in time to see Brett's Jeep pull up to the curb. Cody was driving, and Chris beamed at me from the back seat, wearing the princess blue dress she'd bought. Cody looked sharp in a suit and tie, but I barely registered the two of them, next to Brett. He was standing up on the passenger seat like it was a chariot, in a black tux, holding a dozen roses. Before the wheels had even stopped rolling, he jumped off and bowed with a flourish. I opened the door and was halfway across the yard when I realized I was still wearing sweats. "What's all this?" I asked, suddenly self-conscious. I crossed my arms. "A grand romantic gesture," Brett said, rubbing the back of his neck. "At least I hope it is." "I wasn't expecting you." "Clearly," Brett grinned, nodding towards my sweats. "I mean, I didn't think you'd still want to go. With me." Brett sighed and took a few steps closer. "I'm sorry," he said. He offered me the roses, but I didn't reach for them. I'll admit I was angry at first, angry at everything. Eric, Tamara, but you most of all. I always felt like you were asking me to choose, between you and my dad. I felt torn. I've been miserable since my dad died, but I realized something funny this morning. I didn't just miss my dad. I missed you. And when I thought about you and me, together, at the dance, I felt better, hopeful, almost happy. I don't have all the answers, but I can't help the way I feel about you. Plus, what kind of guy would I be if I asked a girl to a dance and then stood her up? There's no excuse for that kind of behavior. "You couldn't have said all that in a text?" I asked, the tiniest of smirks playing on my lips. Brett read the humor in my eyes and leaned forward even more, whispering in my ear, "Some things are better said in person." He took my hand, and this time I accepted the bouquet of roses from him, lifting them to my lips to hide the smile I was afraid would tear me apart. "So are we doing this or what?" Cody yelled from the Jeep. Chris jumped out of the back seat and ran towards us. Her hug was so fierce we almost fell over together. Then she grabbed my arm and tugged me inside. "Back in 10 minutes, gentlemen," she shouted over her shoulder. 10 minutes? I repeated under my breath. "How are you going to pull off that miracle?" Chris grinned and shoved me inside. I changed into the dress and let Chris guide me into the bathroom so she could fix my hair and makeup. I hadn't talked to her for days, and now she was pretending everything was fine. The silence felt so heavy, like a balloon that was filling up all the space and forcing us apart. "Chris?" I started. "Not now," she said. The bobby pins she was holding between her lips danced when she spoke. "We'll have plenty of time to catch up after the dance. Tonight, let's just be the fabulous sophomore girls who've been invited to the dance by the hot seniors. Deal?" "Deal," I smiled back, linking my pinky finger in hers. I sat still while she fluttered around me with brushes and pencils. "Perfect," Chris exclaimed, putting down the mascara and examining her canvas. "You're ready." She spun me around to face the mirror and my eyes widened. The glass revealed an almost unrecognizable version of me. The strapless gray dress hugged my figure, brushing the floor slightly. It sparkled in the light like silver. My lips were dark red and stood out against my light hair. Chris smiled and put her hands on my shoulders. "Who knew you could look this good?" she said, admiring her work. I turned at an angle and blinked at my reflection. Chris rolled her eyes. Yeah, she said, waving away my words. "You look great. Hurry up and put on your shoes." Chris fastened the straps of my heels and ran downstairs. She said she wanted me to descend the staircase like in those cheesy teen movies. I laughed, but she was serious. I walked as elegantly as possible down the staircase, trying not to fall. My dad beamed up at me with a proud expression and pulled me into a hug when I reached the bottom. "You look beautiful, sweetheart." Tears welled up in my eyes, but I took a deep breath to hold them in. I had to stop getting emotional about everything. Chris pulled us apart and slapped Dad on the arm. "You're going to make her ruin her makeup." I was about to thank her when I heard Brett's voice call from the front door. "Are you two ready yet?" His voice cut out when he saw me. like someone knocked the wind out of him. His eyes traveled down my body and back up to my face, as if he were seeing me for the first time. My cheeks reddened under his gaze. I fidgeted with my dress and rubbed my arm, feeling exposed for some reason. Brett walked up to me and smiled. "You look..." He shook his head, struggling to find words. "Thanks," I said, smiling back at him. "You don't look too bad yourself." That was a lie. He looked incredible. His hair was slicked back and his fitted suit flattered his form. Our moment was interrupted when Cody started honking the horn. We moved towards the Jeep and piled in. Brett and I sat in the back, our hands painfully close together. He took my hand and squeezed it when we arrived at school, then got out to open the door for me. As we walked together through the entrance, I almost couldn't believe that this was real. Maybe fairy tales could come true after all. Brett held out his arm for me to take, but I was distracted by Chris. "You look insanely beautiful," I said. "Finally noticed, did you?" She twirled and bowed with a flourish, then she laughed and tossed her hair. "By the way, who are you and what have you done with my best friend?" I rolled my eyes. "Stop, you're embarrassing me." "I'm sorry, but you look freaking amazing. If I were a guy, I'd take you home with me tonight." We both burst out laughing. Cody and Brett stood a few feet away from us, shaking their heads. I noticed the stares once we'd made it outside. Narrowed eyes followed us around the room. Some people were trying to be discreet, others not so much. I was the girl whose sister made a guy kill Brett's father. We didn't belong together, and everybody knew it. I hesitated in the doorway, but Brett grabbed my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze before pulling me inside. The hall was decorated in silver and blue. Snowflakes lined the walls and lights shaped like moons orbited the floor. There was a fake snow machine in one corner, spitting out flakes of white confetti in front of a dark blue backdrop. A professional photographer was taking pictures of couples. My eyes lit up when I saw it. Chris noticed and clapped her hands. "We need pictures," she shouted, pulling Cody along with her. She motioned for Brett and me to follow, and the four of us stood side by side for the photo. Cody kissed Chris on the cheek right before the photographer snapped the photo. He looked at the camera, slightly unimpressed, and pointed towards me and Brett. "You two?" he said. "Get a little closer." Brett put his arm around my waist and held me close. My skin burned with the touch. I focused on breathing steadily as we smiled for the picture. The camera flashed twice and the photographer held a thumb up. Then Chris grabbed my arm without a warning and dragged me to the punch bowl. She poured 2 cups and sniffed the punch. "Lame," she said, with a pout. I raised an eyebrow and she pointed at the cup. "No alcohol," she sighed. "Don't worry," Cody said behind us. "I've got rations." He pulled a silver flask out of his jacket pocket and poured a foul-smelling, clear liquid into her cup. He offered me some, but I shook my head. I already felt like I was swimming, with the cool air and soft fabric against my skin. Everything was perfect, just the way it was. Chris closed her eyes and swayed to a pop song that was playing. She danced slowly, while Cody circled her in jerky movements. Chris opened her eyes and shimmied toward me. I laughed and darted away from her. Just as she bumped me with her hip, the song changed abruptly. A slow melody replaced the fast-paced rhythm. Cody swept Chris away to the middle of the dance floor, where they clung to each other like magnets. "Do you want to dance?" Brett asked. I nodded a bit too enthusiastically, and he took my hand, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. On the dance floor, he put his arms around me, and I linked my fingers around his neck. We moved to the music, but I was too hyper-aware of our surroundings to relax. I looked over his shoulder and caught Courtney staring at us viciously. Brett held my chin and brought my eyes back to his. "Ignore them," he whispered. "We're the only ones here tonight." His green eyes sparkled like emeralds in the lights. They were usually such a mystery, but tonight there was no mistaking the fiery look of desire in them. He looked directly at me, like he didn't care who saw us together. I was so busy admiring him I didn't notice the small box in his hand until he opened it and held it up to the light. Inside was a silver bracelet with a heart pendant. "I've been holding on to this for a few days," he said. "I was waiting for the right time to give it to you." I stared at the bracelet. "It's beautiful," I said, "but I can't accept that." He smiled and took my hand. "Yes, you can," he said. "It's my way of showing my appreciation for you." He looked down slightly. "And my way of apologizing." Guilt twisted in my stomach. If he knew what really happened to his father, he wouldn't be looking at me like this, and he certainly wouldn't be apologizing to me. I had to tell him the truth, or I'd be lying to him forever. But could I really tell him here, in front of all of these people? He held the bracelet up questioningly, looking at me through his lashes. His shy smile sent me over the edge. I finally nodded my approval, and he put the bracelet on my wrist. "Thank you," I said quietly. His hand lingered on my wrist. He looked at me so intensely, I nearly forgot how to breathe. My heart skipped a beat as I matched his gaze. He leaned in, eyes still locked with mine, and before I could prepare my brain for what was about to happen, his lips touched mine. He kissed me in a way I had never been kissed before. His lips were soft pillows caressing mine. I wanted to slow this down and make it last forever. I wondered if I actually could. As our lips familiarized themselves with each other, a strange sensation washed over me. A soft, almost unnoticeable pink glow appeared at the corners of my vision. I started to wonder if it was because of the kiss, but almost immediately after it appeared, an image cut through my mind, sharp like glass. I tried to block it out, to focus on Brett's lips, but when Jake's face flashed in front of me, I broke away from Brett and gasped. Jake, at Zamanta, surrounded by mods and mercs. I squeezed my eyes shut, then cried out when I heard gunfire. But that was impossible. That future didn't exist anymore. It couldn't. My mind scrambled to make sense of the images I'd seen. The visions seemed different this time, fragmented, like I was everywhere at once, looking down from different angles. I thought back to the quote I'd read in Mr. Peters's office. "I count the grains of sand on the beach and measure the sea." Did that mean I could see more than what was right in front of me? If it was the same future as before, Jake must have tried to break into Zamanta on his own, and from what I saw, there was no way he'd make it out alive. I jumped when Brett grabbed my shoulder, staring at me with wide eyes. "What is it? What's wrong?" he asked. His face was so serious, he reminded me of his father, just before I'd melted his face off. And now I was at a dance with him, letting him kiss me. What kind of monster did that make me? I pushed away from him and ran towards the exit, gasping for breath. I darted between the dancing couples, careening around the floor like I was stuck in a pinball machine. Finally, I made it to the door. I ran towards the steps, but didn't see the foot that kicked out from the shadows. My new dress ripped up to my knees as I tumbled down the steps. I landed hard in the frosted soil and lay there, stunned. I rolled my head and caught a glimpse of Courtney's smirk just before she vanished back inside. I crawled a few steps forward, pulling myself forward with my fingers, then stumbled onto my feet. Brett and Cody caught my arms and led me to the side of the building near the bike racks. Brett wrapped me in his coat and rubbed my shoulders for warmth. That's when I realized Chris was talking. "Alicia, are you okay? How many fingers am I holding up?" "One," I said, narrowing my eyes at her middle finger. She breathed a sigh of relief and hugged me. "What the hell happened? You didn't even drink anything, did you?" "You saw something, right?" Brett asked, frowning. "Something from the future." I felt the stickiness of mascara on my cheek and bit my lip to stop the tears. I don't know when I'd started crying. "It can't be real," I said. It was the same as before. Mods, Zamanta, all of it. "But that doesn't make any sense," Chris said. "Eric killed Mr. Peters. You said he was behind it all. I don't know. I can't explain it. Somehow, it happens anyway. Maybe someone else took over the project. Maybe it's too late. Brett squeezed his fists together. I couldn't imagine how he was feeling. Did that mean his father died for nothing? Cody looked nervous, like he didn't know whether to comfort me or Brett. There's only one way to know for sure, Brett said. I have to go back, I whispered, locking eyes with him. What? Right now? Chris cut in. Absolutely not. You just fell down a flight of stairs and you're not exactly dressed for the occasion. It can't wait, I said firmly. Defiance was attacking Zamanta, probably to rescue the missing girls, maybe to blow it up. But they were losing, badly. If I don't help them, they'll die. I've got some philia in my Jeep, Brett said. I've been keeping it nearby, just in case. You need to go home first and get changed, Chris said. Maybe find some weapons or something. You can't just show up in a formal dress and ask them nicely. Jump from my house, a voice said nearby. I turned to see Tracy. He was only half formal, wearing jeans and sneakers with a white shirt and bow tie. He must have seen the commotion and followed us outside. You'll need clothes, weapons, whatever. Say the word and I'll get it for you. I can get it later, but it should be there when you show up. Right? Right, I smiled gratefully. The others helped me towards Brett's car and I climbed into the back seat. Tracy's house was only 5 minutes away. On the drive over, I gave him a quick shopping list. Brett parked in the driveway, and I made sure it was inside the boundaries of Tracy's future house. Then Brett passed me Cody's pipe with a tiny bit of philia in it. Find out what's going on. Find out who is behind it if you can. But don't do anything risky. Remember, nothing in the future is as important as you coming back safely. I nodded and took the pipe, then grabbed the lighter from Cody. This is so weird, Tracy whispered. Cody nodded. You learn to just go with it. With 2 quick inhales, my body sank into the backseat upholstery. The familiar pink haze wrapped me up like a cocoon. For a moment, I relaxed into the euphoric sensation and dared to think that maybe everything would be fine. Come back safely, Brett said, squeezing my hand. I promise, I said. Then he was gone. His face blinked out of my vision like a candle being snuffed. I watched as Tracy's house was torn down and cleared away by bulldozers. In its place, the much larger modern architecture of Tracy's gleaming glass cube grew like a plant, then reflected thousands of sunrises. Seconds later, the pink haze cleared and I was alone in the dark. I raced up the stairs and pounded on Tracy's door, shouting his name until he opened. His eyes widened at my silvery dress, but I pushed past him. You got the supplies? I asked. He gave me a deer-in-headlights look for a moment, but then snapped into action and ran upstairs. He came back holding a bundle of dark clothes and a pair of black boots. Sorry, he said, handing them to me. I haven't seen you in that dress since high school. 20 years ago. You can change in the bathroom. The clothes fit so perfectly, I wondered if I'd tried them on myself. The form-fitting, dark material was easy to move in. I checked myself in the mirror and froze when I saw my reflection. The smudged lines of mascara beneath my eyes, the red lipstick. I scrubbed off the makeup with a damp rag, then I joined Tracy in the garage. He pulled out his rack of weapons and handed me a briefcase. I put it out the counter and clicked it open. Inside were a pair of pistols, with short tubes around the barrel of each gun. Rapid-fire pistols with custom silencers, Tracy said, strapping dual holsters around my waist and fastening the belt. Each mag holds 30 bullets, ultra-light, low recoil. He showed me how to change the mags from the backups on my belt. I held the guns loosely in my palms, getting used to the weight. 60 bullets is a lot of ammo, Tracy said. If you get in a tight spot, just keep firing until you find a place to hide, then reload. Got it? I gulped, but nodded my head with determination. Jake needed me. I couldn't wimp out now. Don't worry, Tracy said. I've seen you practicing with these. You're a natural. Just trust your instincts. Oh, one last thing. He pulled out a pair of goggles with green lenses. He tapped a button, and there was a small whirring noise. Night vision, he said. It'll give you an advantage against the mods at least. What about the fence? I asked. Leave that to me. 7.5 minutes later, Tracy's black Hummer crashed through the perimeter gates at Zamanta in a shower of sparks and rolled over the debris like a tank. I followed behind closely, running through the newly fashioned opening. Guards opened fire on the vehicle before it stopped moving, but with my dark clothes, they didn't see me until it was too late. I dropped one on the third shot, hitting him somewhere in the torso. The silencer kept my pistol quiet, a suppressed whisper, and a thin trail of white smoke curled from the barrel. Tracy shot the other just as he was lifting his rifle towards me. I ducked behind a pile of rubble, looking for other guards, but the parking lot and field in front of the main building were surprisingly empty. Tracy got out of the Hummer slowly and peeked around the side of the vehicle. He flashed me a thumbs-up sign when he saw me, and I walked towards him. I guess they weren't expecting us, I said. Well, they probably know we're here now, he said. We hurried forward across the pavement, and then the tall grass surrounding the building. The lawn looked like it hadn't been cut in decades. I slowed suddenly when we saw the dark shape bundled near the entrance. As we approached, I realized it was bodies. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw one of them squirm. I recognized Meredith first, gagged and tied to a dozen other fighters. I recognized some of them from Defiance. I removed her gag while Tracy untied the knots around her wrists. Good of you to join us, she spat. A little late to the party, though. What happened? I asked. We broke in to get the girls back. It didn't go well. At night? I asked. She rolled her eyes at me. Late afternoon. We were hoping to be halfway back to Defiance by sundown. I nodded, but I was barely listening. I scanned the row of bodies as Tracy cut the ropes, looking for a familiar face. Where's Jake? I asked finally, fearing the response. They took him inside, Meredith said, standing up and brushing herself off. Said they were going to feed him to the mods, as payback for killing their friend. Wait, there are mods? Inside the building? My blood ran cold. Tamara said something about Mr. Peters having a private army of them, but I thought she'd been kidding. Meredith grabbed a wicked-looking blade as long as my arm from one of the guards and spun it around the back of her hand with a flourish. Let's go get him and finish what we started, she said, nodding towards the doorway. I glanced back at Tracy. I'll wait here with the others, he said. Find Jake. Save the girls. That's what you're here for, right? Just remember what you're risking. I followed Meredith into the building, along with a few of the men that had been captured. A handful of bodies decorated the entranceway, both guards and rebels. Some of Tamara's forces must have already fought their way inside. I wonder if any of them were still alive. Meredith grabbed a gun from one of the bodies and stuck it in the back of her pants. I saw the men with us do the same. The main hallway was eerily quiet. The fluorescent lights flickered in an uneven strobe, illuminating the grim scene in flashes of light that burned my retinas. Meredith stopped suddenly and cocked her head to the side. As the shuffling footsteps of our group silenced, I could hear screeches deep in the building. The sound made my skin crawl. How had they gotten in? Let's split up, she said. You any good with those? She asked, pointing her blade towards my pistols. I nodded, even though they still felt clunky in my sweating palms. Meredith motioned for two of the men to go with me, then headed off in the other direction. I felt better with them behind me, even if they were loyal to Tamara. I moved forward silently, keeping the pistols trained in the patches of darkness, my fingers on the trigger. I remembered the basic layout of the building, but now the halls were filled up with tools and supplies. Boxes stacked up against the walls, creating a cavernous maze. We checked each room we passed. One of the men with me had a flashlight. He pointed into the corners while we covered him. We heard the screeching again, closer this time. Sweat prickled my brow. I wiped it off with the back of my hand and pressed forward. I recognized the hallway that led to Kyle Peters' office and turned down it quickly. Even though it was too small to be hiding Jackie or the missing girls, the point of familiarity called me like a beacon. Besides, it might have some clue about who'd taken over after Kyle, or why his death didn't stop his genetic experiments. The office smelled like turpentine and sulfur. In the corner were several bubbling vats, with glass beakers and tubes that made it look like a mad scientist's lair. Unlike the rest of the building, the office was clean and well-maintained. The file cabinet squeaked when I pulled out the drawer. It was crammed full of files and reports, but it looked like math homework way above my level. Whoever used this office was definitely looking for something. But what? On the way out, a small red frame on the desk caught my eye. My blood ran cold when I took a second glance. It was the picture from Winter Formal, the one we'd just taken. Chris and Cody were goofing off. I was smiling shyly, and Brett was looking down at me like he was afraid to let me out of his sight. What was this doing here? This was even creepier than the shrine of me at Tracy's house, or Tom having my picture in the woods. This was personal, intimate. One of the men cleared his throat behind me. With trembling fingers, I removed the photograph from the frame and crammed it into my pocket. Then I nodded. We backtracked down the hall, then entered a section of the compound I hadn't been in before, a former cafeteria for staff, from the looks of it. The exterior walls were mostly glass, and long tables had been pushed to the sides to clear the room. Rows of plants blanketed the floor, popping up from hundreds of identical beige flower pots. It was like a giant greenhouse. The plants came up to my waist, bushes with dark green leaves and clusters of purple flowers. Philia. The earthy, floral scent seemed dangerously out of place. It was too pleasant, too agreeable for this house of death. I felt like I was being lured in deeper by a giant carnivorous organism. The branches reached towards me, scratching my arms as I passed. The screeching was louder here, close by. I sensed a flash of movement in my peripheral vision spun around, peering blindly into the darkness. I pulled down my night vision goggles and turned them on, then blinked as the dark scene suddenly flared into green light. With my enhanced vision, I could see that the middle of the room was an open courtyard, with glass walls separating it from the inside space. "Mods!" I shouted, raising my pistols when I saw them. But they weren't running towards us. As we got closer, I saw that they were cooped up in a narrow cage, inside the inner courtyard. I gasped when I saw the collars they were wearing. Someone was keeping them here, on purpose. Like pets. They screeched, and we were so close now the sound tore into me like a rusty nail. I reached up to cover my ears with my hands. They were facing away from us, clawing through the bars towards something on the other side of the courtyard. "They're just children," one of the men said, frowning. I looked closer and realized he was right. These mods were smaller than the others I'd seen. I felt sick when I realized what this meant. All mods were created 20 years ago. They'd had time to grow up and reach maturity, in their own way. But these were still young. That meant they'd been created recently, decades after D-Day. What kind of monster would do that? I tried to see their faces, but they were hidden in shadows. I prayed Annabelle wasn't among them. We moved to the other side of the room for a better view, and I saw that some kind of dark scaffolding had been erected in the courtyard. I gasped when I realized it was supporting a boy with dark brown hair. Soft rays of moonlight from the open ceiling illuminated his face just enough for me to recognize him. Jake, tied to the wooden boards like a sacrificial offering. I searched frantically for a way inside, and had just spotted the glass door on the other side of the courtyard when I heard gunshots. One of the men with me dropped to the ground, a red hole in his forehead. The other darted to the side, then dove behind one of the long tables for cover. Before I had a chance to move, someone grabbed me roughly from behind. I fired off several rounds, but I couldn't get him from this angle. He pulled my arms behind me painfully and ripped the guns from my hands. "You're just in time, sweetheart," a voice like gravel breathed in my ear. I turned my neck enough to see a face I recognized. I looked for help behind me, but after a brief exchange of gunfire, my other companion slumped over the front of the table with a red stain on his shirt. Kurt sauntered out from behind a pillar, holstering his gun with a smirk. "Hey, Goldilocks," he said. "Come to watch your boyfriend die?" Kurt picked up a device that looked like a remote control and looked at Tom with raised eyebrows. When Tom nodded, Kurt pointed it at the inner courtyard and pressed a button. The cage popped open, and the mods were free. In seconds, they would rip Jake to shreds, like they'd done to Sam. I struggled against Tom, but his grip only tightened. I huffed with frustration, and pink specks spotted my vision. I tried to blink them away, but the anger in me took control. My blood pumped through my veins with a familiar, yet brand new energy. The pink specks turned into waves, blinding my vision. I closed my eyes and focused on those waves as they crashed into me. Suddenly, I remembered a move Meredith had taught me in practice. I snapped my elbows down sharply, breaking Tom's grip. Then I jumped and lifted my feet off the ground, pulling him off balance. We tumbled sideways and I dove for my pistol. Tom grabbed my legs and pulled me backwards, wrapping his fingers around my neck. His weight pressed into me painfully, collapsing my lungs. "The boss didn't want me to hurt you," he grunted. "But accidents happen." My eyes bulged and I saw spots. My arms flailed out, beating against him weakly as he choked the life out of me. I was going to die here, in the future. Everything I'd done, it was all just a waste of time. Zamanta would win, and civilization would be wiped out. My fingers trailed down Tom's torso towards his belt, and I felt something long and hard. Adrenaline surged through me when I realized it was the handle of a hunting knife on his belt. I yanked it out and angled it up towards his body. There was a look of shock on his face as the knife eased into his abdomen. Warm blood spurted out across my hands and arms as he shuddered and gasped for breath. I shoved him off me, then rolled sideways towards my pistol, swiping it off the ground. It was a relief to feel the cold metal of the gun in my palm again. I fired a shot wildly towards Kurt and saw him duck around the corner. When I looked up again, Jake had managed to get one leg from his bindings. He gave one mod a swift kick to the face that sent it reeling backwards. It shrieked and charged again, raising its meaty hand. "No!" I shouted, firing towards the glass. The mods flinched at the sound and looked in my direction. I pulled the trigger again and again, hoping to keep their attention on me. The bullets cracked the walls, forming a fractured spiderweb of splintered glass. "Stop!" Kurt yelled. "What are you doing?" I kept firing until the glass shattered. Sensing freedom, the mods charged towards us. Kurt got off a few rounds before they ripped into him. His screaming echoed in the open space, but I ignored it. Time slowed down as I concentrated on the remaining creatures. Mod after mod dropped as my bullets met their marks. There were so many of them, it was hard to miss. The last one was smaller than the others. She was mostly bald, with clumps of blonde hair stuck to her wrinkled scalp. Unlike the mods I'd seen on the outside, who were covered in ancient scraps of clothing, she was wearing a simple white blouse and pants that almost looked like hospital clothes. If not for her snarl as she lunged at me and the way her blue eyes practically glowed in the dim light, I'd have thought she was a cancer patient in a children's ward. I hesitated just long enough for her razor-sharp claws to slash into my forearm. The pain made my muscles contract, and my index finger pulled the trigger before I knew what was happening. 3 bullets ripped through her skull, sending a spray of blood out the back of her head. I felt wetness on my cheek and reached up to pull a tiny piece of brain matter from under my eye. Suddenly, I felt lightheaded and swayed on my feet. I looked down and saw 3 gashes on my forearm. Blood trickled out of them in streams, staining my boots. I turned my arm, watching the blood flow out of me in stunned surprise. Then I remembered why I was here. Jake. I tore a piece of fabric from one of the fallen mods and wrapped it around my wrist and arm tightly, tying a knot as best I could with my left hand and my teeth. It throbbed painfully, but at least it stopped the blood from dripping. I stepped through the broken glass towards Jake. His face was swollen from punches, and the leg he'd gotten free was so mangled it was practically a chew toy. But he was alive. I untied his arms, then draped his arm around my shoulder for support. "I was wondering when you would pop up," he said, flashing me a pained smile. "I couldn't let you have all the fun," I said. "You good? There's something else I have to do." He nodded, and I set him against the wall, making sure he was stable before turning back into the middle of the room. Tom was laying in a pool of blood, wheezing for air. "Who are you working for?" I demanded. "Bite me," he leered. I put my boot against his abdomen and pressed slightly. His eyes popped open and he groaned. "I told you, I work for Mr. Peters." "That's impossible," I said. "Why?" "Because," I said, leaning closer and lowering my voice to a whisper, "I killed him." Tom shuddered again, then his eyes rolled back in his head. He'd lost too much blood already. "We've got to go," Jake called softly. I glanced back at him and realized how much pain he must be in. I wondered how much damage the mods had done before I stopped them. I supported his weight, and together we hurried towards the exit. A whirring sound caught my attention, and I looked up to see a camera pointed at me. I couldn't help but wonder who was on the other side. If not Kyle, who was still running Zamanta? Who had created the mods? Why was any of this still here? In the hall, I heard footsteps and turned, pointing the gun in front of me. I winced, feeling the sharp pain of gashes on my arm. Sweat beaded my brow as I tried to keep my hand steady. "Easy with that, Tiger," Meredith said. She was holding hands with Annabelle, and dozens of kids streamed behind them. Annabelle ran towards Jake and hugged him. He grinned with relief, even though I could tell he was biting his teeth from the pain of his injuries. Then, together, we raced towards the exit. I could almost taste the fresh air when I felt Jake slow down. He was looking towards a desk against the wall. Underneath it was a box that looked familiar, like the ones I'd seen in Defiance. "Shit," Jake said. "The bombs." "Forget it," Meredith said. "We have what we came for. Let's just get out of here." "We have to end this," Jake said, "or they'll just regroup and come at us harder. We'll never get a chance like this again." "So how do we turn them on?" I asked. "We can't. Not from here. They're remote triggered. My trigger was taken when I got captured, by that dark-haired guy with the mercs." "You mean Tom?" I asked. "Where is he now?" Meredith asked. "Downstairs," I answered. "Dead." "At least he'll be easy to find," Meredith smirked. There was a long pause as we all looked towards the door. We were so close to freedom. Jake could barely walk, and the girls would need Meredith in case there were more mods outside the building. "I'll go," I said. Jake looked like he wanted to object, but he stayed silent. "It's a little black device," Jake said, "with a trigger and an antenna." "Take this," Meredith said, handing me her curved machete. I nodded and turned to go back in the building. Jake grabbed my arm and held my gaze. "We'll wait for you outside. Get the device and get out. We'll trigger the bombs once you're clear of the building. And be careful." I made it downstairs without incident. The building seemed curiously empty. I wondered if most of the mercs were out on a mission, gathering more children. I guess they never expected a direct attack. Tom's body was right where I left it. Several pots of philia had fallen over, spilling dirt and flowers across his face. It was almost like some kind of burial. I searched his jacket until I felt the hard plastic of something that felt like a cell phone. I pulled it out gingerly, careful not to press the trigger. I was about to run back the way I came when I noticed the mod. It was standing in the same doorway I'd passed through, sniffing the air, hunting me. I crouched down, hiding next to Tom's body and the flowers. I wondered if the floral scent made me harder to track. The mod stepped into the room. I was about to fire when I saw there were 3 more behind them. Great. A pack. They were all wearing the same strange collars. I wondered how many bullets I had left in the chamber. Not many. There was one more clip of ammo on my belt, but if I made any noise, they'd be on me in seconds. I should have practiced changing the clips at Tracy's house. With only one good hand, I wasn't confident I'd be able to figure it out before they reached me. My blood was racing as I glanced around the room for alternative exits. My eyes landed on a semi-automatic rifle about a dozen paces from me, not far from Kurt's outstretched hand. If I could reach it, I'd have twice the firepower. Then I could cut across the room into another doorway. If I slammed the door shut, it might keep the mods out while I searched for an alternative exit. I took a deep breath and sprinted across the room. I heard the screeches behind me but didn't turn around. I grabbed the gun and spun around, pulling the trigger. My heart nearly stopped when it gave a dull click. Empty. I reached for my pistol, but my hand shook so badly I dropped it. The mods spread out, surrounding me. One of them licked their chops and curled its lips in a snarl that was almost a smile. It raised its claws, and they glinted in the soft light. Then it pounced. I cringed, holding the long blade up for protection. Time seemed to slow down as I watched the mod approach me in midair. But then, the collar around its neck lit up with red light, and its face contorted in fear and pain. The mods around me howled and scratched at their blinking collars, then collapsed to the ground. How is this happening? I stood up and walked past the writhing creatures towards the exit. I was almost there when I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt a tingling sensation on my skin, like someone was watching me. I glanced back and saw a silhouette in a doorway across the hall. Even from this distance, even in the near darkness, I recognized him. He was older, but still just as handsome as he'd been when he kissed me a few hours ago. Tom was right. It was Mr. Peters all along, Brett Peters. He was the one running Zamanta. Continue the adventure. Thanks so much for reading. I hope you enjoyed the story so far. If you want to find out what happens next, you can sign up on my site. I'll let you know when it's available. You'll also get a few free books from me so you can get a taste of my other work. Sign up at urbanepics.com. Author's note. Prescient, or Prophet of Doom, as I called it for a while, was inspired by Delphic mythology and the mystery cults of ancient Europe. I also had post-apocalyptic zombie works in mind. I can't wait to share more stories with you. If you enjoyed this story, please do me the huge favor of looking up the ebook so you can leave a review.